Chapter 6, 171. Sonny stared at the little girl, trying not to lose his composure. What is wrong with these people? He had 2 horns, a mouth full of sharp fangs, long claws, and 4 damned arms. And yet the first thing that both Effie and Kai had reacted to was his height. Was he not allowed to be tall? For once? Continuing to pretend to fight the monstrous child in earnest, he pointed to his chest instead of an answer. Effie, too, slowed down her relentless assault a bit, just enough to give him some breathing room without making her changed attitude obvious. A few moments later, when they were close to each other, she hissed quietly. "Let me guess. You saw the message I left that said to not come to the Temple of Chalice, and naturally decided to do the exact opposite." Sonny spun, avoiding her fist, and raised 2 fingers. The girl frowned. 2. Someone else is with you? Cassie? Kai? Ah, it's Kai. So, both of you decided to ignore my warning. She deflected his dagger to the side, grimaced when it slid over a barely healed laceration on her forearm, and then squeaked in her childish voice. "Well, good, I might have been too full of myself, thinking that I would be able to actually escape this damn place. So, I'm really glad that you came." Sonny thrust his greatsword forward, narrowly missing the girl's head, and then let out a low growl. Effie gritted her teeth. "But Sonny, we have 2 problems. One is that these lunatics never let their disciples leave the sect alive. The second is that if one of us doesn't kill the other in this duel, my teachers are going to kill us both. So..." She caught his sword with one hand, then brought her fist on its blade, shattering it and making Sonny stumble. "So I hope that you have a plan." "No, I know you do. Don't you?" Despite how beaten and bruised the girl was, her soft voice sounded optimistic and cheerful. Knowing that Effie was confident in his ability to get them both out of this dire situation alive, somehow, Sonny felt very validated. The problem was that he did not have a plan. In fact, he didn't have the slightest idea about how to survive this mess. Yet. So he simply shook his head, making Effie pale and grow silent. As they continued to fight, Sonny thought feverishly. He didn't see any chance of escaping the Temple of the Chalice without a bloody battle against the War Maidens, as well as any way for the 3 of them to come up on top in that battle. Effie was strong and fearsome, but she was not Sylvain. She would not have been able to fight her way out of the sect as that fiend had. With Kai and Sonny added into the equation, however, things still didn't look too good. Out of the 3, Sonny was the powerhouse. Even though his physical might was lesser than that of the huntress, overall, he was a much deadlier creature. Added to that were his 3 shadows, 2 of which were ascended demons, while the 3rd was an awakened terror. Sonny alone was most likely enough to contain 2 out of the 3 senior war maidens at least. Effie would have to handle the 3rd one, which would leave Kai alone against dozens of awakened warriors gathered in the hall. That wouldn't work. No matter how Sonny moved the elements of the theoretical battle, nothing gave them a good chance of escaping alive. However, there had to be a way. The War Maidens had been defeated in the future after all, so they were not invincible. Thinking of the future, he hesitated for a moment, and then glanced at the massive stone chalice towering in the center of the hall, full of furious white flame. Unlike in the future, it was still whole and imposing. The complex enchantment that permeated the ancient stone holding the mass of divine fire contained inside. His face grew dim. "I don't like this idea. No, I don't like it at all." Indeed, he was not happy with the seed of a plan that suddenly appeared in his mind. Not only because it would be extremely dangerous and hard to pull off, but also because going through with it had broader, far-reaching implications he didn't want to think about. But no matter how hard Sonny thought, he couldn't come up with anything else to do. If moving the elements did not work, the only way to achieve his goal was to change them. With a deep sigh, he concentrated for a few moments, and then gestured Effie to keep close, At the same time, several things happened. Outside of the circle of runes, Saint lowered the soul serpent and then outstretched one hand, which suddenly became shrouded in a swarm of white sparks. She took a small step to the side to shield Kai with her body. Both actions caused the war maidens surrounding them to grow tense, their hands gripping the hilts of their weapons. Within the circle, Sunny had become surrounded by countless onyx threads that ensnared his body. One of his 4 hands was enveloped by a swarm of scarlet sparks, one in a black fog, and the other 2 in a swirling mass of dancing sparks of white light. The 3 senior maidens overseeing the fight frowned when they saw the 4-armed demon undergo a strange transmutation. Although just a little, their stances shifted, revealing their readiness to intervene should a need arise. But they didn't move yet, reluctant to intrude upon the duel without an undeniable reason. A few seconds later, a kite shield forged out of dull steel appeared on Saint's arm, while the odachi she held silently slid into the shadows. Sunny was suddenly clad in intricate onyx armor, holding a somber spear in one of his lower hands and an austere tachi in another. Finally, a black bow with a scarlet string and a strange arrow that seemed to be made out of a bolt of lightning appear in his upper hands. Patinet Avenger, Cruel Sight, Midnight Shard, Morgan's Warbow, Strike of Thunder, and Mantle of the Underworld, augmented by Memory of Fire. He had summoned all these memories at the same time, knowing that he might not have a chance to do so later. And there was one last memory that he had called upon. As the light around him suddenly dimmed, the shape of a small black lantern started to manifest itself in the air. Spinning around before the senior war maidens reacted, Sunny knocked the strike of thunder on the string of his bow. Then, he poured a massive flood of essence into the bow and drew it, activating the Death Dealer enchantment. Unbending. Enchantments. Description: this adamantine bow demands a giant's might to be bent. Because of that, arrows shot from it travel as far as the eye can see and strike with terrible strength, piercing both armor and flesh. Death Dealer. Enchantment description: this bow is able to consume a large amount of essence to deliver an obliterating strike. And finally, Caged Lightning. Enchantment description: this arrow strikes as fast as a bolt of lightning and chains its devastating damage to several nearby creatures. Feeling his reserves of essence instantly diminish by a vast amount, Sunny gritted his teeth and released the string. At the last moment, all 3 of his shadows slid off his fingers and wrapped themselves around the strike of thunder. And so, this ascended arrow of the 2nd tier was sent flying from an ascended bow of the 4th tier, its power augmented manyfold by the 3 shadows and the obliterating influence of the Death Dealer enchantment. A shot like that would probably be enough to kill a master. The arrow was too fast to be intercepted as well. However, Sunny had not aimed at any of the 3 senior war maidens. Instead, he aimed his arrow at the stone chalice, and not anywhere on it at that. No, he sent the strike of thunder at the exact spot on the ancient stone surface where the weave of invisible runes was the most intense and elaborate. Sunny doubted that even this combination of powers and enchantments would be enough to deal real damage to the stone vessel. However, if he could destroy a small but important part of its enchantment, the divine flame contained within would do the rest. As the bolt of lightning streaked through the air toward the chalice, he grabbed the little girl and dashed behind one of the columns, then knelt and hugged her with all 4 arms, covering her little body with his. At the same time, Saint pushed Kai back and raised her shield, covering them both. Before anyone could react, the furious lightning struck the side of the giant stone chalice. And then, everything became white. The bolt of darkness-wreathed lightning shot between 2 of the senior war maidens and struck the side of the stone chalice. A flash of light drowned the hall for a split second, and almost instantly, 3 arcs of electricity tore through the air, traveling back to strike the sect leaders. Since there was no one else near them, the lightning did not chain further. spending all its might while coursing through the bodies of the ascended warriors. Sunny did not see any of that, however, because he was already dashing toward a wide stone pillar with Effie's scrawny figure held in his arms. Behind him, a single narrow crack appeared on the surface of the chalice, and through it, a furious white light suddenly shone. A moment later, countless fractures appeared on the ancient stone, and then everything became white. Ah! Sunny was on his knees behind the column, his back to the center of the hall, hugging Effie with all his 4 arms. His vision was gone, replaced by an endless field of flawless white, and so was his hearing. He felt a shockwave go through his body, and the pillar behind him shatter, turning into a rain of broken, melting stone. Then, a flash of agony pierced his soul. Everything was enveloped by terrifying, suffocating heat. He felt it wash over him like a wave, and prayed that they would survive its immolating embrace. He had a reason to believe that they would. In the future, there had been bones littering the floor of the hall after all. That meant that when the real chalice exploded, not everyone around it had been turned to ash. Sunny also had the stalwart enchantment of the mantle of the underworld, providing him with high resistance to elemental attacks, as well as underworld armament enchantment channeling and enhancing the protective effect of the memory of fire through the onyx armor. That was not going to be enough to withstand divine flame itself, but could save him, and Effie, whom he was shielding with his towering body, from the heat produced by the flame. A few moments later, the white field veiling his sight suddenly dimmed and gave way to beautiful darkness. The shadow lantern was devouring the light surrounding its master, uncaring for what had produced it. After a couple more seconds, Sunny was finally able to discern the shape of his surroundings. The sight of the great hall was all too familiar. The stone chalice lay in a molten pile on the stone floor, which was cracked and shattered. Most of the pillars supporting the roof had toppled, and so did a section of the roof itself, revealing a piece of the night sky, with stars shining on its black canvas. The walls of the hall were fractured and had collapsed outward, just like they would be in the future. All over the devastated chamber, small pieces of the divine flame burned. Some danced on shards of stone, slowly devouring it. Some on the charred corpses of those war maidens that had been killed in the blast. However, the flames did not seem to be spreading. Strangely, there were numerous runes shining on what remained of the hall's floor and ceiling, weakening them. Perhaps because of those runes, many of the war maidens survived. Curse it! The 3 ascended were all alive, although 2 of the 3 were severely wounded. Whether by the lightning of the strike of thunder, the explosion, or the divine flame, Sunny did not know. Some of their awakened disciples had survived as well, and were now slowly rising from the ground, shock and fury written on their pale faces. And Sunny was alive, too, but not unscathed. His body was not damaged, but one of his shadows seemed to have been too slow to retreat from the chalice and had gotten itself burned a little by the divine flame. Since the 3 shadows were manifestations of his soul, it was burned as well. Gritting his teeth, Sunny endured the pain and rose to his feet. Soul damage. Well, what else was new? Just as he thought that, the shadows slid between the dancing flames and attached themselves to his feet, one cradling its damaged arm with 3 hands. Effie looked around with shock, sweat rolling down her little face. The hell happened? You crazy. She spoke and instantly regretted it when a torrent of scorchingly hot air streamed into her mouth. Sunny evaluated the situation, then pushed the little girl away, gesturing at the far end of the hall. There, Kai was levitating above the floor, his hood torn and his wooden mask glowing angrily, as if seconds from catching on fire. The young man was surrounded by a whirlwind of white sparks, no doubt summoning his armor and weapons. He was also surrounded by a dozen surviving war maidens. Effie's eyes widened, and she took a step in his direction, but then hesitated and looked at Sunny with concern. What about the masters? He glanced at the 3 ascended warriors, and then simply pointed a finger at himself. The little girl wanted to say something, her eyes full of worry and unease, but then nodded and dashed away, summoning her own memories. Left alone, Sunny dismissed Morgan's warbow, transferred the cruel sight to his upper hands, and slowly walked toward the fearsome battle masters. 3 shadows followed him, and whenever he passed, the light was destroyed and replaced by darkness. The 4-armed demon in onyx armor stopped a dozen or so meters away from the leaders of the Red Sect and tilted his head a little, staring at them with his black eyes. The white-haired ascended, the only one who remained unscathed after the explosion, looked at him with cold hatred, then smiled wildly and spat. "Foul shadow! You dare challenge the 3 of us alone?" The maiden with red hair gritted her teeth and moved her badly burned arm, raising the scarlet odachi into a battle-ready position. The one with black hair leaned heavily on her spear, then whispered something, causing the runes on the weapon to ignite with an angry red glow. Sunny remained motionless for a second, then shook his head, and grinned, revealing his sharp fangs. A moment later, 3 terrifying creatures burst from his shadows, fury burning in their eyes. One was a giant serpent with obsidian scales, one was a dreadful black steed with adamantine horns and fangs like those of a wolf, and the third one was a graceful knight in onyx armor, wielding a charred kite shield and a stone sword. Together, the 4 shadows lunged forward. An awakened had no business fighting one ascended, let alone 3, each radiating an aura of an aberrant battle master. But then again, as far as awakened went, Sunny was more than a little abnormal himself. He had already killed 2 masters before, Pierce, one of the wardens of the Night Temple, and the fearsome Red Priest, the slave overseer of the Colosseum. Both victories had been won by the skin of his teeth and cost him dearly. Sunny had even lost his head in one of those battles. The War Maidens seemed far more daunting than both of those men, and there were 3 of them. The previous clashes with the Ascended he had were nothing compared to the dire challenge of this one. However, during both of those fights, Sunny hadn't had the opportunity to go full out. The first time, Saint and Serpent had been preoccupied with the human echoes. The second time, he had been cut off from the spell, and thus from his arsenal of memories. But this time, nothing was preventing Sunny from unleashing the full and dreadful power of his divine aspect. It was time to show what he was truly capable of, when nothing held him back. Fortunately, 2 of the War Maidens had already been injured by Sunny's treacherous attack. So, although attacking the 3 of them alone seemed more than a little bit insane, there was a good chance that he would win this fight. As the 3 ascended, prepared to deflect the assault of shadows, Saint lowered her shoulder, put it behind the patient Avenger, and aimed the charred kite shield at the enemies. Bursting Heart. Enchantment description. This shield can store a portion of fire damage it receives to augment another weapon of its wielder, or unleash a devastating shockwave. A deep metallic groan resounded from within the shield, and then an invisible shockwave exploded outward from its dull steel surface. The patient Avenger had absorbed plenty of fire damage during the explosion of divine flames, and now all that furious force was released forward, shattering the chunks of stone that littered the cracked floor into dust, and sending the War Masters flying back into different directions. Whatever chance of a coordinated defense they had before was now utterly gone. Without slowing down, Sunny and his shadows split. The Soul Serpent slithered between the dancing flames, lunging at the maiden that wielded a spear. Saint ran toward the maiden that wielded an odachi, and finally, Sunny and Nightmare flew toward the maiden that was unarmed, but radiated the most pressure. Come on! Everything was going according to plan. However, no plan ever survived a clash with reality. A moment later, something unexpected happened, putting a wrinkle into Sunny's stratagem. The woman with black hair twisted in the air and gracefully landed on her feet, plunging the tip of her glowing spear into the stone floor to stop herself from sliding back into the white wall of divine flame burning behind her. And then, there were suddenly 2 of her, Two identical war maidens jumped to their feet, each holding an identical glowing spear. None looked like an illusion, and both possessed real shadows. Both were made of flesh and bone, which meant that the threat she posed instantly doubled. What kind of an insane aspect is that? Sunny bared his fangs, changing the plan on the fly. Nightmare pivoted and switched direction, aiming to join Soul Serpent and help it destroy the two spear-wielding Ascended. One of the shadows cast by Sunny swiftly glided forward, wrapping itself around the black steed. The other two rose and embraced Sunny himself, since he was now facing the most fearsome of the War Masters alone. Saint was going to have to deal with her own opponent without any augmentations. He wasn't too worried, though. Out of the four of them, she was probably the most powerful. A moment later, the War Maidens and the Shadows clashed. To Sunny's left, Nightmare and the Soul Serpent attacked the two identical black-haired women. Now that the Shadow Steed was apart from Sunny and outside the area where the Shadow Lantern was devouring all light, the effect of the Dark Destroyer attribute was lessened, depriving him of its augmentation. However, the Dreadlord attribute was still working. No matter how confident and fearsome the War Maidens appeared, they had to be in the throes of fear and confusion deep down in their hearts. After all, their sacred chalice had just been unexpectedly destroyed, and scores of their sisters had been killed in the explosion. Added to Nightmare's a mantle of fear ability, even powerful Ascended like them would not be able to resist the creeping terror. And the more terrified they were, the more powerful the Black Courser would become. So Sunny was not worried about Serpent and Nightmare either. To his right, Saint clashed with the red-haired Ascended, their blades crossing with melodious ringing. The War Maiden pushed, causing the taciturn demon to stagger and make a quick step back. Considering how much the living statue weighed, this must have taken tremendous strength. So, this one possessed some sort of a physical augmentation aspect. Her terrible burns seemed to be healing with incredible speed too, which meant that the aspect gifted her with a miraculous regeneration rate as well. And lastly, there was a deep nick left on the blade of Saint's stone sword. Either the enchantments of the Scarlet Odachi were especially powerful, or the woman possessed an ability capable of reinforcing her weapons too. Still, Sunny was confident that his silent shadow would be able to win. The only member of their team he was somewhat worried about was himself. Raising the cruel sight above his left shoulder and lowering the midnight shard to his right thigh, Sunny lunged at the white-haired War Maiden, who was still calm, entirely unscathed, and unarmed. "Let's see what kind of a fiend you are, then." Looking at the attacking demon with cold hatred, the woman simply outstretched her empty hands. And in the next moment, the stone shards and the dancing flames around them suddenly moved. "What the?" The shards of stone and the dancing flames moved, flying through the air toward the tall woman. Instead of crushing and burning her, however, they somehow assembled around her slender body, the pieces of stone levitating around it to form a strange armor, the fire shrouding her hands like incandescent gloves. Sunny suddenly felt a deep, dangerous sense of unease. "How dare you, vile shadow!" The voice of the War Maiden thundered in the darkness that the Shadow Lantern had created, and then, two furious white eyes ignited in its depths, piercing Sunny with a murderous gaze. "How dare you challenge war?" A split second later, the maiden disappeared from where she stood, the stone slab beneath her feet exploding into a rain of shards. Almost instantly, she was already upon him, a flame-wreathed palm shooting forward to pierce his chest. Damnation! What is it with women of war always going straight for my heart? This is already the third time this happens. Sunny awkwardly blocked the devastating blow and felt himself being thrown back by the terrifying force of the impact. Luckily, the mantle of the underworld had withstood the touch of the divine flames that shrouded his enemy's hands, if just barely. The enhanced enchantment of Memory of Fire still coursing through its polished onyx. Something wasn't right here. Even for a master, the speed and strength of this woman were way too terrifying. With 3 cores nearing full saturation and augmented with 2 shadows, he was supposed to be near the realm of the Ascended at least, if not more or less on par with some of them. And yet her might was far greater than his. That could have been explained by possessing an aspect that augmented one's physicality, but as Sunny had just seen, the white-haired war maiden seemed to be some sort of an elemental sorceress. Ah, I see how it is. Crashing onto the floor in a roll, he instantly threw the cruel sight forward to prevent his enemy from chaining the next attack after the first, and then slashed at her with the midnight shard. The blade of the austere Tachi scraped fruitlessly across the carapace of levitating stone shards surrounding the war maiden's body. It seemed that the effect of her aspect was broader than just elemental control. Not only was the fearsome leader of the Red Sect capable of manipulating the elements, she also drew power from them. The stone probably enhanced her strength and endurance. The fire, her speed, attack power, whatever it was, it seemed to also allow the white-haired maiden to perceive her surroundings despite the veil of shadows his lantern was creating around them. With a ruthless scowl on her beautiful face, the woman easily swatted both the cruel sight and the midnight shard to the sides. However, she failed to defend against the sharp blade of the ghostly stiletto that suddenly appeared in one of Sunny's hands and slid between the chunks of stone protecting her body. The moonlight shard bit into the maiden's body, failing to sink deep, but still drawing blood. Sunny grinned. There was a benefit to having 4 arms after all. Not so high and mighty now, are you? The maiden seemed more infuriated than hurt, though. The stone carapace swirled around her, sending the moonlight shard flying away from his hand, and then 2 incandescent fists descended upon him. A spark of flame traveled through the whirlwind of stone shards and licked her body, perfectly cauterizing the wound. Bad. The white-haired warrior and Sunny clashed, their speed and ferocity causing more destruction to befall the devastated hall of the temple. Since they were shrouded by a rolling cloud of darkness, no one would have been able to see what was happening under the veil of shadows, noticing only flashes of white radiance that tore through it from time to time. All they would be able to perceive were the furious sounds of a frightening, inhuman battle. The war maiden was faster and stronger than Sunny. Her aspect was fearsome, and her skill was unlike anything he had ever seen. It was different from how humans of the waking world fought, but in no way inferior. In fact, her murderous technique was utterly sublime in its deadly power, stark perfection, and lethal precision. She was also able to control the flow of essence through her body with such an intricate and ingenious measure of control that it made Sunny realize how crude and clumsy his own, which he had been proud of before, really was. His essence was running low, too, because of how much he had spent on delivering the obliterating shot from Morgan's warbow. However, he was not defenseless in that fight. While the war maiden possessed a sublime technique, Sunny possessed a myriad of them. He was able to shift from one style to another effortlessly, dancing like a shapeless shadow, making it difficult to predict and prevent his next move. The cruel sight danced with him, swiftly changing its form from a somber spear to a mirror sword and jumping between his 4 hands. Sunny had dismissed the midnight shard, knowing that it would not be able to withstand the immolating heat of divine flames shrouding his enemy's arms. He relied on his versatility and deception to keep himself alive under the ferocious assault of the monstrous Ascended. And through all of it, he was observing how she moved, how her shadow moved, how they fought, how they reacted. Shadow Dance was slowly absorbing the war maiden's sublime battle style, thus making her incredible technique more transparent and predictable. The process was helped by the fact that Sunny had recognized the same foundation in it that he had witnessed when Effie attacked him earlier. The two were a master and a pupil after all. For now, Sunny was locked into a desperate defense, with no hope of launching an effective attack of his own. It seemed as though his death was only a matter of time, but in reality, he was just biding his time, waiting for the right moment to deliver a single but singularly inescapable strike. And soon enough, that moment came. Sunny was battered and beaten. The onyx surface of the mantle of the underworld cracked and glowing orange in several places, as if on the verge of melting. His reserves of essence were almost empty, and his breathing was labored and arduous. One of his horns was broken, or rather cut cleanly, the edges turned glossy and black by the indescribable heart of the war maiden's fiery palm. But then, he suddenly saw it. An opportunity. There was probably not going to be another one of those in this dire fight. As the white-haired warrior raised her hand to deliver another terrible strike, he suddenly turned the blade of the cruel sight slightly, so that it faced the enemy with the flat side. And then, Sunny activated the light-eater enchantment of the somber spear, turning its blade into a source of bright, radiant sunlight. The war maiden had used her aspect to adjust her eyes to the darkness, and for that reason, a sudden flash of daylight blinded her, while Sunny remained unaffected by it. He was relying on his shadow sense to move around anyway. His enemy was only blinded for a second, but in the battle at their level, 1 second might as well have been an eternity. Simply losing her sight would not have made the war maiden defenseless, of course. A warrior like her would have been taught how to fight with her eyes closed. And indeed, she instantly shifted her body and moved her hands, preparing to deflect the most probable attacks. Unfortunately for her, Sunny had already gained enough insight into her style to know exactly what these movements would be. And so, he knew how to slip through them. One of his hands suddenly shot forward, the clawed gauntlet shattering a piece of stone protecting the woman's neck. The other followed, passing through the momentary gap in the magical carapace, and ripping her throat apart. A strange sound escaped from the war maiden's lips. Her eyes widened, the white radiance burning in them growing dimmer. For some reason, Sunny felt himself be disturbed by that sight. The whirlwind of stone shards surrounding the maiden's powerful body rained to the ground. Can't be. A shadow. With that, the fearsome leader of the Red Sect fell to her knees, life draining through the terrible wound on her neck. All it took to kill her was one calculated, treacherous strike. Before the spell spoke, Sunny hesitated for a moment, then leaned down and whispered, "Find peace within me. This is the mercy of shadow." A few moments later, after Sunny spoke, the spell whispered into his ear, "You have slain an ascended human, war maiden Hilda. Your shadow grows stronger." He took a step back and grunted, pain and exhaustion permeating his battered body. "Why don't I feel happy?" Sunny did not mean to say those words aloud. With a frown, he pulled his gaze away from the corpse of the valiant maiden, briefly glanced at the emerald amulet grasped in one of his hands, and hid it back under the cracked breastplate of the mantle of the underworld. It was not every day that he achieved a victory in a battle against an ascended. He should have been celebrating. But really, Sunny was not too fond of killing humans. At least those whom he did not hate. Feeling pain travel through his scorched body and observing the sorry state of the mantle, he activated its living stone enchantment and saw the stone-like metal start to restore itself. He also sensed most of his remaining essence flow through the armor, disappearing as it empowered the process. With a sigh, Sunny leaned on the cruel sight and looked around warily. He was not in the best shape, and the battle was not over. It wasn't time to celebrate yet. To his right, Saint was entangled with the red-haired ascended, their weapons weaving a fearsome pattern of destruction across the remains of the great hall. The patient avenger was glowing with an angry orange radiance, and her stone sword was surrounded with flames. Augmented by the cold steel enchantment of the shield, it was somehow resisting the scarlet odachi. However, the blade of the sword was covered by numerous nicks and cracks, as if it was seconds away from falling apart. The body of the war maiden, meanwhile, was washed in blood but free of any wound, betraying the fact that she had been able to heal all the damage dealt to her by Saint. To his left, Serpent and Nightmare were fighting the two identical ascendeds. One, surprisingly, was already on the floor, the black steed stomping viciously on her chest with adamantine hooves. The sight of it was both disturbing and frightening, even though Sunny knew that the dreadful horse was on his side. The second maiden was entangled in a furious battle with Soul Serpent, her enchanted spear flashing through the air and leaving deep gashes on the Stygian scales of the giant snake. Despite Serpent's advantage in size and might, the woman was too swift, cunning, and skilled to allow herself to be caught by its coils. What's worse, her weapon seemed to be able to follow the enemy into the shadows, striking at Serpent even when it dove into them to ensnare her. The black-haired warrior was truly terrifying. To be able to resist both an ascended demon and an awakened terror at the same time, even after being damaged by the strike of thunder and the explosion of the chalice, was something only the most fearsome masters of the waking world would have been able to do, if any. However, her luck had run out. Because today, she met Sunny. Stepping through the shadows, he appeared behind the maiden and struck her in the back, not at all concerned with how cowardly and dishonorable such an attack was, or would have been considered by some people, rather. Honor was for fools, and while Sunny knew himself to behave like a fool on occasion, he was at least immune to this particular kind of foolishness. The blade of the cruel sight pierced the heart of the brave war maiden and flashed with white incandescence of divine flames for a split second, dealing devastating damage to everything it touched. The woman died instantly, without even realizing who had killed her. At the same time, her second copy finally succumbed to Nightmare's hooves and stopped moving, her body a terrifying mess of torn flesh and broken bones. A moment later, it shimmered with a dark red glow and disappeared. The spell spoke. "You have slain an ascended human, War Maiden Guvenravir. Your shadow grows stronger." One more left. Regretting his decision to not let the serpent finish off the ascended, thus replenishing his now empty reserves of essence, Sunny gritted his teeth and turned his head to glance at Saint. However, at that moment, the voice of the spell suddenly resounded once again. "You have slain an ascended human, War Maiden Kara. Your shadow grows stronger." What he saw was the War Maiden's decapitated body toppling to the floor, the taciturn knight standing above it with a shattered sword in her hand. The length of its stone blade, what remained of it at least, was painted crimson, heavy drops falling down from it. Saint remained motionless for a few moments, then glanced at her broken sword with regret. Her shoulders moved slightly, as if the shadow sighed. Dropping the shattered blade, she then bent down and nonchalantly picked up the scarlet odachi that slipped from the Ascended's fingers. Finally, the taciturn demon brandished the odachi and turned around to look in the direction of the entrance to the Great Hall. "What is she looking at?" Sunny frowned, then suddenly shivered. "Oh, right. Effie and Kai." He spun, remembering that his friends were currently facing off against a dozen of powerful awakened warriors. However, he didn't have to worry. The War Maidens, almost all of them, were already dead. Kai was just about to finish off the last one. The young man was clad in beautiful armor forged out of white steel and gold, wielding a swift saber. His battle skills seemed to have improved tremendously since their time on the Forgotten Shore. Those months in the army of the Ivory City must have taught him a lot. Effie was done with her share of enemies as well. The little girl was now wearing a familiar bronze armor, the white chiton beneath it replaced by the red silken tunic of the War Maidens. The dusk shard was also there, on her hand. However, now the heavy round shield was almost the size of her entire body. Just then Kai dodged a strike of his opponent, hovered above the floor at an impossible angle, and delivered an unexpected thrust to the War Maiden's abdomen. A moment later, Effie slammed into her with the dusk shard. The female warrior fell to the ground, either dead or dying. Suddenly, the devastated hall of the Temple of the Chalice was enveloped in silence. The three of them, Sunny, Kai, and Effie, stared at each other with confused expressions on their faces. It was all over. Have they really won? Surrounded by devastation, Sunny, Kai, and Effie stared at each other with confused expressions on their faces. Their weapons were still raised, ready to strike at the enemies. However, there were no enemies around. Just dead silence. Sunny tensely studied the devastated hall, then slowly pulled out the emerald amulet and looked at the little girl with a silent question written on his face. Effie, tell me, is there, perhaps, a slumbering saint somewhere in the temple? She frowned, then shook her head. Sunny was genuinely perplexed. Maybe there is an indescribable horror that had been contained by the chalice, and we have set it free, or an ancient curse. The little girl wiped the sweat off her bruised face, then said in her soft, childish voice, "Not that I know of. No, there are no horrors. Or curses." Sunny blinked a couple of times. So what? We really won? Just like that? Effie stared at him for a bit, and then yelped in outrage. What the hell do you mean by just like that? We just wiped out 100 vicious awakened battle zealots, and you yourself killed 3 ascended champions. Not to mention destroying the chalice, which was supposed to be indestructible, by the way. Was that not hard enough for you, you crazy demon? He tilted his head a little and thought about it. Well, when you put it like that, I guess it was a bit hard. The 3 of them, especially Sunny, had indeed achieved something remarkable just now. But it still felt weird. He didn't even lose a single limb, body part, or heart. Well, he did lose half of a horn. That had to count for something, probably. Sunny scowled. That victory had not been easy. In fact, it had been the opposite of that. However, it had not been as costly as he would have expected it to be. 3. Ascended were no joke, let alone as fearsome as the war maidens had been. Granted, they had faced him after being mangled by the strike of thunder and the consequent explosion of the chalice. And he had only been able to damage the chalice, thus allowing the divine flame contained within to destroy it, because of his insight into how true sorcery worked. So, in a sense, this victory was the result of those months Sunny had spent barely surviving in the Red Colosseum, as well as his trials in the countless nightmares that gifted him his 3rd shadow. And more than a bit of luck. He sighed, then asked dubiously, "So what? We can just go?" Effie looked around, her gaze lingering on the corpse of the white-haired maiden for a few seconds. Her little face turned somber, and then she simply shrugged. "Unless you want to get roasted even more by the divine flames, I suggest we do." Kai, who had been silent this whole time, looked around as well. His gaze, however, seemed to be aimed at something beyond the walls of the devastated hall. Then he lowered his head, his eyes turning dark. The young man lingered for a few moments, and then said in a low, hoarse voice, Are there other children that were being trained in the sect? Do we need to take them with us?" Sunny froze, then scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. "Oh yes, I did not think about that. The war maidens were known to take in orphaned girls, right? Where are they?" He wasn't too happy about the prospect of taking care of a bunch of kids, especially since he had just slaughtered their previous caretakers. But the idea of leaving them here did not sit right with Sunny, whether or not they were just phantasms of the nightmare. Noctis would end up having to deal with settling the children in the sanctuary, anyway. Effie's childish face slowly turned still, and she briefly glanced down, in the direction where Kai had been looking a few moments ago. She turned away and said in a strangely even tone, There were a few other girls with me before, indeed. But they didn't make it." She dismissed the dusk shard, then bent down to pick up one of the swords laying on the stones. The war maidens were not bad people, you see. At least not at the start of it all, but somewhere along the way the sect changed. By the time the girl whose body I took over ended up with them, it was as though everyone here had gone insane. She walked to the next corpse, stared at it with strange darkness in her eyes, and then picked up another weapon. They were obsessed with the idea of creating a warrior capable of slaying someone called Solvane. So their training, what they called training anyway, had grown vicious, cruel, and inhumanly hard. Of all the girls subjected to it, only a handful survived. In this batch, I was the only one. Effie sighed, then stopped, staring once again at the body of the white-haired war maiden with a complicated expression. Strange, isn't it? It was not like they hated us. On the contrary, they seemed to care about their wards a great deal. Didn't stop them from killing us, though. She remained silent for a bit and then added, and despite the fact those girls were being tormented and killed, it didn't stop them from loving their killers. Humans are very weird that way, huh? The little girl was silent for a few moments, then suddenly smiled. So yeah, I would like to get out of this place very much. If there is nothing else, let's just go. Sunny hesitated, then silently motioned to Kai to come closer to Effie. She was putting on a brave face, but he could sense that beneath it, the huntress was deeply disturbed by what had happened to her in this temple, and what they had done to the temple themselves. Then he turned around and headed for what remained of the stone chalice. As he got closer, the heat of the divine flame grew almost unbearable. Sunny once again activated the enchantment of the memory of fire and the augmentation of the underworld armament, then moved carefully between the burning shards of stone. In the spot where the chalice had stood before, surrounded by a ring of flames, a simple knife made of a piece of ghostly glass lay, reflecting the furious white light of the fire. Because of the shape and position of the deep fractures that had spread through the cracked floor, it seemed as though the glass blade had been the epicenter of the terrible explosion. There was not a simple blemish on its surface, though. Sunny lingered for a moment, then leaned forward and picked up the glass knife. It was light and cool to the touch, just how he remembered it. Just to make sure, Sunny glanced beneath the surface of the glass blade and froze for a moment, transfixed by the sight of a single string of fate encased within it, looping endlessly on itself. Even if he had not seen that knife in one of his nightmares, he would have instantly recognized it for what it was. The key to an immortal's death. The Ivory Lord's death. He had found it. Outside of the now empty Temple of the Chalice, the dawn was slowly painting the world in a beautiful shade of lilac. Sunny was sitting on the ground, staring at a scarlet odachi and a spear with a blade etched with runes that lay on the ground in front of him. Kai had dismissed his armor and was standing nearby, his wooden mask charred and blackened by the heat of the divine flames. His gaze was distant. Effie was also close. She was standing in front of a pile of weapons, some of them whole, some broken and melted by the fire. Despite her exhaustion and injuries, the little girl, whose body was almost entirely covered by bruises and lacerations, was picking up one weapon after another, then thrusting them into the rocky ground with somber determination. The graveyard of swords surrounding the temple was slowly growing thanks to her efforts. Sunny observed Effie for a while, then sighed. He did not see a lot of sense in leaving so many enchanted weapons behind, even if most of them were only equivalent to awakened memories. However, he was also not going to stop the girl from performing the wasteful ritual, as long as it gave her some closure, or whatever it was she was seeking by performing the strange burial. It gave him food for thought, however. In the future, he knew, there was no such graveyard around the ruined Temple of the Chalice, which meant that no one had done this last mercy for the war maidens slaughtered in the Great Hall. Was that the reason they had turned into vengeful wraiths, perhaps? Maybe. Or maybe the swords had just been stolen or destroyed at some point later in time. He had not seen the rest of the graveyard in the future as well, after all. So then, what exactly was the connection between the nightmares and the dream realm? Before, Sonny had been sure that nightmares were simply recreations of the past. Now, however, he was not so certain. After all, the Temple of the Chalice was destroyed in the same exact manner as it had been in the future, which meant that he had always been the one to destroy it. The seed of nightmare was a portal to the actual past. Sonny scowled, then shook his head. No, this didn't make any sense. If that was true, then too many things would have been changed in the waking world every time an awakened conquered their nightmare. The connection was too easy to spot. All he had to do was to go and carve his name into one of the menhirs of the sanctuary, then check if it had actually appeared outside the seed. People weren't fools. They would have known by now. Nightmares were almost certainly simply recreations of the past of the dream realm, and not the actual thing. However, the coincidence of how the Temple of the Chalice had ended up was too glaring to be natural. Logically, the appearance of awakened from the waking world should have changed the course of events that had happened in the past completely. And yet, it had not. At least not yet. He could think of two explanations for that, one far less frightening than the other. The first explanation was that this was a simple case of his knowledge of the future informing his actions in the past. Sonny had thought of destroying the chalice because he had already seen it destroyed in the future, and so the cycle had been complete without any ominous reasons, just due to a logical connection. The second explanation was far more concerning, at least to Sonny. He knew more about fate than most people. He knew how hard it was to change it, let alone escape its stranglehold completely. So what? What if fate had a pull on all things, had influence over all of existence, and pushed everything, everywhere, in a certain direction? To a certain conclusion, no less. If so, the details of what happened could potentially change, but the end would inevitably and inescapably be the same. That was a thought that terrified Sonny beyond belief. He had proclaimed fate to be his sworn enemy after all, and now that enemy seemed more fearsome than ever. With a grim expression, he glanced at Effie one more time, then rose from the ground and walked over to the pile of weapons, picking one of them up and thrusting it into the ground. The girl was breathing heavily, her little body seemingly on the verge of collapse. Nevertheless, she glanced at Sonny with a stubborn expression. "What are you doing?" Sonny picked up another sword and shrugged. "Helping. You must be hungry, are you not? The sooner we are done with this, the sooner you can eat. Everyone wins, no?" Effie hesitated for a bit, then turned away and nodded slowly. Together they continued to bury the swords of the maidens in the rocky soil, with Kai soon joining them. Before too long, the pile of weapons had disappeared, joining the countless swords surrounding the empty, silent temple. Sonny did not know if what they had done was going to change fate, even a little bit, but he hoped ardently that it would. The next morning, the inhabitants of the sanctuary saw a very peculiar thing. A man in a wooden mask, and with skin that resembled tree bark, effortlessly landed on the soft grass of the island, his tall figure covered by a fitting silk garment. A moment later, a towering four-armed demon climbed from beneath the island and joined him. However, that was not all. There was a scrawny girl of about 11 or 12 years of age sitting on the shoulders of the demon, holding his horns with her little hands and swinging her skinny legs wildly. "Gee, up! Faster!" Listening to Effie laugh, Sonny gritted his teeth, then said with irritation, "Can you stop swinging your legs? I'm not a horse, damn it." The huntress did not listen, so he grabbed her legs with two of his forehands and held them in place, which was not easy to do, considering the little girl's monstrous strength. "Ouch, my bruises." Effie made a pitiful face and whimpered. "Oh no, please don't hurt me, Uncle Demon. I'll be good, I promise. I'll try to recover from the beatings faster. You don't need to get angry." As the people stared at the girl's terribly bruised body with dark expressions, then looked at Sonny angrily, he hissed, "I didn't. She's not. You stop it right now, Effie. That is not funny." The little girl threw her head back and laughed again, then leaned down with a mischievous smile. "Yes, of course. Whatever you say, Uncle." After that, she glanced at the tall menhirs of the sanctuary and lingered for a few moments, then whispered quietly into his ear. "So, let me get this straight. Everyone in this nightmare was driven insane by the demon of desire, and to conquer it, we need to set her free, with the help of a mad transcendent sorcerer who wants to defy the gods, start a war against the other 4 chain lords, and kill them. And it was that guy Noctis who sent you to the Temple of the Chalice. He is the one we are here to see?" Sunny looked forward with a dark expression on his bestial face, and then growled. "More or less. We have a thing or two to discuss with him." He paused for a moment before adding, murderous flames igniting in his eyes. "Because I am pretty sure that Noctis, that rotten bastard, has swindled me again." The 3 of them entered the sanctuary, crossed the beautiful garden, and entered the sorcerer's residence through a familiar wooden door, Effie still sitting on Sunny's shoulders with a curious expression on her childish face. The rooms within, however, had changed since the last time Sunny had seen them. The luxurious furniture was gone, as well as beautiful decorations covering the walls. Instead, all that met them was barren stone, with a few broken sailor dolls laying on it, their limbs disassembled and laid out around the bodies like macabre pieces of art. The floor of the whole central chamber was covered by a circle made out of a myriad of runes, powerful currents of soul essence flowing through it and dissipating into the ancient stones. Noctis was sitting in the center of the circle, his eyes closed. Without the familiar, carefree smile, his beautiful face seemed ominous and strangely terrifying. Hearing their footsteps, the sorcerer slowly exhaled. The crushing flood of essence slowly thinned, and then dissipated, retreating back into his body. He turned his head slightly and opened his eyes, which shone in the darkness for a moment, as though full of pale moonlight. Then, they slowly turned human again, and Noctis smiled, returning to his usual laid-back persona so suddenly that it seemed almost disturbing. "Ah, Sunless, my friend, you are back. Sit down, have a drink. Welcome." He stood up and outstretched a hand as if trying to gesture at a set of comfortable seats. Then, a surprised expression appeared on the Transcendent's face, and he looked around the empty hall with a bit of confusion. "Oh, right. I've been remodeling." Noctis sighed, then clapped his hands together. "Well, no matter. Dolls. Bring my guests something to drink. They must be parched after their journey." His voice echoed around the residence. However, nothing happened. He hesitated, then glanced at the broken mannequins lying on the floor and awkwardly shifted his feet. "Ah, how unfortunate." The sorcerer shook his head, then shrugged and looked at the 3 of them with a smile. "Anyway, welcome." He tilted his head and stared at Effie, then blinked a couple of times. "Ah, you have brought a child with you. How curious. It doesn't bite, does it?" Sunny frowned. But before he could speak, Effie blurted with feigned outrage. "I am not a child. I am 12. Almost." Noctis stared at her with doubt. "It speaks. How bizarre." Sunny slowly inhaled, then said evenly, "This child is called Effie. She is the friend I have told you about." The sorcerer's polite smile remained glued to his face. He stared at Effie some more, then furtively glanced at Kai. "So, one of your friends is a cripple you randomly stumbled upon in my sanctuary, and the other one is a small child?" Sunny nodded grimly. Noctis rubbed his chin, and then cautiously said, "Sunless, are you utterly sure that you did not just invent having friends? To make me value our own beautiful friendship more, perhaps? If so, let me assure you, I value it a great deal already. There's no need for you to feel insecure, just because you are not as beautiful, wealthy, wise, generous, and delightful to be around as me." Sunny gritted his teeth and then hissed furiously, "I am. Wait, I mean, I am sure that I did not invent them. Are you sure that you really want to know the truth about me and my friends? Noctis raised his eyebrows with a sincere look on his face. Well, of course. Sunny stared at him for a few moments and then said, in that case, my friends and I are not actually a demon, a cripple, and a small child. We are humans from a distant future whose souls were sent here by a nearly almighty entity known as the Nightmare Spell, after the gods had died and this whole world had been destroyed. Oh, and this place? It is not real. You are not real too. All of it is just a complicated illusion created by the spell to test us three. No, us five, actually. That's the honest truth. The sorcerer looked at him with wide eyes. Then he sighed, shook his head, and uttered in a hurt tone, Sunless. There's no need to weave such stupid lies to mock me. If you don't want to tell me, you don't have to. He pursed his lips and turned away. So childish. I take it all went well then? Sunny flinched, then cleared his throat and remained silent for a couple of seconds. Finally, he said in an even tone, well, actually, not exactly. We did retrieve Effie and the knife, but Noctis looked at him with surprise. But what? Sunny coughed. We sort of destroyed the chalice and killed all the war maidens. The sorcerer stared at him in shock. You did what? Kai sighed and then strained his vocal cords to speak. We were left with no other choice. The maidens were willing to give us a chance to earn the right to take the glass knife away, but they would have never let Effie go. That was a tenet of their sect. So, the sect had to go instead. Noctis stared at them with wide eyes, his face turning deathly pale. He swayed a little and then yelped. But what do you mean you killed all the maidens? How did you manage to kill them? What about their transcendent sect leader? Did you kill her too? The three of them looked at each other with confusion. Then Effie cautiously spoke up. The venerable foremother, who was the last transcendent of the Red Sect, died like 200 years ago. There were no other transcendents among the maidens since. The sorcerer blinked a couple of times. Wait, really? Huh, so she just went and died? How pedestrian. Sunny stared at him, aghast. Did that fool? Did he really forget that real people had a habit of dying from time to time, unlike his own immortal self? How insane could that charlatan really be? But then he had to stop himself. No, that was not right. Noctis was no fool. He just enjoyed playing one. There was no chance that the immortal would not have known whether or not there were transcendents living in his territory. Which could only mean one thing. Sunny took a step forward and growled, Do not insult us. You knew perfectly well that there were no transcendents in the Temple of the Chalice, and you also knew that you could have easily obliterated that whole place and taken the glass knife if you wanted to. We three are formidable as far as awakened go, but not nearly as formidable to be able to do something that a chain lord would not have been able to. He glared at the immortal and said, the emerald amulet almost cracking in his fist. So Noctis, my friend, why don't you tell me the real reason for why you really sent me and Kai there instead of going yourself? And be very careful about what you say, because our beautiful friendship might depend on your answer. Noctis remained silent for a while, looking at him with an unreadable expression. Then he sighed and waved a hand. All right. If you want to be boring, I'll tell you the truth. No need to get angry. He clapped his hands again, and the disassembled sailor dolls suddenly rose from the floor, their limbs flying up and connecting to the wooden torsos. Then, one of them disappeared for a moment and returned with a silver goblet full of fragrant wine, presenting it to the sorcerer with frightened reverence. The others backed away and froze, standing silently near the walls. Noctis took the goblet, took a sip, and looked away with a somber expression on his exquisite face. Yes, it is true that I could have retrieved the knife, saved your friend, and destroyed the Temple of the Chalice myself. That would not have been too hard. with or without the transcendent guarding it. However, he stared west, his eyes turning dark. If I made such a move myself, the other four would have learned of it. Then they would have understood why I made it and what I'm going to do next as well. They will know my intentions eventually, of course. But now is not the time. Not yet. Revealing it all now would be troublesome. Sunny scowled, then briefly glanced at Kai. The archer was looking west too, his shoulders tense. The ivory city lay to the west. The red Colosseum too. He hesitated and then said in a grim tone, "So you can't act openly out of the fear that the other chain lords will unite to attack you?" Noctis turned to him and smiled. "Fear? No, nothing that whimsical. It is simply a matter of convenience. You see, until—" Suddenly the sorcerer grew silent. His face turned grave, and his eyes shined with a glint of distant moonlight. This time it was not a performance. Sunny could feel that something had really gone wrong, because the whole room inexplicably changed, becoming much darker, colder and full of dire tension. Noctis slowly turned his head and whispered, his voice stunned and solemn. Something changed. No, it can't be." He looked toward the doors and then added with a grim expression, "We have another guest, I think. A messenger from the north." The sorcerer seemed shaken. No, more than that. He seemed deeply troubled by something. Noctis stared at the door for a few moments, then frowned and said, his voice devoid of any emotion, "Let us go and see who is knocking on my door, then." With that, he drained his goblet, threw it aside, and walked toward the exit. Sunny, Effie, and Kai glanced at each other, then followed along. No matter who it was that had come to the sanctuary, they were currently enjoying the sorcerer's hospitality, so the identity of the new arrival concerned them too. Who could have affected Noctis that much? Or was the change he had spoken about the real reason for this strange behavior, while the appearance of a guest just happened to coincidence with it? They were going to find out soon. Together, the four of them, 3 awakened and an immortal saint, crossed the garden of the sanctuary and walked between the ancient menhirs to the field of grass beyond. There, an elegant figure waited for them, dressed in an austere black garment. It was a young woman none of them recognized. The young woman was tall and slender, with pale skin and lustrous raven-black hair that moved gently in the wind. Her face possessed an almost otherworldly beauty to it, its lines full of solemn grace and splendor. However, that lovely face was blemished by a stark flaw. Her eyes were covered by a simple strip of black cloth, the same color as the dress she wore. The contrast between the austere black dress and the flawless white skin, between the softness of her captivating face and the severity of the crude blindfold, created a tantalizing, ominous, and slightly disturbing sight. However, Sunny was not paying attention to the young woman's sublime beauty or to her dress. Instead, his eyes were glued to a single detail. There was a leather belt tied around the beautiful stranger's slender waist, and on it hung a black scabbard. He recognized the hilt of the blade encompassed within in an instant. "Quiet, quiet, dancer. Cassie!" For a moment, Sunny was overwhelmed by a feeling of profound, boundless relief. She was alive. Cassie was alive. All of them were. And now, despite all the dire trials of this harrowing nightmare, the 4 of them were finally reunited. It was as though a terrible weight that had been crushing his heart all this time, without him knowing, was suddenly lifted. Sunny felt Effie's grip on his horns grow tighter, and glanced at Kai to see that the young man's eyes were shining behind the wooden mask. The 2 of them had recognized Cassie too, and were sharing in his glee. However, a moment later, Sunny's elation was gone. He remembered how and why they appeared in this field of grass to meet Cassie, and looked at Noctis with concern. The sorcerer still had an ashen face, and unlike them, he did not have any warm feelings toward the blind girl. The situation was still strange and dangerous. As if sensing his gaze, Noctis frowned, then looked at the beautiful woman with a dark expression and asked coldly, "An eyeless of the Night Temple, isn't it terribly far for a blind priestess like you to travel south all alone? Speak, girl. What do you want?" Cassie lingered for a moment, then bowed slightly. When she spoke, her unfamiliar voice sounded deep and pleasant. She said, "Greetings, Lord Noctis. I bring a message from my mistress, the one in the north." The sorcerer grimaced. "Oh, yeah? What does that dreadful woman want from me?" The blind girl remained silent for a few moments, then lowered her head slightly. "She doesn't want anything, Lord Noctis. My mistress, Lady of the North, blessed of the black skies, is dead." Noctis swayed slightly, as if struck. He stared at Cassie with a pale face, then raised a trembling hand and silently grasped his neck. After a few moments, he spoke again. "What are you talking? What is the message she sent, exactly?" The blind girl was still looking down. Without raising her head, she answered evenly, "Just these 3 words. I am dead." The sorcerer scoffed. "It takes weeks to get from the Night Temple to the sanctuary on foot, if one can even make it alive. Was she dead when she sent you, huh?" Cassie silently shook her head. "No, she was alive." Noctis gritted his teeth in outrage. That woman, so insufferable. If she knew she was going to die, she could have said more than 3 words at least. After everything we shared. She just had to be frustrating till the very end. Despite the sorcerer's irritated tone, Sunny could tell that Noctis was deeply aggrieved by the stunning news Cassie had brought, as if he had not been planning to kill the one in the north himself all along. The immortals were very strange people indeed. But Sunny was stunned himself. One of the chain lords was already dead? Just like that? After 1,000 years of solemn duty, someone had managed to kill the undying transcendent without alerting the other 4? Suddenly, a feeling of unease grasped his heart. If not one of the chain lords, then who could have killed the ruler of the Night Temple? Who else possessed one of the 7 knives? He knew of only one person. As if reading his thoughts, Noctis stared at Cassie and asked, his voice trembling with anger. "So who was it? Who killed her? Sylvain? Or the Ivory Lord?" The blind girl slowly shook her head. "Neither. It was a creature that came from the fog." The sorcerer chuckled. "I see. So the ivory knife fell into the hands of one of those. She could have saved herself, if she had only wanted. But she grew indifferent to things like that a long time ago, didn't she? That was her madness." Noctis remained silent for a while, and then suddenly asked, his eyes glinting with his own madness. "So then, the North is in disarray, the Night Temple is without a leader, and its army needs a new commander? Thousands of soldiers, hundreds of awakened warriors, all hoping to find someone to serve and protect their families. Right?" Cassie lingered for a moment, then shook her head again. "No." Noctis raised an eyebrow. "What? Why not?" She straightened, then answered simply, "They are also dead." The sorcerer blinked a couple of times. "Huh? Who is dead?" The young woman remained still as she said, her voice calm and even. "Everyone. The soldiers, the priestesses, the awakened, the families. Everyone is dead, and the northern reach stands empty. The creature took them all." Everyone seemed stunned into a grave silence by these words. Even Noctis, who must have heard and seen a lot during his long life. Frozen, Sunny stared at Cassie, his lightless pupils narrowing into 2 vertical slits. Everyone was dead? Everyone? Had Mordred slaughtered an entire region? Thousands of people, or even tens of thousands. Mundane humans, awakened, ascended, even the transcendent Lady of the North herself? Suddenly, a cold shiver ran down his spine. Sonny knew, of course, that the Prince of Nothing, the owner of the friendly voice he had heard once in the darkness of a bottomless abyss, was formidable, and would have grown more formidable still after being sent into the body of a terror. He also knew that Mordred was not completely of sound mind, and that the influence of hope would have only exacerbated that subtle fissure. But a slaughter on such scale. He had never even thought that Mordred would be capable of committing something like that. And why? What goal was the banished prince pursuing? He was never cruel without a cold and calculated reason, or at least he had not been, in the past. Every monstrous act that Mordred had perpetrated before was full of perverse but deliberate practicality. How could something like that be practical? Even forming a seventh core would not have demanded a hecatomb of that magnitude. Sonny really did not know how to feel. On one hand, the news of a chain lord's demise was beneficial for his plans. In that sense, the Prince of Nothing had already accomplished more to conquer the nightmare than the four of them combined. But on the other hand, Sonny just couldn't help but feel uneasy about it, about Mordred. What was the Son of Valor planning? His thoughts were interrupted by Noctis, who let out a deep sigh. Everyone is dead. Ah, I barely remember the last time something like that happened. But when I was young, at the dawn of the Age of Heroes, things like that were rather common. You wouldn't remember, I guess. That is what happens when human champions grow unfit for their duty. He looked away with a dark expression and then added in a grim tone, "And we, the champions of this kingdom, have been unfit for quite a while now, if the lords can even be called champions. Still, come to think of it, I am surprised that this had not happened sooner." He sighed again, then shrugged and turned to Cassie, seemingly having no desire to elaborate on this strange statement. "Thank you for delivering this message, girl. If everyone in the north is dead, that makes you the last one, then?" The blind woman lingered for a moment, then nodded. Noctis pursed his lips. "Ah, well, I am very sorry. For what it is worth, you are welcome to stay here in my sanctuary. This is a place for those who are lost, lonesome, and have nowhere else to go. Don't hesitate to ask if you need anything." He turned away as if losing any interest in the conversation, but at that moment, Cassie suddenly spoke. "Actually, there is indeed something that I need." The sorcerer stopped, then looked at her with a slight frown and asked with a bit of surprise, "Really? Oh, then tell me. I am sure I'll be able to help." The beautiful young woman placed a hand on the hilt of her rapier, and then said, her voice deep and pleasant, "I am looking for my friends. I wonder if you would be able to help me find them, Lord Noctis." Noctis blinked a couple of times, then glanced at Sonny, Kai, and Effie with a strange expression on his face. Finally, he answered in a cautious tone, "Of course, gladly. But, do you, perhaps, not know how your friends look, where they are, and what they are called? If so, finding them will be difficult." Cassie tilted her head, remained silent for a few moments, and then answered with a bit of confusion, "Why would I not know? I am looking for a four-armed demon, a cripple with a grating voice and a little girl. Their names are Sunless, Nightingale, and Raised by Wolves. They should be here in your sanctuary, my lord, or at least visited it not too long ago." Noctis smiled radiantly. "You would, wouldn't you? Not knowing something like that would be very strange. Gods, finally, someone normal. A four-armed demon, you say? A Huh." The sorcerer's voice trailed off, and then he slowly turned to Sonny, seemingly struggling to say anything else. Before he managed to speak again, however, there was a sound of little feet pattering on soft grass, and a small figure collided with the young woman, hugging her with inhuman strength. "Cassie, you're alive!" Despite the fact that the blind young woman could perceive several seconds into the future and had to have known that Effie was going to tackle her, A bewildered expression still appeared on her beautiful face. She remained frozen for a few seconds, and then hesitantly lowered a hand to pat the little girl on the head. Yes, I am. I am happy to see you too, Effie." The little girl stared up at Cassie and then made a pouty face. "What the hell, Cassie? How is this fair? Sunny was short but became tall. Kai was pretty but became hideous, and let's not talk about that. But you were pretty before and became even prettier now. The injustice." The young woman smiled gently and then tightly hugged the little girl. "Why? I think you became very pretty, too." Noctis stared at all this, then looked at Sunny with an inexplicable expression. The immortal sorcerer hesitated for a couple of seconds, and then cautiously asked, "Ah, Sunless, is this beautiful priestess one of your friends, too?" Sunny glanced at him, and then raised the emerald amulet. "Yes, the last friend I wanted to find. Her name is Song of the Fallen." Noctis remained silent for a while, then looked away and mumbled in a barely audible whisper. "By the moon. I guess I really need to improve my friend-making skills. Otherwise, I would not be able to call myself the friendliest man in all of the Kingdom of Hope anymore." Hearing that, Sunny smiled. He had a reason to. Their small cohort was finally back together. Soon, the four of them were gathered in Sunny's room. There was plenty of food on the table, and a kettle of fragrant tea. They had a peaceful meal, avoiding discussing anything important. But soon, it was time to have a serious discussion. None of the four seemed too excited about the idea, perhaps because doing so would mean revisiting their experiences in the nightmare and opening up wounds that had barely any time to heal. There were a lot of invisible scars each of them was hiding. None of the four had survived these 3 months unscathed. Effie looked at her empty plate for a few moments, and then sighed. "Can't we just have a few days off before getting to work? The world won't collapse if we take a small vacation." I think." Sunny glanced at his friends. The bruised girl, the cripple with a disfigured face, and a beautiful young woman whose empty eye sockets were covered by a black cloth, and slowly shook his head. "If we do, Noctis might grow impatient. I promise to give him an answer after I find my friends. He has already been gracious enough to abstain from killing me, putting my soul into a doll, or a mop, and ordering it to give him the knives. So, we better not linger." Cassie turned her head slightly and asked, her deep, pleasant voice still sounding strange and unfamiliar. "An answer? To what question?" Sunny grimaced, then looked away. "Right. All of you must have already understood what the conflict of this nightmare is. Hope, the demon of desire. Noctis is preparing to rebel against the will of the gods, kill the other immortals, and break her chains. And we have to either help him achieve his goal or somehow prevent Hope from escaping. The former seems insane, but the latter seems impossible, considering that she is already able to influence the world from inside her prison." He shivered, grew silent for a few moments, and then added, "Each of the immortals represents, or rather embodies, one of Hope's eternal shackles. They can only be destroyed by one of the sun god's knives. I am in possession of 2 of the remaining 4 knives. Noctis knows where the 3rd is being kept, and the 4th one is in the hands of Solvain, who will freely offer it to anyone who can grant her a worthy death. So, while his plan means going to war against 3 ancient saints, it is not entirely crazy, just mostly so." Sunny sighed, poured himself some tea, and concluded, "So we need to decide whether we want to help him in this craziness or not." Cassie nodded, seemingly not surprised by what he told them. Then she lingered for a moment and said, "Then first, we need to share everything we learned about the nightmare while we were apart. The more information we possess, the better informed our decision will be." Sunny took a sip of his tea and shrugged. That was what he wanted to do as well. He studied the faces of his companions and then gripped the emerald amulet tighter. In that case, I will begin, I guess. Effie, Kai, and Cassie turned to him, trying not to show how curious they really were. And who could blame them? Out of the four, Sunny's situation was indeed the most abnormal. He hesitated for a few moments and then spoke. As you might have noticed, the spell sent me into the body of a demon. A shadow demon, to be precise. I found myself far to the west, in the territory of the followers of war. Even worse, just seconds after coming to my senses, I stumbled upon a beautiful woman wearing red. That woman was Solvain, the transcendent priestess of War God. She easily overpowered me, but decided to keep me alive. Effie's eyes glistened when he mentioned Solvain. Kai, too, seemed to be shaken by that revelation. After all, he had been an officer of the army that was embroiled in a bloody war against Solvain's cult. To soldiers of the Ivory City, her name must have been synonymous with power, death, and horror. To them, Solvain was as much of a person as she was an ancient, terrifying myth. Sunny's face grew dark. After that, I found myself in the Red Colosseum, an ancient theater built by hope, which the warmongers had turned into a perverse temple of slaughter. There were thousands of nightmare creatures locked in its dungeons, as well as a few unlucky humans. Every day, we were forced to kill each other. Those who survived received the dubious honor of fighting against the warmongers themselves, and if we somehow prevailed, well, then we got to live another day, just to repeat the whole process come dawn. He remained silent for a while, and then added, 2 months. I spent 2 months in that purgatory. Of course, I would have succumbed to my wounds very fast if it wasn't for my partner, a captive young man from the Ivory City, Elias. His healing aspect kept me alive, and I kept him alive in the arena. Together we endured the slaughter day after day, week after week. Still, our days were numbered, so I kept searching for a way to escape. And after 2 months, I finally found it. Sunny touched the terrible scar on his neck and grinned. Turns out all I had to do was to trick our ascended jailer into chopping my head off. Free of the collar, I killed him and then got Elias to attach my head back. Kai, who was in the middle of taking a sip of tea, spat it out. What? Effie only remained silent because she was in the process of choking on a pastry. Her eyes, however, were similarly wide. Even Cassie seemed stunned. Sunny chuckled. Ah, you see. That transcended priestess, Solvain. Actually, I had already killed her once. She had been serving as the host body for a corrupted monster, the Firekeepers, and I had slain in the dream realm to capture the wreck of Noctis's flying ship. That was where I received an enchanted armor that allows its wearer to stay alive for as long as they have essence. I also had means of regaining essence, and so I was able to survive without a head long enough for Elias to heal me. Effie finally managed to swallow her pastry and glanced at Kai with wild eyes. Kai, tell me he's lying. Please. The young man blinked a couple of times, then solemnly shook his head. The little girl swore, then mumbled in a small voice. Crazy bastard. He's crazy. Sunny shrugged nonchalantly. What? That wasn't even the craziest part. Anyway, Elias and I almost managed to escape the Red Colosseum, but at the last moment we were intercepted by Solvain. That cursed fiend. The smile disappeared from his face and his black eyes flashed with cold hatred for a moment. She killed Elias, tore my heart out, and threw my body into the sky below. Luckily for me, this demon body has 2 hearts, which was why I didn't die immediately. Solvain either didn't know about that or did not care, thinking that the abyss would finish me off, but I survived and found my way back to the Isles, thanks to my memories. He sighed. I survived, but was not in the best shape, either physically or mentally. My one remaining heart was not enough to keep this body going, so I was effectively dying, albeit slowly. I made my way south, planning to eventually reach our rendezvous point in the east. However, before I could, I stumbled upon Noctis on the southern island. Sunny smiled bitterly. That mad bastard was very happy to see me. He thought that fate had brought us together. And who knows, maybe it did. We made a deal, he and I. Noctis would replace my missing heart, and I would learn the location of the glass knife from a terror that resided in the nearby fortress. That terror, you see, had belonged to one of the chain lords before. Had belonged to the shadow. So was there a better candidate to meet him than a shadow demon? He didn't speak for a while, then let out a heavy sigh. The problem was, the centuries of loneliness and being subjected to hope's poison had driven the creature mad. So it attacked me. That terror had power over dreams and nightmares, and he subjected me to a few hundred of those. In each one I was horribly tortured, experienced unimaginable sorrow, and was eventually killed. Luckily, I had forgotten most of those nightmares. Yeah, most of them. Sonny took a sip of tea, then shook his head. Anyway, eventually, I escaped from the nightmares as well, by breaking all of them, and then killed the terror. Noctis replaced my heart, as he had promised, and brought me to the sanctuary. Here I met Kai, and we went to retrieve the glass knife, and Effie, from the Temple of the Chalice. And here we are. He scratched the back of his head and then added thoughtfully, overall, I guess it could have been worse. Effie swore again, and then shoved another pastry into her mouth. She chewed furiously, and then hissed, sending crumbs flying across the table. What the hell could have been worse than that? Sonny stared at her for a moment and shrugged. I don't know. I could have been sent into a body of a worm. Or even worse, a child. Effie stared at him with no amusement whatsoever on her childish face, which only made her attempts to appear serious look more comical. Then she scowled and said evenly, "Wanna die?" Sonny shook his head with a grin, then went into more detail about the things he had learned, including various pieces of information he had gleaned in the nightmares, his experience with the warmongers, and his observations about Solvane and Noctis. When he was done, there was silence for a while. The others were digesting all the information he had shared with them, full of thought. Well, everyone except Effie. The somber silence was soon broken by the sound of loud chewing. The little girl swallowed a piece of meat pie, then blinked a couple of times, noticing that everyone was staring at her. Finally, she wiped the oil off her lips and said, "What? I'm a growing child, you know. I need to eat well to grow big." Then she wiped her oily fingers on the tablecloth and shrugged. "Well, anyway, I guess I'll go next." The little girl glanced at Sonny, made a face, and turned away. There's not much to tell anyway. My 3 months in the Temple of the Chalice were not at all as exciting as Sonny's wild misadventures. Although, her face suddenly grew dim and dark. They weren't very pleasant either. Effie sighed, lingered for a few moments, and spoke in a somber tone. Basically, I was sent into the body of one of the Red Sect's younger disciples, an orphan girl who had been entrusted to the maidens, for better or worse, but mostly worse. As I already said, their teachings had grown cruel and perverse over the centuries. Now that I know about how hope is manipulating everyone's desires, I finally understand why. That Solvane, she had been raised in the Red Sect too, a long time ago. The difference is, she managed to escape. But we didn't. The little girl trembled. I ran away once, early on, and managed to make it to the Iron Hand Island. But I was caught, and the punishment. At the time, they already knew that nothing they did to me would make me obedient. So they punished the others in my stead. After that, well, I did not try to escape again, at least while the other girls were still alive. Effie grew silent for a bit, then shrugged. So it was pretty boring. Just endless training. Battle training, essence training, body conditioning, and all that stuff. How to endure pain. How to endure fear. How to steel your will. How to be a perfect, merciless, lethal vessel of war. Of course, they were very inventive in their lessons. What better way to teach someone to endure pain than to torture them to the brink of death? Or over it, if the pupil is weak. The little girl's face turned distant. In the end, everyone turned out to be weak. Except for me. She took a bite out of her piece of meat pie, chewed it slowly, and then said, "One time they put me in a coffin and buried me alive for a few days, to teach me how to conquer the fear of darkness. These wretches, who said that I was afraid of darkness to begin with. So stupid. But mostly it was just combat training. They trained us ruthlessly. There's a lot you can achieve with a few awakened healers, and no regard for whether your disciples survive or not. If we broke a bone, the healers would put it back together and order us to continue. If we bled too much, well, you get the idea." Effie shook her head. The thing was, though, that I was getting it even worse than the rest. The girl whose body I took had the misfortune of awakening at a very young age, you see. So the maidens saw her as their promised chosen one, a prodigious warrior fated to slay Solvain and wash away the humiliation she had visited upon the sect, to avenge her sin and sacrilege. So they worked me harder than anyone else. The little girl looked away, then sighed. The weirdest part was that all the vile crap they did to us was done without any hint of hatred, malevolence, or bad intentions. On the contrary, the older maidens treated us like their little sisters, when they were not torturing and killing us, of course. My teacher, Hilda, I think she thought of me as her own daughter. She cared. A lot of good it did in the end. She hesitated for a moment and then grimaced. Well, anyway. Eventually, I was the only one left. Actually, I think they went harder on the other girls because of me. My presence reignited their fervor, I think. After everyone else died and the maidens had nothing else to hold over my head, I started planning my escape. I had no idea if I would survive it, but luckily, before I had the chance to find out, Sunny and Kai came and obliterated the whole sect. Cheers. Thanks, by the way. She nodded at them, and then stuffed her mouth with another piece of the pie, clearly unwilling to say anything else. Everyone remained silent, until Cassie leaned over and put her hand on the little girl's shoulder. She gripped it softly and said, "You did well, Effie. You did well to survive." Effie looked down, sighed, and then said darkly, "Ah, but this time, I didn't just want to survive. I wanted to save a few people too. But I failed. Who cares, though? I am really way too old to be this sentimental. Or maybe that hope already did a number on my brain. This is just a nightmare after all." Hearing a little girl proclaiming that she was too old to feel grief would have been funny, if it wasn't so sad. No one said anything, until Kai leaned back and sighed. Then, his grating voice resounded in the stone room, sending shivers running down Sunny's spine. "Well, in that case, I guess it is my turn. My story is not that long, though. I didn't do much." He glanced at his hands, with skin that had been replaced by polished tree bark, remained silent for a bit, and then added, "I only fought a dragon, and lost." Kai remained silent for a while, and then let out a heavy sigh. He looked away, picked up his charred wooden mask and stared at it for a few moments, then finally spoke. "I was sent into the body of a centurion of the Sun Legion, the army of the Ivory City. The city, you must have seen it when we entered the nightmare, rising from the ashes as the time flowed in reverse. It is a wondrous place, beautiful, peaceful, and full of life, with people who are warm, kind, and care deeply for their neighbors. Dozens of flourishing islands, all connected into a single whole by the aerial bridges and arching aqueducts built of white stone. The young man paused, grimaced, and took a sip of honey tea to smooth his aching vocal cords. Then he glanced at the mask again, lingered for a moment, and continued. At least that was what I thought, at the start of it. Looking back, I was terribly naive, but it was so easy to be misled by how the Ivory City and its people appeared, especially by the stark contrast between the splendor of that enchanting facade and the barefaced vileness of those who wished to destroy it. The merciless mad killers, warmongers. Kai shook his head. The people of the Ivory City are just like those we know in the waking world. They have the same values, the same ideals, the same regard for decency and human life. Now that I say it aloud, I realize they might be doing much better than us in that regard. My point is that they seemed nice. Their city was like a beautiful paradise, like a place that all human cities should strive to be. Was it so unexpected, then, that in this nightmare there was someone who wanted to destroy it? His eyes grew dim. The followers of the cult of glory, on the other hand, were exactly like what one would imagine the forces of evil to be. Merciless, cruel raiders that worshipped war, slaughter, and bloodshed, killing simply for the sake of killing. Their perverse fate, their zealous belief that by destroying the lives of innocent people they were delivering the gift of salvation to their victims. Murderers and madmen, each and every one of them. So you might understand why I was blinded to the truth. For a while, the young man took another sip of tea, then put down the mask and looked at them with a dark expression. In my naivete, I came to believe myself to be a hero of a grim fairy tale. A noble warrior tasked with protecting a beautiful paradise from the tide of evil. I mistakenly considered the fate of the Ivory City to be the true conflict of the nightmare, and so convinced myself that protecting it was what we had been sent here to do. Unable to abandon my duty and reluctant to become a deserter, I remained with the Sun Legion, thinking that sooner or later you guys will join me. Kai looked down and sighed heavily. And so very soon I became known as a hero of the Legion. His disfigured face contorted for a moment, but then the young man restrained his emotions and smiled bleakly. I know, that fact might sound surprising. Unlike the rest of you, I have never been a fearsome warrior. I have never been a dauntless leader of men as well. My only real act of bravery was facing the Spire messengers in the shadow of the Crimson Spire, and even then, I only survived because of Cassie. So, I was very surprised to find myself gaining fame and renown as a fearless battle commander. Kai looked at them, lingered for a moment, and then said with uncertainty, "The war between the Ivory City and the Red Colosseum, you see, has been going on for centuries. Its bloody tides come and go, like those of the sea. Sometimes only small skirmishes and raids happen for decades, and sometimes there are terrible battles happening every day. Sometimes only mundane soldiers and awakened officers fight each other, and sometimes ascended champions appear to sow devastation on the battlefield. Sometimes even the transcendent lords descend." He paused for a few moments, took a sip of tea, then continued in a neutral tone. "At the time, I found myself in the center of a sudden shift from a prolonged period of relative calm to the start of a massive offensive by the warmongers. And very early on, I discovered an unexpected truth." He glanced at them, thought for a second, as though carefully choosing his words, and said, "You see, I was always under the impression that warriors of this mythical era, when gods were still alive and magic permeated the world, were infinitely more knowledgeable, powerful, and proficient in battle than we humans of the waking world are. But as it turns out, that is not so. Maybe a long time ago, during what they call the Age of Heroes, they had been. But now, most of them are far less deadly than we have become, at least those of us who had been forged and tempered by the Forgotten Shore." Sonny raised an eyebrow, surprised by that statement. Noticing his expression, Kai tilted his head a little. Nightmare creatures are nowhere near as numerous here as they are in the future. There is no spell, no nightmares, no trial of the dream realm, no gates. Unlike them, each of us had been forced into a life of bloodshed and conflict, thrown against unimaginable horrors with no choice to retreat or surrender. The spell might be a cruel teacher, but its vile lessons seemed to be morbidly effective. Grow stronger or die, there is no other way for us. So most awakened from the real world would have experienced more strife and battle encounters than an average awakened warrior of this time period. He sighed, and then added somberly, "That was why even I, despite my humble aspect and lacking battle prowess, was able to stand out, and I led my soldiers to victory, keeping them alive through the sudden attack by a large force of the warmongers. And then I kept them alive through the rest of the campaign, wreaking havoc on the enemy anywhere my centuria appeared." Kai grew quiet for a long time, and then added, his ugly voice suddenly sounding especially hoarse and grating, "And that was how I gained the attention of the radiant lord of my city, of Severax, the ivory dragon." Chapter 684. Before Kai poured more tea into his cup, then cradled it in his hands and looked away. He remained silent for a bit, then continued the ominous story. After many weeks of battles and bloodshed, the warmongers were pushed back, and my centuria was recalled back to the Ivory City to rest and recuperate from the hardships of war. We were met by a jubilant crowd that showered us with rose petals and sang our names. My name, too, louder than all the rest. Ah, what a beautiful sight it was. Victorious, we returned home, and everything was well. For a while we enjoyed the beauty of the city and the warm company of our fellow citizens. He took a sip, then shook his head slightly. The more I explored the beautiful Ivory City, the more elated I was by its prosperity and its harmonious way of life. It seemed as though people there were all content and happy, treating others with sincere kindness, love, and respect. It was as though they didn't have a care in the world, and there was a reason for that. The people of the Ivory City could live this way and be this way because they were protected by the mighty dragon, Severax, a true descendant of Sun God, their lord and protector. The young man shivered, then added in a hoarse voice, "The dragon protected them, provided for them, and guided them with his wisdom. It was because of him that the Ivory City was safe, sound, prosperous, and welcoming. Why its citizens were so kind and happy. This was a paradise of his creation." Kai took a sip of tea and smiled sadly. "Sounds too good to be true, doesn't it?" Ah, but it was. I was just too slow to see it. He remained silent for a bit, then let out a long sigh. "At first I only felt it. A slight, vague wrongness. As if something was off with these kind, happy, beautiful people, as if there was something hidden behind their sincere smiles. I dismissed it, thinking that it was just my prejudice speaking, a mindset that I brought with me from the waking world. But the more time I spent with them, the more strange details I started to notice. And soon, a harrowing suspicion took hold of my heart." Kai looked at them, his face growing dark. A suspicion that there was madness hidden deep in their lustrous eyes. The same madness that the warmongers were infected with, albeit of a different shade. I had never felt as disturbed and afraid as when that thought first entered my mind. I was so afraid, in fact, that for a few days I closed my eyes to the truth and pretended that nothing was wrong. But the suspicion kept gnawing on my heart. And so, I decided to investigate. It wasn't hard to confirm it. A bitter grimace contorted his hideous face. You see, as it turned out, the Ivory City was indeed prosperous, safe, and beautiful because of the dragon. Its people were indeed protected and provided for by the dragon. In return, the dragon only asked for one thing in return. The young man clenched the teacup, almost causing it to crack. "To feed him." He gritted his teeth for a moment, then said quietly, "To feed him with human flesh." 7 sacrifices had to be made to him every month from the ranks of the citizens, and the kind, warm people of the Ivory City were more than happy to provide. Ecstatic, even. Being devoured by the dragon was considered to be a sacred honor, and having a loved one chosen as a sacrifice was a cause for celebration. The young man grew silent, then said hoarsely, "The dragon never dictated who had to be fed to him. But the people of the Ivory City wanted above all else to please the dragon, and so they always chose the best and the brightest, the most beautiful, the most talented, the most innocent, the most desirable." And there we were, young heroes who had just returned from a triumphant war. The month was up, and so they chose me and 6 of my most brave and loyal soldiers. Kai smiled bitterly. What a reward! The sight of them was the most disgusting thing I have ever seen. Parents surrendering their children to death with zealous smiles, husbands sending their wives into the dragon's maw with wild joy, friends and neighbors singing and laughing as they led their fellow humans to be eaten by a hungry beast. Only little children did not share in their glee. They cried when their mothers, fathers, brothers, and sisters were torn away from them, not understanding what was happening. But the crying children were punished and taught a harsh lesson about how repugnant their behavior was. He grimaced, then put his cup down and looked away. The whole city was insane. Perhaps one could argue that a few dozen souls a year are a small price to pay for a paradise. But what is a paradise built on blood worth? Worthless. It's worthless, and even if it's not, at least the wretches could have made the sacrifice without the ghoulish joy, without the songs, and the zeal, and the kind, warm, sincere smiles on their beautiful faces. Kai took a deep breath, remained silent for a while, and then shrugged dismissively. Anyway, we were brought to an island that bordered the ivory tower itself and chained to a white cliff. The jubilant crowd disappeared, and soon after that, we heard the rustle of mighty wings. The dragon landed in front of the cliff, as majestic and fearsome as he was in the legends. A great beast with beautiful ivory scales, and radiant golden eyes that were full of wisdom, nobility, and inhuman intelligence. Effie was listening with wide eyes, biting her fingers. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore and asked in her soft, childish voice, "How the hell did you survive? Why didn't the dragon's flames kill you?" A sad smile appeared on Kai's disfigured face. "How did I survive? Oh, that was simple, really. When Severax appeared, I broke my chains and shielded my comrades, ready to defend them until my last breath. Seeing this, the dragon, he spoke to me. His smile slowly disappeared, replaced by an expression of anger, shame, and regret. You must have already guessed that Ivory Dragon Severax is also Severa, the Ivory Lord, one of the Hope's eternal shackles, a transcendent whose transformation ability allows him to turn into a dragon. He is a human, or at least was a human once, a long time ago. And so he spoke to me." The young man sighed. He was amused by my reaction. We spoke, and what he told me, it broke me a little, I think. You see, I had it all wrong. The dragon. He had never once asked the people of the Ivory City to sacrifice anyone or anything to him. They had invented the story themselves, and chose the number of the victims themselves, and started bringing him sacrifices of their own free will. because doing so made them feel as though they were binding themselves to the dragon, that they were becoming a part of the dragon, and so were of the dragon, and safe from him. Kai shook his head. Severas. He had lost a part of himself a long time ago, I think. He told me that in the beginning, he wanted to be a good lord for the people, someone whom they could see and whom they could strive to become. And so, he rarely appeared in his transcendent form before them. But as centuries passed, he noticed that people were disturbed by his human face and were only at peace when he came as a dragon, as if they needed him to be something else, something greater than them. And so, after a while, he abandoned his human form completely, and not long after that, the sacrifices began. The young man lingered for a few moments, and then continued. I asked him to spare our lives, but he refused. He told me that he had never accepted an unwilling sacrifice, and I was free. But the other 6, it was as though they were in a trance or had gone mad. They didn't even try to save themselves. No matter how I begged him to spare them, he refused. This was what his people desired, what they needed. They might have not been bound to him, but he was bound to them, burdened by them, and so, when nothing else worked, I foolishly tried to stop him. He smiled bitterly. But how could I defeat a dragon? I am not a dragon myself, after all. He swatted me to the ground with one swipe of his tail, breaking my ribs and almost killing me. But I did not die. Instead, paralyzed, I watched as he turned his head, opened his maw, and turned my soldiers into ash with one immolating breath. Kai grew silent, his face unmoving. After a while, he spoke again. Overwhelmed with anger, grief, and despair, I screamed at him, cursing him, swearing that I will tell everyone the truth, that I will make them realize, that I will make them change. But he just looked at me tiredly and said, that I will see. And then, the ivory dragon was gone, leaving me alone on the empty island. He looked down. I was too injured to move, and spent the rest of the night in the throes of pain. In the morning, the citizens of the Ivory City came, when they saw that I was alive. A pale smile appeared on his hideous face. They were stunned, scared, and angry. And so they built a pyre, tied me to a stake, and burned me. No matter what I tried to say, no matter how I tried to make them understand, they wouldn't listen. They only grew more scared and hateful. The dragon. He had been right. He had told me the truth. I saw. Kai picked up his tea, took a sip, and looked away. My bindings broke before I died, and so, horribly burned, I shot into the sky like a spark. I flew away from the city and somehow survived. Crippled and heartbroken, I slowly made my way east, finally reaching the Iron Hand Island, and then the sanctuary, where Sunny eventually found me. Lord Noctis had replaced my burned skin and damaged muscles with enchanted wood and tree bark, and here I am, as good as new. He sighed, looked at them, and smiled. Luckily, I had friends that helped me pick myself up. You guys. I'll do whatever it is you decide to do. But if there is one thing I want to say, it is this. If Noctis wants to kill Lord Severax and end the dragon's reign, I would be happy to lend a hand. When Kai was finished with his story, everyone remained silent for a while. Eventually, the young man sighed and stretched out his hands, which were covered in polished bark and looked more like those of one of the sailor dolls than those of a human. He moved his fingers and then smiled lightly. Noctis did a wonderful job of healing my wounds. Just as he had said, some of the pain remains, but I am as strong and capable as I had been before. No, even more so. These enchanted limbs he gave me are much more sensitive to soul essence, and so they are more durable and powerful than my own flesh had been. I also collected a few memories during my time in the Sun Legion. Overall, my battle prowess has increased a lot since we entered the nightmare, not to mention the experience I earned and the lessons I was taught. Whatever comes, I am ready. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then let out a low growl. What about the other transcendent of the Ivory City? The Sun Prince. Have you met him? Kai frowned and made a vague gesture with his hand. Yes, I think. The Sun Prince is supposed to be a brother of Severax. Among the people, it is believed that his soul resides inside the metal colossus that guards the Ivory City and sometimes leads the Sun Legion into battle. I've seen him once, from afar. And to be honest, I am not quite sure if that thing is sentient or not. He hesitated for a bit and then added, You've seen him too. I think that it is his corpse that swings beneath the shipwreck island, tangled in the chain, although I can't quite imagine what kind of force could have destroyed that implacable giant. He is at least 90 meters tall, with a body cast out of solid steel, and nearly invincible. He is also not a living creature, really, and so can't be killed by wounding or damaging his body. Sunny remained silent for a bit and then said, There is nothing that can't be killed or destroyed, not even the gods. So then, 3 of the Chain Lords are accounted for in the future. We've seen the bones of the dragon, Severax, on the Ivory Island, and both his brother and Solvane found their doom near the wreck of Noctis's ship. But what exactly happened? How did they fall? And how did Hope escape? What happened to Noctis himself, as well as the one in the north? How was the Ivory City destroyed? How did the tower break free of its chains? No one answered, as perplexed as he was. After some time, Cassie finally spoke. I am not sure what happened, but I know one thing. Because of our arrival, it is happening faster. They turned to her, and after a moment of silence, Sunny asked, Yours is the last story left, and to be honest, it is the story I am interested in hearing the most, because it concerns the 5th awakened sent here by the spell. Mordred, he found a way to enter the seed with us, didn't he? Cassie sighed heavily and turned her head away. After a while, she said, Yes, he did. The blind young woman remained silent for a few moments, gathering her thoughts, and then faced them again. Unlike what happened to the 3 of you, my arrival into the nightmare was not too harrowing. At least not at the start. I was sent into the body of a young priestess whose duty was to tend to the high priestess of the Night Temple, the one in the north. In this era, the Night Temple still belongs to the cult of the goddess of the black skies, of Storm God, the deity of darkness, stars, and guidance. And so, no light is allowed on the temple's premises. She touched her blindfold briefly, then slowly lowered her hand. The acolytes spend long years living in the darkness, and blind themselves before becoming priestesses. For that reason they are known as the Eyeless. Many of the Eyeless are seers, and possess powers of prophecy and divination. For most, becoming a blind priestess inside a lightless temple would have been a terrible trial. But for me, it was strangely soothing. To find myself among those similar to me, in a place where my blindness wasn't an aberrant oddity, but instead a choice. A pale smile appeared on her lips. However, it was my lady that I found the most comfort in. The one in the north, the Oracle of the Night. She was not unkind. She treated me well enough, and I have learned a lot from her knowledge and wisdom. However, just like the rest of the Chain Lords, she was being consumed by an insidious madness. Hers was the madness of apathy. Over the centuries, my lady grew indifferent to most things happening in the world, or even to herself. That was why she needed attendants, and he was one of them. The smile slowly disappeared from Cassie's face. That didn't mean that she was powerless or without responsibility, though. All of the northern reaches of the Kingdom of Hope were under her authority and protection. There were many villages and several towns full of mundane humans who relied on the Night Temple for safety and guidance. For that reason, the one in the north ruled not only over the blind priestesses, but also over a small, but fearsome army comprised of both mundane warriors and awakened. She sighed slightly. Their numbers might not have been as large as those of the armies of the Ivory City and the Red Colosseum, but due to their prowess and my lady's prophetic gift, the North was never attacked by either. The people rarely suffered from the nightmare creatures as well. Cassie grew silent, and a scowl slowly appeared on her beautiful face. But as the one in the north grew more and more indifferent, that slowly started to change. Still, when I found myself in the Night Temple, things were still more or less fine. Her scowl deepened, and her face grew dark and despondent. The blind young woman lingered, and then said in a grim voice, "Until they weren't." It was getting late, and darkness crawled into the stone room, drowning its corners in shadows. Cassie sat motionlessly, the graceful lines of her beautiful face contorted by a deep scowl. Then a heavy sigh escaped from her lips. It started soon after I entered the nightmare, but no one paid it much attention at first. There were just strange rumors that reached the temple, resembling scary stories that people like to tell each other when the sun is gone and darkness envelops the world. Rumors of a pleasant voice that came from the fog. She gritted her teeth for a moment. Perhaps if my lady's affliction was not as severe, we could have done something then. After all, in this world, scary stories often come true. And this one was more ominous than the rest, because it had to do with the fog. The Night Temple stands at the boundary of the Hollow Mountains, after all, and of the mist that shrouds them. But she was distant and uncaring, and so we have grown aloof, too. Cassie somberly shook her head, then continued, her low, deep voice enveloping the room and her three listeners. As time went by, the rumors started to change. They grew more menacing and dire, telling tales of people who listened to the fog and disappeared without a trace. At that point, the eyeless grew concerned, suspecting that a corrupted creature had found its way into their land. Many of them possessed a high affinity to revelation, after all, and they could feel it. Unease, threat, danger. So a priestess was sent to investigate, escorted by a squad of experienced awakened soldiers, and at the same time, it was decided that a divination will be performed. She lingered for a moment. The divination showed no result, and the priestess, she failed to return with useful clues. In fact, she did not return at all. She and her escort disappeared without a trace, as though they had never existed, just like the people from the rumors. Only by then, no one thought of them as mere rumors anymore. The blind young woman shivered, then said in an even voice, "Finally, we became alarmed. The army was summoned, and many hunting parties were sent out to find the creature. Mundane soldiers, awakened warriors, ascended champions, the eyeless. Everyone was determined to catch the abomination. But despite all our efforts, we failed. How could we catch the fog?" Cassie's face darkened, and all the while, people continued to disappear. First one or two at a time, then scores of them, and then, one day, we found a whole village that stood empty, not a sign of its inhabitants in sight. Everyone there, every man, woman, and child, was taken by the fog. She grew silent for a few moments, then added grimly, "And then, hunting parties started to disappear too. Powerful, experienced soldiers. We even lost an ascended. The worst part, however, was that there was no pattern to the creature's movements. At least none that we could recognize, It could attack a settlement far to the west one day, and then suddenly take someone far to the east the next. It was almost as if it could be in several places at the same time. Because of that, we couldn't throw all our forces into one location and corner it on a single island. And so, we constructed a trap for it. All we needed was a lure, and I volunteered to become one. The blind young woman shook her head. Of course, back then, I didn't know that the fiend of the fog was far more cunning and devious than any nightmare creature I have ever faced. But I found out. Found out very soon. Because that was when I met him again, and as soon as I did, I realized that what we thought of as a trap for the fiend was, instead, a trap that the Prince of War lured us in instead. Cassie gritted her teeth. Because while our forces were concentrated to form the encirclement, most of the northern reach remained unprotected. And so, left without defenders, one of the towns was taken by the fog. 1,000 souls, gone. Slaughtered. A deep scowl appeared on Sunny's face. He leaned forward, piercing her with an intense gaze. What? How? If he was engaged in a battle with the forces of the Night Temple, how did the bastard simultaneously attack the settlement? She lingered for a while, then said with a hint of uncertainty, that Mordred, he was not how he had been in the future. He had grown weaker somehow, as if he did not possess 6 soul cores anymore. But, instead, there were 5 strange creatures helping him, like the lesser versions of the one you had killed on the Reckoning Island. While we fought the prince himself, the 5 creatures attacked the town that we had left unprotected, slaughtering every human who lived there. Sunny leaned back, stunned. What? 5 of them? 5 reflections? Did he tear his soul apart to create them, granting each a single soul core? Suddenly, a frightening thought entered his mind. No, this can't be. Divine aspect holders like Mordred and him followed a slightly different path than the rest of the awakened. Unlike those with aspects of a lesser rank, they could create 7 soul cores by absorbing fragments, whether of souls or shadows didn't matter. But there was still a limit to the number of cores they could create, and to grow more powerful after that, they had to challenge nightmares like everyone else. So Mordred's slaughter did not make any sense. He had already been a terror in the future after all. Creatures, however, followed a path that was different entirely, and almost reversed. By absorbing fragments, they did not create new soul cores. Instead, they rose in rank, like Saint, for example, who had to consume shadow fragments from memories in order to ascend. If Mordred's reflections were the same as Saint, if they only needed a certain quantity of fragments to rank up, then there was no limit to how many fragments they could devour, and no end to their growth, not until they reached the mythical divine rank. So if the Prince of Nothing sacrificed 5 of his 6 soul cores to create 5 awakened beasts, then what was their rank now, after consuming thousands upon thousands of souls? Effie and Kai seemed like they had some questions, but they chose to remain silent, at least for now. Of course, they knew who Mordred was and had a general impression of his powers. Sunny and Cassie had described their experience in the Night Temple to them in enough detail, so that their friends, as well as the Firekeepers, knew what they would be facing should they cross paths with the Prince of Nothing. However, even Sunny himself had only a vague understanding of how Mordred's aspect functioned, and so did Cassie. So hearing how powerful he had grown in the nightmare was a shock to him. The Mirror Beast was a devil. Had it been created as such, or had it earned more cores in battles with powerful nightmare creatures as Saint did? If it is the former, then does it mean that Mordred was more than a terror once? He had many reflections before Clan Valor imprisoned him too. Gods, just what kind of a menace Anvil's firstborn was in the past. And more importantly, just how dangerous was he going to become in the future? His somber thoughts were interrupted by Cassie, who spoke again after remaining silent for a while. In any case, destroying Mordred's body was not too hard. He appeared wearing the body of the priestess who had been first sent to find him anyway. But of course, doing so was useless because he could just take another. In the chaos of the battle, I couldn't explain what dire powers the enemy possessed to the forces of the Night Temple. And more than that, she shook her head somberly. In the moment, I was not sure that it would have been the right thing to do. Was I meant to help the inhabitants of the nightmare slay one of the awakened from the waking world? Were we not supposed to be allies? No matter how vile Mordred was, and despite what had happened between us in the past, here in the nightmare, both he and I were meant to pursue the same goal. The blind young woman sighed. So after a bloody battle, Mordred escaped our trap and disappeared. Soon after that, we learned of the massacre that had taken place while we were distracted by his deceit. And after witnessing the desolate town that his reflection had slaughtered, I was disabused of the notion that he and I were the same in any way. Sadly, by that time it was already too late. Cassie lowered her head, then continued quietly. After feasting on the souls of the town's inhabitants, the reflections became much more powerful. Mordred was not bound by the necessity to stay hidden anymore, as well. His attacks grew much more frequent and devastating, and the number of his victims started to grow with chilling speed. The more people he killed, the more dangerous he became. He was not invincible, of course. Among the awakened serving the Night Temple, there were a lot of those who possessed means to contain him, especially the eyeless who, like me, were immune to his possession. But Mordred knew that as well. And so, he went after those who could threaten him first. She paused for a moment, her face growing solemn. Eventually people, those who were still alive at least, became so terrified that they left their homes and fled to the Night Temple, hoping that the High Priestess would protect them. The army and the priestesses grew desperate as well. We begged the one in the north to intervene. She was a transcendent, and an oracle without an equal after all. And despite her indifference, my lady promised to face the creature herself. That day, people were so relieved that they held a grand celebration. Cassie remained silent for a while, and then continued, her voice growing sad and wistful. While everyone was celebrating, however, my lady summoned me in secret and asked me to deliver a message to her old friend, Lord Noctis in the east. Just 3 words: I am dead. She paused for a moment and turned away, her beautiful face growing still. I was appalled, of course. What about her immortality? What about all these people whom she promised to protect? She smiled sadly and told me that they were all dead as well, and that it was better that way. A heavy sigh escaped from Cassie's lips. I left the next morning and made my way south all alone. Traveling through the wilderness of the Kingdom of Hope, blind and without anyone's help, was not easy, but I managed to survive somehow. Whether by luck or due to the one in the north protecting me, Mordred never intercepted me. I had to face a few powerful nightmare creatures, though, as well as other dangers along the way. I overcame these obstacles and eventually reached the sanctuary. And on the day that I arrived, I finally felt it. The sudden change. A dark expression appeared on her face. My lady had died, and another flaw was added to Hope's prison. The approaching disaster was accelerated even more. You know the rest. For a moment, Sunny could sense a hint of profound sorrow in Cassie's voice, but then it disappeared, and the blind young woman smiled. So now, I guess we know enough to make a decision about whether or not to support Noctis in his war against the rest of the Chain Lords. He frowned, and then said in a grim tone, "There is one thing we don't know, though. Something that can potentially change everything. Mordred. What is his goal? What is he going to do when the 4 Chain Lords go to war?" Cassie hesitated and slowly shook her head. "That I don't know. He must have realized the nature of the nightmare's conflict himself by now. Or maybe he had always known it, through means that none of us can even guess about. He was the one who had sought out this seed, put the idea of seeking out the knives into our heads, and manipulated us into bringing him here after all. No matter what his goal is, though. I doubt that he just wants to become a master. He is here for something else as well. Sunny remained silent for a bit, then let out a frustrated growl and turned away. All right then, I guess it is time to choose our fate. No one spoke for a while, before Effie finally broke the silence. I mean, it is not much of a choice, is it? Sure, going against 3 immortal saints does not seem like a picnic, but we already know that they had been defeated in the end, somehow, so it is not impossible to do. And we don't even know what the alternative is. How do we ensure that Hope doesn't escape her prison? Kill Noctis? That would only delay the inevitable, since this whole damned place is already on the verge of collapse because of her influence. That Hope. She is scary. She hesitated for a moment, then asked with a bit of confusion. To be honest, I'm not even sure what she is. What kind of a demon is powerful enough to drive a whole region mad? Is she unholy? Sunny sighed, then massaged his temples. No. If anything, she is divine. She is also not a demon. She is a demon. Demons were lesser deities of sorts who are said to have created themselves. They appeared out of nowhere, possessing powers that were similar to those of the gods, but different. The spell has a weird tendency to never mention the word demon, though, for some reason. In any case, it seems that the gods and the demons eventually had a big, terrible war, and Hope's imprisonment and escape were a prelude to that war, I think. Effie listened to him without any particular expression, then said listlessly, "Oh well, in that case, that just proves my point. Trying to keep a thing like her in chains. Doesn't killing 3 immortal saints suddenly seem easy in comparison?" Kai moved slightly, and then his hoarse voice suddenly resounded in the stone room. "I think we are looking at it wrong. The question is not what should we do. It is what should be done, don't you think? Yes, there is no particular way in which a nightmare has to be resolved, but that doesn't mean that some resolutions cannot be right, and some cannot be wrong. This land has been turned into hell by Hope, who is trying to escape her chains. Until she is released, that will not change." He leaned forward, frowned, and added somberly, "The Red Colosseum, the Ivory City, and all across the ruins of her kingdom, madness reigns, turning humans into wicked perversions of themselves. Sure, we can win by prolonging it, but should we? Would we be at peace with such a conclusion? You can call me naive, but I think that although the spell does not dictate what the challengers do in the nightmare, it still matters why we do it. We are still responsible for our actions and their consequences. So I think that we need to do what is right." Sunny glanced at him and then asked, his voice harsh, "Who's to say what is right? How do you know that by releasing Hope we won't be dooming everyone living here to an instant death? 1,000 years in chains. Personally, I would have been a bit angry." Kai lingered for a moment, then shook his head. "You are right. I might not know what is right, but I do know what is wrong. And what I saw here was deeply, deeply wrong." Sunny stared at him for a bit, then shrugged. "Well, it's not like I disagree. In fact, I hate this place with a passion. I don't really care if Hope simply kills everyone either. As far as I'm concerned, the bastards deserve it." He waited for a few moments, then turned to Cassie. "What about you? You've been terribly quiet." The blind young woman hesitated for a while, then spoke evenly. "I am willing to do whatever you decide. I'll trust your judgment, Sunny." He frowned, studying her face with a dark expression. "Why, you don't have an opinion?" Cassie remained silent for a bit, then simply shook her head. Damnation. He knew, of course, why the blind girl was reluctant to speak. She must have seen something. A glimpse of the future that she did not want to share, knowing that it would affect their thinking, possibly informing the very event she wanted to happen, or wished to avoid. Her own opinion was already compromised by that knowledge, and so Cassie had decided to remove herself from the decision completely. It seemed as though she had grown wary of her visions and the consequences of acting on them after the Forgotten Shore. Damned oracles. Sunny sighed, then glanced at Effie and Kai. Well, then there is not much to discuss. The two of you are keen to join Noctis, and I guess I am too. He might be a madman, but at least he is a madman we know. And, I also sort of like the guy. Despite the fact that he is a dishonest, lying, conniving, crazy, dastardly cheat. No one is perfect, you know? Effie giggled. Wow, it's almost as if he's reminding me of someone. Huh, now who might that be? Then she grinned at Sunny and asked, That's settled then. So, should we go and deliver the good news to that dastardly cheat? You know, about how he doesn't need to kill us and put our souls into home appliances. She seemed like she was ready to go, but Sunny stopped her with a hesitant gesture. This next part, he had thought about it a lot, not knowing if it was the right thing to do or a giant mistake. He was still not sure, but had a feeling that the decision he had made in the end was a correct one. At least it felt that way. In any case, there was no going back. Sunny remained silent for a bit, and then glanced at his friends with a tense expression. Before we do, there is something I need to tell you. Effie and Kai stared at him with slight surprise written on their faces, while Cassie's eyebrows suddenly flew up. She already knew what was about to happen, of course. Kai looked at him and smiled. Oh, what is it? Sunny sighed, turned away, then faced them and shrugged. It's nothing too serious, just, well, to tell you the truth. He gripped the emerald amulet tighter and said, My flaw is that I can't lie. I have a true name, which I received in my first nightmare. My aspect is of the divine rank. I have 3 soul cores, actually shadow cores, which technically makes me a demon. Hence this ugly body. I have already unlocked my aspect's legacy. I inherited the lineage of one of the 7 demons. Oh, and also, how do I say this? I might be Lord Mongrel. Sorry about that one, Kai. Effie, who was already standing up to leave, froze, then slowly sat back down. Kai dropped his wooden mask to the floor and stared at him with wide eyes. Even Cassie seemed a bit stunned, despite knowing most of the things he had just said already. A deathly silence settled in the room, and Sunny found himself being pierced by 2 dumbfounded gazes. He scratched his neck, then coughed awkwardly and looked away. Yeah, that's more or less all that I wanted to say. Of course, the decision to reveal these secrets to his friends had not been an easy one. In fact, it went against everything that Sunny believed in. Every instinct in his body screamed that he was making a terrible mistake. But instinct was not always the best advisor. Otherwise, what was the point of having intelligence and the ability to think about your decisions? The fact of the matter was that Sunny had already done irreparable damage to his relationships once because of his untrusting nature. Back on the Forgotten Shore, he had kept his secrets a little bit too well, failing to understand how his deceptiveness would make others perceive him. Sure, he had a reason to behave the way he had. And yes, he had never really lied to his allies, simply withholding or manipulating the information a little to keep himself safe. But the others did not know about his reasons. All they knew was that their trust was never returned fully, and that he was full of secrets, discrepancies, and insidiously subtle ways to keep those secrets to himself. Sunny had never explained himself, and in the absence of an explanation, the misunderstanding was bound to inevitably take its place, perhaps to dire results. Who knew? If had been more open with Nephis, she might have not considered him a liar, absorbing that false perception into her own forming self. Would things have ended differently then? Regardless, currently, Sunny knew both the aspects and, more importantly, the flaws of every member of the cohort. But they couldn't say the same. They revealed their weaknesses to him, but he held on to his own, failing to reciprocate this trust. For now, everything seemed fine. But that one-sided nature of their friendship was bound to fester in the future, and the small crack it created could grow in size, eventually destroying it. Plus, even Mordred knew his secrets. It would have been silly if the Prince of Nothing did, but Effie and Kai did not to mention dangerous. So Sunny decided to take a leap of faith and put his trust in his friends. It had been a long time coming anyway. But damnation, why did being honest with people feel so disgusting? What a loathsome sensation. Curses, I'm all itchy. After a full minute of stunned silence, Effie finally spoke, her voice sounding uncharacteristically tame. Now, hold on. Wait a minute. She raised her small hand and showed one finger. Your flaw. We sort of already had a general idea, after spending so much time with you. It is still... Wait. You can't lie at all. What? Sunny shrugged. I can't say a lie aloud, and I am compelled to answer any question asked of me truthfully, or at least to the best of my ability. He expected some sort of spicy question to follow immediately, but Effie remained silent, showing just how bewildered she was. Even her usual mischievousness disappeared. Instead, the little girl simply raised a second finger. All right, the true name. We sort of figured that out too. You seemed reluctant to share it for some reason, so Kai and I did not press. Sunny let out a heavy sigh, hesitated for a moment, then forced himself to speak. That has to do with an innate ability of my aspect. If certain conditions are met, it can make me vulnerable to those who know my true name. That is why I kept it a secret, and also put a lot of effort into appearing as weak and pathetic as possible, so that no one would even suspect that a weakling like me could possess a true name. His face grew a bit dim. Being considered a weakling is generally great because it makes enemies underestimate you. I'm more than fine with people thinking little of me. But, after I started pretending, things got out of hand really fast. Effie blinked a couple of times, remained silent for a moment, and raised a third finger. Well, I guess that explains a few things. Now about Lord Mongrel. We knew, of course. I mean, it was sort of obvious. At that point, both Kai and Cassie turned to her and spoke simultaneously. Kai seemed even more surprised than before. What? I didn't know. Cassie, meanwhile, seemed a bit confused. She asked hesitantly, I am sorry, but who is Lord Mongrel? Effie stared at them with a funny expression. What do you mean you did not know? You were the one who helped him buy that armor. Kai opened his mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. Wait, what armor? I helped... The stone armor from the memory market. That dusty, ugly thing? No, it's not the same. The material is completely different. The fit, the design. Mongrel's armor is very chic. Not at all like that cumbersome stone clunker. Sunny covered his face, then said somberly, The stone changes to a stone-like metal due to an enchantment. It was just broken and required an awakened to activate the restoration process. As for the fit, you do remember that memories adjust themselves to accommodate the owner's body, right? Hell, now that I have a tail, even it is armored when I summon the mantle. The young man stared at him with a lost expression, then leaned back on his chair. Oh, I see then. But I mean, no, never mind. Sunny massaged his temples. I never meant for Mongrel to get famous. I just wanted to practice swordsmanship in the dreamscape, and all good aliases were already taken. Who knew that a damned broadcaster would spread the clip of me, dispatching him everywhere on the network? Oh, gods. And things only got worse after that. Effie looked at him, then at her 3 fingers, then made a little fist. But the rest, a divine aspect. What? Do those even exist? 3 soul cores? A demon's lineage. What even is that? And what is next? Are you going to tell us that you have a divine memory? Or something? The little girl let out a nervous giggle and mockingly shook her head. Sunny stared at her for a bit, then cautiously cleared his throat. Well, actually, I have 2. Sometime later, Sunny left the room, walked between the tall menhires, and entered the sprawling garden of the sanctuary. The cohort had intended to talk to Noctis together, but after his bombshell of a revelation, the others needed some time to digest all the new information and decided to stay behind. Understandable. In truth, Sunny wanted to be alone for a few minutes as well. Although he felt that he had made the right decision, revealing his secrets was an uncomfortable experience. He felt as if an invisible weight had been lifted off his shoulders a bit, but also rattled and uneasy. He felt naked. Sunny could use a little solitude to gather his thoughts too. After the initial shock, he had gone into more detail about his capabilities, explaining how a divine aspect worked, and the circumstances of how he earned it. However, it was not like he knew a lot about this matter himself, so the conversation was not too long. It had helped the others better understand his powers, as well as that of Nephis, and most importantly, of Mordred. Now, they were as ready to face the Prince of Nothing as they could be, should a conflict with him happen. Additionally, due to everyone gaining deeper insight into Sunny's powers, their already profound synergy as a battle unit was bound to grow even more refined. Sunny kept a few things to himself as well. The difference was that if before there had been a strange dynamic between him and his friends, where they pretended to not know that he wasn't being entirely honest with them, and he pretended to not know that they knew. Now, the existence of those white spots had been openly acknowledged by him. Effie and Kai understood that there were things he wasn't ready to share, and why he was reluctant to do so. They seemed to respect his wishes. All in all, it went surprisingly well. Walking through the beautiful garden, which was illuminated by the pale light of the full moon, Sunny enjoyed the tranquil air of the sanctuary. At some point, however, a slightly disconcerting thought entered his mind. I wonder, was this decision of mine influenced, to some degree, by Hope's poison? If so, what deep desire of mine had she amplified to push me toward being honest with my friends? For a change, suddenly thoughtful, Sunny approached the door of the sorcerer's lair, waited patiently for the sailor dolls to open it, and walked inside. Maybe I was always... His eyes suddenly narrowed, and his hand shot to the side, ready to grasp the shaft of the cruel sight. Something was very wrong inside the dark hall. A thick, nauseating smell of blood invaded his nostrils, sending adrenaline coursing through his own. It surrounded him like a suffocating wave, as though a terrible massacre had just taken place in the immortal sorcerer's quarters. But Sunny did not see any corpses. The central chamber was just as he had left it the last time, empty of all furniture, with a vast circle of runes drawn on the stone floor. No, not entirely the same. The floor had cracked in several places, as though something was pushing at it from beneath, exerting devastating pressure on the ancient stones. Noctis was still in the center of the circle. One of his sleeves was rolled up, and there was a deep cut on his left wrist, a stream of blood running down his hand and falling down like a crimson ribbon. In his other hand he held the diamond sickle. The sorcerer was surrounded by a shallow pool of blood. However, it somehow failed to touch the hems of his garments. Sunny stared at him for a few moments, noticing that the stone surface seemed to be slowly absorbing the blood. Then, he gripped the emerald amulet and asked evenly, "Are you trying to kill yourself?" Noctis slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Sunny, and smiled brightly. Then, acting as if nothing out of the ordinary was happening, he wiped the diamond sickle, hid it in the folds of his silk garment, and stooped up. What? Of course not. I'm too young to die. Sunny gave him a dubious look. Young? You are at least 1,000 years old. The sorcerer tilted his head, scratched his cheek with a thoughtful look, and then smiled even brighter. What? Of course not. I'm too beautiful to die. Happy with himself, Noctis somehow made the cut on his wrist close, jumped over the pool of blood, and walked toward Sunny with a relaxed expression. Come. This place needs to be aired, I think. The garden is nice and chill, though. Sunny threw one last look at the disappearing pool of blood. Did he imagine it? Or had the stone floor of the chamber trembled slightly just then? Shaking his head, he turned away and followed Noctis outside. Together, they slowly headed for the altar island. Noctis seemed to enjoy the silence of the moonlit garden a lot. A minute or two later, though, he broke it with a carefree question. So, what did you want to tell me? Have you and your friends come to a decision? Sunny hesitated for a moment, then answered, We did. We will help you free Hope. Noctis grinned. Oh, wonderful. After that, he didn't say anything else. Sunny waited for a while, a little confused. They had already reached the white altar and sat down on a stone bench, enjoying the sight of the pristine lake, with a pale circle of the moon reflecting on its calm surface. And yet the sorcerer seemed to lose his ability to speak. Slightly irritated, Sunny hesitated for a moment and then asked awkwardly, So, do you need me to give you the knives? Noctis looked at him with an easy smile and shrugged. Ah, no need. Keep them. Sunny's eye twitched. What do you mean, keep them? Wasn't the knives what you were after? The immortal sorcerer looked at the reflection of the moon, then waved a hand vaguely. We can deal with them when the time comes. Things will sort themselves out, one way or another. He remained silent for a bit, and then added, his smile slowly disappearing. Now that the one in the north is dead, things will start moving faster. The other chain lords are probably already in motion. Noctis sighed, then leaned back and looked up at the sky. We won't have as much time to prepare as I would have hoped. 2 months, perhaps. Maybe even less. You and your friends should spend that time wisely. Once the end starts, we won't have an opportunity to relax like this until it's all over. Sunny grew silent, then looked at the tranquil lake. After a few moments, he said, We will help you, but I have some questions. Amused by that statement, Noctis laughed. You even have questions on a night like this? Sunless, you should learn how to enjoy yourself from time to time. Take a moment and appreciate the world. Otherwise, what is the point in living? Sunny glanced at him with a deadpan expression. Do I look like someone who knows what the point of living is? Thanks for the advice. I'll take your words to heart. However, I still have questions. The sorcerer made a dour face and sighed. All right, one question. I'll answer one question. So think well before asking it. Sunny did not speak for a while, staring at the reflection of the moon. His face grew serious, deep shadows veiling his eyes. After several minutes spent in silence, he finally frowned, looked at Noctis, and said, Then tell me this one thing. Why did Sun God destroy Hope's kingdom? The immortal raised his eyebrows, then threw his head back and laughed. By the moon. Of all the questions in the world, you just had to ask this one, didn't you? He shook his head and then looked away. Well, a deal is a deal. I'll answer, like many others who tried to answer this question over the centuries. Some said that it was because she was a demon. Others said that it was because she was too powerful, that she had grown too prideful, or that she had grown too radiant, outshining even the Lord of Light. But they were all wrong. In truth, at least what I think is the truth, Hope wasn't punished because she was too powerful, too prideful, or too radiant. He remained silent for a few moments, and then sighed. It was because she was worshipped. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, absorbing what Noctis had told him. The altar island was calm and tranquil, the lake surrounding it shimmering in the darkness with the reflected moonlight. The branches of the ancient tree swayed gently above his head. Because she was worshipped, he snorted and looked away, feeling bitterly disappointed for some reason. After a while, he said darkly, "So what? That is all there is?" Sun God was jealous? The sorcerer glanced at him, lingered for a moment, and then slowly shook his head. No, he wasn't. Noctis remained silent for a bit, then sighed. The gods had never shown any animosity toward demons. In fact, their relationship was somewhat friendly. In the battles of the ancient times, they even fought side by side as allies. He frowned. Neither had the gods ever cared about whom or what the mortals worshipped. There were all kinds of silly cults before. There were rulers that proclaimed themselves divine, people who built temples to beasts and spirits. Some oddballs even worshipped rocks, or the corrupted abominations, by the moon. Can you imagine? But the gods did not mind at all. The sorcerer glanced up at the sky, thought for a bit, and then said somberly, "However, people had never worshipped a demon before hope. The demons, you see, are elusive and solitary creatures by nature. There is the eldest, mysterious weaver, the demon of fate, who is shrouded in countless layers of lies. Then there is the youngest, Nether, the demon of destiny, who secluded himself in the darkness of the underworld. There is the demon of oblivion, whose name is long forgotten." Sunny listened attentively, absorbing the new information. Already accustomed to wielding the emerald medallion, he reflexively let go of the beautiful stone and allowed it to hand from the chain wrapped around his fingers so that his thoughts remained private. So the prince of the underworld was actually called Nether? I wonder which came first, the name of the title. And he was also the demon of destiny, it seems. Wait, aren't fate and destiny the same thing? I guess they're not. The rune for destiny can also mean choice, after all. So, was he actually the demon of choice? His thoughts were interrupted by the sorcerer's wistful voice, and the rest, each a personification of calamity and disaster. Mysterious, distant, and terrifying, each and every one of them. Or at least they were, until the demon of desire decided to come and live among us mortals, becoming known as Hope. She built her kingdom here, and soon, people learned to love her. And not long after that, they started to worship her. Noctis paused and then continued, his face growing darker. And that was when we learned that while the gods were friendly to demons and indifferent to mortals building temples to beasts, spirits, and rocks, they would not allow a demon to be worshipped. They were so unwilling, in fact, that the Lord of Light brought down his flames upon the mortal realm, obliterating a whole chunk of it. Sunny frowned, feeling a cold sense of dread permeate his heart. Remembering one of his nightmares, he shivered. But why? The sorcerer looked at him with a bit of surprise and shrugged. Who knows? I guess only the gods do. Well, and maybe a demon or two. I doubt that even Hope knew what she had done wrong. But maybe she does now. In any case, after her imprisonment, slowly, the idea of worshipping a demon became tantamount to heresy. Noctis suddenly laughed. What a strange word, heresy. Don't you think? It had not even existed when I was young, you know. But then, suddenly, each of the 6 cults started treating demon worshippers as criminals, pests who were spreading a vile disease, and the concept of heresy was invented. Now becoming a heretic means being hunted down and saying goodbye to your life. He grew silent, and then sighed. We did not know it at the time, of course, but the destruction of the Kingdom of Hope was a turning point in history. With it, the Age of Heroes ended, and the current one, whatever it will be called one day, began. What a dreadful era. Nothing has gone right from then on. Sunny remained silent for a while, thinking that there was something strange about this whole story. Nothing made sense. The gods and the demons had been allies once? Knowing that they would eventually clash in a devastating war, he could not quite believe it. However, on second thought, the prince of the underworld, Nether, was indeed described as having been close with the goddess of the black skies once. Who was to say that the other demons had not consorted with the gods as well? But that only made the divine punishment that the Lord of Light had brought down upon the kingdom of hope more inexplicable and strange. And who had they been allied together against? The creatures of the void. What was the exact timeline of all this convoluted nonsense? The age of heroes had ended with the imprisonment of hope. But when had it started? And what had been happening before? Damn, so many questions. Sunny glanced at Noctis, hesitated for a few moments, and then grasped the emerald amulet again. However, the sorcerer was having none of it. He glanced at Sunny and said with a smile, "I feel like you're about to ask me a question. That would be the second question." Wait. No, the second one was whether or not Sun God was jealous. Wicked demon. You tricked me. Noctis shook his head, looked at Sunny with reproach, and stood up. Shame on you, Sunless. Good night. Tell your friends to prepare well in the time that we have left. With that, the sorcerer gave him another hurt look, then turned away and started walking back toward his residence. After a few steps, however, he stopped and said in his usual carefree manner, "Oh yes, I almost forgot. You will have to go and retrieve the third knife too. Don't worry though, it is not going to be hard. Rather easy, really." Sunny, who was staring at the tranquil lake with a dark expression, simply nodded. "Sure. Wait, what? Why do we have to do it? Go and get it yourself." Noctis hesitated for a bit, then sighed. "I wish that I could, but, well, I might have said some nonsense about how my friend should only give the knife to someone of pure thought and heart, or something like that. And sadly, while I am the most outstanding person in all of the Kingdom of Hope in many regards, purity is not my strong suit. You and your friends, however, you reek of purity. Well, one or two of you at least. For now." With that, the sorcerer winked at Sunny and strolled away, whistling a jovial tune. Sunny watched him go, and then shook his head with a bewildered expression on his face. Wait, did he just swindled me into getting another knife for him? Again? He blinked a couple of times and clenched his four fists. Damnation! After their conversation under that full moon, Noctis had secluded himself in his residence for a couple of weeks. Sunny tried to talk with the eccentric sorcerer a few times, but the silent sailor dolls refused to open the door and just stared at him with their crude wooden faces. There was, of course, the option of simply using Shadow Step to get inside. But somehow Sunny suspected that intruding upon the immortal transcendent would not have been the best idea. There were real souls trapped inside these sailor dolls after all. In the end, he and the other members of the cohort had no choice but to follow the advice Noctis gave him, to rest and prepare for what was about to come. Luckily, there were a lot of preparations they had to do. While all four had trained themselves extensively before entering the nightmare, many things happened since then. There were a lot of lessons they had learned in these 3 terrible months, most of them bringing the four awakened to the very door of death. Now that they had time, they could go over everything they had learned, revisit it, and truly absorb it into their bones, connecting the new knowledge and skills to their foundation in a solid manner. For Sunny, that meant several things. The first one was shadow dance. He had found himself in a strange situation, having made the recent breakthrough inside of a nightmare that he did not really remember. Sunny could guess that mastering the third step of his battle style was tied to the fact that he had lived through countless nightmares and lost himself in them, becoming truly shapeless and formless, forgetting himself and turning into other people completely. That observation was in line with how he had initially made progress to the third step of Shadow Step, back in the arena of the Red Colosseum, where he shadowed numerous nightmare creatures. Back then he had almost lost himself as well, but stopped at the last moment, fearing that he would not be able to come back. Being trapped in the nightmares had made that frightening step for him, and so he had approached the very edge of a breakthrough. The final piece of the puzzle had been trying to shadow the epitome of formlessness. Another shadow. Nightmare. As a result of the breakthrough, Sunny's ability to recognize and gain insight into patterns of combat techniques had increased even more, now allowing him to understand and predict not only the movements and behavior of his enemies, but also intricately sense the flow of essence through their bodies, as well as, almost but not quite, being able to predict their very thoughts. However, there was one glaring flaw in this miraculous ability, one that he didn't know how to solve. For the first time since Sunny had created Shadow Dance, the elusive battle art was starting to seem dangerous, not only for his enemies, but also for himself. What was the point of being able to kill something if he ran the risk of losing himself and becoming that thing forever? To kill a dragon, one had to become a dragon. Why would anyone want to achieve such a victory, if earning it meant ceasing to be themselves and becoming the very thing they had wanted to destroy? For now, he didn't have a solution, and that made him more than a little bit nervous. So Sunny decided to temporarily concentrate on other things. He spent a large part of his days practicing archery with Kai. Sunny quickly realized that he would never be as talented of an archer as his friend was, but that did not mean that he could not achieve great results. In fact, his aim and skill with the bow were increasing at a steady pace. Still, there was a question of distributing the tools the cohort possessed in the most efficient manner, so Sunny reluctantly tried to lend Morgan's warbow to Kai. It was for naught, though. Because of the unbending enchantment of the bow, his friend was simply not strong enough to draw it. When their training sessions were over, Sunny would usually return to his room and spent the rest of the day fruitlessly practicing weaving. He had achieved some progress in his attempt to learn how to copy enchantments, but not enough to make the altered weaves stable. The number of memories he had won in the Red Colosseum was dwindling by the day with no apparent result, which made Sunny very frustrated. It seemed that he had hit a bottleneck in his understanding of how spell weaves were supposed to work, and was in need of a mental breakthrough to push himself any further. That breakthrough was not in a hurry to come, though. When the day was over and darkness encroached upon the world, Sunny turned to the third and most time-consuming part of his preparations, collecting shadow fragments to form his fourth core. Leaving the sanctuary, he would travel to nearby islands in search of nightmare creatures to hunt, and killed those he could find and that were not beyond his ability to defeat. By now, less than 150 fragments separated him from becoming a devil. The number seemed so small, but at the same time was more troublesome than it should have been. The problem was in the fact that there were not as many nightmare creatures in the Kingdom of Hope as there had been on the Chained Isles in the future, especially not that close to the stronghold of one of the Chain Lords. As the result, his progress was torturously slow and tedious. To accelerate it somehow, Sunny had made a frightening decision to leave the surface of the islands and take his hunting to their underside, where the true horrors of this land dwelled. Luckily, his new body was somewhat fit to do so. With his sharp claws and talons, he was able to climb any surface, no matter how steep, or even remain mobile while hanging entirely upside down. And if he made a mistake, the heavenly burden was always at hand. In combination with his swiftly improving archery skill and determination to form a new core before the culmination of the nightmare arrived, Sunny was able to slay many dwellers of the dark side. There were indeed terrible and morbid creatures, and more than a few left scars on his body. But it was still not fast enough. By the end of the first 2 weeks, he was still not even halfway to his goal. And on that day, quietly and without any fanfare, something else happened. Somewhere out there, in the wild reaches of the dream realm, Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan had finally become a tyrant. Sunny was in his room, watching as a memory disintegrated into a whirlwind of shimmering sparks, a dark expression on his face. He didn't need the spell to inform him to know that he had just lost another one. And yet, the ever-helpful spell still whispered into his ear, "Your memory has been destroyed." Sunny snarled, then shook his head bitterly and summoned the runes, intending to check on how many expendable memories he still had left. It was then that he decided to check on Neff's progress, which had long ago become a deeply ingrained habit of his. Seeing that Changing Star was still alive and fighting brought him both relief and grim motivation. Already sensing what he was about to see, Sunny stared at the runes and read, Name, Nephiz. True name, Changing Star. Rank, Dormant. Class, Tyrant. Shadow Cores, 5 out of 7. Shadow Fragments, 0 out of 5,000. He looked at the runes for some time, then sighed and dismissed them. Just a few days ago, she was still far away from reaching the 5th core. After the Red Colosseum and his battle with Nightmare, the gap between them had shortened even more. But now, Neff had gone and done something crazy again, making it grow vast and infuriating once more. He stared at the walls of his room darkly. It was as though the two of them were constantly playing an insane game of tug-of-war, fully knowing that one wrong move meant death, but equally unwilling to let the opponent win. And from the very start of it, he had never been in the lead. How tiresome. Sunny shook his head, realizing that he was in no mood to blindly throw himself at the impregnable barrier of weaving anymore, at least not today. His solemn mood changed, however, when the shadows he had stationed across from the sorcerer's door saw it open and the familiar figure walk out, then wince at the bright sun. Noctis looked a bit disheveled, with dark circles under his eyes and slightly messy hair. Considering who it was, though, Sunny could only guess whether the immortal was tired or just hungover. Still, this wasn't a chance he was ready to miss. Wasting some essence to step through the shadows, Sunny appeared a few meters away from Noctis and looked at him with a guarded expression. The sorcerer blinked a couple of times, then put on a friendly smile. Sunless, you are still here? Haven't we just talked? Sunny inwardly rolled his eyes. That was 2 weeks ago. 15 days, technically. Noctis raised an eyebrow, shifted from foot to foot awkwardly, and then cleared his throat. Oh, really? Well, what a nice day. Can I help you with something then? Sunny stared at the sorcerer for a few moments, then nodded. Yes, in fact you can. The immortal transcendent smiled brightly. Well, why didn't you say so? We are friends, are we not? And friends are supposed to help each other. So, what do you need? Sunny gripped the emerald amulet tighter, hesitated for a second, and then said, Can you teach me sorcery? Noctis continued to smile for a bit, then laughed. That's it? Sure, no problem. I am the greatest sorcerer in the Kingdom of Hope, after all. Under my guidance, you will become a distinguished sorcerer yourself in no time. Let me think, if we start right now. As Sunny smiled tentatively, he looked at the sky to gauge the time of day, thought for a bit, and then added, We'll be finished at about the same time, 100 years from now. Let us start. Sunny blinked. What? 100 years? The sorcerer frowned a little, then shrugged. Well, maybe 200 years. That was how long it took me to learn the basics. If you mean true sorcery, of course, not those pitiful tricks others consider to be miracles. Actually, what do you think sorcery is? Sunny hesitated, then said with uncertainty. The ability to manipulate magical energies through means that fall outside one's aspect. Noctis stared at him for a bit, then sighed. A good enough answer, but no. Simply put, there is no such thing as sorcery. Or rather, there is no single thing called sorcery. But there are various ways to twist the underlying laws of the world to produce some effect, desirable or not. What we call sorcery is just a structured method of achieving a predictable result while doing so, with whatever means you possess, usually with the help of soul essence. He looked around, observing the landscape of the sanctuary, and added, "Take me, for example. My aspect has to do with souls, and so I was able to learn a few things from the followers of Heart God, the God of souls, as well as emotions, memory, hunger, and growth. However, I only became a true sorcerer after learning Hope's magic." Sunny tilted his head a little. "Hope's magic?" Noctis nodded. "Ah, yes. The most common type of sorcery used by mortals, blindly and without a true understanding of its nature, I might add, comes from Hope. She is the one who invented writing after all and gifted it to us humans. What a wonderful invention it was. Writing itself does not produce sorcery, though." He hesitated and then added, "Before Hope invented writing, the most common type of sorcery used by mortals even more blindly was the sorcery of names. You see, Sunless, everything that exists has a name. In fact, you might even say that a thing only starts to exist after it is given a name. A flower is just a flower, one among many, until you call it a rose. Then, roses are suddenly different from all the other flowers, and so they come to exist." Sunny frowned, not sure that he understood what the hell Noctis was talking about. Wouldn't roses exist even if they were not called roses? Well, in a sense, they wouldn't. Flowers that looked like roses would, but they would not be called roses, and so there would not be roses. How confusing. The sorcerer, meanwhile, ignored his befuddlement and continued. "However, not all names are equal. So are simply given and aren't worth much, while others have to be earned. And those names, the true names of things, hold power over them. Names are a powerful thing, Sunless. And so, a long time ago, people who learned those names could share in that power. However, their authority was obscure and fleeting, since it was only invoked when someone said the names aloud, and saying them with a mortal mouth was not an easy feat." He suddenly smiled. "But that was what made Hope's invention so ingenious, you see. Once writing appeared, one with enough knowledge could connect the names to material objects, granting the invocation permanence. Of course, it is not that simple. In fact, knowing the names of things and how to shape them into songs and phrases is incredibly hard, because with the knowledge of names comes the knowledge of everything." Noctis let out a heavy sigh. Simply scribbling a rune without understanding its meaning would not do anything. So it takes centuries to learn the very basics of runic sorcery. Unless you are intrinsically predisposed to it, of course, which no one is, except for Hope herself. But I will gladly teach you everything I know. If you have a century or two to spare, I mean." The sorcerer smiled brightly and stared at Sunny, sincerity written all over his obnoxiously beautiful face. That slimy bastard. Of course, Sunny did not have a couple of centuries to spare. But maybe he didn't need to. Names are a powerful thing. Suddenly, a seed of an idea appeared in his mind. Maybe some other time." Noctis sighed with regret and opened his mouth to say something, but the four-armed demon was already gone, swallowed by shadows. The sorcerer stared at the shadows with a sour face, then shook his head and sighed again. What a strange fellow. Back in the Red Colosseum, Sunny had spent an excruciating amount of time remembering and comparing the weaves of different memories in order to understand what they had in common. In his mind, there were three traits that all memories shared: the ability to be summoned and dismissed, the ability to repair themselves while dismissed, and the connection to the wielder's soul. By recognizing these three universal parts of the weave patterns, he thought that he had learned how to reproduce these simplest enchantments, at least to the point where he managed to create a simple pattern that allowed an item to be dismissed and summoned from essence. However, there was a fourth quality that all memories shared, one that he had not thought about. All memories had a name. I'm an idiot. Such an idiot. He of all people should have known what power names wielded, considering that his own true name was literally the key to having absolute control over him. Appearing from the shadows that nestled in his room, Sunny fell on the bed and summoned the silver bell, the memory with which he was familiar the most. He had spent countless hours studying its weave and trying to comprehend the secrets of how it worked. To little avail, up until now. Staring beneath the surface of the small bell, he saw the beautiful and complicated pattern of ethereal strings that permeated it, with a single dimly glowing ember in its middle. By now, Sunny had managed to recognize the parts of the weave that were responsible for all its unique qualities. Or so he thought. There were the 3 segments of the pattern that he had learned in the Red Colosseum, and the rest was the single enchantment of the bell. However, despite knowing all the parts, Sunny could never make sense of the whole weave, as though something was missing, making all his attempts to comprehend the logic and connections of the ethereal strings useless. There is one more element. The silver bell does have only a single enchantment, but it also has a name. The name that differentiates it from every other memory, and thus allows it to exist, somehow. Sunny stared at the part of the weave that he had thought was representing the enchantment for a long time, then summoned another memory and studied it as well. The task of separating one completely unique part of the weave from another completely unique part seemed impossible at first. After all, he had nothing to use as a reference. But he had something even better. The intrinsic predisposition to weaving that he had inherited from the demon of fate. The very quality that Noctis had mentioned Hope possessed when it came to runic sorcery, as its creator. Sunny, of course, was no weaver, but he was able to intuitively sense the purpose of spell-weave elements due to his connection to the enigmatic demon. That talent was literally in his blood. All Sunny had to do now was carefully examine each and every string comprising the vast pattern and sense which ones were meant to create sound and which had no purpose he knew of. The ones he knew nothing about had to do something with the name. Hours passed, and soon it grew dark outside. Sunny continued to stare at the small silver bell, forgetting about his nightly hunt, and at some point in the middle of the night, his eyes suddenly widened. There, is it? Yes, I see it. Finally, he had managed to isolate the part of the weave that had nothing to do with the 3 universal enchantments, but also didn't seem to be connected to the actual purpose of the bell, producing a ringing that could be heard from miles away. This had to be the part of the spell weave that described the name of the memory. Such a vast and intricate pattern of ethereal strings, all to express 2 simple words: silver bell. As soon as Sunny mentally connected these 2 words with the pattern, a strange thing happened. The weave of the silver bell remained the same, but he suddenly saw it differently. It was as though the whole thing completely transformed in front of his eyes, while not changing at all. The disparate parts suddenly seemed harmoniously connected, and the chaotic and senseless structure of the weave suddenly appeared to possess a strange and mysterious but elegant and undeniable logic. He was stunned. How? How did I not see this? The pattern was suddenly so much more open to him, so much easier to discern, and in the middle of it, weaving through every part of the tapestry of ethereal strings, was the name Silver Bell, which served as the bridge and the unifying element between them. No wonder every memory I tried to modify collapsed. I only missed the most important thing, damn. Sunny studied the weave of the silver bell with wide eyes, seeing the familiar parts of it in a new light. Then, however, a slight frown appeared on his face. Wait, what is that? Now that he saw the entirety of the logic behind the pattern, or rather, of the logic behind its foundational structure, he could also see an element that seemed alien to his understanding. By now, no part of this weave was supposed to remain unknown to him. And yet, there was one. More than that part of the weave was vast and terribly complicated, as much inherent to the whole structure of the memory as its name. It was hard to notice at first, but if one knew what to look for, it was almost impossible to ignore. It is very pretty. But what the hell is it? He scowled, then glanced at the other memory, wishing to compare its weave to that of the silver bell. To Sunny's surprise, the vast and beautiful underlying pattern was there as well, its presence as strange and unexplainable as before. Suddenly tense, he summoned all of his memories one after another, studying them, and finding the mysterious pattern everywhere. What the hell is it? Sunny had no idea, and even his intuition was silent, not providing any hint as to the purpose of the ever-present hidden weave. The only clue he found was that a part of it bore a distant resemblance to the weave of the moonlight shard, and that its overall structure slightly resembled that of the name of the silver bell. However, the mysterious pattern was incomparably vaster and deeper. He scowled, and then suddenly tilted his head with a surprised expression. Moonlight. Light. Sunny glanced at the weave again, and then froze. Lost from light? When morning came, Sunny was sitting on the floor with a wild look on his bestial face, his black coarse hair in a mess. There was a glowing golden needly in one of his hands and a small silver bell in the other. The other two held a flute that seemed to be either cut from jade or made out of polished emerald bone. That was probably the best memory he had received in the Red Colosseum. But right now, Sunny couldn't care about the flute any less. Instead, all his attention was concentrated on the small bell. Holding his breath, Sunny raised and shook it. However, instead of the clear ringing that would be heard from kilometers away, all he heard was a barely audible, melodious whisper. A wild grin slowly appeared on his face, illuminating his face. I've done it. I really did. Barely containing his excitement, Sunny summoned the runes and read the description of the bell. Memory, silver bell. Memory rank, dormant. Memory tier, 2. Memory description, a small memento of a long-lost home, which once brought its owner comfort and joy. Its clear ringing can be heard from miles away. Memory enchantments. Silver song. Sonorous. Silver song. Enchantment description. The ringing of this bell is not overly loud, but can be heard across a vast distance. Sonorous enchantment. Description. The owner can decide how loud this bell will ring. Sunny's eyes glistened with joy. Of course, these two enchantments were not that powerful. However, that did not matter. What mattered was the fact that there were now 2 of them, despite that there had only been one before. He had finally managed to successfully copy and transplant an enchantment, albeit a simple one. He had studied the emerald bone flute, painstakingly recreated the weave of the sonorous enchantment, and integrated it into the weave of the silver bell, without destroying it. He had done it. He added a new enchantment to a memory. Failing to wipe the wide grin from his face, Sunny looked beneath the surface of the small bell. Now, its spellweave looked very different. Where there had once only been strings of ethereal light, now there were black strings made of shadows as well. The 2 types of strings were intricately intertwined to create a so complicated and yet harmonious pattern. More than that, the pattern of the silver bell used to have only one glowing ember that served as a nexus for the ethereal threads. But now there were 2. Knowing that an additional enchantment would require a more powerful foundation, Sunny had used one of the soul shards in his possession to create a new anchor. All of this had only been possible because of his new insight into the structure of weaves. Knowing that the name of a memory was integral to its spell weave allowed Sunny to see the pattern as a whole, and so he was finally able to change it without destroying the thing entirely. Of course, he was still unable to even think about creating an enchantment of his own. But taking an already existing enchantment pattern and transplanting it into a different memory was not outside of the realm of possibility for him anymore. Granted, it was not an easy process. Just the simple, sonorous enchantment took a whole night and an ocean of shadow essence to create. And that was after he had spent months staring at the silver bell and studying its spell weave. But still, gods, the possibilities were almost infinite. The ability to modify and change his memories could open countless doors for him, in time, and that was only scratching the surface of his recent breakthrough. Just the fact that he had been able to raise the tier of the silver bell by adding an additional anchor was already promising enough. Yes, it would take a lot of time and effort to solidify this success and learn how to copy enchantments faster and more reliably. There would be plenty of failures along the way. But the more Sunny practiced, the more he would come to know about the logic and essence of weaving. One day in the future, he would gain enough knowledge and experience to take the next step and learn how to modify and change the enchantments themselves, altering their function. And one day after that, far in the future, he just might learn enough to try creating an enchantment and a memory of his own. On the day he succeeded in that daunting endeavor, on that day, Sunny would earn the right to call himself a true sorcerer. On that day, he would become a weaver. Much later, Sunny emerged from his room, stared at the bright sun with a dissatisfied expression, yawned, and walked toward the spot where he and Kai usually practiced archery. His friend was already there, wearing his charred wooden mask. There was a bow in his hands, and a quiver of arrows by his feet. Noticing the four-armed demon, Kai turned his head and waved, greeting him. "Good morning." Sunny rubbed his face, then revealed his sharp fangs in a frightening smile. "What's good about it?" Doesn't matter. Shall we start?" The young man looked at him for a bit, then shrugged. "Sure, but where have you been these last few days?" Sunny blinked a couple of times. "In my room? Wait, a few days passed? Huh. I must have lost the track of time." Kai tilted his head, then suddenly glanced at Sunny's hands. "Oh, wait. Where is that emerald amulet Noctis gave you?" Sunny glanced down with a guilty look, lingered for a bit, and answered reluctantly. "Oh, that thing. I sort of broke it." The young man's eyes widened. "You broke? Wait, then how am I hearing you?" At that moment, Sunny grinned and produced a simple-looking rock from the folds of his black kimono, then proudly presented it to Kai. The archer stared at it with confusion. "Is it the ordinary rock?" Continuing to grin, Sunny shook his head. Then, the rock suddenly spoke in his voice. "It was, but now, it is the extraordinary rock. I improved it, I guess. Now it can do the same thing as the amulet, but as an active enchantment. So no more blurting random thoughts for me. What a relief. I can curse out anyone I want in peace again. Can have some mental privacy again. It can also be really, really loud. So, its name changed as well." Kai stared at him in bewilderment for a bit, then shook his head. "Well, this is great. But sadly, we don't have time to discuss it in detail. Or practice archery, for that matter." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Really? Why?" The young man sighed, then stood up and picked up his quiver. "It's Noctis. He wants to see us." Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then sighed and followed Kai through the garden. He felt a little uneasy about meeting Noctis. Surely he won't be mad at me for breaking his amulet. Well, who cares anyway? That slick bastard owes me too much already. Destroying the emerald amulet had not been his plan. Soon he just really wanted to find a more efficient method of expressing himself, and the sorcerer's gift was the only thing in his possession that had a suitable enchantment. The problem was that the enchantment was made with runes, and not a weave. So Sunny had no way to reproduce it. He could, however, try to turn the amulet into a memory. Sunny had already achieved something similar back in the Red Colosseum by weaving a basic enchantment of summoning into his slave collar. However, The process had never been completed, because the enchantment was destroyed in the clash with the collar's own magic, lasting only long enough to allow him to escape the cage. Now, however, Sunny had plenty of time to make another attempt. This time, armed with his new knowledge, he had a far better chance of success. Of course, it was not guaranteed, so he started by experimenting with a beautifully crafted wooden chair in his room. Slowly and tediously, he created countless strings of the essence and weaved the 3 basic enchantments into the piece of furniture, only to see them, and the soul shard he had used as an anchor, disintegrate into a rain of ethereal sparks. After thinking for a while and replenishing his essence, Sunny repeated the process, but this time with one additional step. He also weaved his true name into the pattern, using it as the beacon for the enchantment that was responsible for connecting the memory to the owner's soul. And so, the chair became a memory of sorts. Now there was in the list of memories he owned, with a description that stated, "This chair was turned into a memory by Lost from Light, for reasons unknown." The chair could be summoned and dismissed at will, and even repaired itself while stored within his soul. It could also be fed to Saint, increasing her shadow fragment count by half a point, since the single soul shard Sunny had used to create the weave was of the awakened rank. Satisfied with that, Sunny waited for his cores to regenerate enough essence and repeated the process once again, now with the emerald amulet itself. Sadly, the result was not the same. He did manage to make the amulet into a memory. What was more, in the process, the spell itself transformed the enchantment of the amulet from runic to a weave, showing just how ingenious Weaver's creation was. However, the resulting pattern turned out to be unstable, perhaps because of the alien nature of the amulet's magic, or perhaps because Sunny did not know its name, or how to name it, using strings. It began to slowly unravel almost immediately after the transformation. All Sunny could do was feverishly study the weave of the swiftly decaying memory before it completely fell apart. Soon, the amulet destroyed itself, but Sunny still managed to copy its enchantment onto the ordinary rock, as well as adding a new anchor to the weave of the rock, thus elevating it to the 2nd tier. He also went ahead and copied the sonorous enchantment onto it as well. When he did, the name of the memory changed, and the ordinary rock became the extraordinary rock. Overall, Sunny was very pleased with himself, not only because he managed to recreate another enchantment and confirm his ability to turn soul shards into food for his shadows, but also because he would finally be able to speak his mind, without speaking everything that was on his mind in the process. Gods knew he needed that. The only bad thing about the whole situation was that Noctis's gift was destroyed. But, with some luck, the sorcerer would not even notice. Whatever. They met Effie near the wooden door. By now, the little girl's bruises had healed, and she looked like a vigorous, healthy child again. She was also gnawing on a large bone with a wild look on her face, seemingly making even the sailor dolls a bit nervous. Noticing the two of them, Effie smiled. "There you are," Kai greeted her, and then asked, "Where's Cassie?" The little girl swung her bone, pointing at the flying ship that hovered above the sanctuary. "There, Noctis is too. Let's go." With that, she swallowed the remains of the bone and raised her hands as if asking for a hug. Kai sighed, then picked her up and flew into the sky. Sunny grimaced, summoned the heavenly burden, and followed. Soon, they landed on the deck of the ship and found Cassie there, already waiting for them. The sorcerer was some distance away, watering the sacred tree. The sight of him with a watering pot in hand was so mundane that it almost looked comical. The members of the cohort approached Noctis and then stopped, waiting respectfully for him to notice them. After a while, Sunny cleared his throat. Sometime later, he growled loudly. Finally, the sorcerer flinched, then turned around and smiled. "Oh, you are finally here." Sunny nodded, then asked cautiously, "We are. What did you want to talk about?" Noctis scratched his chin, then sighed. Well, it's time for the four of you to go and retrieve the ruby knife. It is not too far from here, being kept by a friend of mine. The whole trip should not take you more than a couple of days. Sounds like another disaster. Sunny frowned, hesitated for a second, and then said, And what exactly do we need to do to get the knife from your friend? Noctis blinked a couple of times, a confused look on his face. Oh, nothing? Just go there and tell her to give you the knife, as long as at least one of you is pure, in heart and thought. She will. Can't be that easy. And what does being pure even mean? Sunny wanted to ask a few questions, but then changed his mind. Speaking with Noctis more than absolutely necessary was troublesome. It was also fruitless, since Noctis only ever revealed as much information as he wanted, and never more than that. So he simply said, And where does that friend of yours reside? The immortal transcendent smiled, then conjured a map of the Kingdom of Hope from somewhere and pointed to a particular island. Here, see? It's really close. Sunny looked at where the sorcerer's manicured finger pointed, and paled. He knew that island pretty well. It was the island of the tranquil, clear lake that he had been advised to never approach, because the creature living in the lake was so terrifying that even Skytide did not dare to venture there. The creature was surely corrupted, and as for its rank, no one even had a guess. Rattled, he glanced at Noctis with a dark expression and growled, Are you joking? There's a terrible, unsightly thing living in that lake. The sorcerer looked at him with reproach, and then said bitterly, Well, that unsightly thing is my friend. Shame on you, Sunless. Of all the creatures in the world, I thought that you would be the last to judge someone on their appearance. After all, you are a terrible and unsightly thing yourself. And yet, we are best friends. Chapter 6, 197. Sunny stared at the sorcerer for a few moments, unamused. He really wanted to retort, but couldn't. The four-armed demon was indeed a fearsome and unsightly creature, as far as humans were concerned. So, denying it would have been a lie. And while the extraordinary rock could repeat his thoughts, the thoughts it spoke aloud still had to be truthful. With an irritated snarl, Sunny looked away and said, Fine. We will retrieve the ruby knife from your friend that lives in the lake. However, it would only be polite for you to return the favor and give us something in return, don't you think? To avoid putting a strain on our own friendship, you know. These were more or less the exact words Noctis had used to lure him into a confrontation with Nightmare, so Sunny was pretty sure that the sorcerer would not be able to refuse his request. Indeed, the immortal looked at him with a pale smile, and then let out a slightly nervous laugh. Oh, yes, you are right, of course. Is there something particular you have in mind? Sunny nodded. As a matter of fact, I do. With that, he pulled an amulet in the form of an anvil from the folds of his kimono and handed it to Noctis. This was the charm Master Wealthy had worn in the Night Temple to protect herself from Mordred. After her death, the small talisman remained in his possession, revealing that it was not a memory, but an actual object. Considering its shape and the fame of the great clan valor, especially when it came to forging weapons and tools, it was not hard to imagine how the charm came to be. However, that did not mean that Sunny understood how it worked, and he really needed to. Cassie was immune to Mordred's possession due to her blindness, and Sunny himself was protected by the army of shadows contained within his soul. Kai and Effie, however. When he imagined his friends meeting the Prince of Nothing, his blood turned cold. I want you to make something similar to this. Noctis received that talisman and studied it with a curious smile. Slowly, however, the smile disappeared from his face. His gray eyes glinted with a strange emotion, and he said in a neutral tone, Where did you get this? Sunny shrugged. Of an enemy's corpse? Well, more or less. Why? The sorcerer studied the small anvil for a bit more, and then shook his head with a sigh. I can't recreate this talisman. The sorcery used to enchant it is not something I've ever seen before. More than that, it was made for a reason that eludes me, and by someone far more powerful than I am. Which is a real feat, mind you, considering how mighty and talented I am. In any case, I can't do it. I can't. Think of something else. Noctis glanced at the anvil amulet with a frown, and then returned it to Sunny. Someone far more powerful? Sunny blinked a couple of times. Had Mordred's father created the talisman to ward off his son personally? Just how dreadful the sovereigns were to impress even an immortal saint of the bygone era. He lingered for a bit, then hid the little anvil and sighed. All right then, I'll think of something else. We will discuss it after the ruby knife is in our hands. Noctis waved a hand and turned back to the sacred tree, then continued to water it. Fine, fine. Just don't let your imagination run too wild. I am but a humble sorcerer, you know, not an actual deity. I only look like one. Ah, yes. My heavenly beauty is indeed divine. Sunny sighed, then gestured to the other members of the cohort and turned around. It was time to visit another of the humble sorcerer's friends. 4 awakened were walking across the giant chain that swayed lightly, suspended between 2 skies. One blue and full of light, the other black and devoid of it. Well, to be more precise, only Sunny and Cassie were walking. Kai was levitating above the links of the ancient chain, while Effie was sitting comfortably on Sunny's shoulders. In fact, the little girl was fast asleep, and drooling on his head. In other circumstances, Sunny would have been outraged and shaken the fiendish child awake, but right now, he was too preoccupied with grim thoughts. He wasn't even thinking about the creature they were about to face. No, his mind was still on the anvil talisman. Since Noctis was unable to create a second one, someone in their cohort was going to have to remain without any defense against the Prince of Nothing. And now, Sunny had to decide who. Was he going to give the charm to Kai, or to Effie? As if reading his thoughts, the little girl suddenly shifted, then yawned and opened her eyes. God, Sunny, stop grinding your fangs so loud, will you? I can't sleep. What has gotten you so tense, anyway? He hesitated for a few moments, then shared his concerns. Both Cassie and Kai listened as well, their faces turning as grim as his own. Effie, however, seemed unconcerned. What, that's it? How is this a problem? Just give it to Kai, you doofus. Sunny jumped down to the next link, holding Effie's skinny legs to prevent her from falling off, and then asked, Aren't you afraid of being consumed by Mordred? The little girl grimaced. You guys overestimate that Mordred guy a lot. He's not that dangerous. Everyone grew silent, looking at her with doubt. Not dangerous. The 100 lost warriors, 2 ascended knights, and the whole of the northern reach of the Kingdom of Hope begged to differ. She shook her head. What made him dangerous were the 6 cores he possessed. Inside the Soul Sea, that guy can mirror the aspect of his enemy, correct? He can use the same abilities but charge them with the power of multiple cores. Effie snorted. Well, he doesn't have 6 cores anymore. He only has 1. Maybe 2 or 3 if he was very diligent and managed to create new ones. Doesn't really matter. Point is, he sacrificed his personal power to create 5 mirror monsters, which made the overall threat he represents far greater, but the danger to one's soul far lesser. She thought for a bit, and then added thoughtfully, In fact, I would even say that what truly makes him dangerous are not his cores, but instead his skill and talent. His genius, even, when it comes to combat. The ability to mirror someone's aspect sounds terrifying. But think about it. How long did it take you to get a grasp on how to properly use your abilities? That guy has to fight someone with their own aspect seconds after coming in possession of it, which is not an easy feat. The little girl yawned again, and then settled into a more comfortable position. More than that, he also inherits the person's flaw. So actually, it's just a question of skill and experience. Let him invade my soul sea. I'll teach him some manners. With that, Effie fell asleep once again. Sunny remained silent for a bit, then sighed and handed the anvil amulet to Kai, who received it with a doubtful expression on his face. Effie was not wrong. Now that Mordred did not possess an overwhelming advantage in raw power, this facet of his aspect was less dangerous. It all came down to the nature of the victim's abilities and their skill. Effie was far more skilled in combat than Kai was. More than that, her own aspect was all about physical might and melee combat, and he had never seen anyone more comfortable in their physicality than Effie. Even Mordred would find it difficult to utilize her aspect better. But still, looking ahead, he scowled and said, "Let's hope we won't have to find out whether you are right or not. There is still a chance that we will not become enemies with Mordred in this nightmare." Effie shifted slightly, then said in a sleepy voice, "Of course I'm right. Now let me nap in peace." However, instead of doing that, Sunny shook her awake. The little girl sighed with irritation. "What?" He simply pointed forward. "We're here." Just 100 or so meters ahead, the slope of a flying island rose upward from the heavenly chain. They had reached the tranquil lake. Sunny landed on the very edge of the island and froze there, looking forward with a dark expression on his bestial face. The others remained silent, too, feeling his unease and tension. The land in front of them seemed tranquil, beautiful even. There was an expanse of vibrant green grass, and some distance away, it made way for the calm waters of a vast lake. Its surface was perfectly still and reflective, making it seem as though a piece of the blue sky above had somehow gotten embedded into the ground. A gentle wind caressed their faces, and nothing broke the peaceful silence except for the rustle of grass and the distant rattling of chains. And yet, Sunny couldn't help but feel a sense of imminent danger. He sighed and then glanced at his friends with uncertainty. "Should we summon our armor and weapons?" Kai hesitated for a moment, then said, "Wouldn't that be seen as a sign of distrust and hostility? Pure heart, pure thoughts, whatever that means, does not seem to fit with being armed and ready for a fight." Sunny grimaced. "Yeah. However, what if we do have to fight?" Effie smiled. "The four of us should be able to at least retreat safely, should things go wrong. I mean, how terrible can that thing be?" Sunny shivered, then shook his head. "Terrible enough for saints to fear it. I've been to this island a few times in the future, but stuck to the edges, never approaching the lake. So I don't actually know what kind of a creature lives in its depths. However, I did see bones laying on the shore, and just those bones alone looked like they had belonged to things I would not want to meet." He hesitated for a while, then glanced at Cassie. "What do you think?" The young woman tilted her head a little, then said calmly, "I don't feel any danger. Maybe Noctis was honest this time." Sunny sighed. Cassie's intuition had guided each of them through countless dangers unscathed. If she felt that it was safe, there was a good reason to listen. That didn't mean that he had to be happy about it, though. "All right, no weapons or armor for now, just pure thoughts." Together they crossed the stretch of land between the edge of the island and the shore of the lake, stopping just a few steps away from the calm water. Because of how still and reflective it was, no one could peer beneath the surface. However, Sunny could feel something deep beneath the water. A vast and sprawling shadow. Ancient, deep, unfathomable. He shivered. Sunny lingered for a bit, then cleared his throat and, feeling extremely stupid, addressed the lake. I am here to retrieve the ruby knife. Please, give it to me." There was a gust of wind, and nothing happened. Is it because of Harper? or all the things I've done to survive in the outskirts." A few moments later, Effie laughed. "Oh, I guess you are not pure, Sonny. Who would have thought?" He gritted his teeth, then growled at her angrily. "Go and try yourself, then." The little girl shook her head vigorously. "No, no. No one has ever accused me of being pure, I think. Although," she thought for a bit and then shrugged, "I guess I am in the body of a child." The girl climbed down from Sonny's shoulders, approached the water, and stretched out a hand. "Can I please have the knife, Auntie from the lake?" Once again, nothing happened. Effie remained there for a few moments, then sighed and took a step back. Figures. Finally, both of them turned and stared at Kai. The young man hesitated for a few moments, then shook his head. "I think Cassie should try." Sonny and Effie glanced at each other, a little surprised, then shrugged and made way for the blind girl to approach the water. There was no harm in trying anyway. Cassie lingered for a few moments, then sighed and walked toward the shore. Stopping mere centimeters from the calm water, she lowered her head and said simply, "I am here for the ruby knife." At first, Sonny thought that she had failed as well. But then the young woman suddenly paled and took a step back. There was a ripple on the surface of the lake, and although the vast shadow hidden within it did not move, something suddenly appeared from beneath the water. A pale white hand that held a long knife, which seemed to be made of solidified blood. The hand rose from the water and offered it to Cassie, who suddenly trembled with her whole body and took another step back, shaking her head with a panicked look. Then, however, she stopped. Her bloodless lips turned into a straight line, and gritting her teeth, the young woman returned to the shore. There she knelt and leaned forward, taking the ruby knife from the deathly white hand. The hand let go of it easily and disappeared back into the water, and soon nothing but a slowly dissipating ripple remained to remind them of its existence. Sonny observed all of this in shock. It didn't move. The shadow did not even move. He was about to say something, but then the water rippled again, and another hand emerged, this one black as coal and holding nothing. It slowly moved toward Cassie, then rose and softly caressed her cheek. The young woman flinched when the black flesh touched her, but remained in place. A few seconds later, the black hand retreated back into the lake as well. Cassie only moved when the ripples were gone, standing up and turning to them with a distant expression on her beautiful face. In the spot where the black hand touched her cheek, her skin turned gray and opened, drops of blood rolling down her chin. She was holding the ruby knife in her trembling hands. Sonny finally found himself able to speak. What the hell was that?" Cassie remained motionless for a while, then suddenly shivered. I don't know. Let's just get out of here, please." He frowned, but did not object. To tell the truth, Sonny couldn't wait to get away from the lake himself. As they were walking away, he briefly turned and looked at the tranquil water one last time. Was it an illusion, or did the reflection of the sky on its surface seem darker? As they were walking back across the chains, he looked at Kai and asked, a bit of curiosity finding its way into his voice, "How did you know that it will give the knife to Cassie?" The blind girl turned her head slightly, as if equally interested to hear the answer. Even Effie seemed stumped. The young man glanced at them and shrugged, smiling beneath his wooden mask. Pure heart, pure thoughts. All of us wondered what that means, right? Well, I think we all made a mistake because it didn't really matter how we understood it. The only thing that mattered was how Noctis had understood it centuries ago, when he entrusted the knife to the creature. He grew silent for a bit, and then added, "He gave the ruby knife away after finding out that Hope was driving the chain lords mad, fearing what he might do with it should the worst happen. So to him, purity of heart and thought meant something very specific. The ability to remain of clear mind, true to his oath, and loyal to his sacred duty. And while none of us is perfect, Cassie is the most clear-headed and dutiful person I know. Sonny tilted his head, not sure if he agreed with that statement. The creature of the lake had, though, which meant that Kai was at least partially right. Or it had all been just a coincidence. As he was remembering the past with a dark expression on his face, the young man suddenly spoke again, his voice hoarse and somber. That was why Noctis had sent us to retrieve the knife instead of coming himself, I guess. Because he has gone mad, betrayed his oath, and abandoned his duty. And we are helping him walk even further on that path. Walk further into the madness until he reaches its end. The journey back was sadly uneventful. Sonny had hoped that they would stumble upon a few nightmare creatures, but this close to the sanctuary, there weren't many, except for those too powerful for the cohort to attack without a serious reason and thorough preparations. Come to think, these powerful abominations were probably the reason why the weaker ones kept away. Perhaps that was why Noctis had not eradicated them. Well, that, or he was simply too lazy. They returned to the sorcerer's stronghold at dawn, and went to find him without wasting any time. However, Noctis was not at his residence, and the wooden door remained shut. Eventually, they located him at the far side of the island, where the immortal was, making a statue. There were several giant slabs of marble laying on the ground, and a dozen or so chisels hacking at them without anyone's help. The sorcerer stood some distance away, his luscious black hair powdered by marble dust, and watched it all with a satisfied expression on his face while sipping from a glass of wine. The first of the statues seemed to be close to completion, and resembled something. It might have been a human, or a horse. Sonny found it hard to tell. Noticing them, Noctis grinned. "Oh, you're back." Then he looked at the hideous stone abomination and raised his chin proudly. "What do you think? Majestic, right?" Sonny hesitated for a few moments, and then said cautiously, That is one word to describe it, without a doubt. But what is it?" The sorcerer frowned with confusion. "What do you mean?" "It's me. A monument to me, that is. I have decided to grace the generations to come with a vision of my matchless beauty. They deserve the privilege of witnessing it as well. Who am I to devoid people of such blessing?" He glanced at the terrifying marble monster, scratched the back of his head, and added, "Of course, I might have failed to grasp a couple of nuances of the sculpting art just yet. This one is really not too bad, but it is just the first attempt. Luckily, I have plenty of these slabs to practice. 7 should be enough to reach perfection. Well, maybe 14 or 20. Sonny stared at the hideous statue for a bit, quite sure that it looked more like a monstrous gargoyle than Noctis. Then he shook his head and said, "Good for you. Meanwhile, we have retrieved the ruby knife. So, what comes next?" The sorcerer remained silent for a while, then sighed despondently. "I guess it's time to take a break. Come, let's have something to eat. And drink, of course, and discuss the future. Now that the knives are in our possession, the future will surely be upon us soon enough." Some time later, they were enjoying a light breakfast in the shade of the ancient tree that grew in the heart of the sanctuary. Noctis poured himself some wine, then offered them a polite smile. "You must be curious about what happens next." The four of them glanced at each other, then nodded. The sorcerer shrugged. "Well, to be honest, nothing much. By now, the other chain lords already know that I'm collecting the knives. The death of the one in the north would have distracted them for a bit, but at the same time, it would have made my actions look much more suspicious. So, they will hold a council and decide how to act." He took a sip of wine and smiled. "However, getting Solvain and Sevras into one room is not an easy task. It will take them some time to come together. After that, predictably, they will send a herald to give me some sort of an ultimatum. And only then, After their polite request is denied, will they act, joining forces to invade my lands, capture me, and make me bitterly regret the fact I am immortal? Noctis shook his head, then laughed. Sunny, on the other hand, shivered and asked, his voice full of tension, "Is this really something to laugh about? How are we going to repel an attack of 3 transcendents?" The sorcerer grew silent, then shook his head. "Ah, well, simple, really. We won't." He took another sip of wine and looked up at the flying ship that hovered above them. "Instead, we will attack them first. We will lay siege to the Ivory City." Noticing their stunned gazes, Noctis laughed again. "Ah, children, you are so fun to talk to. These expressions are priceless. However, even younglings like you should have learned by now that having more power doesn't always mean achieving victory. The 3 lords that oppose us are very powerful indeed, but they are not without weaknesses." He paused, and then looked at them, his eyes glinting with a hint of moonlight. "To tell you the truth, neither Solvain nor the Sun Prince concern me that much. The only one worth being scared of, the only one who can defeat me, is Sevras, the Ivory Lord, that dreadful dragon. Because between all 7 of the Chain Lords, only he and I belong to divine bloodlines. Only the 2 of us trace our lineage to gods." Sunny frowned. "Wait, aren't Sevras and the Sun Prince brothers? How come he is the only one with a divine lineage?" Noctis shrugged. "All kinds of strange things happen when it comes to gods. Who knows? In any case, he is the only brother who inherited the fire, and he is formidable for it, beyond words. So we won't be able to defeat Sevras unless we strike at his flaw." Sunny froze. "You know his flaw?" The sorcerer smiled gingerly, then chuckled. "Of course. We immortals spent more than 1,000 years bound together. I know all of their flaws, and they know mine. But Sevras, that guy is rather special. In a sense, he actually has 3. Noctis grew silent for a few moments, taking a sip from his glass. Then he sighed and said with a hint of sadness, "One is his actual flaw. The other is his brother. And the last one, the direst of them all, is his city." He looked at the beautiful garden of the sanctuary, his face turning cold and ruthless. "By using all 3, we will destroy him." No one dared to speak for a few moments, unnerved by the sudden change in the sorcerer's mood. After a while, though, Effie tugged on his sleeve and asked, Care to elaborate? Grandpa Noctis?" Noctis looked at her absent-mindedly, then flinched and jerked his sleeve away, wiping the spot where the little girl touched it with a repulsed look. Grandpa? Who are you calling a grandpa, you critter?" He moved his chair away from Effie and stared at her menacingly for a moment, then threw a hurt look at Sunny. Sunny shrugged. "You are 1,000 years older than her." The sorcerer opened his mouth with a deeply offended expression, then puffed and looked away. After a long and poignant pause, he continued. "Anyway, as I was saying, Sevras has 3 weaknesses. The first one is his flaw. He is incredibly powerful during the day, but nearly powerless during the night. The second one is his brother. Surprising, I know, considering what he did to the poor guy. But the Ivory Lord still genuinely cares about his younger sibling. In fact, that is probably the only thing he cares about anymore, apart from his duty and principles." Noctis grew quiet for a moment, and then added in a somber tone, "And the third one is his city. That, Sevras loves his people, but he also hates them. They are a burden that weighs heavily on his soul, one that he cannot escape. Their relationship had long been perverted by hope, and by his own stubborn unwillingness to give up. Noble, righteous Sevras. He might seem like the sanest among us, but in reality, He is the closest to utter madness. All it will take to send him over the edge is one push. The immortal transcendent sighed, then shook his head reproachfully. That guy. Ah, truly, he has always been too serious. You can't survive in this place without a sense of humor, even if you are immortal. The sorcerer giggled at his own joke, and then looked at them with a relaxed smile. So, we will attack at night, when the ivory dragon Severax is at his weakest, and we will kill his younger brother before dawn. That will be the push that sends him into the abyss and dooms him. Sunny shivered, looked at the immortal transcendent, and asked cautiously, "Is it wise to drive a dragon insane?" Hearing this, Noctis simply laughed. Of course, Severus the Ivory Lord is fearsome and dreadful, but Severax the dragon is just a mindless beast. Killing a beast is not too difficult for a cunning hunter. And while I might not be as righteous and as noble as Severus, his smile disappeared, and his eyes suddenly shone with pale light. I am blood of the moon, beast god, the god of hunters. With that, the sorcerer leaned back and took a sip of his wine, slowly returning to his usual carefree self. Granted, I have not hunted for a while. The wilderness is just so ghastly, you know. The dirt, the insects, the fashion. Oh, the horror. He sighed heavily and then smiled again. Sunny hesitated for a bit. There was a question that he really wanted to ask, but was not sure that he should. Finally, he said, "What is your flaw, then? I know that it is not the kind of question people ask or answer, but our lives will be depending on your fight with the dragon. I think we have the right to know." Noctis waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, it's nothing much. More or less the exact opposite of his. I am at my strongest under the moonlight, but grow weak in the sunlight. No reason to hide it from friends." He thought for a bit and then added, "Solvain's flaw is perhaps the most cruel. She is cursed with beguiling beauty. Being with her slowly drives people mad with longing and lust, like an insidious drug. The more someone spends time with her, the more they want to possess her, eventually giving in to irresistible desire. A terrible fate, no doubt, but not exactly something we can use. Unless, of course, one of you. No, let's not think about that." Noctis grinned, then shook his head. "The Sun Prince's flaw. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. Now that he is encased in that steel monstrosity and almost mindless, we won't be able to make use of it anyway. We will just have to kill him in a straightforward manner. So, do you guys have questions?" The four of them looked at each other, and after a long pause, Kai asked hoarsely, "Yes, Lord Noctis. Just one. When we attack the Ivory City at night, and you are fighting the Sun Prince and Solvain, what exactly are we four supposed to do?" The sorcerer stared at them in confusion, then raised an eyebrow. "Why, is it not clear? While I am preoccupied with the Chain Lords, you will simply have to destroy the Sun Legion and the army of the Red Colosseum." He thought for a bit and then added, "Well, if you somehow fail to destroy them, at least keep them away from me for a while. Solvain and the Sun Prince. Yeah, shouldn't take me too long. I think you will manage." At the precipice of night, Sunny came to the edge of the island alone and stood there for a while, shrouded in shadows. Now that things were nearing the final stage, there was a lot he had to think about. There was the seemingly insane plan of attacking the Ivory City, the battle the cohort was going to wage against two armies while saints fought in the skies above them. And then there was Mordred, who remained an unknown variable in this whole mess. What concerned him the most, however, was his unformed fourth core. Going into the dire battle as a devil would have been far better. What's more, he couldn't allow himself to undergo the debilitating process of forming a new core in the midst of the furious clash. With the culmination of the nightmare swiftly approaching, he had no more time left to slowly seek out and kill nightmare creatures. And so, Sunny was forced to do something that he had always been reluctant to do. With a sign, he summoned his shadows. The taciturn knight, the Stygian steed, and the tenebrous serpent appeared in front of him, their figures drowning in the darkness. Two of his shadows slid forward and wrapped themselves around Nightmare and the soul serpent, with only the gloomy one remaining at his feet. Sunny lingered for a bit and then said, "Go. Travel far and wide, seek out nightmare creatures, and kill them. I need you to hunt for me instead of with me for a while." He paused and then added somberly, "Be careful, however. This world is a dangerous place. No matter how strong you are, how powerful you are, there is always someone, or something, far stronger, especially when you are alone. So don't let yourself get destroyed, all right?" Saint stared at him for a few moments, then outstretched a hand. After he placed the hilt of the scarlet odachi in it, she silently turned around and jumped down, landing on the links of the heavenly chain far below. Nightmare and the soul serpent dashed in opposite directions, soon disappearing from view. Just like that, Sunny was left alone. He remained motionless for a few moments, then sighed and looked down at the gloomy shadow. "I guess it's just you and me again. Like good old times, huh?" The shadow stared at him darkly for a second, and then raised a hand, clearly unsure what good times he was talking about exactly. Sunny smiled. "Yeah. Love you too, buddy." Soon after the shadows left, the connection Sunny shared with them grew faint. He could still feel their existence, but not much beyond that. The same happened with the happy and creepy shadows. When Nightmare and the soul serpent left the range of shadow control, which had grown to about 4 kilometers, he lost the ability to perceive them and the world through them. Sunny felt that they were out there, somewhere, but that was it. The sudden loss of being able to see and hear through 2 out of his 3 shadows was abrupt and jarring, as though he had suddenly lost an eye and a limb. It made Sunny feel very uncomfortable. Not only was his power severely diminished in the absence of his loyal companions, making him extremely vulnerable, but he also worried about them. There had been many opportunities to send Saint away to hunt on her own in the past, but Sunny never did. The risk was just too high, both for the shadow and for himself. They were stronger together. Shadows were not meant to be apart from their master, but there was no other choice now. He did not know when the 3 chain lords were going to act exactly, but there was not much time left before. Before the final confrontation began, Sunny had to become a devil. Neff was already a tyrant, after all. It would not do to let her remain so far ahead. With a sigh, he turned around and walked back to his room. The gloomy shadow followed, trying to not show that it too missed its siblings. The shadows were gone, but there was still a lot Sunny had to do. He had to prepare himself for the battle, both mentally and physically. The next few days passed without too much happening. Sunny trained archery with Kai, practiced swordsmanship with Cassie, and sharpened his mastery of the spear with Effie's help. The other 3 were busy with their own preparations as well. From time to time, all 4 left the sanctuary to hunt and put their teamwork to the test. Sunny received a few fragments from those small expeditions as well. In the night, he continued to experiment with weaving. However, he was also careful to get enough sleep. It would not do to go into the final battle exhausted. After several days of this, while Sunny was laying in bed, the spell suddenly whispered into his ear, "You have slain a fallen monster, veiled slayer. Your shadow grows stronger." Sunny sat up and stared into the darkness, tense. So one of them had found a prey. He did not know which one it was, Saint, Serpent, or Nightmare, or even if they were wounded in the fight. All he knew was that one of his shadows had emerged victorious and was not destroyed. After that first kill, the shadow fragments started to pour into his soul frequently, making the goal of forming a new core, before the fateful clash seemed less hopeless. In the meantime, all Sunny could do was carry on. 2 weeks of practicing weaving later, he could proudly say that he had successfully managed to destroy 38 out of the 39 memories received in the Red Colosseum. The only one remaining was the emerald bone flute. However, that saved him from damaging his actual memories at least. After the initial success of transplanting enchantments, Sunny found out that it was not as easy as he had thought. Well, it had never really been easy. But now he realized that there were more things he had to consider than simply the pattern of the weave itself. Each memory had a certain capacity when it came to accommodating enchantments. The more powerful an enchantment was, the more burden it put on the weave. To withstand it, weaves needed to be moored to anchors, each serving as a nexus for the strings of essence. Sunny created those anchors from soul shards. The more he used, the higher the tier of the memory was, and the higher its capacity. However, the rank of the shards also played a role, albeit in a slightly different manner. Apart from capacity, weaves also had a threshold of intensity they could withstand. More powerful enchantments put too much strain on the strings and the anchors, and so both the strings and the anchors had to be of a high enough rank to endure it. Additionally, only the weakest of enchantments could be activated passively, relying on the memory's own ambient soul energy. Everything else would only function when saturated by the flow of essence from the wielder's soul. But that was not all. Sunny had found out the hard way that not all memories could accommodate all enchantments, regardless of whether they had enough capacity and tolerance. Some were simply not meant for each other. He suspected that the name of the memory, and therefore its nature, played a role in that. He had transferred the sonorous enchantments to the silver bell and the ordinary rock, and also made the ordinary rock, which had been able to repeat the sounds it heard, repeat the words Sunny thought of as well. Both of these changes improved upon the original qualities of the memories. Instead of introducing something entirely new, they were not in conflict with their natures. However, when he tried to do something more radical, the results were disastrous. He could not add an enchantment meant to destroy to a memory that was meant to protect, unless he wanted the whole weave to break apart. It was not easy to understand the true nature of memories, however. The patient avenger, for example, was a shield, and its purpose was to protect its master. And yet that shield possessed enchantments capable of sowing utter devastation on the battlefield. So, it took Sunny a lot of time, and a lot of wasted memories, to get an initial grasp on the nuances of what enchantments he could transfer, and where. The hint was under his nose the whole time. The name of the memory hid the secret of its nature. He was still unable to fully grasp it, but after destroying dozens of memories, Sunny managed to develop an intuitive sense that allowed him to glean the general direction of things at least. It was not much, but it was something. At the start of their 5th month in the nightmare, Sunny found himself on a somewhat familiar island. Some distance away from him, a forest of tall trees stood, darkness nesting between their trunks. The forest looked different from how it had been in the future. There, the trees were twisted and bent, their bark turned dark and rough. But here, they had no need to change and adapt to the devastating burden of the crushing yet, and so, the forest stood tall. The wolves, however, were more or less the same. The nightmare creature lunging at him was the size of a small truck, with fur as tough as steel wire and a long, terrifying muzzle. Its jaws were wide enough to bite a human in half, and strong enough to crush both bones and armor into dust. As the giant beast jumped at him, Sunny dodged left and allowed Effie to barrel into the creature, her fist sending it flying to the ground with a whimper. A second later, an arrow landed from above, piercing one of the wolf's paws and nailing it to the ground. A slender rapier flashed through the air, doing the same with another. Effie appeared near the wolf, pressing it down with all her inhuman strength, and shouted, "Come on, the bastard is strong, really strong." Sunny did not make them wait. Jumping forward, he brandished the cruel sight and buried it between the abomination's 6 glowing eyes. Almost instantly, the flame of madness burning in them dimmed, and then was extinguished. Sunny sighed as the spell whispered, "You have slain a fallen monster, dread wolf. Your shadow grows stronger." He did not need the help of the cohort to slay a dread wolf, of course. These vile beasts were easy prey for someone like him. He did, however, require their assistance for what was about to happen next. Summoning the runes, Sunny found the familiar string of them. The runes read, "Shadow Fragments, 3,000 over 3,000. He prepared himself, and a moment later, the voice of the spell resounded once again. "Your shadow is overflowing with power." It was time for him to become a devil. Sunny sighed, then dismissed the runes, feeling the familiar heat igniting deep within his soul, growing stronger and stronger with each breath. Effie and Kai looked at him, curiosity and concern mixing in their eyes. Cassie silently retrieved the quiet dancer and turned away, listening to the dark forest that surrounded them. A few moments later, the little girl asked, "So, what exactly happens now?" Sunny gave her a grim look. "Now I will scream and thrash for a while. Forming a new core is probably the third worst pain I have ever experienced, and that was just the demon core. Damnation." Effie blinked a couple of times. "What are the second and the absolute worst, then?" He hesitated for a bit and then said hoarsely, "Attaining a demon's lineage was pretty bad, but the most terrible thing, by far, was catching a glimpse of fate. That one I only survived by accident." The gloomy shadow shivered, remembering their past. Sunny, meanwhile, scoffed. "Being gutted by the Black Knight did not even make the list, huh? Maybe I need to rethink my life choices." At that moment, the heat burning within his soul reached a critical point, and the spell whispered into his ear, "Your shadow is taking shape." A blinding pain exploded in his chest, sending Sunny to his knees. He gritted his teeth and remained silent, refusing to let out a shriek, a wail, or even a growl. This was not his first time experiencing that pain, even though, this time, it was far more intense. A human soul was not meant to contain many cores. That was the conclusion Sunny had come to a while back, thinking about how the process of awakening was pleasant and euphoric. But gaining new cores and a demon's lineage was harrowing and torturous. Humans were meant to walk the path of ascension, but becoming a different type of creature was against their nature. And Weaver's lineage was simply against all nature. It was aberrant and forbidden, something that was never meant to exist at all. Ugh! The pain grew stronger, and stronger, and then stronger still. Just like before, he felt as though his soul was being torn apart, something wristing from its depths and cutting his very being with its sharp edges. However, Sunny was used to this torment. He accepted it, allowed himself to dissipate into it, and endured. However then, something entirely unexpected happened. As his soul was going through a transformation, his body followed suit as well, catching him by surprise. This time, Sunny failed to suppress a scream and fell to the ground in convulsions. Effie and Kai stared at him with worry. "Curse it! What the hell?" It felt as though his bones were breaking, his muscles were tearing, and his skin was on fire. Sunny clawed at the ground, then raised his head and let out a deafening, furious roar. As it rolled across the forest, the roar changed, growing lower and more frightening. Finally, an eternity later, the heat consuming his soul grew cold, and his tortured body was released from the cage of suffering. Sunny exhaled hoarsely, then relaxed and remained laying on the grass, motionless. The voice of the spell resounded from the darkness, echoing between the ancient trees. "Your shadow is complete." And a few moments later he heard another voice, this one soft and childish. "God damn, he is even bigger now." Sunny slowly stood up, intending to take a look at his runes. However, even before that, he noticed that something was different. The ground was considerably further down than it had been before. "Huh?" Effie and Kai were staring at him, forgetting their task of watching out for a potential attack. Luckily, Cassie was still vigilant. Sunny frowned, then glanced down to take a look at his own body as well. It seemed that because he was in a body of a creature, the transformation into a devil changed it too. The shadow demon, devil, grew even taller, now standing at almost 3 meters of height. His skin had turned into a darker shade of gray, and his claws seemed as if they were cut out of glossy morion. Through the eyes of his shadow, Sunny could see that his horns had grown longer and sharper as well. More than that, there were now 4 of them. Well, 3.5, considering that one had been broken in the ferocious fight with the ascended war maiden Hilda, and his eyes, which had been entirely black previously, now seemed like 2 pools of eerie darkness. The shadow spawn had been fearsome before, but now he was simply terrifying. Even Sunny himself would not have been happy to meet this towering fiend on a moonless night. Effie shook his head, then looked away. "My neck hurts from staring at you. Is this how everyone feels when they're talking to me?" Kai hesitated, then smiled slightly. "Ah, well, that is presuming that they are looking at your face." The little girl snorted. "Wow, good one. You've been hanging out with Sunny way too much, it seems. Or, with me?" Ignoring her jabs, Sunny curiously looked at the ground. He had gained a new shadow after all. What would its personality be? 2 identical shadows of a 4-armed devil were there, staring at each other. Nevertheless, to Sunny, they seemed very different. One was gloomy and glowering, full of bad mood and disdain. The other was also full of disdain, but of another kind. The new guy somehow managed to seem noble and gallant despite being the exact copy of the other shadow, looking at it with arrogant contempt. They were of the exact same height, and yet the haughty shadow somehow made it seem as if it was looking down at the gloomy one, and everyone else for that matter. Back when the creepy shadow appeared, it lost the staring contest to the gloomy shadow. The haughty shadow, however, did not seem impressed even a little bit. It was as though the very thought of looking away was beneath it. So the 2 of them just continued to drill holes into each other with disdainful stares, unperturbed. Sunny groaned, then covered his face with a hand. "Oh, gods, there's 2 of them now." Observing the staring contest, Sunny sighed. He was beginning to miss the happy shadow, that hopeless fool. Something that had never thought he would ever feel. Shaking his head, Sunny looked away from the shadows and summoned the runes. The familiar symbols shimmered in the air in front of him. Name, Sunless. True name, lost from light. Rank, awakened. Class, devil. Shadow cores, 4 out of 7. Shadow fragments, 0/4000. A tired but satisfied smile appeared on his lips. With a 4th core, his power would increase significantly. His essence reserves had grown, the range of shadow control had expanded, and most importantly, he now had an additional shadow to augment either himself, his memories, or his shadows. He could increase his physical prowess 5-fold, or send one each to Saint, Serpent, and Nightmare while leaving one for himself. And that was not all. The Soul Serpent evolved its class when Sunny did, so it should have become a devil as well. That would make it the most powerful, at least in terms of pure status, shadow of his. Not wasting any time, Sunny summoned the serpent's runes. Somewhat tense, he read, Shadow, Soul Serpent, Shadow rank, Ascended, Shadow class, Devil, Shadow, Attributes, Shadow guide, Soul weapon, Soul beast. Sunny was both glad and worried. Glad because his shadow had attained a new class, but worried because he did not see any new attributes. The transformation to a devil was supposed to gift creatures terrible and unnatural powers. However, the serpent was a bit strange in that regard. It had received a new ability out of order when rising to a new rank. So would it receive anything now? Luckily, he was wrong to fear. Looking lower, Sunny saw a few new runes among the serpent's abilities. Shadow abilities: Serpentine Steel. Soul Reaver, Grace of Shadows, Formless. The Formless one was new. Sunny concentrated on it and studied the description curiously. A moment later, a strange sound escaped from his lips. The runes read, Formless Ability. Description: When in the soul beast form, the serpent can assume the shape of any shadow contained within its master's soul, inheriting all powers and abilities. The shadow must be of the same or lower rank and class than the soul serpent for the transformation to take place and won't be consumed in the process. Soon after settling into his new and improved body, Sunny dismissed his shadows. He expected them to instantly return to his cores, but this time, there was a delay. It seemed that he had to wait for some time before Saint, Nightmare, and the Soul Serpent returned. And then there were the happy and the creepy shadows. Poor guys were going to have to come back the usual way, by gliding across the Kingdom of Hope one island at a time. They were swift and sneaky, so Sunny was not too worried about them. He also knew that the shadows always sensed in which direction to go to return to their master. Sunny had gained this bit of knowledge a while back, when his experiments with Shadow Step left the gloomy guy outside of the range of shadow control. The shadow had swiftly returned, acting even more petulant and moody than usual. Its mood had only grown worse when Sunny decided to try and repeat the accident a few more times, just to make sure. But as the result, he learned that once separated from him, the shadows would always try to find their way back to their master, somehow sensing where he was. And speaking of shadows, the haughty newcomer was still acting cavalier, radiating a disdainful certainty that it was, without a doubt, better and more distinguished than everyone, and everything, in every way imaginable. Sunny shook his head and silently commanded the haughty shadow to wrap itself around his body, which it did, but not before giving him a look that clearly expressed how utterly beneath itself the arrogant guy considered such a trivial task to be. The members of the cohort had already collected the soul shards from the slain abominations, so there was nothing holding them on the island anymore. They started the journey back to the sanctuary and returned to it at dusk. On the way, Sunny was trying to get used to his new physique. Sure, the shadow spawn had grown taller and more powerful, but as a side effect of that, he had to relearn how to move in this towering body all over again. The shock was not as dire as when he had first appeared in the nightmare, but it would still require some time for Sunny to be able to adjust his mindset and battle technique for this new circumstance. Tired after the day of hunting nightmare creatures and traversing the heavenly chains, the four of them separated to go to their rooms. Reaching his own, Sunny fell on the bed, which was not a bit too short for him, and stared at the ceiling for some time, feeling restless and grim. Today, he had accomplished something that he never thought would be possible in such a short span of time. He had formed the fourth shadow core and become a devil. He was now more powerful than he had ever been, with 3 mighty shadows by his side, an arsenal of powerful memories at his disposal, and even possessing a nascent knowledge of sorcery and weaving. In fact, Sunny suspected that there had never been an awakened as powerful as him. Except, of course, for Mordred. At least until Nephis returned from being lost in the dream realm and awakened herself. And yet he couldn't help but wonder, would that be enough for what was about to come? And if he survives the nightmare, would it still be possible for him to hide his strength and avoid the gaze of sovereigns? Tormented by these questions, Sunny remained awake for a long time, and then finally fell into the embrace of shallow sleep. When the morning came, he opened his eyes and instantly sensed a difference. His heart felt at ease, somehow. Complete. His shadows had returned while he slept. Luckily, all 3 had survived their task. However, they were not unscathed. Both Nightmare and the Soul Serpent bore many wounds, and nestled in the nurturing black flames of his cores, slumbering as their bodies restored themselves. Saint was banged up too, but to a much lesser extent. Even though she had not had the company of a shadow, the taciturn knight fared much better than the other 2. Well, that was not a surprise. She possessed attributes that specifically made her tremendously stalwart and durable after all. Plus, Saint was Saint. In any case, she was going to heal and recover much faster. The happy and creepy shadows had returned as well, and were now staring at their new sibling, the former with delighted excitement, the latter with dark and disturbing fascination. The haughty shadow ignored their stares and pretended that the others did not exist, looking past them with flawlessly disdainful indifference. "What a character," Sunny smiled, then commanded the three shadows to wrap themselves around his body, leaving only the gloomy one on the ground. Finally feeling like himself, he climbed out of bed, freshened up, and went to find Noctis. There was a lot they had to discuss. When he saw the sorcerer, however, the words died on his tongue. Noctis was not on board his flying ship, and neither was he on the edge of the island, sculpting his terrible statues. Instead, the immortal transcendent had returned to his residence for once. The wooden door stood open, and the sailor dolls let Sunny through without sparing him a single glace. The interior of the sorcerer's quarters had changed once again. The floor stood cracked and broken, mounds of stone shards arching upward, as if displaced by something rising from below. The circle of runes was broken as well, devoid of any essence and utterly empty. That, however, was not what scared Sunny. What made him stumble instead was that Noctis was not holding a glass of wine, as had been his habit. Instead, the sorcerer was whistling a carefree tune and brewing himself tea. Sunny froze. Oh, crap. What had it been that the sorcerer told him soon after they met? Gather the knives, start a war against both the Ivory City and the Red Colosseum. Kill all of the chain lords. Defy the Lord of Light, break the will of gods, release the demon of desire out of her prison, and have a cup of tea. But then Noctis corrected himself and said that he should probably have tea first. Sunny gulped. It's starting. As Sunny was standing still, petrified by what he saw, Noctis finished brewing the tea and poured the amber liquid into a beautiful porcelain cup. Then, the sorcerer raised it to his face, inhaled the fragrant steam, and let out a satisfied sigh. Then, noticing an unexpected guest, he glanced at Sunny and smiled. Sunless. What a nice surprise. Wait, did something about you change? The sorcerer tilted his head with a confused expression, studied the towering figure of the shadow devil for a few moments, and then suddenly brightened up. Oh, it's your horn. When did you break it? Really? That is what he noticed? Sunny stared at the cup in the immortal's hands, then grasped the extraordinary rock. He didn't really have to hold the memory to make use of it, but at the moment, Sunny was experiencing a desperate need to hold on to something. Anything. Taking a careful breath, he gripped the rope and said hoarsely, "Back in the Temple of the Chalice. You are drinking tea?" Noctis lingered for a bit, glanced at his cup, and then smiled. What a prudent observation. Come, let's not let this nice tea get cold. With that, the sorcerer turned around and headed deeper into his residence, gesturing for Sunny to follow. The teapot flew into the air and hovered above the immortal's shoulder as well. As soon as Sunny made a step forward, however, Noctis suddenly turned, looked at him with a strange expression, and said, Try not to step on anything that seems to be. Actually, just don't move at all. We don't want for anything to happen, right?" At that moment, the chamber trembled again, and more cracks appeared on its stone floor. Sunny stared down with a somber expression, then sighed, and used Shadow Step to appear near the sorcerer. "Why? What's under there?" Noctis smiled. "Oh, nothing. Just a memento from an old friend. Don't worry about it." Sunny, however, did worry. He was not a complete fool. The vast circle of runes, the torrential flood of soul essence that the sorcerer saturated it with, the pool of blood that the ancient stones had absorbed, all of it pointed to something dreadful being imprisoned or maybe created, there in the darkness of the earth. However, he thought better of asking any questions and simply followed Noctis to the stone stairs situated on the other side of the chamber. Using them, they ascended to the top of the ring of giant menhirs and sat down at an elegant wooden table. The sorcerer leaned back in his chair, gazed upon the breathtaking vista of the Kingdom of Hope, and took a sip of tea with an expression of deep satisfaction on his face. Sunny lingered for a few moments, giving Noctis time to enjoy himself, and then asked, "It has begun, hasn't it? The other chain lords, they are ready to make their move." The sorcerer took another sip, sighed, and then said in a relaxed tone, "Oh, indeed. I suspect that their herald will arrive in a few days. So, you might want to relax for a bit. Enjoy the tea. This will probably be the last moment of peace you will have for a while, Sunless, or maybe even the very last." Sunny remained silent for a long time, a myriad of important questions pressing on his mind. But then he simply shook his head, chased them away, and poured some tea into a delicate cup that stood on the table as if waiting for him. Neither of them spoke for a while, enjoying the fragrant drink and the beautiful sight of the flying islands in peace. Despite the approaching doom, the world felt tranquil and warm here, on the parapet of the sanctuary. After a while, Noctis sighed and said in a wistful tone, "I am going to miss this, I think." Then he glanced at Sunny and asked with a hint of curiosity in his voice, "Tell me, Sunless, why are you here? It is no surprise that someone like me would want to free Hope. But what would compel a shadow like you to attempt it as well? You must know the risk." Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. "To tell you the truth, I don't really know. I used to know, or at least think that I knew. I had lofty desires, to grow stronger than others, to break free from the chains of fate. And maybe I harbor those desires still. But after coming to this cursed land and being ground into dust by it, now everything is so unclear, and my ardent desires suddenly seem so lacking." He paused, looked down, and then added evenly, "Or maybe it's just me who is lacking and lost." Noctis glanced at him, took a sip of tea, and asked with a curious smile, "What is it that you think you are lacking? And from what are you lost?" Sunny did not speak immediately, letting the pressure of the flaw build inside his soul for a few moments. Then he said with a grin, "How should I know? If I had an answer for that, I wouldn't be feeling this way, would I?" He chuckled and then asked, "Have you heard the legend of a hero named Odysseus?" Noctis blinked a couple of times, then shook his head. "Never heard of that guy. A legend, really? Huh. Strange that some third-rate hero I don't even know got to have a whole legend to himself." Sunny smiled and then said, "A good friend told me that legend. Odysseus spent 10 years away from home, fighting a war in a distant land. And then he spent 10 more years trying to find his way back home. He lost all his friends and endured countless hardships, facing terrible monsters and dangerous beings of all sorts. But he never gave up, and eventually returned home, to Ithaca." His smile disappeared, replaced by a distant expression. After a few moments of silence, Sunny sighed. "I feel like Odysseus too sometimes, lost in a distant land. Only, unlike him, I don't have a home to want to return to. I have nothing to strive for, apart from saving my skin, keeping my friends alive, and maybe living a little bit better than a wild beast. Can someone really be lost if they don't belong anywhere?" Noctis took a sip of his tea, solemnly pondered on it for a bit, and then said thoughtfully, "I see. I understand. So what you lack is a house. That is why you are trying to free Hope? To get a house? Wait. Sunless, are you trying to say that you want to repossess the ivory tower?" Sunny choked on his tea, then glared at the sorcerer with outrage. "What even? No, That is not what I am saying. Home is just a metaphor, you immortal fool. Noctis blinked a couple of times, then asked with a deadpan expression, "What's a metaphor?" Sunny stared at him for a few moments, then snorted and opened his mouth, intending to answer. Before he did, however, a loud rattling of chains resounded in the air, and the whole sanctuary shuddered slightly beneath them. No, it was the island itself. The whole island trembled. Sunny froze, and then asked, his voice tense and grim, "What the hell was that?" Noctis calmly finished his tea, closed his eyes in delight for a moment, and then looked west. "It's their herald, I guess. He seems to have arrived sooner than I expected. Ah, what a bother. We didn't even get to drink the whole pot." Noctis sighed, then placed his empty cup on the table and stood up. He straightened the folds of his silk garment, then shook his head with a slight smile and headed across the stone plain of the menhirs. Sunny scrambled to catch up to him, full of apprehension. The first thing he said to the sorcerer, however, had nothing to do with the messenger of the chain lords. "A metaphor is a figure of speech, sort of like an analogy." Noctis glanced at him with surprise. "I must say, your composure is commendable, Sunless. However, do you really think that this is very important right now? Come now, we need to meet our visitor before he reaches the sanctuary." The sorcerer gestured at the silhouette of the flying ship that hovered some distance away, almost at the same height as them. Sunny summoned the dark wing and then said, No, I don't. Why can't we meet the herald here, though? No, wait, if he did not even reach the sanctuary yet, why is the island shaking?" Noctis shrugged and gracefully rose into the air, flying toward the ship. What means he was using to do so, Sunny did not know. All he could do was jump as high as he could and then glide forward. The sorcerer glanced at him and then said somberly, "If we were to meet the herald here, my beautiful sanctuary might, well, get damaged. That would not do. As to why the island is shaking, I guess we'll see." Soon they landed on the deck. The sailor dolls had already raised the sails and were hurrying around, preparing the ship for departure. Cassie, Kai, and Effie were also there, although they seemed to have arrived only moments before Sunny and Noctis. As Sunny looked at them with a silent question, Effie simply nodded toward Cassie. The mystery of their swift reaction was easily revealed. The sorcerer went to the stern of the flying ship without wasting any time, and took his position as the Kybernetes, the guide who steered the ship as it flew through the air. The ancient vessel had no steering wheel, of course, and instead relied on 2 steering oars, which were situated at the very rear of it. There was a runic circle inscribed between the oars. Noctis stepped inside, turned, leaned comfortably on the bending inner surface of the tall aplustra, and placed his hands on the oars with a relaxed expression on his face. A moment later, the circle shimmered with ethereal light. The flying ship had to be controlled both physically and with soul essence. There were invisible energy pathways spanning the whole length of it, all leading to the roots of the beautiful tree growing around the main mast. Luckily, it was the tree that produced the tremendous flow of essence required to propel the vessel through the air, and not the Kybernetes. Otherwise, Cassie would have never been able to fly it in the future. However, the pilot still needed to control that flow and serve as its nexus, and so only an awakened could do it. Or a transcendent. Noctis sent his own essence into the runic circle, connecting his soul to the ship, and the ancient vessel slowly started to move, gaining speed as the wind filled its sails. Holding the oars with a carefree smile, the sorcerer then glanced at Cassie and said, "Song of the Fallen, my lady. You wish to observe how I control this beauty? Here is your chance to see a master at work. Truly, there is no helmsman more skilled and distinguished than me in the whole of the Kingdom of Hope. Granted, this flight won't be too long." He suddenly grew silent, glanced at the blind girl with a guilty expression on his face, and then awkwardly cleared his throat. Well, I guess C was the wrong word to use. Cassie remained silent for a few moments, then said neutrally, I am used to it. Do not worry. Knowing that the young woman had been interested in the flying ship and its mysteries, Sonny left the two of them alone and walked to the side, staring into the distance with a tense look on his face. Noctis had failed to explain why the approach of the herald caused the sanctuary to tremble, but Sonny had an idea. The islands were all connected to each other by the heavenly chains, and so any strong tremor was bound to spread outward like a wave. The question was, what could have caused a quake strong enough for them to feel from several islands away? Perhaps a giant steel colossus could. He gritted his teeth. A messenger of the chain lords. Was that a joke? Noctis conveniently failed to mention that this herald was going to be one of those lords himself. And what the hell had the sorcerer meant, saying that they had to meet the herald elsewhere to avoid damaging the sanctuary? Weren't they simply going to speak? That was what messengers were for, weren't they? To deliver words. As several islands flowed past beneath the speeding ship, he suddenly caught sight of an especially familiar one. Of course, in this era, it looked different. The Iron Hand Island was still rather large and covered by soft grass, but the ancient stone columns that had been broken in the future still stood tall, forming 3 concentric circles. From above, they seemed like a giant sundial. Or moondial, perhaps. And of course, there was no colossal iron hand laying in the center of the island, to give it the peculiar name. At least not yet. Sonny suddenly felt cold shivers run down his spine. He didn't have time to think about it more, however, because at that moment, something else attracted his attention. Some distance away, shrouded in the haze of dawn, he could see the neighboring island. Currently, it was in a higher position than them. The island suddenly swayed and a small human figure jumped from its edge. Or rather, it just seemed small because of the distance. Sonny felt Kai grow still and tense by his side. As the sun shined on its steel surface, the figure flew through the air, covering an unimaginable distance with its leap. It seemed to be moving slowly, but Sonny knew that this was just a mirage caused by the scale of things. And indeed, the radiant figure grew larger and larger with each moment, turning into a brilliant steel giant as it drew closer. Easily breaching several kilometers with his jump, the giant landed on the surface of the Iron Hand Island, causing the whole of it to lurch sideways and sway. The heavenly chains rattled widely, and a cloud of debris was raised into the air. Not paying the chaos he had caused any attention, the colossus then slowly straightened, grew motionless, and then slightly turned his head. He was looking directly at the flying ship, no expression written on his beautiful steel face, 2 suns reflecting in the polished surface of his steel eyes. The Sun Prince had come to deliver a message to Noctis. Looking at the colossus, Sonny understood why Kai had called him terrifying. Sun Prince stood at nearly 90 meters tall, towering above the island like a mountain of steel. He was cast in the shape of a noble warrior wearing light armor. The surface of the armor was polished and shone blindingly in the sun, while the rest of the giant was dull and gray. The colossal statues of the 7 heroes of the Forgotten Shore, including the walking one Sonny and the cohort had ridden once, were more than twice as tall. But it was hard not to get shocked by the sheer mass and crushing presence of the transcendent Chain Lord, or rather, of the steel shell he was entombed within. A sickening feeling of fear grasped Sonny's heart, which he then strangled and banished, looking at the towering lord with a grim expression. He had a reason to feel fear, however. A half-forgotten image of a nightmarish scene flashed before his eyes. A fragment of a nightmare where he stood petrified on a blood-soaked battlefield, watching in horror as a giant steel soul descended from above to turn him, and his fellow soldiers, into puddles of crushed bones and bloody sludge. And another, a memory of endless, harrowing torture that he had endured at the hands of his brother, of a human-shaped cage and a pit filled with molten metal. And finally, the last one. The vision of a giant steel corpse swinging forlornly in torn chains, upside down, its chest shattered by some devastating strike. So, this was Sun Prince. Sunny had never met him, and yet, it felt as though they were old acquaintances, for better or worse. As the giant stared at the flying ship with a motionless face of a statue, Sunny turned to Noctis and scowled. "Now what?" The sorcerer sighed, then moved one of the oars, sending the vessel into a descent. His carefree smile was starting to look a little forced. "Now, well, we go and talk to him, I guess. Have a civilized discussion." Sunny turned back and looked at Sun Prince for a bit, then said somberly, "Do you think he knows that it was you who erased his memory of hiding the ivory knife, causing him to experience 100 years of torture, and then end up in this state? And that you actually stole it instead?" Noctis suddenly choked, causing the ship to careen sideways, and hissed, "Say it louder, will you?" Sunny froze. "Oh, sorry." The sorcerer righted the vessel, then said with outrage, "First of all, I did not cause anything. I just granted a colleague's request. Back then we did not even know that hope was driving us all mad, so how was I supposed to know what will happen? Secondly, I did not steal the ivory knife. I just happened to find it where he had left it, all right? By pure coincidence. And lastly," he paused, and then added in a darker tone, "I am not sure that he really knows anything anymore. He is still alive, somewhere inside, but I don't think he is fully sentient. At least I hope that he is not." The ship approached the ground in somber silence, stopping just outside the first ring of pillars, and hovered in place. Noctis lingered for a few moments, and then let go of the oars. However, he did not command the sailor dolls to lower the sails. The sorcerer straightened his garments and then inhaled deeply. "Let's go and see what he has to say, shall we?" Sunny glanced at his friends, then shook his head and followed Noctis. There was a high chance that they were going to witness a brawl between saints. He was sure that everyone understood what danger they were all in. The last time he witnessed two saints fighting, a whole island had been destroyed and crumbled into the sky below. Sunny and Cassie had only survived that terrifying clash by promptly running away, and even then just barely. What was going to happen today? And was Noctis strong enough to ward off the Colossus? Somehow, it was hard to imagine anything, let alone the flimsy sorcerer stopping that mountain of steel. But Noctis was no fool. Surely he had a plan. His madness was of an insidious kind, after all. He would not have risked his safety and his desire to free Hope without having a way out. Together, the five of them disembarked the flying ship, landed on the soil of the Iron Hand Island, and walked between the tall pillars. They approached the very center of the giant moon dial and stopped there, waiting. When they did, Sun Prince finally moved, walking toward them with a measured gait. With each of his steps, the island trembled, causing the heavenly chains to rattle and their hearts to tremble. Sunny was staring at the approaching Colossus, feeling worse and worse about the situation. All his shadows were yet to recover, and so he was left with nothing but his own strength to react should something happen. Well, his own strength, and that of his cohort. But what could they do against this monstrosity, even together? Finally, the giant reached the pillars and stopped outside the outward circle, looking at them from high above. Drowned in his cold shadow, Sunny couldn't help but feel like a tiny insect. Looking up with a grave expression, he gritted his teeth and said, "I feel like an ant." Effie, who was also craning her neck to stare at the Colossus, glanced at him, hesitated for a moment, and then smiled. "You are not an ant, Sunny. You are a cockroach. Remember?" He blinked a couple of times, then slowly grinned. Somehow that made him feel better. And then a thundering voice suddenly resounded from all around them, making their bones rattle. The giant, spoke. He said, "Noctis, you have the knives." The voice of Sun Prince did not sound human, but neither did it sound robotic. It was just strange and empty, as if it was not a person speaking, but the world itself. A desolate world full of ruins. Hearing it, the sorcerer grimaced, then covered his ears. He still remembers how to speak. The thundering voice of the Colossus resounded once more, making them shiver. "Surrender the knives." Sunny turned his head slightly and glanced at Noctis, wondering what his reaction would be. The sorcerer, meanwhile, blinked a few times and took a big step back, distancing himself from Sunny. Then he raised a hand, pointed a finger at him, and said with sincere confusion, "What are you talking about? I don't have any knives. It's this guy over here. He has them, so if you want them, come and take them from him. Leave this poor sorcerer out of this. By the moon." Sunny froze in place, dumbfounded, and just stood still for a moment. Surrounded by stunned silence, all he could hear was the wild beating of his heart and the hum of blood rushing in his ears. His eye twitched. "No way. No way the bastard just did this to me." As all four of his shadows wrapped themselves around his body, Sunny turned his head slightly and stared at the sorcerer's finger, which was, without a shadow of a doubt, pointing straight at his broad back. His mouth turned dry. He did. What the hell was Noctis thinking? No, the sorcerer would not have sold him out. Yes, shifting the blame on Sunny had to be a con of some sort, but what would Noctis achieve by doing this? Nothing. Unless this had been his plan all along. A cold, sickening feeling suddenly grasped Sunny's heart. High above him, the gaze of the dreadful Colossus slowly shifted from the elegant figure of the sorcerer to the four-armed devil standing by his side. The weight of that gaze pressed down on Sunny, making him bare his teeth in a snarl. It felt as if he was being pierced by it. His very soul laid bare. And somewhere within his soul, locked inside the covetous coffer, were the three knives. One made of obsidian, one made of glass, one made of blood-red ruby. Something changed about the terrifying presence of Sun Prince, and his deafening voice resounded once again, now suffused by a distant, pale echo of a vague emotion. "Shadow." Sunny paled. He had forgotten that the master of the original Shadow Spawn was to blame for what happened to the Prince of the Ivory City as well. In fact, one could even say that Shadow Lord was the main culprit of the 100 years of harrowing torture that Sun Prince endured. He had stolen the Ember Knife after all. So, if the Steel Colossus had a reason to really hate someone. Curses. Feeling his hearts turn cold, Sunny silently watched as the Colossus shifted his weight, then bent slightly, preparing to reach down with his giant steel hand. He was desperately trying to calculate his chances of escaping this situation alive. At that moment, Noctis suddenly cleared his throat, and then addressed Sun Prince in a friendly tone. "Oh, but do be careful. You know how tricky shadows are, my friend. This one in particular is full of treachery, vileness, and unspeakable malice. The beast even slaughtered a temple full of innocent maidens. He also tried to poison me. Oh, the villainy. So be careful when you grab him, or you just might lose your hand." A low growl escaped from Sunny's mouth. He could feel the other members of the cohort grow tense and ready to fight. Cassie's hand fell on the hilt of the quiet dancer, and Kai outstretched his own, ready to summon his bow. Effie was staring up with a somber expression on her childish face, her body drawn like a spring. But what were they supposed to do? Even if Sunny knew which of the three knives was meant for Sun Prince, how could he thrust it into the Transcendent's flesh? The actual body of the Chain Lord was buried somewhere inside the walking mountain of steel. More than that, using the knife would only make him mortal. After that, he would still have to be killed. Somehow. Killing a saint was no easy task. As the Colossus leaned down and moved his hand to reach inside the moon dial, Sunny was thinking feverishly. He saw only one option: to run away as fast as he could. Using Shadow Step, he would be able to dodge at least. But for how long would he be able to outrun the giant? Sunny had seen him breach the gap between two islands with one jump. Now that the range of shadow control had grown, Sunny could possibly do the same. The difference was that a single jump like that was going to drain all his essence, while Sun Prince would be able to pursue him indefinitely, tireless and inescapable like death itself. Damn. The world suddenly grew darker, the sun obstructed by a giant palm. It was open, descending from above like a vast plain of gray steel. It was as though the sky itself was falling on his head. Effie took a step back and hissed, "Sunny, what do we do?" Frozen in place, he hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Nothing. Don't do anything. Don't move." There was no point in trying to fight Sun Prince or even running away. Because, as the steel colossus leaned over the outer ring of the ancient moon dial, the tall pillars shone with ethereal light, suddenly flooded with a mind-boggling amount of soul essence. A myriad of runes revealed themselves, carved in a vast circle that encompassed the whole structure. And then everything around them turned to light, cold, pale light of the moon. Blinded by it, Sunny didn't see what happened next, and just felt something vast and chilling, and yet intangible, move past him with stunning speed. Then he heard the thunder of a deafening impact, and the groan of steel that was being torn apart. The whole island shook, the quake throwing him to the ground. Sunny hit the cold stones and sensed the shadow of Sun Prince, changing. As the pale moonlight dimmed and was extinguished, he saw a shocking sight. The moon dial lay broken, the pillars shattered and toppled over. Not too far away from him, a giant steel hand rested on the ground. However, it was not attached to the body of the Colossus anymore. The giant was staggering back, his right arm torn at the shoulder. A river of molten metal was flowing from the terrible wound, falling down like blood. The grass was turning to ash where it fell. And amidst all of this, unperturbed, stood Noctis. The sorcerer's expression was calm and slightly amused. Staring at all the chaos, he flicked a speck of dust off his silk garments, shook his head and said, "Tisk, have I not warned him to be careful? I did, didn't I? By the moon, why does no one listen to me? I am the wisest man in all of Kingdom of Hope, after all." The Colossus staggered back, swayed, and then moved his foot to balance himself. The island quaked once more, and the giant grew still, bent slightly and grasping the gaping wound with his one remaining hand. His head turned, staring at Noctis with the same empty, unmoving expression. However, his polished steel eyes, which had been burning with the blinding reflections of the sun, became submerged in deep shadow. For a moment, there was silence. Sunny gritted his teeth, then slowly exhaled and raised a hand to wipe the sweat off his brow. After the initial panic of being sold out by Noctis, he had forced himself to calm down and think. It was then that Sunny had realized that they were not in real danger and told his friends to stand down. The immortal sorcerer was many things, including a liar and a cheat. Sunny did not doubt that Noctis had lied to him on many occasions, and about many things, sometimes for a specific purpose and sometimes simply for the fun of it. However, one thing that Noctis was not was a fool. Sunny could imagine many situations in which the immortal would betray and damn him to death, but not without a good reason. And surrendering the cohort to Sun Prince was the opposite of what Noctis wanted to achieve. At best, it would have bought him some time, at the expense of losing the 3 knives to the other chain lords. One thing that Sunny did not doubt was the sincerity of the sorcerer's desire to free Hope. And so, he had understood that the immortal's sudden betrayal was just another deception. It had not been hard to guess what the purpose of the deception was as well. After all, Sunny had already guessed the fateful meeting between rebellious Noctis and the Herald of the Chain Lords was going to end, and how the Iron Hand Island would get its name. Sun Prince had walked right into the sorcerer's trap, and Sunny had been used as bait, not for the first time, and probably not for the last. So he wasn't very shocked by the sight of the giant's missing arm and of the streams of molten steel that flowed out of it, slowly cooling on the broken stones. Or at least he wasn't supposed to be. In reality, the scene in front of him was so striking, so tremendous, that it was simply impossible to remain untouched by the vast and poignant scale of it. Still, he turned to Noctis, remained silent for a moment, and then let out a low growl. "You could have warned me, you know." The sorcerer looked at him with sincere confusion. Then he smiled and said, But what if I changed my mind at the last moment? Then, warning you would have made me a liar. I have a reputation to uphold, don't I?" With that, Noctis winked at him, then turned to face the motionless Colossus. As Sunny stared at him darkly, the smile slowly disappeared from the sorcerer's face, making way for something cold and frightening. His gray eyes shone with distant moonlight, and in that moonlight there was madness. Taking a step forward, Noctis suddenly appeared to be taller than he had been, his previously contained presence spreading over the world like a flood. Sunny shivered, feeling like prey being stalked by a hungry predator. The air suddenly seemed to smell of blood, the light of the sun appeared slightly dimmer, and in the echoing silence they could almost hear the howls of countless beasts. Even though Sunny knew and somewhat trusted Noctis, he suddenly felt scared. And he wasn't even the focus of the immortal's furious gaze. Instead, it was aimed at the hunched Colossus. The sorcerer grinned, revealing his canines, and spoke, his clear voice flowing across the island like a river of blood. "Surrender the knives? I don't think so, my old friend. If I do, how will I kill you and your vile brother?" He laughed, and then took another step forward, raising his hand. A toppled pillar that blocked his path exploded into a rain of shards and stone dust, obliterated in a split second. "And that is what I intend to do. You, Severas, Solvain. I'll kill you all, break the chains that bind the demon of desire, and set her free." Noctis took another step and then stopped, staring at Sun Prince with ruthless determination. "So if you want to take the knives, you'll have to take them off my cold corpse." "Oh wait, you can't. I am immortal." He threw his head back and laughed again. This time the sorcerer's laughter did not seem carefree and infectious. Instead, it was chilling and full of madness. The steel colossus looked at him from above, unmoving. His face was motionless and unexpressive, like that of a statue. However, it seemed as though the shadows veiling his eyes grew even deeper. Noctis shook his head, and then said with disdain, "Oh, but you can try, of course. Go back. Go back and return with the Sun Legion, with the Dragon Severax, with the warriors of the Red Colosseum, with Solvain. You know where to find me, and I'll be waiting to welcome you." The giant continued to stare at him for a while, the molten steel flowing between his fingers. Sunny held his breath, not knowing what was going to happen next. Then, Sun Prince straightened, turned around and walked away, making the island shake with each step. He reached the edge of it, stepped down on the heavenly chain, and continued walking, somehow keeping perfect balance. The chain was colossal in its own right, and yet, the giant made it seem like a thin rope being traversed by a rope walker. Soon, he reached the neighboring island, climbed on it, and disappeared from sight. Only the rattling of chains and the tremors running through the ground from time to time reminded them of his visit. Well, that, and the giant hand laying not too far away from them. Sunny studied it for a while, then walked over to Noctis and asked, his voice low and cautious, "Not to complain, But why let him go? Wouldn't it be easier to kill him right here and now? We won't get another chance to catch him alone, most likely. And judging by how easily you took his arm off. Noctis did not respond immediately. Instead, he slowly turned his head, looked at Sunny coldly, and then gracelessly fell on his butt, his face pale, his chest rising and falling wildly, and his breath hoarse and labored. The sorcerer cursed, looking as if he was about to vomit. Easily? Are you insane? I'm at my weakest during the day, remember? And that strike. Gods. I spent several centuries infusing this shrine with moonlight. Do you think there's another one just laying around nearby? Just be happy he believed my bluff. Otherwise, things might have turned really ugly really fast for us. Sunny stared at the sorcerer with wide eyes for several long moments, then shook his head and sighed. Lunatic. You damned lunatic. By the moon. I take it back. You are a fool. It was only later, when they returned to the flying ship and looked down upon the devastation that the short and furious clash between Noctis and Sun Prince had created, did the understanding of what had happened finally settled in their minds. There was no going back now. The War of Immortals had finally started. Soon, the whole of the Kingdom of Hope was going to be turned into a battlefield and drowned in blood by its frenzy. And then the repercussions of that madness were going to spread outward like a tidal wave, changing the world forever. Looking down, Sunny couldn't help but shiver. The broken pillars, the severed hand of a giant, the ash swirling in the air. This place, this event, this moment in time. Was that the spark that would eventually ignite another, much more terrifying war? A war between gods and demons, one that would destroy them all and bring about the end of the world. The war to end all wars. He still suspected that it was the unchaining of the demon of desire that had set it in motion. Looking down, Sunny silently whispered. But then came desire, and with it came direction. Turning his head slightly, he looked at Noctis, the person who had started it all. The sorcerer seemed calm and without a worry in the world. His beautiful face was pale with exhaustion, but other than that, he did not look too different from his usual self. Not at all like a person who had potentially ushered in the obliterating apocalypse. Did he not understand the consequences of his actions? Or did he understand them far better than Sunny ever could? With a sigh, Sunny threw one last glance at the Iron Hand Island, not truly and once again deserving of its name, and walked to sit beneath the branches of the sacred tree. Despite the fact that he had not done much, he felt exhausted too, and there was a lot he had to think about. On the way back, Sunny remembered the future. He had been to the Iron Hand Island many times, had seen the toppled pillars and the severed arm of a giant, and had even sketched and described them in detail for an exploration report. And now, he had witnessed how the island came to be in that state. Another event from the distant past had repeated itself inside the nightmare almost to a T. Sunny had already formed a theory that fate was like a current, always pulling things toward an inescapable conclusion after the destruction of the Temple of the Chalice. The details could be changed, but the result seemed to always be the same. The events that had transpired on the Iron Hand Island only cemented that theory. By all accounts, the appearance of the cohort and Mordred should have drastically changed the flow of history in the Kingdom of Hope. They had accelerated the start of the war and even slain one of the Chain Lords. If not for them, Noctis would have most likely spent several years searching for a way to make a deal with Weaver, and only then rebelled against the other immortals. Those several years were, perhaps, the countdown to the blossoming of the nightmare seed. If no awakened appeared to challenge the nightmare by then, the seed would have bloomed? Was that the logic? Seeds blossomed when the conflict inside them resolved itself and fate repeated unchanged. Before, Sunny had thought that the task of the challenger was to resolve a conflict that would have otherwise remained unresolved. But now, knowing what he knew about the chained islands and the kingdom of hope, he realized that he had been wrong. With or without his help, Noctis was always going to start a war. The ivory tower was always going to break free from its chains. The Temple of the Chalice was always going to be destroyed, and Sun Prince was always going to lose his hand to the enchanted moondial. Come to think of it, his first nightmare would have resolved itself without his intervention too, one way or another. The nameless temple slave would have probably died, and Oro of the Nine would have survived. Or would they? In any case, there would have been an ending. That doesn't really make sense. So what was the role of the challengers? If the conflict could resolve itself, why were they here? What did the spell want from them? Prove that they were equal to the heroes of the past? Do it better than them? Simply survive? The spell did not care what one did inside the nightmare and how they went about solving the conflict. The reward was going to be the same, either way. The challenger would ascend to a new rank. They could receive a true name, or even, in extremely rare cases, an evolution of their aspect. But those things could be done outside a nightmare as well. The only thing the spell cared about was that the challenger survived until the end. But that was not entirely true. The spell would not give additional rewards or deny the survivor their ascension. However, it did care a little, at least enough to appraise the challenger's performance. The appraisal did not really matter outside of the first nightmare, where it was tied to the boon, but the spell still gave them out each time. Good, exceptional, remarkable, glorious, and so on. Was there a hint in there somewhere about what it wanted? If so, Sunny had apparently pleased the spell very much in his first trial. Sitting in the shade of the sacred tree, he sighed and looked into the distance with a solemn expression. I hope it will be pleased with us again. This time. I hope we survive. Soon the flying ship returned to the sanctuary and descended to its usual position above the altar island. As they returned to the ground, Sunny could see hundreds of faces turned to them, fear and uncertainty written in their lines. The inhabitants of the sanctuary had not seen the clash between Noctis and Sun Prince, but they all knew that something was wrong. By now the island had stopped trembling, but their hearts did not. Without paying them any attention, the sorcerer tiredly landed on the grass, then turned to Sunny and frowned slightly. I am going to rest for a couple of days. That, most of the Sun Legion, as well as the army of the Red Colosseum, are arrayed along the border between Solvain's territory and that of the Ivory City. It is going to take them at least 2 weeks to assemble together and march east. So we will give them enough time to break the current formation, but not enough to build a new one. We attack in 7 days. He hesitated for a few moments, and then suddenly smiled. Warmongers and the Sun Legion forgetting their hatred and fighting side by side. Truly, no one but me could have made it happen. Am I not the most talented diplomat in all of the Kingdom of Hope? With that, Noctis laughed, turned around, and walked away. Sunny stared at his back for a few moments, then sighed and said quietly, You are definitely not. But then again, maybe you are. Chapter 710. The next morning, Sunny woke up in a strange mood, knowing that they were nearing the end of the nightmare, and perhaps their own. He had expected himself to be consumed by somber trepidation, but, surprisingly, Sunny felt fine. It was as though the scope of the approaching battle was simply too large to be evaluated, and so his mind had not bothered with it at all. Instead, he had practical problems he needed to solve. Sunny still did not feel completely comfortable in his new body. He barely had any time to get accustomed to its size and weight, after all. The next several days were going to be crucial in that regard. His previous garments had been torn when he evolved, and so Sunny summoned the puppeteer's shroud to wrap itself around his towering body. Although not as powerful as his other suits of armor, the shroud was much more comfortable. It was a bit nostalgic to wear the light armor once again, but also a bit sad to see it relegated to serving as a bona fide training suit. Remembering how he had planned to slaughter countless dormant nightmare creatures while being invulnerable thanks to his new, incredible awakened armor of the 5th tier just a few years ago, Sunny smiled wistfully and walked out of his room. The sanctuary seemed different somehow. The ring of giant menhirs was the same, and so was the beautiful garden. However, the people living in the ancient shrine had changed. They were hurried and full of fear, moving with panicked speed and feverish determination. Sunny noticed a few familiar faces. The old woman he had seen on his first day here was standing alone, a lost look on her face. The young woman was carrying the frightened child in her hands and a heavy pack on her back. The kind man with a neatly trimmed beard was gritting his teeth, his hand resting on the worn hilt of his sword. He sighed and looked away. An immortal transcendent had started this war to free a demon from a prison built by a god. But these little people were the ones that were going to suffer the most as the result. In fact, they had been the ones to suffer the most throughout all of this, from the destruction of the Kingdom of Hope to the madness she had cursed this land with. To now. He had been one of the little people himself once. Now, he was a devil destroying their lives. Sunny remained motionless for a few moments, then looked up at the sound of steps approaching him. He saw Effie and Kai, both wearing their armors and packs, as though ready to go on a long hunt. He raised his eyebrows. Going somewhere? The little girl glanced at the masked cripple, and then shrugged. Kai, meanwhile, smiled. Even though Sunny could not see his face, he could tell by his eyes. He could also tell that the smile was tinted with sadness. The archer simply nodded. Yes, we are leaving. He hesitated for a moment, then added, Not for long, of course. We will be back before the week is over. You see, the sanctuary, it was a shelter for those who wanted to find peace in this land of madness. But now that Noctis started a war and both the Sun Legion and the warmongers are marching to raze it to the ground, that shelter is no more. Effie shook her head, then sighed. The West belongs to the warring cults of War and Sun. The South is abandoned and overtaken by nightmare creatures. The North, well, you know. These poor fools have nowhere else to go. So, we are going to guide them to one of the great chains and help them cross to the other side, and leave the Kingdom of Hope behind. Forever. She scratched the back of her head, then said thoughtfully, Actually, we are not even sure if the nightmare goes that far. Maybe there's nothing out there, beyond the chained island. And yes, we know that these people are not even real. Still, we thought that we'd at least try. Cassie even went and convinced Noctis to lend her the ship, to help transport them. Sunny stared at her, surprised. The little girl raised her chin. What? I know that it's stupid. People need to do stupid things sometimes, you know? He slowly shook his head. No, actually, I don't think that it's stupid at all. It's just, the three of you are going, so why didn't you invite me as well? Effie grinned. You have stuff to do. How are you going to get used to that lanky body of yours while babysitting a bunch of refugees? So don't be lazy and get that stone girlfriend of yours to beat you black and blue while we are gone. We have a date with 2 whole armies in a week's time, remember? Sunny made a sour face, then looked away. Believe me, I remember. I am going to train hard. Kai gripped his shoulder for a moment. Well, the top of one of his lower arms that were in reach anyway. And then the two walked away without saying anything else. There was no need to say goodbye. With them gone, Sunny suddenly felt a bit lost. Shaking his head, he threw stupid thoughts out of his head and walked to the center of the garden, intending to spend the rest of the day practicing with the cruel sight. Saint would have probably healed enough to be summoned too, so he had his work cut out for him. Finding a secluded spot near the clear lake, Sunny went through the intense set of steps and exercises that he had developed to condition his body for the shadow dance. Of course, that had been in his human body. The shadow spawn, meanwhile, was a very different beast, or rather devil. Despite its size, the gaunt body of the devil was incredibly nimble and swift. It was also capable of bursts of monstrous, explosive strength that would leave many people stunned. In addition, it was itself a weapon. With his talons, claws, fangs, and horns, Sunny was capable of delivering a lot of damage even unarmed. He could even kill things with the spike at the end of his tail. After that initial practice session, he summoned Saint and started the real training. As they sparred, Sunny observed the departure of the inhabitants of the sanctuary. They left in a column, with Kai in the front, and Effie walking behind. Some were carrying their meager belongings, while some were empty-handed. Some cried, while some remained silent and stoic. Some even smiled. Above them, the flying ship moved, carrying those who could not walk. Sunny could not see, but knew that Cassie was controlling it. For a moment, he was curious about how she was able to communicate with the sailor dolls. However, that short distraction cost him dearly when Saint delivered a painful blow to his abdomen, and so Sunny decided to concentrate on himself. Turning his full attention back to the training fight, he thought, "I wish them well. Even if they are not real, I wish them all the best." Long hours passed in arduous training. Slowly but surely he was growing accustomed to the new proportions of his strange and powerful body. His height, his reach, his might, all of it was starting to click, making him feel confident in his own skin once more. At some point, dead tired, Sunny decided to take a break. Commanding Saint to stand down, he crouched near the lake and drew some water to wash the sweat off his face. Then he poured some on his head and sighed, looking at the clear surface of the lake. The graceful figure of Saint reflected on it, and near her, his own. Obsidian skin, bestial features, eyes that seemed like pools of liquid darkness. Twisting horns. Master Jet had once joked that he would be a flower boy one day. Remembering it, Sunny smiled. I wonder what she would have said if she saw me that way. And then, he froze. His sweat turned cold. There was a third reflection on the surface of the lake. It was a tall and slender young man, with pale skin and raven-black hair. His face was sharp and thin, not exactly handsome, but at the same time charming and strangely beautiful. His striking eyes didn't seem to possess a color of their own, and instead reflected the world back on itself like two pools of liquid silver. Currently, they were as blue as the boundless, vast sky. The young man smiled pleasantly, and then raised a hand in greeting. A painfully familiar voice suddenly resounded in Sunny's mind. "Ah, Sunless, how nice it is to meet you again, after all this time. Just look at you. Goodness, I almost failed to recognize you behind that fearsome face." Hearing Mordred's pleasant voice reminded Sunny of the time they had shared in the sky below, and the closeness that had existed between them back then. A long time ago, he had considered the mysterious prince, if not a friend, then at least an ally. He had been fond of the owner of the disembodied voice enough to worry when it disappeared. Of course, all of that had been a lie. A masterfully crafted net of deception that Mordred had created to lure Sunny into bringing the mirror shard into the Night Temple and setting him free. The memory of the dark conclusion of that story, the fear, the pain, the shame of having been led astray and betrayed, the slaughter, gripped his heart with icy claws. Sunny glared at the reflection of the young man for a few moments, then gritted his teeth. He hated to admit it, but there was no escaping the fact that he feared Mordred. Sunny had met many powerful men and even more terrifying abominations, but the Prince of Nothing was perhaps the only one whom he was truly scared of. Not because of the divine aspect or the lineage of war, but precisely because of how insidiously cunning and inexplicable the Prince of Nothing was. It was like what Teacher Julius had said. What humans feared the most was the unknown. And no matter how many times Sunny tried, He simply could not understand how Mordred thought, what his motives were, and what was he scheming behind that friendly smile. Because of the eerie wrongness hiding in the depths of his eyes, the Prince of Nothing was impossible to predict. Hell, he was even impossible to kill. The whole of the great clan Valor had tried and failed. Grasping the extraordinary rock, Sunny made sure that there was no one really standing behind him, and addressed the reflection in a gruff voice. "Oh, it's you. What are doing inside the lake? Don't be a stranger, Mordred. Come, enter my soul sea, and let's talk face to face." The reflection of the young man lingered, its smile turning a little forced. Then it spoke again. "How strange. I can hear you speak, but I don't see your lips moving. Have you been learning new tricks, Sunless?" "Ah, good for you. I've been doing some of that myself." Sunny scowled, shadows veiling his eyes. "I have. I've heard. A whole region of the kingdom, Mordred. Really? I thought you did not enjoy killing innocent people. Or did you tell yourself that it was all right because they were not real?" Mordred tilted his head a little. Then he said with the same pleasant smile, "What would have been the point of killing them if they were not real?" Hearing that, Sunny shivered. The reflection, meanwhile, shook its head. "They were real enough to serve a purpose. Don't get me wrong, however. I would not have done the same in the waking world. Those I killed were all already dead, Sunless. All of them were doomed, and uselessly so. I simply gave their deaths a different meaning." Mordred did not seem pleased with himself, but neither did he seem remorseful about slaughtering thousands of people. Just uncaring, which was much more unnerving. The Prince of Nothing looked at Sunny and chuckled. "So that little oracle of yours told you all about my adventures then? Well, wonderful. I will not have to describe them myself. Time is of the essence, after all. Sending a reflection across such a distance is not easy, even for me." Sunny lingered for a few moments, then sighed and crossed his forearms. "She did, even if I would not have used the word adventures to describe it. What do you want, Mordred?" The reflection remained silent for a bit, then smiled. "Why, what else? To conquer the nightmare, of course, don't you?" A low growl escaped from Sunny's mouth. "I do. Stop playing games and just tell me what it is that you want from me." Mordred sighed. "Well, if you insist. What I want is rather simple, which is not to say easy. I want you to keep Noctis alive, at all costs." Sunny blinked. What is he trying to make me do? Does he really want me to protect Noctis, or is he hoping that I will do the opposite of what he wants and kill Noctis instead? Why would he want Noctis dead before the war even started? No, wait. Maybe he really does want Noctis to live. Damned Mordred, I hate that lying bastard. He stared at the reflection with a dark expression, and then said evenly, "Is that all?" The Prince of Nothing smiled. "Yes, that is all. If you can accomplish this simple task, I can guarantee that we will conquer the nightmare and escape it alive." Sunny snorted. "You can guarantee it, can you? How? What are you planning? What about Hope? Will you try to free her, or have you found a way to restore her prison to its original state?" A gust of wind suddenly disturbed the surface of the lake, and the reflection of the banished prince became distorted, swaying with the water. He spoke again, his voice sounding a little distant. "Ah, how inconvenient. It seems that I have run out of essence until we meet again, Sunless." Sunny clenched his fists. "This again? Disappearing just when you have to answer a question. Bastard, you do understand that we are on the same side right now? We can kill each other after we ascend. But first, we need to survive the nightmare." Mordred laughed, his voice growing ethereal and almost inaudible. "Not a bastard. Oh, I wish I was." With that, he was gone. The reflection disappeared from the surface of the lake, and Sunny was left alone once more. He glared at the clear water for some time, then grimaced. A simple task. As if anyone can keep up with that lunatic, let alone keep him alive. With that, he gritted his teeth and rose to his feet. It was time to continue his training. Time was short. A few days passed. The sanctuary stood empty and silent. The beautiful garden was devoid of its usual liveliness, and the winds howled as they passed through the ring of giant menhirs. Here and there, mundane things left behind by the people that had departed in a hurry lay, forlorn and forgotten. No one was ever going to return for them. Sunny had never seen the sanctuary this desolate and hollow. Not in the future, and not now, in the distant past. The sight of it was sad and eerie. He had spent these days training tirelessly and learning to control his new body. This latest transformation had not been as fundamental as becoming a demon after living his whole life as a human, so his progress was swift. More than that, mastery of shadow dance made Sunny especially attuned to his physicality and change. In truth, he did not need a whole week to achieve the goal. But practicing with Saint reminded him of the simpler times, and so helped him prepare himself for the battle ahead mentally. On one of the last nights he had to spend in peace, Sunny woke up suddenly, thinking that he had heard a distant scream. Had he really, or was it just a vestige of a dream? He sat up and glanced into the window, a deep scowl appearing on his face. "What dream, you fool? Awakened, don't dream." But who could have screamed in the sanctuary? There were only two people left here, Sunny himself and Noctis. He hesitated for a moment and then stood up, summoning the puppeteer's shroud. After thinking for a bit, he also summoned the cruel sight, wrapped his shadows around himself, and walked outside. The full moon shone in the night sky, drowning the world in ghostly blue light. Guided by it, Sunny walked across the empty garden and approached the residence of the sorcerer, where the immortal had disappeared 2 days earlier and never came back out. The door stood open, and the sailor dolls guarded it silently, their wooden faces devoid of any sign of worry. Passing between them, Sunny entered the residence and studied the familiar chamber. It had changed slightly. The stone floor was even more broken and littered with deep cracks. The piles of shards had grown taller. However, there were no tremors running through it from time to time anymore, as if whatever it was that had hidden beneath had either died, fallen into a slumber, or gone elsewhere. Noctis was in the middle of the room, sitting on a pile of rubble with a pained look on his face. The sorcerer looked unwell. His skin was deathly pale, with dark circles under his eyes. His lustrous hair had grown dull and was disheveled. Even his elegant garments, which had always been flashy and immaculate, were now wrinkled and in disarray. What's more, Sunny could have sworn that there was something moving beneath the sorcerer's skin. It appeared for a moment, and then was gone, making him unsure if he had seen it or just imagined the whole thing. Noticing his presence, Noctis slowly turned his head and smiled weakly. "Ah, Sunless, you are just in time. How do I look?" Sunny stared at him for a moment, and then said, "You look like crap." The sorcerer blinked a couple of times, then threw a hurt look at him. "No, not me, you idiot. How does he look?" With that, Noctis gestured at a sailor doll that stood motionlessly a few steps away. Sunny had grown so accustomed to the silent mannequins that he did not pay the doll any attention after registering its presence and position. Now, he took a closer look and raised his eyebrows, confused by what he saw. The sailor doll was about the same height as Noctis, dressed in his best silks, and wearing a gorgeous black wig. It stared senselessly in front of itself and held a glass of wine. He titled his head, opened his mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. "What the hell?" The sorcerer shrugged. "Well, we are going to unexpectedly attack the Ivory City, are we not? Surely the other chain lords would notice if I suddenly disappear from the sanctuary. So I prepared this doll to make it seem like I'm still here." He smiled proudly and looked at Sunny with a glint in his eyes. Sunny covered his face with a palm for a moment. Do you really think that this thing will fool anyone? Have you lost your mind? I mean, lost it even more? Noctis glanced at him in confusion and then laughed. Oh, I forgot the last touch. With that, he raised his hands and clapped them a couple of times. A moment later, there were two sorcerers in the chamber, one sitting on the pile of rubble, the other standing a few meters away and staring at Sunny with an obnoxious smile. Even though he knew that the second one was just a sailor doll, he couldn't tell the difference. How about now? Sunny gulped. Yeah, it looks fine. The sailor doll remained motionless for a bit, then raised the glass of wine to its lips, pretending to drink. The likeness was uncanny. But more than that, Sunny could feel that the real enchantment went much deeper than just looks. He could actually feel a suffocating presence radiating from the mannequin, similar to what he had felt on the Iron Hand Island from Noctis himself. Looking beneath the surface of the sailor doll, he was stunned to see something that looked exactly like a transcendent soul core burning in its chest. Sunny slowly inhaled. If Cassie were to look at the mannequin, would she have seen an aspect name and a list of attributes? Better than fine. It is very convincing. Noctis grinned, then rose to his feet with a grimace. Once again, it seemed as if something moved under his skin, but a second later, he seemed fine. Good. Well then, one last thing left to do before we leave. Follow me. Sunny threw one last look at the broken floor of the stone chamber, and then turned around. He knew that he would never return here again. Together, the two of them entered the garden and walked across it. Sunny did not know where Noctis was leading him, but felt that it was important. One of the sailor dolls followed them, carrying something heavy. As they walked, the sorcerer suddenly spoke. I thought a lot about what you have told me, Sunless, about wanting to return home. Sunny glanced at him with surprise, but did not say anything. Noctis remained silent for a few moments, and then said in a wistful tone, I used to have a home too, you know. A long time ago. There was a beautiful temple where my siblings and I grew up, being taught by priests and priestesses. It was surrounded by a vast forest where we played and hunted. There was a lake where we caught fish and swam to escape the summer's heat without a care in the world. The smile slowly disappeared from his face and his eyes shone softly, reflecting the pale moonlight. I returned to that place some time ago. But it was not. It changed. The temple lay in ruins. The forest had been chopped down. The lake had dried up. Everything felt unfamiliar and strange, like a distant dream. And for a moment, I felt as if my whole life was just a dream that I have dreamt, and maybe was dreaming still. He paused, sighed heavily, then suddenly smiled and looked at Sunny. But hey, by then, I already had this. This sanctuary that I have built with my own two hands, the people that I saved, the land that I tried to protect, the duty I made mine to uphold. This was my home. He inhaled deeply and looked around, enjoying the sight of the sanctuary. Sunny suddenly realized that the sorcerer was perhaps seeing it for the last time. His face grew heavy. After a few moments, Noctis said, What I'm trying to say, Sunless, is that you don't need to belong somewhere or to something. You just need to make something belong to you. That is how you can find home. The sorcerer hesitated, and then added with a proud look on his face, I mean it as a metaphor, of course. Sunny looked at him for a long time, then smiled. That was a great metaphor. Noctis grinned. It was, wasn't it? Well, why wouldn't it be? I am the most learned man in all of the Kingdom of Hope, after all. At that moment, they passed between the menhirs and approached the edge of the island, where the ugly monstrosities that Noctis had called statues of him stood. There were 14 of them, each at least twice as tall as Sunny and cut of solid marble. He had not looked at the fruits of the sorcerer's labor after that first time, and was momentarily disturbed. If the first statue could have been remotely called an image of a person, the rest of them, without a doubt, resembled terrifying abominations much more. They were giant and heavy, with talons, claws, fangs, spikes, and horns that made Sunny's own look pathetic in comparison. The giant gargoyles looked frightening, unsightly, ferocious, and each had mighty stone wings. Surrounded by monuments of harrowing creatures, he suddenly felt small and weak. Feeling uneasy, Sunny glanced at Noctis and asked, "These are statues of you?" The sorcerer laughed. "Oh, well, I might have lied a little. These were never meant to look like me." With that, a sailor doll silently appeared from the darkness, carrying a heavy box that was wrapped in thick, heavy chains. As soon as Sunny saw the box, he felt his heart turn cold, and muffled whispers invade his ears. Involuntarily, he took a step back. "What the hell is in that thing?" Noctis calmly took the box, which trembled slightly, as if something inside was trying to break free. At the same time, Sunny thought that he noticed a movement under the sorcerer's skin. The immortal grimaced, and then said, "Souls. A few especially vile souls that I have collected across the centuries." Sunny scowled, gripping the cruel sight tighter. "And what exactly are you planning to do with these souls?" Noctis glanced at him, smiled, and then easily tore the heavy chains keeping the box shut. "What else? I'm going to create a few little helpers for you and your strange friends. What, were you really going to take on the armies of the Ivory City and the Red Colosseum all by yourself? By the moon, Sunless. I do trust in your abilities, but what would people say if I turned out to be the only chain lord without an army? How would that look? Ah, no, such an embarrassment would simply not do." With that, he opened the box, his eyes shining with cold moonlight. And in the next moment, the 14 terrifying stone beasts suddenly moved. The flying ship was moving through the deep darkness of the sky below, escorted by 14 stone fiends. With the ocean of flames burning below and vast nothingness above, it seemed as though they were sailing through purgatory. Noctis stood at the steering oars, slouched, with a pale face and dark circles under his eyes. He did not seem to be doing too well, but his hand was steady as it controlled the ship. On the upper deck, the sailor dolls were preparing for battle. They were moving wooden ballistae into position and loading heavy bolts into them, with an especially fearsome siege engine placed at the bow. The bolts themselves were not that simple, too. Their surfaces were carved with runes, which shimmered with stored soul essence and brimmed with power. The mannequins themselves were armed as well, their elegant liveries replaced with chainmail. They carried heavy bows, sabers, and hatchets, both to kill the enemies and defend the ship from boarding hooks. There were plenty of quivers full of arrows around, as well as barrels of water to douse the flames should the sails catch on fire. The sails, meanwhile, were turned at a strange angle to catch the hot air rising from below, surrounding the vessel from the sides like wings. The ship was flying swiftly, but in the emptiness of the sky below, it was hard to measure how much distance they were covering. Sunny could only tell that their speed was tremendous because of the powerful torrent of essence flowing through the ancient wood and the howling of the wind that was being cut by the armored ram of the ship. At this rate, they were going to reach the Ivory City soon. The cohort was preparing for battle too. Kai had summoned his white and gold armor, a memory he had earned while commanding a centuria of the Sun Legion. Behind the charred wooden max, his eyes were serious and focused. He was examining the fletching of arrows in his quiver, a mighty bow resting at his feet. This bow had come from a champion of the war sect he had slain, and was a deadly weapon. Effie was standing nearby, leaning on the runic spear Sunny had given her. The dusk shard was propped against the board of the ship, almost as tall as the little girl, and there was a white cape that seemed to be weaved from starlight resting on her shoulders. The starlight shard, which she had received after slaying the Lord of the Dead. Of course, Effie had a whole arsenal of other memories at her disposal, those that she had collected over the years on the Forgotten Shore, and those she received for slaying countless abominations to saturate her awakened core before venturing into the seed of nightmare. Weapons, tools, charms. She was going to summon them when the need arose. Knowing that the battle ahead would be long and arduous, the little girl was hungrily devouring a pile of roasted meat. Cassie was quietly observing Nox, her hand resting on the hilt of the quiet dancer. Her role in the approaching battle was going to be especially important. When the sorcerer clashed with Solvane and Sun Prince, she would have to control the flying ship and command the sailor dolls, drawing the bulk of the enemy's ire. Sunny was getting ready too. He had summoned the mantle of the underworld, which covered his demonic body like an onyx carapace. Since this battle was going to be against humans, and not mighty nightmare creatures, he had judged that its utility would be more valuable than the impregnable defense of the undying chain. There was no Elias around to heal a mortal wound should he receive one as well, so its incredible enchantment was less useful. The blood blossom rested in the onyx armor's breastplate, ready to grant him its strength. In his 4 hands he held the cruel sight, the midnight shard, and Morgan's warbow. 3 shadows rested in his soul, ready to be sent forth to destroy and slaughter. He was ready. Well, as ready as he could be. Just as Sunny thought it, Noctis suddenly moved, and then looked up, a wild smile slowly appearing on his lips. His voice sounded hoarse but clear. They finally sensed us. The members of the cohort turned to him, their faces calm and collected. The sorcerer grinned, and then moved one of the oars, sending the ship flying up. His eyes glinted with distant moonlight. No point in hiding anymore. We are close enough anyway. Oh, what a night to be alive, my friends. His laughter rolled across the deck as the ancient vessel climbed higher and higher, swiftly approaching the dark side of the chained island. Sunny stared up, knowing that just in a few minutes, the end of this nightmare was going to begin. As he did, Cassie silently approached him and stood nearby for a few moments. Silent. Then she said, "No matter what happens, don't let him enter the tower." Sunny frowned, looking at her with a somber expression. "Who, Noctis?" She lingered for a second, and then shook her head. "No, Mordred." Sunny smiled and turned away. "Why? Was his guarantee of conquering the nightmare if we do as he says a lie?" The young woman did not speak for a while, then said simply, "No, I don't think so." Sunny glanced at her and raised an eyebrow. "Why should I try to stop him then?" She hesitated for a moment. Then Cassie asked, "What happens after the nightmare?" Sunny sighed, then chuckled wryly. "All right, I'll take your request into consideration." He could already see the dark underbelly of the Kingdom of Hope above them, and hear the distant whisper of war drums. Caught by surprise, the 2 armies were hurriedly preparing to meet them. Looking at his friends, Sunny sighed, and then said in a neutral voice, "I guess this is it. Good luck, guys. Don't die out there." Kai and Effie looked at him, and then nodded. The little girl smiled crookedly. "Why would we die? It's just a couple of armies and 3 transcendents. No big deal." She hesitated for a bit and then added in a somber tone, "However, let's make a promise to not do suicidal battles beneath giant towers again, okay? I mean, at this rate it might become a habit." Sunny looked at her and grinned. "So, what, next time we should do battle on top of a giant tower?" Effie sighed. "No, no towers. Let's try to avoid giant towers in the future entirely. How does that sound?" Sunny laughed, then turned away and stared at the approaching islands. "Sounds fine to me. Can't promise anything, though." As the silver circle of the full moon reached the highest point in the sky, a sudden movement tore through the darkness of the night. In the clamor of drums and human voices, an armada of wooden ships flew forward, each vessel illuminated by the orange flame of lanterns. Some had red sails, and some had white. In the pale moonlight, all of them looked gray and colorless. The ships rushed forward, seeming like a river of lights. On their decks, human figures moved, feverishly preparing for battle. The soldiers were drawing their weapons and knocking arrows on the strings of their bows, while the captains stared at the radiant moon, their faces tense and grim. Soon, a lonesome black dot appeared on the surface of the silver disk, and then slowly grew as it drew closer. A single ship, this one much larger and more graceful than the rest of them, was fearlessly flying to meet the luminous armada. There was a beautiful tree growing around its mast, and a man with pale skin and raven-black hair standing at the oar, guiding the vessel forward. His eyes were gray and clear, shining with the reflected light of the moon. Standing near Noctis, Sunny could not help but feel a dark resentment grip his hearts. Curse it! They had chosen the time of the attack to catch the armies of the Chain Lords unprepared. Most of the soldiers were still on march to the Ivory City, their formation broken and in disarray. It was not easy to unite two large forces, and Noctis had chosen the precise moment when the chaos was at its worst to stage his assault. And yet there was still a considerable force ready to defend the city. At least 100 ships rose into the air to intercept and destroy them, each carrying dozens of warriors, some of them awakened, and some even ascended. But all the absolute elite the warring factions had to offer. And somewhere out there, two immortal transcendents were waiting to take their turn. That is what Noctis and the cohort were up against. Sunny lingered for a moment, and then glanced past the approaching river of lights, at the distant shapes of the Ivory City. It was as beautiful during the night as it was during the day. The graceful arches of the tall aqueducts, the aerial bridges that connected the islands, the buildings made of white stone. The streets of the city were empty, but he could feel thousands of frightened souls trembling behind the walls that they had considered solid and safe, not knowing what calamity he and his friends were bringing to their doorstep. Suddenly grim, he had to remind himself that these were the people that had tried to sacrifice Kai to satiate a dragon's hunger, and then burned him alive for daring to survive. And the dragon himself was there too, powerless for now. At least until the dawn came. Gritting his teeth, he took a step forward and closed his eyes for a moment. Just 100 ships. What is there to fear? I just have to bring 10 or 20 down. Maybe kill a few ascendants. Big deal. The armada was already close enough to make out the distant shapes of humans rushing on the decks. A gust of wind brought with it a chorus of voices. Sunny shuddered, recognizing the familiar chant. Glory, glory, glory. He opened his lightless eyes, all doubt and remorse disappearing from them, leaving behind only the cold will to kill. Somewhere behind him, Noctis suddenly grinned, and then whispered in a hoarse voice, Now, witness us, gods. A moment later, the massive siege engine standing at the bow of the ship suddenly rang, sending a heavy bolt flying through the darkness. As it pierced the sky, a weave of ancient runes shone on its surface, and the winds howled, cut by its sharp blades. Streaking toward the distant armada like a falling star, the bolt struck the hull of the forward vessel, and crushed straight through it, pulverizing a large part of the bow. It tore through the innards of the enemy ship, and then an explosion of pale light suddenly illuminated the vessel from within for a split second, leaving behind nothing but a cloud of bloody debris. The whole ship was destroyed in an instant. Noctis laughed madly, and as he did, the sailor dolls were already rushing to reload the engine. While they were busy with it, the sorcerer moved one of the oars, throwing his own ship into a turn to let its left board, and the loaded ballista situated there faced the rushing enemy fleet. And just like that, the battle that was meant to change the course of history forever started. The sorcerer's ship had an advantage in size, speed, power of enchantments, and the reach of its weapons. However, the difference was not insurmountable. Before the bow engine could be reloaded, they would already be being pelted by arrows and harpoons of the enemy. Get ready, my friends. The sailor dolls pulled the levers of the portside ballistae, sending several smaller, but still devastating bolts flying toward the approaching armada. Others readied their bows, staring forward with indifferent wooden faces. Sonny raised Morgan's warbow, ready to draw it, and threw a question over his shoulder. What of Solvain? What of Sun Prince? Noctis smiled wickedly. Can't you feel? They are approaching. Song of the Fallen, my lady. I am afraid you will have to take the oars soon. Do not worry, however. As long as the moon shines, I will make easy work of those two. He lingered for a moment, sending the ship into another turn, and then added, Do worry about the enemy ships, though. If you are not careful, they will tear my beauty apart in no time, not to mention peppering you full of arrows. The ships he mentioned were almost in range to shoot their own onagers and ballistae. Even though the sorcerer's vessel was graceful, swift, and stalwart, it seemed impossible for anything to survive the devastating rain of projectiles. Sonny tensed, his pupils narrowing into two vertical slits of pure darkness. A few moments before the onslaught came, however, 14 fearsome shadows suddenly flew from below the islands and flashed upward, colliding against the first row of the enemy ships. Splinters of wood and torn limbs shot into the air, and for a moment, the enemy's formation was broken. Using that moment, Noctis sent the ship into a dive, narrowly avoiding the aim of the armada, and at the same time presenting its starboard. Another set of ballistae shot their bolts, adding to the mayhem. The sorcerer glanced at Sonny, Effie, and Kai with a wild smile. It is your turn, Sunless, now or never. Then, however, he abruptly grew silent and flinched. Noctis's face, which had already been pale, turned white as a sheet. He groaned and then slowly turned his head, looking up with a stunned expression. A moment later, Sonny heard the immortal let out an ominous whisper. Oh, this is not good. Not good at all. Feeling a cold shiver run down his spine, Sonny turned and followed the sorcerer's gaze up and up into the night sky. Then, he froze. Woo. What? The moon. The moon was disappearing. Out there in the sky, the silver disk of the moon was slowly being devoured by darkness, as if drowning in a vast and impenetrable shadow. One of its edges was already gone, and with each moment, more and more of it was being erased by the shadows. It looked like an eclipse. Noctis paled, and at the same time, Sonny suddenly felt reinvigorated. It was as though every shadow in the world had just become deeper and darker, and as one of them, he did too. The feeling was strange and euphoric, but Sonny knew that this eclipse was an ill omen for all of them. Turning to the sorcerer, he asked, What is going on? Noctis stared at the disappearing moon with a dark expression, and then shivered. I guess Severus had a trick of his own up his sleeve. I did not expect him to get his hands on a piece of Shadow's domain, though. How is this even possible? Seeing a lost expression on the sorcerer's face, Sonny growled, How severe is your flaw? How weak are you going to be when the moon is fully gone? What do we do now? The fleet of the Ivory City was still closing the distance to obliterate them, so there was no time to waste. They had a few moments before the clash at best. He had to know what was going on. Noctis glanced at the dimming moon for one more second, then turned away and sighed. Well, a pale smile appeared on his lips. Do you guys remember how I told you that I will take care of both Solvain and Sun Prince while you distract their armies? The sorcerer's smile grew wider, a mad glint appearing in his eyes. Change of plans. You will have to keep the prince busy for a bit, too. I will try to deal with Solvain. Best of luck to you, my friends. And to me as well. With that, he stepped out of the magical circle and gestured for Cassie to grab the oars, which she hurriedly did. A moment later, Noctis was already standing on the board of the ship, his raven black hair dancing in the wind. Sonny opened his eyes wide and screamed, "Wait! How the hell are we supposed to keep a transcendent busy?" The sorcerer threw a quick glance over his shoulder and laughed. "I don't know. Figure something out. Try to stab him with my knife, maybe?" "No, stabbing that steel behemoth won't do anything." With that, he simply took a step forward and fell down, disappearing in the darkness and the howling wind without a trace. Just like that. Noctis was gone. Sonny stared at the empty space where the sorcerer had been just a moment ago with a stunned expression. His momentary stupor was broken by Cassie's shout. "Sonny, there are only a few seconds left. What do we do?" The blind girl was controlling the flying ship, desperately trying to right its course so that it wouldn't take the full brunt of the Armada's siege weapons all at once. Sonny had no idea how she was able to fly the ancient vessel without being able to see, and it did not matter right now. He hesitated for a moment, then turned away and let out a resentful growl. "We follow the plan." Nothing really changed. Effie raised the dusk shard and asked, her voice grim, "What about the big bastard?" Sonny gritted his teeth. "Last I checked, that monstrosity cannot fly. As long as we stay in the air, we should be fine." Cassie pushed one of the oars down, then frowned. Her voice sounded hesitant. "But how do we stop him from going after Noctis?" He looked at her, then cursed. "No idea. Shoot him with the damned bolt thrower, the big one." With that, Sonny left the blind girl behind and rushed forward. The enemy ships were already close enough for him to feel shadows dancing on their decks, which meant that it was time for him, Effie, and Kai to join the fight. A large fleet was closing in on a swift vessel, its formation in a mess because of the 14 ghastly stone abominations wreaking havoc on the flying ships. Each of the massive gargoyles bore the soul of a vile, corrupted creature, so their might and ferocity were terrifying, not entirely on par with the original fiends that Noctis had slain, but close to it. And yet, they alone were not enough. In fact, the 14 gargoyles were merely a distraction. The main strike was yet to come. As the graceful ship came within range of the fleet's siege weapons, it dove down, and at the same time, several figures jumped off its deck into the air. A few moments later, the air was suddenly filled with the smell of blood. The captain of one of the vessels shouted something, pointing upward. Then, however, he swayed and fell down, his neck pierced by an arrow. At the same time, something fell from above. It was a young girl carrying a heavy round shield. Just above her, a man in a charred wooden mask hovered in the air, already drawing the string of his bow once again. Effie, who had been tossed down by Kai, hit the deck of the ship, slid on the dusk shard for a moment, then rolled and jumped to her feet, the runic spear in her hand glowing with an angry red light. That shine only grew brighter when the spear pierced a man's chest and was painted with crimson blood, as another awakened, toppled over with a scream, struck down by an arrow. Effie twisted and shook her spear, throwing the corpse of her first victim at the rushing enemies. Her shield flashed, its rim crushing someone's chest. Then, an enemy blade fell from above, landing on her shoulder, and bounced off her skin, not leaving behind even a scratch. A split second later, the attacker was already dead, and the young girl continued her slaughter, fighting like a demon released from the depths of hell. Like a perfect vessel of war. There were only 2 pupils of the Red Sect left alive in the whole world, after all. One of them was Solvain, and the other was here on the ship, killing Solvain's followers one after another with a feral grin on her childish face. If warriors on the other vessels of the fleet could have seen what was happening, they would have felt lucky to be safe from the little beast and her guardian's deadly arrows. But their relief would have been misplaced, because the young warrior and the flying archer were not the only ones boarding the flying ships. Much more terrifying than them were the coming shadows. A swift figure streaked across the sky, and then a black steed landed on the deck of a flying ship, its eyes burning with crimson light. The stallion had a coat that was as black as night, 2 horns of adamantine metal, and fangs that resembled those of a wolf. On its back rode a graceful knight clad in onyx armor, the scarlet blade of her odachi matching 2 ruby lights shining behind the visor of her closed helmet. Without pause, the dark rider sent her steed forward, and her sword flashed, beheading the nearest warrior of the Sun Legion in one smooth strike. The other awakened, froze for a moment, suddenly grasped by a cold feeling of dread, and as fear crawled into their hearts, the terrifying crimson flames burning in the eyes of the tenebrous stallion ignited even brighter. It moved its head, biting into the neck of another soldier and tearing it wide open. More blood flowed onto the deck. On another ship, the soldiers suddenly screamed and aimed their bows up as a massive shadow suddenly covered the deck. But they were too late. As a gale of wind raised by mighty wings threw some of them off their feet, a repulsive creature crashed into the deck. It resembled a giant lion with the head of a raven, its body gaunt and entirely black. The creature had 2 powerful hind legs and 6 limbs protruding from its wide chest, each ending with a set of long talons. Lean muscles were rolling under its skin like worms, and its terrifying beak was open, revealing rows of sharp, needle-like fangs and a long tongue. Both the fangs and the tongue were of the same black color as the rest of the abominable monstrosity. Using the momentary shock of the warriors, the Soul Serpent, who had assumed the form of a spire messenger, reached out with its 6 arms and sliced 6 bodies apart with its talons. Blood sprayed into the air, and a chilling, ghastly wail escaped from its beak. And lastly, on the stern of yet another ship, a towering devil wearing black armor simply appeared out of the shadow, silently, and without anyone noticing him for a split second. That 1 second was enough for a bolt of lightning to fly off his bow and hit a warrior in red armor that had been preparing to pull the lever of a ballista on the bow of the ship. Instantly, arcs of furious radiance chained to a dozen nearest soldiers, killing several, burning a few, and stunning the rest. Dismissing Morgan's warbow, Sunny dashed forward and brandished the cruel sight, as well as the austere tachi he held in the other 2 of his 4 hands. He knew that his time was short. Yes, Sunny was powerful, and so were his shadows. But when the defenders of the Ivory City recovered from the initial shock, they were going to show that each of them was an awakened too. And then, who knew how long he would be able to survive? The first thing to do was to cut off the head of the snake. Ramming into a tall soldier with his shoulder, Sunny sent him flying away and raised the midnight shard for a devastating downward slash. The captain of the ship, a gray-haired man with a noble face and a thick beard, reacted too fast, throwing his own sword up to block the attack. However, the tachi never came down. If Sunny really wanted to attack it with it, he would have never telegraphed his strike so clearly. Instead, the cruel sight shot forward from below, piercing the captain through the chest. Infused with divine flame, it easily went through his armor and flesh, killing the man on the spot. The warmonger only had time to look at Sunny with eyes clouded by pain, and smile happily. Then he fell down like a tree that had been cut down by an axe. Damned crazies. The captain was dead, which would make things easier for Sunny. However, there were still dozens of awakened warriors on the deck of the ship, now fully aware of his presence and clamoring to spill his blood. Sunny had fought plenty of Sylvain's followers in the Red Colosseum, and knew very well how skilled and powerful they were. He was not sure of his ability to survive a battle against that many, especially now that he had no shadows augmenting his body. 3 of them were with Saint, Serpent, and Nightmare, and the 4th one lay on the bloodied deck behind him to serve as his eyes. With the enemy possessing such a terrible numeric advantage, he judged that being aware of his surroundings would be more useful than a bit of physical might. Regardless, Sunny was not going to fight them all unless he absolutely had to. Throwing the captain's corpse out of his way with a powerful kick, Sunny dashed forward and grabbed one of the steering oars the man had been holding. He might not have known how to fly a ship, but from watching Noctis and Cassie do it, he at least knew how to crash one. as the shadow lantern appeared on his belt and devoured all light nearby, thus hiding him in a cloud of darkness and making it harder for the archers to hit him. Sonny pulled the steering oar all the way to the right. Slowly, the flying ship started to turn left, going off course and breaking formation. A few arrows zipped past Sonny, one bouncing off his helmet and throwing his head back. He could see 10 or so of the closest warmongers already running at him, and further back even more rushing to join their comrades. Those who had been stunned by the strike of thunder were coming to their senses as well. Crap! Forced to keep the oar in place and thus immobilized, he gritted his teeth and threw the cruel sight as a javelin, aiming to kill the nearest of the approaching enemies. However, his spear simply froze in the air, as if the attackers were surrounded by an invisible barrier. In the next moment, a ball of furious light invaded the cloud of darkness that protected him, dimming somewhat but not disappearing instantly. That was the problem with fighting against Awakened. Every one of them had an aspect, and each aspect was unique, making them excruciatingly unpredictable and hard to deal with. As more arrows were aimed at his head, Sonny cursed, let go of the oar, and dissolved into shadows. Left with no one to hold it in place, the steering oar returned to its natural position. But the damage was already done. Before anyone could get to it, the flying ship careened and rammed straight into the side of another one, piercing it with the metal beak of the forward ram and wedging itself deep into the Allied vessel. Both ships were heavily damaged by the collision, but the situation was still not unsalvageable. If an experienced captain acted with haste, at least one, or maybe even both vessels could be saved. But before that could happen, a four-armed demon suddenly appeared from the shadows on the stern of the rammed ship. And a few moments later, its captain was dead too. Just like that, Sonny had doomed 2 ships and 100 souls to death with 2 strikes of his weapons. He glanced into the night sky for a moment and groaned. Just 90-something or so left. Great. A muffled, mad laugh suddenly escaped from his lips. As 100 souls plummeted to their deaths in a rain of wooden debris, the four-armed devil who had doomed them to death laughed madly. Of course, he was falling with the rest. But unlike most of the warriors on the broken ship, the devil had long grown accustomed to plummeting from great heights. After all, he had once spent a whole month falling into the endless darkness of the sky below. Dissolving into the shadows, Sonny appeared on the deck of the nearest ship. His sword flashed, ending the life of a Sun Legion soldier that stood in his way and sending blood spraying into the night air. There was only a moment before the enemies would shrug off the shock of his sudden arrival. And so, he did not waste any time. Lunging forward, Sonny struck another warrior in the back with the cruel sight, slashed the midnight shard across the throat of an enemy archer, and wrapped his tail around the neck of a third soldier. Sending the last one overboard with a powerful throw, he bared his teeth and briefly glanced into the night sky. Out there in the lightless void, Effie and Kai had managed to slaughter the entire crew of one of the ships and sent the vessel crashing into the rest of the formation. The little girl jumped off the rails at the last moment, and the swift archer caught her, carrying both of them away, toward the next target. The ship where Saint and Nightmare landed was silent and dark, with not a soul moving on it. Everyone was already dead, and the vessel was careening to the side, ready to plummet down. The black courser galloped across the bloody deck and soared into the sky, breaching a gap of 100 meters with a single jump and landing among fearful Awakened on a different ship. Saint's scarlet Odachi flashed. The Soul Serpent crashed on the deck of another flying vessel, the previous one he had visited breaking apart as it fell into the darkness. Before the warriors could react to the appearance of the ghastly abomination, its shape suddenly shifted, turning into a mass of liquid darkness. Then, the darkness flowed into a figure of a menacing knight, his black armor forged from a lusterless anthracite steel and decorated with intricate engravings. The great sword of the knight rose and fell like a guillotine, severing flesh and bone. Sonny grinned. Not bad. Effie and Kai had taken out 2 ships, while he and his shadows took out 4. The gargoyles had destroyed even more. At this rate, obliterating the entire fleet was not going to be as impossible as it had seemed. But of course, that was just an illusion. The main reason for that was a simple but inescapable fact, that their reserves of essence were not going to last that long. Every time Sunny used Shadow Step to travel between ships, he wasted a big chunk of his, not to mention the fact that using multiple active enchantments at the same time was constantly draining it as well. The Shadow Lantern was especially gluttonous. Every time Serpent killed an enemy, a small amount of essence flowed into Sunny's cores. However, the formless shadow was consuming its own essence at a terrible speed. Not only did it have to expend it to maintain the form of other creatures, but using their abilities had a cost, too. The Soul Serpent was not going to be able to keep it up for long. The second reason was that for now, the cohort had the element of surprise on their side. As soon as the fleet realized what was happening, taking down the ships were going to grow much, much harder. So all Sunny could do was deliver as much damage as he could, as fast as he could, and then hope for a miracle. Of course, with his luck, chances were that he would have to create that miracle himself. Killing another enemy, Sunny threw his corpse aside and dashed toward the captain of the ship, hoping to slay him and sow discord in the coordination of the vessel's crew. However, this time, he failed to behead the snake with one swift strike. The officer of the Sun Legion that commanded the ship deflected his attack with frightening ease and then delivered a blow of his own, throwing Sunny back. An angry hiss escaped from his lips. Damnation! The captain was an Ascended, and one of remarkable might as well. Throwing a quick glance at the dozens of warriors surrounding him, Sunny gritted his teeth and fought. He fought, as he had in front of the gate in the waking world, surrounded from all sides by nightmare creatures. Using everything he had, every trick and deception he could muster, and every little bit of skill and experience he had earned in the past years. Soon, the deck of the ship grew slick with blood, most of it human, but not all. There were a few drops of his own mixed into it as well, shining with the invisible light of divinity. Sunny killed as many enemies as he could, and then killed even more. The mantle of the underworld rang as a rain of blows landed on it, a few blades finding their way through the thin cracks and biting into his flesh. He spun and danced, reaping lives and jumping through shadows to avoid being entirely surrounded. The awakened warriors were bad enough, but their Ascended captain was simply a menace. No matter what Sunny did, the man simply shrugged off all the attacks and pursued, closing distance in a split second. No matter how far away from him, Sunny jumped. This could not go on any longer. I need to kill this bastard, now. Once again, forced to cross blades with the Ascended and struggling to withstand the blow, Sunny activated the gates of shadow enchantment, drowning his immediate surrounding in darkness. The soldiers stumbled, failing to adjust in time. The Ascended, however, had already learned of this ability of his and continued to attack, as though his eyes could adapt to the lack of light. This would have been very bad for Sunny, if he had not counted on exactly that fact. Deactivating the enchantment abruptly, he poured his essence into the cruel sight instead. Instantly, the darkness was replaced by a flash of brilliant sunlight. The captain might have been able to adjust his eyes to see in the dark. But could he do the reverse in an instant? Surprised by the sudden burst of radiant light, the Ascended was blinded for a second, and a second was all Sunny needed. Guided by shadow sense, his spear shot forward and pierced the man's heart. A pulse of divine flame was all it took to make the terrible wound inescapably lethal. The rest was, if not easy, then at least simple. Sunny faced the remaining soldiers of the crew and slaughtered them one after another. He was this close to victory when his shadow noticed something streaking through the air, aimed at his back. Sunny flinched, then fell sideways. In the next moment, a massive bolt flew past and struck one of the warriors in the abdomen, throwing the man back like a rag doll and pinning him to the mast. which then exploded into splinters and toppled. Sunny's eyes grew wider. It seemed that the defenders of the Ivory City had finally understood the nature of the threat facing them and responded to it. 2 more ships were hovering some distance away, both aiming their ballistae as well as numerous arrows at one spot. Him. Sunny gritted his teeth and then dashed forward as fast as he could. Crap! Sunny rolled over his shoulder, and just as he did, countless arrows hit the deck in the spot where he had been just a split second ago. Sent from powerful bows made for awakened archers, each carried enough force to pierce plate armor with ease. Of course, the mantle of the underworld was not just any armor. And yet, Sunny was extremely apprehensive of the threat posed by archers. Being battered by a rain of arrows was going to take a toll on his body, and all it took was for one to slide into the slit of his visor. Not to mention that there were all kinds of aspects the enemy could possess, and all kinds of runes the bows and the arrows could be enchanted with. The heavy javelins sent flying by the bolt throwers came next. Streaking through the air with terrifying speed, they hit the ship like missiles. Each possessed enough momentum to tear a hole in the deck, sending an explosion of splinters into the air. Sunny was not sure if he would be able to survive being hit by something like that, so he took no risks, diving into the shadows and turning into one of them. The wisest move right now would have been to step onto the deck of a different ship. However, only the 2 attacking vessels were close enough to not require a truly vast expenditure of essence to perform a jump, and their crews were undoubtedly already prepared to resist an assault. Plus, Sunny was reluctant to leave without killing the remaining soldiers and destroying the ship completely. He had a very good reason for that. While the gargoyles and the 4 boarding parties were harassing the formation and slowly whittling down the number of enemy vessels, the fleet's main target still remained the same. All of them were attacking the graceful ship with a beautiful tree growing around its mast, surrounding it like a murder of hungry crows. Cassie was the 5th and final part of the cohort's assault force, and the one in the most danger. While Sunny and the rest fought with the soldiers of the defending fleet, she was battling the fleet itself. Guided by her hand, the sorcerer's ship maneuvered between the enemy vessels, barely dodging constant shots of their harpoons and siege weapons, while responding with its own attacks from time to time. The bolts sent by its ballistae were much more devastating due to runes carved into them by Noctis, taking whole chunks out of the enemy ships or obliterating them completely. It was larger, faster, and much more durable, but it was also alone against countless foes. As Sunny rushed through the shadows toward the stern, he caught a glimpse of the graceful ship as it dove down, the figures of sailor dolls bracing themselves against rails and releasing the strings of their powerful bows. There were deep scratches on its hull and holes in its sails, dozens of arrows sticking out of the deck like needles. But it was still in one piece. Due to Cassie's intuition and uncanny aspect ability, she had been able to predict and avoid the enemy attacks, at least to some degree, for now. But the pressure on the lonely ship was mounting with each second, and no matter how many enemy vessels she destroyed, this deadly aerial dance could not continue much longer. Knowing that, the young woman threw the ship into a dive, falling from the dark sky like a star. She was leading the fleet down, toward the surface, where she would be able to maneuver between the flying islands and use their solid mass as a shield. That was extremely dangerous, since any ship moving that low ran a risk of crashing into an island or, even worse, into one of the heavenly chains. But Cassie had no choice. She had to limit the amount of vessels that had a direct line of sight of her ship if she wanted to turn the threat posed by the enemy's overwhelming numerical advantage from insurmountable to simply lethal. She was barely hanging on to life. And so, Sunny could not allow himself to leave this ship before it was disposed of completely. Sure, it was already damaged, and the few soldiers that still lived were not going to be able to both control it and mount the onagers and ballistae. But it would take just one heroic fool with a death wish to ram the damaged vessel into Cassie, taking out the main force of their small army. Emerging from the shadows at the stern, Sonny used the second or two it took the enemy archers to notice him and take aim again to push one of the steering oars all the way up, wedge the prowling thorn into the wood, and then secure the handle of the oar in place with the invisible string attached to the heavy kunai. The ship shuddered, and then its bow turned down, sending it into a downward dive. Sonny made it just in time. Not a moment after he finished the task, a heavy arrow hit him in the back, sending a jolt of pain and a concussive shock running through his body. He was roughly thrown forward and hit the deck, which was slowly turning into a vertical wall. Sonny allowed himself to slide down, dodging a few more arrows that way, and saw the remaining soldiers falling into the night sky with terrified screams. A feral grin appeared on his face. Done! It was time for him to abandon the ship as well. By pure conscience, at that very moment, the falling vessel happened to be at the same altitude as the descending ship that Cassie controlled. Pushing himself off the deck to dive into the shadows, Sonny noticed the massive siege engine on the bow of the sorcerer's ship take aim at an enemy boat. It seemed as if another enemy was going to be destroyed in a second. Then, however, Cassie suddenly gave up on the sure shot and threw the ship into a desperate spin, changing course so abruptly that one of the sailor dolls was thrown overboard. Sonny frowned. What? Before he could finish the thought, the vessel he was still standing on suddenly exploded into debris as something massive tore through it at a stunning speed and then streaked through the lightless sky, missing Cassie's ship by a hair's breadth. Instead, the thing hit one of the sorcerer's gargoyles and obliterated it completely, turning the terrifying creature into a cloud of stone dust in a blink of an eye. It was only a second later, when Sonny found himself falling down with nothing there to support his weight anymore, that he registered what the thing was. It was a narrow pillar of polished steel, at least 50 meters in length, that ended in a sharp point. That pillar, it looked like a javelin worthy of a giant. Stunned, Sonny turned his head and looked in the direction of the Ivory City as he fell. His eyes widened. He did not like what he saw. He did not like it at all. Out there in the distance, just outside of the Ivory City, a steel colossus towered above a desolate island, his gargantuan body shrouded in darkness. The terrible wound delivered to him by Noctis was mostly repaired, with broken scaffolds hanging from the giant where he had torn himself out of them to join the battle. However, he was still missing an arm. The face of the giant was stoic and unmoving, and his eyes drowned in deep shadows. In front of him, dozens of enormous javelins were thrust into the soil, each tall enough to dwarf a siege tower. As Sonny looked, Sun Prince calmly grabbed one of them, then pulled it out of the ground and moved his hand up, preparing to make another throw. Crap! Plummeting down, Sonny balanced himself in the air and then dove in a certain direction. A few moments later, he crashed into a large fragment of the destroyed ship's hull and disappeared, diving into the shadows on its surface. In a blink of an eye, Sonny rolled onto the deck of one of the two attacking vessels and jumped to his feet, ready to fight. He could not do anything to the steel colossus. All he could do was continue playing his part and pray that Cassie manages to survive. If she failed to draw the giant's attention away from Noctis, all of them were going to die. But he could not do anything about that either. Sonny could make sure that there were fewer enemy ships pursuing her, however, and that was what he intended to do. Killing things was one of his greatest talents, after all. With a loud roar, he dashed forward, toward a battle formation of awakened soldiers. Unlike the crews of the ships he had destroyed already, these warriors had been waiting for an attack, and so were prepared, but it would not save them. They were still going to die. Just a split second before the four-armed devil collided against the front row of the enemy, a sickening feeling suddenly permeated their souls, sapping their hands of strength and filling them with insidious pain. Augmented by the underworld armament enchantment of the onyx armor, the broken oath spread its eroding influence, slowly destroying the very souls of everyone around Sonny. Of course, his own soul was being damaged as well, but it was much stronger than that of mere beasts. and protected by the mantle of the underworld on top of that. He was not going to be able to endure the effect of the vile charm for long, but that did not matter. He just needed to last longer than his enemies. Turning the cruel sight into a sword and summoning the patient avenger into a free hand, Sunny crashed into the formation of weakened enemies and spun, dancing as he sowed death among them. His two blades and his tail moved as if possessing their own lives, and the charred kite shield soon started to emanate an angry orange glow as a rain of strikes fell on it. As it did, the blade of the cruel sight suddenly shone with incandescent white light, and the austere tachi with dim orange one, infused with flames, one divine, the other mundane. Both blades cut through steel armor as if it was made of paper. Screams of terror and agony rose above the deck of the flying ship, disappearing into the moonless night. Similar slaughter was happening on other ships of the fleet as well. Effie was rampaging on a slippery deck, moving like a wrecking ball across its blood-soaked surface. When someone tried to attack her from the back, they were killed by sharp arrows falling from the darkness. Kai moved swiftly above the ship, dodging enemy archers and never missing a kill shot. He was dealing almost as much damage as the feral girl. Just like what had happened to Sunny, other vessels moved to assist the one where the two were fighting. But as they did, a black steed landed on the deck of one, while a dark abomination with the head of a raven landed on another. For a few minutes, the defensive formation was in chaos, and then even more ships had to abandon the hunt for the graceful vessel of the traitorous sorcerer to come to their rescue. When they did, however, the stone gargoyles attacked them, causing even more mayhem. Some distance away, Cassie had managed to reach the sky below and was now being pursued in a deadly race between the flying islands, causing several of the enemy ships to break apart as they collided with the heavenly chains and allowing the sailor dolls to shoot several more down with the siege engines. Down there she was protected both from the unobstructed attacks of the fleet and from the steel giant's javelins. For a moment things seemed to be going well, but that was exactly the problem. Left without a target, the steel colossus threw two more javelins, destroying one or two gargoyles with each of a throw, and then paused, his gaze traveling across the lightless islands. Just as it did, one of them quaked viciously, and a large chunk of it suddenly crumbled, falling into the abyss of the sky below in a cloud of stone debris. The heavenly chain attached to it was released and whipped across the sky, pulverizing a couple of unfortunate ships that happened to be in its way. Then, something strange happened. The shadow devouring the moon finally spread across all of it, leaving nothing but an empty circle of darkness on the surface of the night sky. But then, that circle suddenly became infused with a dim red glow, and the moon slowly revealed itself once again. Only now, it was not silver anymore. Instead, the moon was red as blood, and drowned the whole world in an eerie crimson radiance. Still fighting on the deck of the ship and being poisoned by the soul erasure of the broken oath, Sunny spared a moment to glance at the sky, and then pulled his attention back to the battle. Moving through the dim crimson light, he killed another human, gritted his teeth, and then thought, I wonder if this is good news for us or bad. A distance away, Sun Prince stared at the crimson moon for a few moments as well. Then, he shifted his gaze back to the broken island, and raised his hand, aiming a javelin at something only he could see on its dark, shattered surface. Sunny did not know much about astronomy. However, due to being born during a solar eclipse, he knew a thing or two about eclipses. A useless piece of knowledge he had never thought would become so vital one day. After being devoured by the shadows, the moon had turned red, which seemed like a sign of its return. However, in reality, it just meant that the moon was now fully submerged in the deepest, darkest part of the planet's shadow. So, did Noctis get his power back? Had he grown more powerful than ever even? Or was he currently the weakest he had ever been? Was the damned dream realm even a planet? Sunny did not know, and had no time to wonder. He was being destroyed from the inside by the broken oath and relentlessly attacked by the warriors of the Ivory City at the same time. No matter how many he killed, their tide did not seem to wane. Well, in that case, he just had to kill even more. Jumping back, Sunny braced himself and then put his shoulder behind the patient avenger. In the next moment, a fiery explosion boomed on the deck of the ship. Far away, on a desolate island bordering the Ivory City, Sun Prince raised his hand and aimed the gargantuan javelin, his gaze locked on the ferocious battle between Noctis and Solvain that no one except for him was able to see. His emotionless face glistened with crimson light, reflecting the radiance of the blood moon. Damnation! Thrown down by the detonation of the flames contained within the kite shield and surrounded by a red haze, Sunny rose shakily and stared at the steel colossus, his heart growing cold. Noctis. The bastard had to be aiming at Noctis. If the sorcerer died, they were going to die with him. Powerless to change anything, Sunny just gritted his teeth and watched. That was why he saw a graceful ship suddenly emerging from the darkness of the sky below, its bow aimed at Sun Prince. Left with no other choice, Cassie had abandoned the safety of the treacherous gaps between the islands and threw her vessel up in a desperate attempt to stall the monstrous giant. The massive siege engine on the bow of the ship shuddered, and a heavy bolt streaked through the dark red sky, hitting the colossus right in the chest. Then, it detonated, drowning the world in pale blue light for a moment. Sunny froze, his eyes opening wide. Crazy girl, she actually did it. When the flash of the explosion disappeared, he saw the towering figure of the prince sway slightly and take half a step back. Then, Sun Prince indifferently looked down at a barely visible scratch left on the breastplate of his polished armor. He did not seem damaged by the devastating detonation of the enchanted bolt at all. However, he did forget about Noctis. At least for now. That had not come without a cost, though. Cassie's desperate maneuver might have distracted the Colossus, but it left her in a vulnerable position. 4 of the pursuing enemy ships had managed to close distance and surrounded the graceful vessel, showering its deck with arrows. Several sailor dolls fell down, their wooden bodies damaged heavily or destroyed completely. The rest released their own arrows. There were 2 mannequins standing beside the blind young woman, each holding a heavy shield. By now, both shields were riddled with arrows, and this time, their protection turned out to be lacking. 2 arrows slid past Cassie's defenders. She deflected one with the quiet dancer, but the second struck her in the shoulder, throwing the slender girl back. At the same time, the 4 enemy ships shot the heavy ballistae standing on their bows, and 4 wicked bolts hit the hull of the graceful vessel. 2 bounced off, but the other 2 must have possessed powerful enchantment. They lodged themselves deep into the ancient wood, but failed to deal any substantial damage. However, dealing damage was not their real purpose. Each bolt was connected to the ship that had shot it by a thick chain. Harpooned by them, Cassie's vessel was severely slowed down and pulled into 2 different directions, its hull groaning, as if on the verge of being ripped apart. The 2 ships that failed to sink their harpoons into it were free to either close in to send a boarding party over, or simply ram it at high speed. And not too far away, Sun Prince was already readying his javelin again. However, Sunny did not see any of this. After a few moments of disorientation, those warriors who had survived the blast of fire from the patient avenger had renewed their assault, thrown into a frenzy by the death of so many of their comrades. He was forced to fight without paying attention to anything else. In this battle, each of the members of the cohort had a role to play. He was powerless to help Cassie, even if he wanted to. Sunny had to survive his own ordeal, and the blind girl had to survive hers. That bitter feeling of powerlessness. He had not tasted it in a long, long time. Deflecting a deadly blow of the enemy sword and killing the man wielding it with a lightning-fast slash of the midnight shard, Sunny let out a hoarse, resentful growl. Hate it. I hate this feeling. Far away, the sailor dolls somehow managed to sever one of the harpoon chains, a few of them silently falling into the crimson darkness in the process. Cassie broke the shaft of the arrow lodged in her shoulder, gritted her teeth, and took the oars again. Now held by only one vessel, she did not try to escape by playing tug-of-war with it, and instead suddenly turned her ship in the direction of the enemy. Not expecting this, the enemy captain did not react in time. As the result, the metal beak of the sorceress ship's ram crashed into its side at full speed, piercing the hull and splitting the whole vessel in half. A moment later, the sailor dolls shot the portside ballistae, several more bolts glancing ineffectively off the giant's impenetrable steel body, without leaving even a scratch. It did get his attention, however. Another javelin flew at the graceful ship, missing it just by a meter or two. Cassie did not die. And Sunny did not die either. He slaughtered the last of the ship's defenders and drew in a rugged breath, then braced himself when the deck suddenly shuddered under him. What? Looking up, he saw boarding hooks biting into the wooden railings, and planks being thrown from the deck of another ship to the one he was standing on. Dozens of warriors in red armor were already jumping over, their eyes burning with bloodlust and a maniacal dream of glory. He remained motionless for a split second, and then tiredly smiled. Oh, they came themselves. I see. How convenient. I won't have to waste essence on using Shadow Step. Gripping his weapons, Sunny threw a glance overboard. Only 9 gargoyles remained, but all members of the cohort seemed to be still alive, if a little worse to wear. The enemy fleet was missing 24 ships, or even more. Things were about to get really hard, however. Now that they had the undivided attention of Sun Prince, now that their reserves of essence were starting to run dry. The real trial was about to start. Illuminated by the dim crimson radiance, Sunny bared his fangs and dashed toward the rushing enemies. Sunny cut through the crew of the boarding ship, leaving no one alive. His towering figure moved among the enemies with incredible speed and grace, as if performing a macabre dance of death. His battle style was as shapeless and unpredictable as the devil himself, effortlessly switching from grounded defense to explosive offense, to monstrous ferocity that only a nightmare creature could possess. He fought with his 4 hands, with his fangs and horns, even with his armored tail. As more and more enemies fell, cut down by the burning blades, a scorching haze of evaporating blood surrounded him like a crimson mantle. Here and there, the 2 connected ships were already catching on fire, their sails burning in the dim red darkness of the night sky like funeral pyres for the warriors dying by his hand. And then suddenly, there was no one left for him to kill. Dismissing the broken oath, Sunny groaned and leaned heavily on the cruel sight. His breath was labored and rugged, and the mantle of the underworld was covered by countless scratches. Beneath the onyx armor, his body was bruised and battered, with several shallow wounds seeping with blood where the enemy blades or aspect abilities had found their way through the cracks. Sunny gritted his teeth. How many ships did I take out? 3, 4? No, 5. He looked around, trying to ascertain the situation. The others had done well too. Together with the gargoyles, the cohort had managed to destroy. His eyes widened. Almost half of the enemy fleet was gone. Dozens of ships were obliterated, thousands of brave warriors killed. A lion's share of that had been done by Cassie and the sailor dolls, as well as the gargoyles, but still. Sunny drew in a hoarse breath. When did we become so scary? The thought of being the big, dreadful threat for once was refreshing. And yet, his excitement was short-lived. No matter how powerful the cohort had become and how well they had planned the battle, it was still not enough. By now, the tide of it was already shifting, their temporary success waning with each second. Sunny, Effie, and Kai had exhausted most of their essence. The Soul Serpent was mere moments away from losing its ability to assume the form of other shadows. Saint and Nightmare were faring better than the rest of them, but they too seemed to be slowing down. More and more injuries accumulating on the black body of the fearsome steed. its taciturn rider moving with visible strain. Much worse than that, the sorcerer's ship was playing a deadly game of cat and mouse with Sun Prince. Guided by Cassie's hand, the vessel was still in one piece, but it was unclear how long she would be able to outrun death. Without her presence on the battlefield, the rate at which the enemy ships were being destroyed diminished drastically, and each had more freedom to move and attack. And the gargoyles were no more. Most of them were destroyed by the steel colossus. Some were overpowered and shattered by the ascended warriors of the defending fleet. The few that remained were struggling, caught in enchanted chain nets and moments from being obliterated. The blood moon still shone with crimson radiance, as though the eclipse had no intention of ever ending, and there was no sign of Noctis. There was no sign of Solvane, too, which meant that the sorcerer was still alive, at least. The only indication that the two immortal transcendents were out there, somewhere, locked in a vicious fight, were the loud rattling of the heavenly chains and sudden quakes that run through one island after another. The islands swayed as pieces of them crumbled into the sky below. Hoping that Noctis would arrive and save them all like a god out of the machine was pointless. Hoping for anything was pointless. They were here to release Hope from her shackles, after all, and not the other way around. The situation was about to turn really, really bad for the cohort, and there was no way Sunny could think of to change it. No problem. I'll just go and destroy 5 more ships. Somehow. And then 5 more. Falling down, he dove into the shadows and stepped through them, wasting some of his last essence to appear on a different ship. Sunny might have been tired, but the battle went on. The world did not care about his exhaustion. It only cared about one thing. Sunny had to fight, or die. On a different vessel, Effie stared at the broken remains of the runic spear in her hand for a short moment, then let out an infuriated shout and bashed the attacking enemy with what was left of its shaft, using it as a club to shatter his leg. The dusk shard was growing heavy in her hand, and she had no essence left to spare to activate the indomitable enchantment and change its weight. Because of that, Effie was a split second too slow, and a sharp blade passed beneath the shield to slash her across the shoulder. This time the blade did not bounce off the girl's skin, and instead sliced it apart. Drops of blood fell down to the slick deck. High above, Kai barely dodged an enemy arrow and reached toward his quiver, only to find it empty. Gritting his teeth, he dashed to the side, caught another arrow out of the air, then instantly knocked his on the string of his bow and sent it flying back at the archer, hitting the man in the eye. His essence was nearly gone as well, and he had already lost too much blood to the blood arrow. Mundane ones were all he could use, and now he had none left. A few moments later, the man in a charred wooden mask crashed into the deck of the ship a few steps away from Effie and spun, summoning a sharp saber. He was prepared to cover the young girl's back to his last breath, if need be. And some distance away, Cassie finally failed to dodge one of the monstrous javelins completely. It streaked across the deck of the graceful ship, turning the massive siege engine on its bow into a cloud of splinters, tearing out a part of the hull and obliterating a dozen sailor dolls along with it. The young woman paled at the sounds of carnage, then hesitated for a few long moments. Then, a resolute expression appeared on her beautiful face. With a steady hand, she pushed one of the oars all the way down. Following her command, the ancient vessel abandoned the border between the two skies and started climbing up. Higher, higher, and then higher still, as if trying to reach the crimson moon itself. Landing on the deck of the enemy ship, Sunny swayed and caught himself, then stared somberly at the warriors of the Sun Legion, all of whom had already noticed his arrival. Following the command of the captain, the swordsmen advanced in a loose but orderly formation. Behind them, the archers drew their bows and aimed them at the towering devil, their eyes shining with faith and resolve. They did not get a chance to shoot, however. A split second later, a ghastly abomination landed between them, its 6 front limbs and terrifying beak reaping half a dozen lives in an instant. This was Sunny's signal to move. He dashed toward the ranks of the advancing swordsmen, and at the same time, the Soul Serpent attacked them from behind. The two cut through the defenders of the ship and met in the middle of its deck. It was at that moment that the shadow finally exhausted the last of its essence. The abominable form of the spire messenger suddenly lost its shape and crumbled into a tide of darkness, which then rushed toward Sunny. A serpentine black odachi then appeared in his hands. Sunny dismissed his other weapons, leaving only the great blade to keep him company, and roared. He was too low on essence to use any of their enchantments anyway, but each kill of the odachi was going to return a portion of it into his cores. More than that, the Soul Serpent was not the only one who reunited with Sunny. The haughty shadow had returned as well, and had already wrapped itself around his body, alleviating some of his exhaustion and gifting him with its strength. Now, all Sunny had to do was fight and kill. With each of the enemies that fell, he was going to replenish more of his dwindling shadow essence, and that essence would then be used to kill more enemies and destroy more ships. As long as he continued to kill, he would not have to stop. Unless he was killed himself, of course. Soul Reaver was indeed an insidious ability. In a split second before the avalanche of enemies descended on him, Sunny glanced into the crimson sky. Out there, at a distance, the graceful ship was climbing high into the sky. Its hull was in shambles, with several sections of it shattered by the heavy bolts of the enemy ballistae. The powerful siege engine on its bow was gone, blown away by some terrible strike. There was a massive harpoon lodged in the vessel's side, with a piece of an enemy ship swinging below it on a thick chain. Barely any sailor dolls remained on the deck, most of them broken or destroyed. Seeing the pitiful state of the once majestic ship, Sunny couldn't help but grit his teeth. Then, he frowned. What the hell is she doing? Why was Cassie rising into the sky? Out there in the boundless vastness of the night, there was nothing to protect her from the ire of Sun Prince and the enemy ships. The winds were much stronger up there, and the air much thinner. It was very risky. However, Sunny had no time to think about it. The blind girl must have known what she was doing. Out of everyone he knew, he was confident in Cassie's foresight the most. She always had a reason. Throwing these thoughts out of his mind, Sunny strangled his worry for her and clashed with the first few of the enemies. He slashed down, splitting the opponent's helmet and skull with the sharp blade of the great odachi, then slammed its hilt into another man's face, shook off the first corpse of the sword and cut low, severing another enemy's leg. Then, Sunny grabbed the disoriented man whose face he had just crushed with one of his free hands and, using his body as a shield, barreled through the enemies, slashing left and right. The mantle of the underworld rang, withstanding several powerful blows. One of the strikes was especially dire. Something managed to cut through the onyx armor and bit deep into his flesh, making Sunny stumble and hiss. It was the captain of the vessel. The woman in bright armor stood among the slaughtered archers, her hands raised, two discs of sharp, blinding light forming on her palms. Cursing, Sunny threw the body of the still struggling enemy at the attacking legionnaires, and then bent down, picking up a stray bolt meant for the ship's ballistae. In the hand of the towering demon, the massive projectile almost looked like an oversized spear. Sending some of the newly received essence into his muscles, Sunny grunted, and then tossed the bolt with all his mind. The captain's eyes widened, but before she could even move, the improvised javelin struck her in the chest with the force of a siege ram, ending the woman's life immediately. You have slain and ascended. Sunny had no time to celebrate, because he was once again being attacked from all sides. The corner of his mouth twitched. She was an ascended, huh? He slaughtered the remaining crew of the ship, then rammed it into another vessel and slaughtered its defenders as well. By then, the mantle of the underworld was full of cracks and gaps, and his battered body beneath was full of holes. On the bright side, he had regained enough essence to freely activate the living stone enchantment of his armor, which allowed it to quickly recover from the damage and glisten darkly once again, its surface flawless and pristine. Sunny could not say the same about himself. Even though he had managed to recover some essence, his physical state was swiftly deteriorating. The countless shallow wounds were not too dangerous, especially because Blue Weave refused to allow his blood to flow out of them. A couple of the more serious injuries he had received were not too bothersome for now as well. However, his endurance was not limitless. Sunny was dead tired, and no amount of essence could fix that. He had only managed to last that long because of the blood blossom and the underworld armament, but even that was not enough to sustain him anymore. And the battle still raged on. Cassie had climbed so high into the sky that he could not even see her damaged ship anymore, taking most of what remained of the enemy fleet with her. The light of their lanterns turned into small dots that moved high above, resembling falling stars. From time to time, a piece of broken wood would fall from the darkness, reminding him that a fierce clash was still taking place up above. The pressure on the boarding parties reduced somewhat, but there were still a dozen ships left to stall them, or rather, hunt them down. Now that Sunny, his shadows, and his friends were tired and riddled with wounds, the roles they played subtly changed. He was not sure who was attacking whom anymore, but worse of all, with the distraction of Cassie's ship gone, the Steel Colossus once again resumed his search for Noctis. Sun Prince grabbed two of his gargantuan javelins, then bent slightly and lunged forward. Gaining incredible speed, the giant leaped into the air, flew across a vast gap between two islands, and landed on the surface of a new one with a thunderous crash. This island was just one chain away from the Ivory City, with several tall pillars rising into the air to serve as mooring masts for the flying ships. Much more importantly, from it, the Colossus had a clear shot at the last place where Noctis and Solvain had shown themselves, still locked in terrible combat. Sun Prince gazed into the crimson darkness, and then slowly raised his hand. Crap! The ship Sunny had just cleared happened to be very near to the island where Sun Prince was standing. In fact, all of the remaining ships were close to it due to the fact that the battle had gradually shifted closer to the Ivory City. He was not sure how much time it took and for how long he had been fighting. All he knew was how terribly tired he felt, and that we're on the verge of utter defeat. Looking at the steel colossus that was just beyond reach, Sunny gritted his teeth. The bastard was not allowed to throw that javelin. He had to be stopped at all cost. Noctis had to be protected. Not because Mordred told him so, but simply because the sorcerer was their best, and most likely only, chance to survive. Sunny hesitated for a split second, and then summoned Nightmare and Saint back. The shadows were entangled in a bloody battle on the deck of a distant ship. Following his command, the black steed did not waste a single moment to turn and leap into the dark sky. Landing on another vessel, it flew past the startled and terrified soldiers, then jumped again. Just like that, the stallion soon reached Sunny and stopped, his sides rising heavily, covered in terrible wounds. Bloody foam was falling from his mouth. The courser's eyes, however, were still full of unbreakable will and murderous resolve. He was a proud and stubborn creature after all, almost as stubborn as Sunny. Sunny offered him a pale smile. "You did well. Rest now for a bit." Saint dismounted and stood motionlessly, looking at him with her usual calm composure. Her ruby eyes, however, seemed to have become a little dim. The taciturn knight's armor was cracked and battered, but she did not appear to be seriously injured. There was ruby dust streaming from the cracks. Still, Sunny summoned the shadows, embracing Nightmare and Saint back, and then wrapped all four of them around his body. Below, the steel colossus had already taken aim and was prepared to make his throw. Before he could, however, a heavy bolt suddenly struck him in the neck. The giant lingered for a moment, then slowly turned his head. Standing at the bow of the ship, Sunny picked up another bolt and smiled grimly. He did not know how to load and aim a ballista, but his own strength was more than enough, or perhaps even greater than that of a siege weapon. Sure, his first throw did not seem to do any damage. It had to have been rather annoying, though. Augmented by the sonorous enchantment, the extraordinary rock boomed, spreading his voice far and wide. "Hey, you! Shadow sends his regard. Come and get me, Rust Bucket. How's that hand feeling, by the way?" Illuminated by the dim light of the crimson moon, the Colossus shifted slightly. The shadows veiling his eyes grew deeper, and then his javelin slowly moved, changing its aim. Sunny laughed. "I guess he remembers me." Which was good. What was bad was that Sunny did not really know how to steer a flying ship, and so he currently was a stationary target. A sitting duck, basically. With a shrug, he dismissed his shadows and tossed the second bolt at the giant, then looked in satisfaction as it bounced fruitlessly of the chain lord's stoic face. My aim did improve, huh? Just one more throw, and it would time for him to abandon ship. Sun Prince lowered his head and then suddenly lashed out, moving with stunning speed for a creature of his size. It was as though he was trying to kill an irritating fly. Sunny's smile froze. He had not expected that fast of a reaction at all. A split second before the javelin hit the ship, a hand grabbed him from behind, and Sunny felt himself moving. Then something exploded below him, and everything was momentarily enveloped in a cloud of splinters. Kai, who was holding him as he tried to fly up, grunted. Heavy. In the next moment, they were hit by the shockwave, and the archer lost his hold of the four-armed demon. Together they plummeted down. Effie was there too, clinging to Kai's back and holding for her dear life. The two seemed riddled with wounds, but still alive. Sunny felt the world spin for a couple of seconds, then shook of his disorientation, summoned the dark wing and tried to slow down his fall. They landed on the surface of the island and instantly moved, dodging the debris of the destroyed ship. All three somehow managed to avoid being crushed. Then, however, the ground beneath them suddenly shook. Feeling a sickening emptiness in his chest, Sunny slowly turned his head and saw the towering mountain of steel walking toward them, the island quaking with each of the giant's steps. The nightmarish memory of being smashed like a bug by Sun Prince's soul flashed in front of his eyes once again, making Sunny flinch and back away. There was nowhere they could run, however, and more importantly, they couldn't. They still needed to draw Sun Prince away from Noctis. But what could they do but die, faced with the fury of an immortal transcendent? Sunny paled. Think. He raised his odachi with uncertainty, desperately trying to evaluate their chances. He still had some essence left, enough for a few minutes of remaining a shadow, or making a jump or two. Would that be enough? What of the others, and what was he going to do when his essence run out? Then, a sudden sound attracted his attention. Looking up, Sunny saw something that made his eyes widen. Far above, in the dark red sky, a silhouette of graceful ship appeared from the radiance of the moon. Battered and damaged, the ship was flying. No, almost falling. Down. It had been descending from terrible heights, and so gathered such staggering momentum that the winds screamed loudly as they were being cut by the bow of the plummeting vessel. This was the sound Sunny had heard. He could almost see a delicate silhouette standing at the stern, holding the oars in her hands. Cassie, falling from the sky like a star, the battered ship changed, its course slightly, and then rammed into the giant steel colossus at full speed, casing the whole world to tremble. Chapter 724. The battered ship fell from the dim red darkness of the sky, and, illuminated by the eerie radiance of the crimson moon, crashed into the towering steel colossus. The armored beak of the ship's ram struck the giant's chest with such tremendous force that there was a blinding flash of light, and then a powerful shockwave rolled across the island, violently throwing Sunny off his feet. The deafening roar of the impact came as he fell. Rolling on the ground, Sunny was assaulted by the thundering clash of the blast, the rumbling groan of shattering wood, and the booming shriek of heavy metal being ripped apart. Stunned and disoriented, he rose to his knees, then swayed a little and looked up. What he saw made him pale. The sorcerer's ship lay broken on the ground. The fluid lines of its graceful hull were broken and gaped with terrible breaches, wide cracks running through the ancient wood. Its bow was completely shattered, and the damage in the front part of the vessel was especially severe. The beautiful tree growing around its main mast seemed damaged and dead. Cassie was nowhere in sight. At the very edge of the island, thrown back, Sun Prince knelt. The steel colossus was swaying dangerously, clutching at his face with his one remaining hand. At the spot where the ram of the ship had struck, his chest was caved in and ripped open, rivers of molten metal flowing from the terrible wound. And in the depths of the wound, turned incandescent by the heat, a cage made in the form of a human figure was revealed. The cage was slightly broken too, and a charred hand could be seen clawing at the edges. Under its fingers, the metal was bending like cloth, slowly being torn away. Sunny shuddered, and then turned his gaze back to the wreck of the flying ship. Cassie. Where's Cassie? He could not see the blind young woman anywhere in the wreckage. However, Sunny saw someone else. A bloodied figure suddenly fell from above, bounced off the ground and crashed into the hull of the ship, causing more cracks to appear on its surface. Raven black hair, pale skin. It was Noctis. The sorcerer did not look good. His whole body was covered in blood, terrible wounds gaping open here and there. His beautiful face was broken and disfigured, the skin split open and white bone visible beneath, with one eye socket empty and full of darkness. He was still alive, though. Of course he was. Noctis could not escape from the pain into the merciful embrace of death even if he wanted to. As Sunny watched, paralyzed for a moment, something flashed through the air, and a graceful figure appeared for a split second in front of the sorcerer, her beautiful chestnut hair dancing in the wind. In the next moment, a large portion of the hull of the ship exploded as Noctis was pushed through it by a vicious strike. Both saints disappeared into the darkness of the ancient vessel, which then shuddered, hinting that their dreadful battle continued. Sunny froze, looking between the swaying colossus and the wreckage of the ancient ship. His mind was empty and he did not know what to do. Or rather, he could not decide what took priority. There was not much time to decide, however. Gritting his teeth, he looked around, searching for his friends. Kai seemed to be knocked out by the blast a little, but Effie was already on her feet, staring in the same direction as he. There was a grim expression on her face. Sunny groaned, then slowly stood up. Effie, any ideas? She hesitated for a moment, then flashed him a pale smile. I guess it's this time. He frowned. What time? The young girl glanced at the wreckage and then said wistfully, You know, that time when, in the movies, someone says to split up. Sunny stared at her, not entirely understanding what she meant. Effie's gaze slowly shifted to the kneeling colossus and, in a steady voice, she said, Give me the knife, the ruby one. I'll deal with the big bastard. You and Kai go and find Cassie. Then help the lunatic, in that order. He's not going to die anytime soon anyway. He stared at her from above, deep shadows veiling his eyes. Sunny had a lot to say, but in the end he simply asked, Are you sure? The young girl laughed. Don't I look like I'm sure? Relax, doofus. It's just an immortal transcendent. We better deal with that thing before it escapes the cage anyway. Sunny gritted his teeth, then summoned the covetous coffer and handed Effie the knife that they had gotten from the creature in the lake. There was no time to say anything else, and no need to. Effie took the knife, gripped his wrist for a moment, and then dashed away without looking back. Sunny helped Kai stand up and, supporting the disoriented archer, hurried toward the wreckage of the crashed ship. As they ran, an ugly expression appeared on his bestial face. Don't you die on me, you freeloader. Your sleeping pod is still in my house, damn it. Do you even how much hassle it is to properly dispose of a corpse? If you have any conscience, you will stay alive. Behind him, Effie ran to the edge of the island, summoning the dusk shard. As the swirl of sparks surrounded her hand, she jumped up and landed on a toppled pillar that lay parallel to the ground, rising slightly at the far end. The young girl rushed across the long pillar and then leaped high into the air with all her prodigious strength, flying straight toward the kneeling giant's chest. As she flew, Effie activated the single enchantment of the heavy shield. Forged from a shard of a fallen star, this shield contains the weight of the heavens. Depending on the heart of its wielder, it can be light as a feather or heavy as regret. She poured her essence into the memory, making it feel as heavy as a mountain on her hand. A moment later, Effie crashed into the Colossus with all that weight. The impact was not nearly as devastating as when Cassie had brought her ship down from the sky. But since Sun Prince was yet to regain his balance, it was just enough to push his upper body a little bit back. And that little bit was enough to send Sun Prince toppling over. A few seconds later, both of them, the giant immortal and the little girl, disappeared from view, falling over the edge of the island, down into the empty darkness of the sky below. As Sunny and Kai moved toward the wreck of the ancient ship, the heavenly chains suddenly rattled deafeningly, and the whole island quaked once more as it shifted higher. Turning back, they saw that the steel colossus was gone from the edge. Effie was nowhere in sight as well. Sunny stared at the empty space where the giant had been kneeling not too long ago, then gritted his teeth and looked away. Effie knew what she was doing. No one was more motivated to survive the nightmare and return to the waking world alive. Not even Sunny. She would not have done anything that would leave her no chance to escape. In any case, every one of them was in terrible danger. If Sylvain managed to defeat Noctis, she would be coming for them next, and Cassie could have been dying or dead already, somewhere in the wreckage. There was no time to waste on unnecessary thoughts. Sunny dragged Kai forward, lamenting the fact that the archer was coming back to his senses so slowly. His incredible sight would have been very useful right about now. His four shadows flew toward the wreck, gliding between the debris in search of the young woman. However, it was hard to make out anything in the chaotic mess of splintered wood, upturned soil, and shredded sails. And then finally, he thought that he noticed weak movement under a pile of debris. With his two hearts beating wildly, Sunny rushed forward, then threw a piece of the ship's hull aside and bent down, digging through the soil. Soon he saw a piece of black fabric, and then removed some more dirt to reveal Cassie's pale face. She struggled to sit, and then coughed violently. The blind young woman seemed to be fine. The piece of cloth covering her eyes had slid down, revealing two empty eye sockets, and her dress was soaked with blood from the arrow wound on her shoulder. But other than that, there were only mild scratches and lacerations on her body. Miraculously, Cassie was alive. Sunny stared at her with wide eyes, a sense of profound relief slowly spreading through his chest. The young woman coughed some more, wiped the dirt off her face, then turned her head slightly with an uncertain and vulnerable expression. Who is there, Sunny?" He helped Kai sit down, then said, "Yes, it's me. But can't your ability tell?" Cassie grimaced. "I've run out of soul essence. Damnation." A stifled laugh escaped from his mouth. "That's what you are concerned with? You damned fool. What the hell was that stunt? How did you even survive the crash?" Cassie turned to him with a confused expression on her beautiful face. "How did I? What? I jumped off the ship a few moments before it hit the prince, of course. Dancer carried me down. I am not crazy." He stared at her for a moment, then covered his face with a hand and let out a long, relieved sigh. "You've been spending too much time with me. Only a madman would call ramming a flying ship into an immortal steel giant at full speed. Not crazy." Now that he knew that the blind girl was alive, though, he could finally think about everything else. As cold shivers run down his spine, Sunny turned and stared at the dark gaping hole in the hull of the crashed ship where Noctis and Sylvain had disappeared. The wreckage was still trembling and groaning, proving that the two transcendents were still fighting inside. Cassie tried to stand up, fell back, then remained motionless for a few moments. What is happening? Sunny grimaced. Effie is dealing with what is left of Sun Prince. Kai is here, but he had the wind knocked out of him. Noctis is also on the island. He seems to be losing to Solvain terribly. His shadows returned, wrapping themselves around his body and bringing with them vast and fearsome strength. Sunny lingered for a moment and then stood up. You stay here with Kai and rest for a bit. I'll be back shortly. The blind young woman frowned, then hurriedly fumbled for her blindfold and pulled it up, covering the empty darkness of her missing eyes. Where are you going? He looked at the wreckage for a few moments, and then smiled darkly. I am just going to return a debt. He owed Solvain quite a lot, after all. Months of agony and desperation, the life of a dear friend, and even a heart. When would he get a chance to repay her hospitality again? Leaving Cassie and Kai behind, Sunny gathered his courage and dashed toward the wreck. Jumping through the breach in the hull, he landed on the skewed floor of one of the compartments at the stern of the ship and froze for a moment, hit by a strong sense of déjà vu. All of this, did it not feel very familiar? Was it not the same compartment he had entered the wreck through all that time ago, in the distant future while hunting for miraculous coins? Of course, back then the ancient ship had looked vastly different, at least on the inside. It had been infested by a sprawling mass of brown vines and moss, the murky air full of poison they secreted. Back then Sunny had not known who Noctis was, and how his ship had ended up broken and abandoned on a desolate island near the rift. Well, now everything fell in its place. This island was going to become the shipwreck island. The wound in the chest of the giant steel corpse, the terrible damage done to the bow of the crashed vessel. It all made sense now. Except for one thing. How would Solvain end up trapped for thousands of years in the cargo hold, so that Sunny could kill her in the future? Sunny did not consider his chances in a battle against the living embodiment of war to be very high, but the mere fact of knowing the future told him that it was not impossible to defeat her. At least that was what he wanted to believe, sneaking through the broken ship as he came closer and closer to the sounds of the furious battle. If he was wrong, however, the possibility of Sunny himself becoming the host of a monstrous, corrupted parasite was not out of the question. As Sunny slowly approached the main cargo hold, he felt doubt crawl into his mind. What was he actually doing? A battle between two saints was no place for an awakened, no matter how powerful he had grown after absorbing thousands of shadow fragments and forming the fourth core. The gap in power between Sunny and Solvain was just too vast. He had faced her twice in the past, and each time, the War Maiden crushed him without even putting any effort into her attacks. The bitter taste of those defeats still lingered in his mouth, especially of the second one, when he watched helplessly as she slaughtered Elias in front of his eyes. When he remembered that vile day, his pupils narrowed. An overwhelming feeling of hatred and anger drowned his mind, so scorching and consuming that Sunny was momentarily stunned by the intensity of it. Every wound, every second of torturous pain, every night of quiet desperation he had experienced in the Red Colosseum rose from the depths of his memory, making him feel as if he was reliving all that torment. The memory of the burning sacred grove was there too, as well as that of an old man crying as he cradled the dead body of his mother in his trembling arms, and that of Elias's bright eyes suddenly turning empty and hollow. The grief, shame, and fury of not having been able to keep his promise and save the young man. Sunny tried to resist the hatred, but failed. It was just too vast, deep, and deserved. Solvain had deserved his hatred. She put him in a cage. She tried to make him a slave. Gritting his teeth and suppressing a bestial growl, Sunny continued to move forward. I'll make her pay. It is not impossible. His task was not as hard as he had made it to be. He did not need to defeat Solvain. He just needed to give Noctis an opportunity to defeat her. Anyone could be defeated, Anyone could be destroyed. You just had to use the right weapon. Even the gods had not been able to save themselves. Sunny's enemy was an immortal transcendent, but his weapon was an immortal transcendent too. Approaching a familiar door, he summoned the cruel sight, inhaled deeply, and then turned into an incorporeal shadow, sliding noiselessly into the main cargo hold of the broken ship. There, two saints were entangled in a vicious battle. Both Noctis and Solvain seemed to have forgone the use of weapons. Neither had they assumed their transformed forms, preferring to remain in the shape of humans. They were not even using their aspect abilities, unless Sunny simply failed to comprehend the scope and magnitude of what the Transcendents were doing. Instead, the Immortals chose the most direct, intimate, and brutal form of combat. They were fighting with their bare hands. Each strike was devastating enough to crush a mountain, sending destructive shockwaves through the vast cargo hold. And Noctis seemed to be losing terribly. Up close, the sorcerer looked even worse than when Sunny had caught a glimpse of him outside of the ship. He was covered in blood from head to toe, his face broken and missing an eye. One of his cheeks was ripped open, revealing white teeth and making it seem as though Noctis was grinning. The sight of it was both ghastly and disturbing. Noctis looked more like a corpse than a living being, and yet he was still moving. The speed at which the two saints fought was almost too great for Sunny to discern anything, but he could still perceive the sorcerer deflecting some of Solvain's vicious blows and trying to dodge others. Sometimes he even succeeded, but mostly he failed. With each strike that landed on his body, more blood was spilled, more bones were broken with a sickening crunch, and more of what made Noctis himself was destroyed. There was almost nothing left of the beautiful and charming person Sunny had once seen on the surface of a golden coin. Solvain, on the other hand, seemed perfectly fine. Her tantalizing face was calm and slightly sad, her soft skin free of any blemishes, her simple red tunic flawlessly clean. The only indication that she had been locked in a furious fight with another transcended was that her hands were covered in scarlet blood, becoming of the same color as her garment. His thoughts darkened. Damnation! Sunny hid in the shadows, watching tensely and waiting for his chance to interfere. There had to be a chance. A single instance where a momentary delay in Solvain's onslaught would allow Noctis to turn the tables on the War Maiden. But no matter how long he waited and how closely he watched, the moment never came. Instead, after another blow, Noctis let out a terrible scream and fell to his knees, blood streaming from his mouth. Solvain calmly stepped forward and grabbed him by the hair, jerking the sorcerer's head up so that his mangled face could be seen. With a solemn expression, she raised her bloodied fist to deliver the final blow, and said in a voice that seemed to be more mournful than triumphant, "Is this all? I expected more from you, Noctis. I wished for so much more." As Sunny cursed and prepared to attack the War Maiden from behind, the sorcerer struggled weakly in her grip. His gaze danced wildly across the cargo hold, as if searching for something to save him. And then, for a short moment, it landed directly at Sunny, making him freeze. Did he imagine it? It seemed as though Noctis looked at him with purpose. It was just a split second, but Sunny was ready to swear that he noticed a silent message in the sorcerer's one remaining eye, "Don't," and that he saw something moving beneath the immortal's skin. Sunny only hesitated for a heartbeat, but by then it was already too late to do anything. Solvain struck, breaking Noctis's ribcage and thrusting her hand into his chest. But then, the War Maiden suddenly flinched and jumped back, letting out a quiet yelp. Her bloodied hand was pressed tightly against her body. Noctis, meanwhile, continued to kneel, staring expressionlessly at his broken chest. Then, he shifted slightly and let out a long, deep sigh of relief. "Ah, this is so much better. So much easier." He looked up, his ghastly grin slowly turning into a sincere one. "This was almost worth ruining my attire." Suddenly, Noctis seemed different. He was still beaten, mangled, and covered in blood, but the sorcerer's presence subtly changed. If before it was faint and weakening, now it became brimming with power, potency, and free-flowing energy. Vast, furious, unrestrained, and suffused with madness. Despite the fact that Noctis was on his knees and crippled, he suddenly seemed terrifying. The morbid grin on his torn and disfigured face seemed more menacing than pitiful now. His one remaining eye glistened, reflecting the distant light of the crimson moon. It was as though something that had been suppressing the sorcerer's true power all this time finally set him free. Noctis inhaled deeply, and at the same, Solvain suddenly swayed. The hand she had used to crush his ribcage was still pressed against her body, blood streaming down on the red tunic. Her beautiful eyes widened. And then something moved under her skin, making the war maiden let out a pained scream. She staggered back and looked at the kneeling sorcerer with a pale face. What have you done to me?" Noctis smiled. His voice sounded hoarse and full of unfathomable emotion when he spoke. "What else? I have fulfilled your most ardent wish, Solvain. I have defeated you." She stared at him in shock, then suddenly shuddered and let out another tortured scream. As drops of blood flew out of her mouth, the beautiful transcendent stumbled and fell to her knees. Her sublime face was deathly pale and contorted by a grimace of terrible pain. The sorcerer let out a croaking laugh and slowly stood up. Just like that, their roles were reversed. The war maiden was on her knees, and Noctis was looming above her. He lingered for a moment, and then looked at the patch of shadows where Sunny was hiding, his mind full of vague suspicion. "You can come out, Sunless. It's safe now." "What the hell?" Sunny hesitated for a few seconds, then assumed his corporeal form and glanced at Solvain, his eyes burning with hatred. Slowly, a few things were clicking in place and starting to make sense. The magical circle in the sorcerer's residence, the river of blood that Noctis had fed to the soil below, the cracks on the stone floor, the tremors that had been running through it from time to time, even the faint scream that had awoken Sunny on his last night in the sanctuary. He turned and stared at the sorcerer, a harrowing guess appearing in his mind. Solvain, however, was still in the dark. As the ghastly movement under her skin grew stronger and more noticeable, she groaned. "What is this thing? My aspect?" Noctis smiled. "Ah, you've noticed. Yes, there is no point in trying to summon your abilities. My little pet is a bit hungry for soul essence, you see. I've been starving it for a few hundred years after all." As he spoke, his own essence flowed freely, coursing through his mangled body. The terrible wounds covering it started to heal at an incredible pace. As Sunny watched, the bloody hole in the sorcerer's chest closed, his shattered ribs coalescing back into proper shape. His torn cheek was already growing back together. A clot of blood formed in his empty eye socket, slowly turning into a new eye. Noctis took a step forward, leaned forward, and looked at Solvain. Then he whispered, "This pet of mine is a very special creature. It is a vine that feeds on powerful souls. The profane seed that eventually birthed it was created when the ashes of the heart grove mixed with Adre's blood. You remember Adre, don't you, Solvain? Well, allow me to return her last gift to you." His voice seethed with boundless rage and sorrow. Sunny frowned, then glanced at the sorcerer with a complicated expression. So, Noctis had created Wormvine, a corrupted monster capable of devouring saints, from the ashes of the sacred grove and Adre's blood. He had kept it in the ground beneath his residence for hundreds of years, nurturing the abomination by feeding it his essence and blood. And then, when the time came, he took it into himself, making his body both the bait and the trap for the person who had desecrated the grove and killed its lady. All this time, the sorcerer was restrained by having to suppress the creature and prevent it from devouring him from the inside. And when the monster finally found a new host, He was finally free to exert his full power. A pale smile appeared on Sunny's face. What a devious, patient, and ruthless vengeance Noctis had envisioned for Sylvain. He could learn a thing or two from the unforgiving sorcerer. The war maiden looked at Noctis for a few moments, then bent in a violent convulsion, letting out a terrible shriek. The skin on her face broke, and a thin, worm-like vine appeared from beneath it, crawling forward through the blood. Another, thicker one burst from her hand. Sylvain groaned, then let out a stifled chuckle. "Ah, after all this time, I am defeated by you." He gritted her teeth, and then suddenly smiled through the pain. "Glory to the beast." With that, the war maiden struggled to move, and arduously reached forward with a trembling hand. A knife carved out of a single piece of wood rested on her bloodied palm. Noctis looked at her for a while, then silently took the knife and straightened, towering above the trembling, suffering woman. He remained motionless for a few moments, darkness veiling his face. Sunny took a step forward, being strangled by hatred. "No. No, not yet. Let her scream. Let her suffer more. Let her suffer forever." Killing Sylvain was what they had planned. But now, looking at the beautiful, hateful priestess of war, he was unwilling to let her escape that easily. She had wanted this to happen all along. This was her true victory. Sunny's ability to think clearly dissolved, consumed by fury. He had just enough of sense left to realize that this behavior was unnatural, that the intensity of his desire for revenge was unusual, even for someone as spiteful as him. But he did not care. At that moment, the only thing he wanted was to see Sylvain pay for what she had taken from him. Noctis looked at the knife, his eyes full of darkness, and then threw it aside, lodging the wooden blade into the wall of the cargo hold. When he spoke, his voice was trembling. "You don't deserve to die. For what you did to us. You don't deserve to die, Sylvain. You only deserve to live." Hearing the cruel words that sentenced Sylvain to thousands of years of harrowing torment, Sunny couldn't help but feel a dark, euphoric sense of glee. The memory of pain she had visited upon him and the faces of those she had killed flashed in front of his eyes once again, making that glee grow even sweeter. Good, good. The only thing Sunny regretted was that he had killed Sylvain in the distant future, releasing her from that torment. If he had known better back then, he would have left her to rot. Noctis coldly stared at the squirming priestess for a moment, and then turned around as if intending to leave. Sylvain let out a groan of agony, more vines breaking through her skin and crawling down to the floor. "Whoa, wait!" She struggled to raise her head and look up, her eyes full of fear. "Noctis, you have to kill me. You won't be able to free her. If I'm alive." The sorcerer stopped, lingered for a moment, and then glanced at her over the shoulder. His face was cold and unmoving. After a long pause, he said nonchalantly, "Hope is a great, powerful daemon. She can handle a shackle or two on her own." As Sylvain's eyes widened, Noctis looked away and took a step toward the gates of the hold. And Sunny, meanwhile, was doing the hardest thing he had ever done in his life. Sunny was walking toward the edge of the cargo hold, where the wooden knife was lodged into the wall. Every step he made felt as if he was dragging a mountain with him. No, it was much harder than that. A mountain would have been heavy, but dragging it along was a simple task. Hard, or maybe even impossible, but simple nevertheless. However, he was not struggling against physical weight. Instead, Sunny was struggling against his very nature. He had grown up in the outskirts, fighting for his life in a cruel, indifferent world. He had to learn a lot of vicious lessons to survive. Those lessons made him selfish, cynical, and jaded, unwilling to trust anyone or believe in anything. Those qualities had helped him to remain alive, but as his life changed, some of them turned into a hindrance. Slowly and painfully, he had shed his previous skin and learned new things. He learned to trust those who deserved to be trusted, and have hope in himself and the future. However, One thing he never managed to leave behind, and did not really want to, was his spite. Spite had been the only thing that motivated him to survive the first nightmare after all. Back then, and maybe even now, it was his only reason to live. And so, Sunny was not big on forgiveness. He could not even forgive Cassie, at least not fully, despite everything that they had been through together before and after her decision to put Neff's life before his own. He believed in the value of retribution. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. That was the ancient law. No one should be able to trample on him and remain unpunished. That was why the very thought of letting Solvain die in peace seemed abhorrent to him. And yet, his trembling hand landed on the handle of the wooden knife. Sunny was a very stubborn person. Gritting his teeth, he dislodged the knife from the wall and swayed a little, struggling to keep the all-consuming hatred that drowned his mind at bay. Yes, he wanted Solvain to pay. He wanted her to suffer. But, even more than that, he wanted fate to go to hell. He could not allow for another thing to happen just like it had happened in the real past. He needed to prove, once and for all, that he was not a marionette that hung powerlessly from the strings of fate, able only to dance to a predetermined tune. He was also really outraged at the thought of hope messing with his mind. And this was where the scorching intensity of his hatred for the War Maiden had come from, without a doubt. From the poisonous influence of the demon of desire, who had taken his trauma, sorrow, and anger, and turned it into a weapon to subjugate him. It was a weird thing to know that his fury was fabricated, but at the same time welcome it and be tempted to surrender to it, and that temptation, it was way harder to overcome than the weight of a mountain. Why am I even doing this? She deserves to suffer. Wouldn't it be splendid to leave her to suffer? Wouldn't it be the most joyous thing ever? Oh, it would. I can't imagine anything sweeter. Sunny struggled to even remember why he was holding the knife. Oh, right. Fate. I did promise to destroy it, didn't I? That was because my fate is to be a slave. I don't really want to be a slave. But who cares? I want Solvain to be tortured for eternity much more than I want to be free. Freedom is distant and abstract. Who even wants it? But retribution, it's right here, and feels so wonderful. Gritting his teeth, he made a step forward. Step, step, another step. Walking across the cargo hold of the broken ship was much harder than it had been to climb a cold, dark mountain in chains. He wasn't sure that he was going to make it. His face was contorted by an ugly grimace and his dark eyes burned with mad glee. Then, Sunny stopped. I changed my mind. It is worth it. Surrendering to fate is worth it, if it means that this hateful witch will be tortured endlessly. This will be right. This will be just. This will be the best outcome of all. Sunny sighed and smiled with relief. Now that he decided to surrender to fate, it was as though a terrible weight was lifted from his shoulders. He was free to bask in the joy of revenge, revel in it. He was unburdened, ecstatic, and at peace. Sunny smiled, and thrust the wooden knife into Solvain's chest. Damnation! Yes, leaving the War Maiden to suffer felt right and just. But Sunny had never been righteous, and did not really care about being just. And more importantly than that, he wanted to spite fate much more than he wanted to avenge himself on Solvain. The beautiful priestess shuddered and looked at him with pain and relief mixing in her mesmerizing eyes. Then, her gaze slowly turned empty, losing the spark of life, and her body fell to the floor. Sunny grimaced, feeling bitterly disappointed. He was not happy with his choice at all. He felt terrible, but it had to be done. As the wooden knife broke in his hand, the spell whispered, "You have slain a transcendent human, Solvain. Your shadow grows stronger. You have received a memory." He blinked. Another memory? How does it even work? And then Sunny suddenly felt really uncomfortable, as if someone was staring at his back. He turned around slowly and met the sorcerer's dark gaze. Noctis looked at him, and then bared his teeth in a dangerous smile. Sunless, what did you do? Sunny shivered, suddenly feeling very cold. Crap. Noctis stood in the darkness of the cargo hold, looking at Sunny with a dangerous, cold smile. One of his eyes glinted with pale moonlight. The other, still suffused with blood, with a mad red glow. The air around them became cold. The darkness grew deeper. Sunny trembled a little, then glanced at the broken wooden knife in his hand. Now that the tool created by the Lord of Light had served its purpose, it was empty and mundane, the ocean of radiant energy and the string of fate long gone from within it. He dropped the remains of the knife on the floor, glanced at the sorcerer with a dour expression, and said nonchalantly, "I killed her. Why?" Noctis stared at him for a few moments, then took a deep breath. "I've been planning and waiting for this moment for a very long time, you know. Hundreds of years, really. And you just went and ruined it all. Ah, Sunless, we are friends, but I'll be honest. I am a little bit cross right now." Something shifted in the darkness, and the walls of the cargo hold groaned. The sorcerer continued to stare at him, his red eye glowing brighter and brighter. Sunny himself winced, feeling the sorcerer's presence crash into him like a wave. Then he pretended to look unimpressed, took a step forward, and shrugged. "Well, get over yourself." Noctis blinked. Then he tilted his head a little. Then he stopped smiling. "Get over myself." It did not seem like he liked that answer at all. Sunny nodded. "Yeah, snap out of it and get over yourself." He pointed at the body of Solvane and frowned. "First of all, do me a favor and remember why we started all this mess in the first place. It was to kill the Chain Lords and free Hope. Oh, look, a dead Chain Lord. Isn't it wonderful?" He smiled, revealing his sharp fangs. However, Noctis remained unmoved, still staring at him with a frightening coldness. Sunny took another step forward and pointed a finger at his chest. "Second of all, aren't you too full of yourself? Adra's last gift, really?" He judged that if there was a moment when the Transcendent would simply kill him with one strike, it would have been now. So, despite the smile, Sunny was actually trembling inside. Nox gritted his teeth. "What's wrong with that?" Sunny crossed his arms. "Who are you to deliver gifts on her behalf? Unlike the two of us, Lady Adri had no hatred for Solvane. In fact, she was grateful to her. She swore to carry that debt of gratitude to the Shadow Realm even. I saw it all in one of the nightmares you had sent me into." The corner of the sorcerer's twitched. "You are lying. Why would she?" Sunny shook his head. "I never lie. Lady Adre was the first of the eternal shackles to question your duty, wasn't she? She came to the conclusion that Hope should be liberated, and that was where you got that idea. From her," he sighed. "Well, who has done more to make it happen than Solvane? Without her, Hope's prison would still have been perfect. The Chain Lords wouldn't have been driven to desperation and madness, and we wouldn't be standing here trying to break the chains that bind desire." Sunny grimaced and looked away, still in the throes of crushing regret about gifting Solvane an easy death. "So, as much as it pains me to admit, in a sense, Solvane is the true architect of this rebellion. She made Lady Adri's desire come true, and although I would have loved to let her suffer for an eternity, our task comes first." Noctis remained motionless for a while, staring into the distance. The mad light in his eyes seemed to subside a little. Then he shifted slightly and glanced at Sunny. His voice sounded grim. "I suggest you run, Sunless." Sunny froze. Crap! It didn't work. He took a step back and shuddered, staring at the sorcerer with fear. Noctis, wait, what I meant to say was... The sorcerer shook his head. No, you idiot. I'm not going to kill you. But have you stopped to think what would happen if Sylvain dies? Sunny raised his eyebrows. I was a bit preoccupied. Wait, what? Noctis glanced at the body of the war maiden and backed away too. The worm vine. It doesn't have a host anymore, you foolish shadow. So run. Some distance away, at the edge of the island, a small hand appeared from the darkness. A young girl in battered armor struggled to grab something, then pulled herself up, fell on the grass and remained motionless, staring at the dark sky. Her small body was covered in burns and lacerations, the bronze armor shredded so thoroughly that it was falling apart, slowly turning into dimming sparks of light. She was severely wounded, drained of essence, and exhausted. But she was alive. Effie stared at the stars, too tired to move. Feeling pain course through her badly burnt body, she winced slightly, and then whispered quietly, "Oh, you should have seen the other guy." A pale smile appeared on her bloodied face. Far below, a giant steel carcass was swaying in the wind, its leg tangled in a heavenly chain that the colossus had broken as he fell. His chest was split open, and deep within it, a half-open cage in the form of a human figure was slowly turning cold. Sun Prince was dead as well. Now, only 2 chain lords remained. Sunny and Noctis left the cargo hold of the ancient ship in a hurry, barely escaping the worm wine. Behind them, the brown vines were already crawling across the floor, growing in size with each second, hungry to find a source of soul essence to devour. Noctis did not seem too enthusiastic about the prospect of fighting his own creation, and neither was Sunny. The last time he had destroyed the corrupted monster by killing its host, but this time, he himself ran the risk of becoming the host. It was better to retreat and choose their battle wisely. Very soon they climbed on the hull of the broken vessel and lingered there for a few moments, looking up. Above them, the remaining ships of the defending fleet hovered in the air, for some reason reluctant to approach and continue their relentless onslaught. There were still around 40 ships left, but, perhaps stunned by the death of their commanders or afraid of the sorcerer, the enemies remained in place. Then, as if following an order, the ships turned and flew back toward the Ivory City. Sunny frowned. They are retreating? He glanced at Noctis, unsure of what was happening. The sorcerer stared at the sky for a few more moments, and then sighed. Well, I have good news and bad news. Sunny did not like the sound of it at all. What is it? Noctis smiled. The good news is that the eclipse is ending. And indeed, as soon as he said it, the crimson hue of the night sky changed. Looking up, Sunny saw that the shadow was leaving the surface of the moon, which was returning to its usual silver color. Its position, though. Suddenly he felt a very, very bad premonition. What's the bad news? Noctis silently pointed east. Turning around, Sunny saw a line of pale lilac painting the sky above the horizon as the edge of the sun slowly appeared from the darkness of the sky below. The sorcerer grinned. The night is over. It's a new day. Sunny watched the sun appear over the eastern horizon, his heart's growing cold. His vertical pupils narrowed, and his fists clenched. The night was over. Had it been that long already? He had lost the track of time during the vicious battle in the skies, but it seemed as though their desperate assault on the flying fleet had only taken a second. But in reality, of course, it had not. He slowly turned to Noctis, whose battered face had almost healed and was now calm and carefree again. The sorcerer was looking at the sky with a strangely neutral expression. Remind me. Wasn't the plan to defeat Severax before dawn, when he was devoid of his vast and terrifying powers? The immortal sighed. Well, it's good to have a plan. However, Plans rarely go as you want them to go. Sunny gritted his teeth. So, what happens now? How are you going to deal with the dragon? Noctis shrugged. He must be really, really angry right now. After all, we just killed his brother, the only person Sevras still cares about in this world. Congratulations, by the way. I really did not expect you. Sunny interrupted him with a low growl. Get to the point. Now that the sun is rising, your powers will be diminished, while his will reach their peak. How are we going to survive? The sorcerer remained silent for a few moments, then scratched the back of his head. Will come up with something? Sunny stared at him in disbelief. You are joking, right? Come on. You must have some devious trick up your sleeve. You have an incredible advantage after all. You have the knife that can make him mortal, while he doesn't have yours. Should I give you the knives? You have never asked me for the damned knives. Wasn't that the reason you befriended me in the first place? Noctis looked at him for a while, then simply shook his head. No, that was not the reason, Sunless. In any case, giving me the knife won't do much good. I will still have to defeat Sevras, whether he becomes mortal or not. Either I subdue him and we can use the knife to finish the job, or he subdues me, and then there's no point. And I really don't have any tricks left. He smiled, and then added wistfully, except one. Sunny exhaled with relief. Finally, what is it? The sorcerer turned to him with a smile. Why, it's you, Sunless, of course. Did I not say that fate brought us together for a reason? Sunny stared at him, his expression slowly turning dark. You did. But what the hell do you mean? Noctis looked away at the beautiful silhouette of the flying city. After a few moments, he said, No matter how my battle with Sevras goes, it will end near the ivory tower. One of us will fall. Maybe it will be him, and maybe it will be me. However, that doesn't matter. He sighed, and then glanced at Sunny. As long as one of us dies, there will be only one chain left. It won't hold hope for long. So Sunless, my dear friend. Noctis lingered for a moment and then smiled. Should I lose, I want you to kill me. That is my desire. The sorcerer looked at him, the smile disappearing from his face. Then, he said softly, That is the fate I spoke about. You are my death, Sunless. Didn't you know? Then, Noctis suddenly cleared his throat and awkwardly looked away. That is if I lose, of course. Don't kill me by mistake if I win. That would be very inconvenient. A bit funny, though. Sunny glared at him for a while, then faced the ivory city and scoffed. I know. You'd better win, then. As the moon disappeared and the sky slowly grew brighter, Noctis and the members of the cohort gathered together and silently watched the sun rise. The five of them had just accomplished something truly impossible. They had battled an army and two immortal transcendents under the dim light of the crimson moon, and won. The army had retreated, the immortals were dead, and the five of them, somehow, were still alive. And yet, none of them felt relieved or triumphant. The incandescent disk of the sun was rising like the blade of a guillotine, ready to cut down their lives. The sorcerer was sitting on the grass with his eyes closed, gathering his strength for the approaching fight with the ivory dragon and trying to recover from his wounds as much as he could. Effie lay on the ground, too battered and tired to move. Cassie was tending to her wounds. Kai was grimly counting the arrows he had managed to gather. His charred mask was gone, revealing his burned, disfigured face. Sunny was standing a small distance away, looking at a small statuette that lay in the palm of his hand, connected to a thin chain. The statuette was cast of iron and depicted a beautiful young woman wielding a spear in one hand and gripping a human heart in the other, her nakedness covered only by a beast hide tied around her thighs, her face lost in the shadows. It was very similar to the statue of War God he had seen on his first day in the nightmare, but different in one detail. There was blood flowing from the wound in the statuette's chest, as though the heart she was holding had once belonged to the young woman herself. Her figure felt strangely familiar. This was the memory he had received for killing Sylvain the second time. The runes read, Memory, Dying Wish, Memory, Rank, Transcendent, Memory, Tier 1, Memory Type, Charm, Memory. Description: a young woman once wished to be free but could only find her freedom in death. She called upon it, and touched by her sincerity, death came. But instead of embracing it herself, the young woman delivered death to those who held her in chains. Memory. Enchantments. Death wish. Enchantment description: those who witness the wielder of this memory are compelled, friends to be inspired, foes to seek the wielder out. The power of the memory grows the more enemies they give the gift of death, and can be consumed to heal the wielder's wounds. Death charge, 0/1000. Sunny hesitated for a bit and then dismissed the charm with a sigh. This new powerful memory of his could be extremely useful, without a doubt, especially its ability to bring him back from the brink of death. However, he suspected that he would have to kill 1,000 enemies to make that healing really worthwhile. It was still a powerful ability to have, but not in the current situation. He would have to build the charm's charge up for a long time to make use of it. For now, there was only one kill he was concerned about. He was going to deliver the killing blow to either Noctis or the Ivory Lord. As if answering his thoughts, a sudden movement attracted his attention, out there in the Ivory City. And then, a thundering roar split the world apart. The dragon was coming. Sunny shuddered, turning his head to the center of the Ivory City. The thunderous roar that just rolled across the flying islands chilled him to the bone, making both of his hearts stutter. The voice of Severax, the Ivory Dragon, was filled with so much sorrow, wrath, and madness that every dire horror Sunny had experienced in the Kingdom of Hope paled in comparison. It was like the voice of death itself, coming to drag them down to hell. Taking an involuntary step back, he looked at Noctis and asked hoarsely, Wasn't he supposed to be the sanest of the Chain Lords? The sorcerer slowly opened his eyes, remained motionless for a moment, and then rose to his feet. He was. Noctis glanced in the direction of the sky below, where the corpse of the Sun Prince swayed forlornly, tangled in the chains. He's not anymore, though. As all of them watched, a gargantuan silhouette rose above the city. Sun glistened on the ivory scales of the great beast, and as he moved through the sky, a deep shadow covered streets and houses. The dragon was much more beautiful, majestic, and terrifying than Sunny could have ever imagined. It radiated a feeling of power and holiness that was so intense that it reached across dozens of islands and crashed into them like a wave, making the members of the cohort pale. Severax looked more like a creature of myth than an actual monster. In fact, calling him a monster would have been unthinkable. Whatever the nightmare creatures were, he was the opposite. His mighty body, his white scales, his shining eyes, his terrible maw, all of it was suffused with profound and dreadful splendor. The whole body of the great beast was surrounded by a golden halo of divinity, which only Sunny could see. And all of that immeasurable power, all of that immolating fury, all that inhuman madness was aimed at them. Only Noctis remained indifferent, looking at the approaching dragon with a steady gaze. Sunny's face grew dark. "You are going to fight? That?" The sorcerer lingered for a moment, then glanced at him and smiled. He finally lost his mind. A mindless enemy is not too terrible to face. With that, Noctis took a step forward and glanced over his shoulder. He said in a wistful tone, "Remember your promise, my friend." In the next moment, the figure of the sorcerer shimmered, and then disappeared, turning into a torrent of pure light. Sunny and the rest looked at the river of beautiful light that suddenly surged forward, pale under the bright radiance of the sun. All of them suddenly felt something moving in their hearts, as if they were touched by the presence of true divinity. As if they were witnessing something sacred. As the pale light rose to meet the white dragon, it flowed and swirled, shaping itself into the form of a colossal, ghostly wolf. On his forehead, a shape of a crescent moon shined radiantly. The wolf, whose body was weaved of moonlight, opened its maw and let out a deafening howl. Then he collided with the frenzied dragon and was obliterated. He was made out of nothing but ethereal light, after all. But although the shape of the wolf was broken, the light remained. It washed over Severax and clung to his scales, 10,000 radiant fangs sinking into them at the same time. It was as though the dragon was fighting a boundless swarm of fireflies instead of a single beast. Severax roared in pain, and then twisted his long neck. A stream of annihilating flame shot out of his maw, destroying thousands upon thousands of motes of light. Drops of sizzling blood fell to the ground from the skies. Sunny stared up, paralyzed by the mind-boggling scale and otherworldly sight of the heavenly clash. Beast of twilight. For better or for worse, he had no time to observe the fight between descendants of the gods. In this battle, he had a role to play too. With a sigh, Sunny turned his gaze to the beautiful Ivory City and dashed forward. He had to enter the Ivory City. In the future, the shipwreck island had been connected to the twisted rock, and then to nothing, directly bordering the rift after the small island crumbled into the sky below. However, this had not happened yet. The rift did not even exist. Instead, it bordered the Ivory City. Sunny jumped down to the heavenly chain, realizing that he had traversed this one already. Once. Back then it had been rusted and sick, being slowly devoured by chain worms. The mordant mimic had run across it, escaping the awakening worm vine while Sunny pursued. Now the heavenly chain looked as good as new. Trying to conserve his essence, Sunny held off on turning into a shadow and simply ran forward, with his 4 cores and the augmentation of 4 shadows. His speed was nothing short of staggering, especially because he used his long upper arms to propel himself forward as well, running more like a beast than like a human. As the 4-armed devil shot across the chain, the 2 transcendents continued their fight in the skies. He caught glimpses of it from time, or simply felt powerful shockwaves travel through the air, making his bones tremble and the heavy chain sway. The dragon was still enveloped by the swarm of light, spewing streams of fire to burn it away. The light, however, constantly moved, breaking apart and coalescing together, changing shape and causing more and more pain to the great beast. Sometimes the colossal form of the ghostly wolf appeared for a short moment to deliver a vicious attack, then dissolved again to avoid retaliation. It seemed as though Noctis was just one mistake away from being gravely wounded and broken by the dragon's flames. And yet, he was not making any mistakes. Fighting with a devious cunning and fierce will, the sorcerer always seemed one step ahead of Severax. But with every flash of annihilating fire, a small part of him was destroyed. Sunny did not know how much longer Noctis would be able to hold, and for that reason his task was growing more and more pressing. He had to reach the ivory tower before one of the saints fell. As the battle between the ivory dragon and the beast of twilight grew more and more devastating, Sunny raced across the heavenly chain and approached the walls of the Ivory City. Up above, Severus and Noctis continued to rip each other apart, their fury terrible enough to shatter the sky. Effie was in no condition to fight, and Cassie had exhausted all of her soul essence. She had been battered during her escape from the falling ship as well, so the 2 of them stayed behind, taking care of each over. There were only 2 members of their small cohort still capable of diving into the battle, Sunny and Kai. Each had their own task, and had gone their own way to complete it. From now on, and maybe until the very end of the nightmare, Sunny would be on his own, Summoning the dark wing, he pushed his way to the top of the city wall and remained there for a moment, hiding in the shadow of a graceful guard tower. The ivory city lay beneath him, bathed in sunlight. It was as beautiful as he had remembered, even more so, up close. The graceful buildings were constructed of pristine white stone, with vibrant green vines crawling up their walls. Here and there, sparkling water murmured as it flowed through carved channels. Incredible aerial bridges and arching aqueducts connected dozens of flying islands together. Now that the sun had risen, thousands upon thousands of people poured onto the streets. All of them looked healthy and beautiful, their tan, dewy skin covered by white garments. Sunny could imagine Elias growing up happily in this beautiful place, in this paradise built on blood. Right now, every person in the Ivory City was looking up at the sky, fear and awe mixing on their faces. With eyes burning with zeal, all of them were whispering prayers. May the sun shine upon you, Lord Severax. Bless us, Ivory Dragon. Protect us. Protect us. Their prayers rose like a sea, battering into the crazed dragon that roared in sorrow and pain as the ruthless light bit into him again and again, drawing blood and driving him even deeper into the madness. Suddenly, Sunny shivered. He remembered what Noctis had told him once about the noble, valiant, and wise Sevraz, the Ivory Lord, that he was both the sanest of them all and the closest to utter madness. Sevraz had resisted hope longer than any other chain lord, but it was precisely for that reason that he was the most susceptible to her poison. Due to his uncompromising resilience, he had maintained most of his sanity intact, and so had never had a chance to build up a tolerance for the insidious influence of the demon of desire over the ages. Now that the death of Sun Prince pushed him over the edge, everything that Sevras had been stalwartly keeping suppressed broke out of control and flooded his mind in an instant. Hundreds of years of harrowing struggle, crashing into the bastion of his sanity all at once. Noctis had also said that the Ivory Lord both loved and hated his people, that they were a burden that weighed heavily on his soul, one which he could not escape due to his sense of duty, that they had bound the dragon to themselves with their faith, their devotion, their trust, and their dependency. Looking down, Sunny saw a wide square directly under the section of the wall he was hiding at. It was crowded with thousands of people, all staring at the sky with faith and hope shining in their eyes. Slowly, another image appeared in front of his eyes. The visage of the twisted rock as it had been in the future. All of its surface had been nothing but an uneven expanse of dark stone. That stone, however, had looked really strange. It was as if once, a long time ago, it had been melted by unimaginable heat and then solidified again, creating strange shapes and swirls. Here and there, blackened bones had protruded from the molten stone, telling the tale of countless humans and beasts who had drowned in that scorching inferno. The sight of them was eerie and disturbing, like something torn from the actual hell. He paled. Below him, the citizens of the Ivory City prayed, "Protect us! Protect us!" In the next moment, the dragon roared as he received an especially painful wound, beads of crimson blood rolling down his ivory scales. Losing the last crumbs of sense, he twisted in the air to better see his enemy and breathed out a torrent of immolating flame. However, his enemy was too cunning. Noctis had positioned himself between the dragon and the crowded streets, hoping to use the city below as a shield, or maybe hoping to taunt Severus into destroying it. His cruel trap had worked. The stream of pale light danced out of the way of the river of fire, which fell down and engulfed the square a moment later. Sunny staggered back. In an instant, thousands of people were burned to death, their flesh turning to ash. The square became a scorching inferno, with even the stone itself melting and turning into incandescent lava. Cries of pain and horror filled the air. Some of the people survived and tried to flee, but the fire was everywhere around them. There was no escape. This was the response the Ivory Lord sent to their prayers. Horrified, Severax froze in the air and looked down, shock swirling in his radiant bestial eyes. Sunny could practically see an internal struggle that happened in the muddled mind of the magnificent dragon. For a short moment, the light of reason grew brighter in his eyes. And then, it became fully extinguished. Not caring anymore and longing for freedom, the dragon let out another furious roar, and then breathed out a powerful stream of fire, destroying a small part of the hateful enemy, but also drowning several streets of the Ivory City in flames. Sunny stared at the slaughter, petrified, but then shook his paralysis off. It did not matter how vile and tragic the fate of the Ivory Dragon and his city had turned out to be. All that matters was that he now had to get through the burning hell below, himself. With a low growl, Sunny summoned the memory of fire into the mantle of the underworld and jumped down. There was not much time left. As two immortals fought in the sky above the Ivory City, more and more of it became engulfed in fire. Driven mad by grief, pain, and the terrible weight of his endless life, the noble dragon had lost the last of his sanity. In his frenzy to destroy the elusive, hateful enemy, he brought down a deluge of immolating flame upon the beautiful city. The loss of life was tremendous. The suffering of dying people was indescribable. The heat was unbearable. Thousands died in the fire, and thousands more were being burned to ash with every minute. Panic and horror drowned the whole city, turning its citizens into a mindless mob. They tried to run, trampling countless people to death, only to be swallowed by the flame in the next second. The buildings of white stone were melting like candles, and graceful aerial bridges that connected the island were crumbling into the abyss. Suffering, death, and destruction reigned supreme. And above all of it, the ivory tower stood, sublime and heartlessly indifferent. Sunny traversed the dying city, witnessing the apocalyptic sight of its terrible demise. As he moved through the burning alleyways and streets, it seemed as though the whole world coming to the end. He was surrounded by smoke, fire, and an echoing cacophony of human screams, assaulted from all sides by the ghastly smell of burning flesh and the pervasive feeling of desperate primal fear. The Lord of Light was the God of creation, but he was also the God of destruction. Today, this aspect of his descended upon the doomed city in all its harrowing glory. Sunny himself was one mistake away from being destroyed. He was running through the burning nightmare, sticking to shadows where he could and using smoke to hide his presence from the panicking mob. With his powerful claws and talons, it was not hard for him to scale buildings or propel himself off their walls to stay above the crowd. Reaching the edge of an island, he could use a bridge, an aqueduct, or a heavenly chain to reach the next one. Sunny was fast and powerful enough to save himself from the fires that were swiftly spreading through the Ivory City, devouring flesh and stone with equal hunger. However, nothing was going to save him if Severax unleashed a river of flame on his head. Not even the mantle of the underworld was going to survive a direct clash against the dragon's flame for more than a second. All he could rely on were his intuition and quick reaction. Reaching the edge of a large building's roof, Sunny prepared to leap over the street below, but then staggered back and dove into the shadows. Appearing a dozen meters away, a split second later, a pillar of raging flame fell from above, erasing the building he was aiming for from existence and taking the whole street with it. The roof he was standing on was cut in half, and the whole structure shuddered, starting to collapse into the sweltering inferno. The path forward was cut off by the annihilating fire, forcing him to change his course. Cursing, Sunny dashed to the side, jumped down, and glanced at the sky. Surprisingly, Noctis was still resisting the frenzied dragon. The river of light that his transformed form consisted of looked pale and weak in the overbearing radiance of the sun. The aura of terrifying might that emanated from Severax made it seem even more inadequate. The difference in power between the two was clear and immense. And yet, The beast of twilight was holding his own. Now that the Ivory Lord had succumbed to madness and abandoned all reason, he had turned into a mindless beast. A great one, but a beast nevertheless. Despite being at a tremendous disadvantage, the sorcerer was using his cunning and devious malice to stay one step ahead of the enemy. Constantly moving and shifting its form, the pale light swirled around the dragon and seeped between his scales to relentlessly bit into his flesh. Even though each wound was small and inconsequential, they brought the beast a lot of pain. From time to time, the light coalesced into the giant wolf and sank its fangs into the dragon, shattering the scales directly. Noctis was also always careful to position himself between Severax and the Ivory City, forcing the crazed Chain Lord to cause more and more destruction. The more pain Severax experienced, the more of his beloved city he destroyed. The deeper his madness and desperation grew, and the less reason remained in his damaged mind, making it easier for the ruthless sorcerer to fight him. The countless tiny wounds he delivered to the dragon were slowly starting to accumulate. However, Noctis was being damaged himself as well. Although he was able to dodge most of the flame, each time, a small part of him was irrevocably destroyed. The light that constituted him looked much paler already. Sunny simply could not tell who was going to win this terrible battle. He had to be prepared for both outcomes. Just as Noctis had told him, as the two clashing transcendents circled in the sky, they slowly moved toward the ivory tower. Sunny was getting closer to it too. He had already traversed half a dozen islands, somehow managing to suffer only a couple of serious burns. Now, only a few chains separated him from the great pagoda itself. As he climbed onto the last island before the one he was aiming for, a terrible roar suddenly thundered from above, making the whole world shudder. Falling to his knees, Sunny pressed his hands against his ears and looked up, stunned. What he saw made him freeze in shock. The great dragon Severax was falling. His ivory scales were painted red, and a large chunk of flesh was missing from his neck. A river of sizzling blood was flowing from the terrible wound, and one of his mighty wings seemed to be broken. Unable to support his weight in the air, the dragon plummeted from the skies and crashed heavily into the ivory island, raising a cloud of dust and disappearing from view. Sunny swayed, then slowly stood up. Crazy bastard. He actually did it. Noctis had won. Turning around, he searched the sky and saw the form of a ghostly wolf being engulfed in flame. The pale light was being swiftly devoured by it and then disappeared entirely. Instead, a small human figure fell down, landing somewhere far away in the city. He knew that Noctis was still alive. The sorcerer was immortal, after all. However, Sunny doubted that he would be able to recover any time soon. It did not matter, though. The sorcerer had already done his part. Severax was mortally wounded, and all that remained was to thrust the knife into his flesh, making the wound actually kill him. Sunny dashed forward. The ivory tower loomed above him, obstructing the sky. He just had to reach the edge of the island and traverse one last chain to approach its foundation. The island he was currently traversing was devoid of any buildings. Instead, there was just one tall, jagged piece of white rock protruding from its center, with soot-covered chains hanging from it. Not paying it any attention, Sunny ran to the aerial bridge that led to the ivory island. As he approached it, however, he slowed down, and then stopped completely. A lone human figure was sitting on the steps leading to the bridge. The stranger was relaxed and seemingly unconcerned by the titanic battle that had just taken place. With his back turned to the ivory tower, the man was looking directly at Sunny. Waiting for him, the ivory island was separated from the rest of the city by a wide chasm. Once it had been connected to 7 islands by 7 unbreakable chains. Now, only 2 remained. There had been several arching bridges leading to it as well, but most of them long collapsed. Only one still stood, arching and monumental, built of pristine white stone. An old man with a wrinkled face and gray hair was sitting on the steps leading to the bridge, dressed in a white tunic. It was different from the clothes most of the citizens wore, resembling that of a priest. The man had a frail body and pale blue eyes. The old man's face was strangely calm. He observed the burning city with solemn indifference, as if the weight of years made him numb to the cruelties of the mortal realm. Even though his world was ending, the elder remained poised and dignified. Noticing the approaching devil, the old man tiredly leaned on his cane. "Stop, creature. This is a sacred land. You are not allowed to go further." Sunny stopped a few meters away from the stranger and studied him for a few moments. Then he sighed and said, his voice even, "Why the charade? Drop it, Mordred." The old man looked at him with confusion, then suddenly grinned. His whole presence suddenly shifted, becoming much more energetic and unrestrained. He laughed dryly and then shook his head. "Ah, what a pity. What gave me away?" Sunny shrugged. "I knew that you would show up sooner or later, and there's not much of later left." Mordred, who inhabited the old and frail body, smiled. True. Thank you very much, Sunless. You have fulfilled my request to keep Noctis alive very well. In fact," his face darkened a little, "I'd say that you even performed a little bit too well. Who could have thought that the Beast of Twilight would still win, despite not having the Night Oracle's support? It makes me feel as though all my ordeals in the north were a bit silly." The old man sighed, but then smiled again. "Well, no matter. It can still be salvaged. However, I was very serious. Sorry to say this, but you can't go any further, Sunless." Sunny tilted his head a little, staring at Mordred with a dark expression. "Oh yeah? How are you going to kill that damn dragon without my knife? I am sure you know that I visited the Temple of the Chalice." The old man gave him a polite nod. "Oh, I do. That was rather spectacular. But Sunless, you see, that is exactly why I can't allow you to cross that bridge." Sunny frowned. "What do you mean? Why?" Mordred looked at him with surprise. "Well, because I need Severus alive, of course. Killing him would ruin months of torturous effort I put into preparing everything. Remaining in this feeble body all that time was not very pleasant, you know. But there are very few people that the Ivory Lord allows to tend to him, and this priest was the best choice." Sunny gritted his teeth, then uttered with frustration, "Keep Noctis alive. Keep Severus alive. Damn it. What the hell do you actually hope to achieve, Mordred? You are clearly not planning to free Hope. What else can end this nightmare? What do you want?" The old man blinked a couple of times, confusion appearing on his face. "Free Hope?" He thought for a moment, then shook his head with a smile. "Of course, I am not here to free Hope. That is not the reason why I entered this seed." His smile twisted slightly, a disturbing glint igniting in his eyes. "I am here to kill her." As the words echoed in the silence, Sunny stared at the frail old man with a deep frown. Then, he threw his head back and laughed. "Kill her? Kill Hope? Have you completely lost your mind, Mordred?" The banished prince shifted slightly, then said in a neutral tone, "Not completely." Sunny clenched his fists, then shook his head in indignation. "She is a demon, you fool. A divine being. A god. How are you, a mere awakened, going to kill her? How can you hope to even scratch her?" Mordred shrugged, then looked at him with a friendly smile. "Why, have you never wanted to kill a god?" Sunny stared at him with wide eyes. "I am of a rather high opinion of myself, but I am not delusional. I know my limits, Mordred. Don't you?" The old man sighed. "It's not like killing a god is impossible. They are all dead, after all. However, I understand your concern. I would not have wanted to face the demon of desire in battle." He lingered for a moment, and then added, But she is not exactly able to fight right now, is she? She is bound, sapped of most of her powers, imprisoned for 1,000 years. So you see, I can't let you go breaking more of her chains. Your part is done, Sunless. Leave the rest to me. I will conquer this nightmare for both of us. Well, and reap the reward, of course. Sunny bared his fangs. She might not be as powerful as she had been before Sun God put her in chains, but she is still a creature of divine rank. Your power alone will not be enough to wound her, let alone kill her. You are insane. Hope's poison must have gotten to you. Mordred smiled. Ah, you are correct. I am not powerful enough to kill her alone. That is why I have spent months carefully putting a few useful ideas into the Ivory Lord's muddled mind. I needed Noctis to give him a little push, though. Kill his brother, destroy his city. You did well to assist him. A dangerous gleam appeared in the old man's eyes. Now that Severus has nothing left, he will direct his endless ire on Hope. That will be my chance. So, Sunless, I would advise you to stand down. If you truly know your limits, you won't stand in my way. Sunny stared at Mordred for a few moments, his eyes growing darker and darker. A tense silence settled between the two of them. Then, a swirl of sparks appeared around the devil's hand. The old man looked at it, his gaze growing sharp and cold. He was waiting to see what weapon Sunny was going to summon. However, Sunny did not summon a weapon. Instead, an exquisite wooden chair appeared in his hand. Glaring at Mordred, Sunny put the chair on the ground, sat on it, and crossed his arms. Well, go on then. What are you waiting for? I wish you luck. Sunny sat comfortably on the elegant wooden chair, staring at Mordred with all four of his arms crossed. The chair was a bit small for his prodigious body, but due to the quality and durability of the materials it was made of, managed to carry the weight rather well. Noctis really knew the value of good craftsmanship. The old man, meanwhile, met his deadpan gaze with a mildly surprised expression slowly appearing on his face. All around them, the Ivory City was being devoured by fire. After a while, Mordred shifted a little and then said with amusement, "To be honest, I expected you to attack me." Sunny scoffed. "Why would I bother? You seem to be hell-bent on committing suicide. I can just wait until Hope kills you, then carry on with my initial plans." He thought for a bit and then added, "Plus, in the improbable case that you somehow succeed, I don't really lose anything. I will still become a master. Sure, the great and mighty clan Valor might suffer as the result, but what do I care? I have no relationship with them." The old man glanced at him with a pleasant smile. "That bow of yours suggests otherwise." Sunny chuckled. "My war bow? Do you like it? Well, I like it very much. What a beauty. Your family really knows how to craft a memory. However, you are mistaken if you think that I received it for rendering some service to Valor or being close to your father. In fact, they don't even know that I have it. I would prefer if it stayed that way too." Mordred tilted his head a little. "Have no worry, Sunless. Your secret is safe with me. All your secrets, actually. I have to admit, though, with how paranoid you are, I thought that you would try to silence me at all costs. Aren't you afraid that I will reveal them after escaping from the nightmare?" Sunny smiled lazily, then shrugged. "Not really." He sighed and then said in a serious tone, "While it pains me that you know so much about me, you and I are similar in many ways. We both believe that knowledge is the origin of power, don't we? So sharing my secrets would be no different from giving your power away. Why share the leverage you have on me with anyone when you can have it all to yourself?" Sunny's expression grew a little dour. "Of course, I would gladly kill you to destroy that leverage. However, the benefit of destroying you is not worth the risk of fighting you. You are one scary bastard, Mordred, you know that? Plus, I don't even know how to kill you. So what's the point?" He was not lying. Although Sunny had grown more powerful than he had expected inside the nightmare, Mordred was much older and had vastly more experience. He also had a far greater background. If Sunny's suspicions were correct, not only had the Prince of Nothing inherited the lineage of War God, but he had also been raised by both Great Clan Valor and Asterion. He was a monster created by not one but two sovereigns. A monster capable enough to, maybe, outshine both of them. How could an outskirt rat like Sunny compete with that upbringing? He couldn't. Yet. At least not in a direct fight. A competition of wit, on the other hand. Who could say which one of them was more devious? As Sunny stared at him with a smile, Mordred remained silent for a few moments, and then slowly stood up. What remarkable restraint. Are you sure you don't want to attack me, Sunless? Sunny shook his head. I really don't want to. The old man looked at him, then said with uncertainty, Well, I'll be going then. He lingered for a few moments before turning around and taking a step away. Sunny cleared his throat. There is one problem, though. Mordred froze, then faced him again, an amused smile appearing on his lips. His eyes glistened dangerously. Oh, Sunny sighed. As much as I don't want to fight you, and as much as I wish you luck in ending this nightmare, I am a very, very petty person. I also have a great memory. I tend to remember my grudges. He raised a hand and started counting on his fingers. You used me, lured me into a trap, put me in hot water with Clan Valor, caused me and my friend weeks of terrible suffering, almost cost us our lives, and then even tried to kill me yourself. You really, really owe me a lot, Mordred, don't you think? The old man grinned. Ah, I see how you could have been a little upset with my actions. Well, how do you suppose we should settle my debt, Sunless? Sunny made himself more comfortable and smiled. Then he said in a cheerful tone, I accept transcendent memories. 6 or 7 should do. Mordred stared at him for a bit, then laughed. I see. Sadly, that would not be very convenient for me. Anything else you might consider? Sunny looked at him with regret. Well, in that case, there is one other thing. I guess I can just prevent you from killing Hope, ruin the plans you've been making for the better part of the decade, torture you ruthlessly for a few weeks, and then slowly destroy your body. That should make us even, I think. Mordred looked at him with a somber expression. I thought you couldn't lie. Didn't you say that you wouldn't attack me? Sunny shook his head. I said that I don't want to attack you, never said that I won't. The old man sighed. Yes, I noticed. Pity. I hope to avoid this. With that, the shadows around Sunny suddenly shifted and moved. A moment later, 5 identical 4-armed devils rose from them, each at least 3 meters tall. They wore fearsome onyx armors with darkness veiling their bestial faces and black eyes. Each had 4 horns, and each had one of them broken. The devils radiated a suffocating, frightening feeling of malice and furious power. Still sitting on his chair, Sunny stared at the 5 shadow spawns that surrounded him with trepidation. His face grew still. Gripping the extraordinary rock, he shivered and said glumly, Well, that's not good at all. 5 reflections surrounded Sunny, each bearing his own image. The towering shadowkin devils looked nothing short of terrifying. Their gaunt, iron-clad figures emanated a feeling of profound threat and malice, and their black eyes peered at him with inhuman intensity. It was deeply disturbing. Damn, am I that scary? Sunny leaned on the backrest of his chair and said without skipping a pause, Lost from light. Kill that wicked old man. The reflections continued to stare at him, unmoving. A few moments passed, but nothing happened. An awkward silence hung in the air. Mordred chuckled. You didn't really think that this trick would work again, did you? He smiled, then glanced at the shadow devils with satisfaction. Naturally, I bound them to myself before you arrived. Sunny glared at the old man for a bit, then looked away and shrugged. Well, it was worth a try anyway. Disappointing. He studied the reflections for a second, trying to determine how powerful they were exactly. Unlike how Mordred had appeared during their soul battle, now, Sunny could only see one weak core in the frail body of the old man. It was dim and unremarkable, hinting that he was looking at the priest's own soul, or at least its perfect imitation. It seemed that determining which body the Prince of Nothing possessed in that manner was impossible. His own soul was perfectly hidden. The reflections, on the other hand, were different, and quite bizarre. Sunny could see shadow cores inside each of the creatures, but despite looking like shadow devils, none of them were. All of them were ascended, but 2 out of 5 were mere beasts. 2 more were monsters, and 1 was a demon. Sunny had no idea how the class progression worked when it came to reflections, but he suspected that they were less powerful than the Mirror Beast, their elder sibling, had been. Mirror Beast had lived a much longer life and risen to an ascended devil after all. Still, 5 ascended reflections were most likely more than enough to rip him to shreds, especially considering that each of them was reflecting a wielder of a divine aspect. Sunny looked at Mordred, hesitated, and said somberly, "Very impressive, but also a bit underwhelming. I guess slaughtering thousands of mundane humans was not very nourishing for your monsters, huh? Now that I see them, I do agree that your accomplishments in the north might have been silly." The old man looked at him with a dark expression. "There's still enough to kill you," Sunny grinned. "Oh, let's not. You are not going to kill me." Mordred raised an eyebrow. "What makes you say that?" Sitting comfortably on his chair, Sunny shrugged. "What's the point? I am more useful to you alive. Plus, if you get rid of me, you can say goodbye to all the wonderful memories I possess. I would have been a bit scared if you had weeks to torture me into surrendering them. But you don't." The old man smiled. "This is a very reasonable answer. However, are you that sure I am a reasonable man, Sunless?" Sunny felt a cold shiver run down his spine and forced out a weak smile. No, not really. I am not sure. In any case, you are also underestimating me." Mordred frowned. "How so? Your allies seem to have abandoned you. Your shadows are wounded and can't be summoned again. What can you do against reflections?" Glancing at the towering shadow devils with apprehension, Sunny lingered for a few moments and then said, "Well, if you put it like that, it does seem like I can't do much. They are all very powerful indeed. I am already a bit of a menace, and these things possess all of my powers, wielding them with the might of Ascendeds no less. However," he shifted his gaze to the old man, a wicked smile appearing on his lips. "The same can't be said about you, can it? You sacrificed all your cores to create these reflections. By now you could have succeeded in creating 1, maybe 2. That still makes you weaker than me. More than that, I couldn't help to notice that your aspect, terrifying as it might be, doesn't offer you any direct combat augmentations. It's all pure utility. So while I can't kill your monsters," his eyes grew darker, suffused with a dangerous glow, "I probably stand a good chance of destroying your body before they can stop me." His 4 shadows were wrapped around his body, filling it with explosive might. There were just a few meters separating him from the frail old man. He could breach that distance in an instant. Mordred opened his eyes wide, took a shaky step back, and raised his hands to protect himself. "Oh no, please don't. What would I do without a body?" Then he shook his head and laughed. "It's not like there's a whole city full of people I can take, right? Come to think of it, maybe I'll travel outside the city, find one of your allies, and wear them instead. Which one should I pick, huh? The child or the cripple? I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone and deal with that infuriating oracle of yours at the same time. That is a great idea, don't you think?" Sonny grew quiet. No, I don't think that it's a great idea. The old man looked at him darkly, then shook his head and turned around. I suggest that you don't move, Sunless. My reflections won't kill you, but that doesn't mean that they will be gentle. Pain is pain. With that, he started climbing the steps leading to the bridge. Sonny stared at his back, gritting his teeth, then summoned the dying wish. As soon as the charm weaved itself and merged with the mantle of the underworld, he sent all 4 of his shadows to wrap themselves around the onyx armor, thus augmenting its underworld armament enchantment 4 times over. Already strengthened by it, the effect of the dying wish became tremendously enhanced. Memory enchantments. Death wish. Enchantment description. Those who witness the wielder of this memory are compelled, friends to be inspired, foes to seek the wielder out. Already a few steps away, Mordred suddenly slowed down, swayed a little, and then turned around. His face was tense and full of fury. Argh! What? He stared at Sonny with madness and bloodlust in his eyes, then grimaced. What a vile memory. Nice trick, Sunless, but it won't work on me. The old man smiled, then disdain, then suddenly froze. Slowly, a deep scowl appeared on his face. But why would you want me to attack, Sunless? That doesn't make any sense. You know how dangerous I am. Unless, of course. His eyes widened. At the same time, Sonny grinned. And far away from them, across the vast expanse of emptiness leading to the Ivory Island, a small figure appeared from the darkness of the sky below, flying swiftly toward the bleeding dragon. After Solvain and Sun Prince had been defeated, and the light of dawn washed over the shattered remains of the Kingdom of Hope, bringing with it the frenzied fury of the Ivory Dragon, Sonny knew that Severax would not be the only obstacle in their way. Throughout all of it, he had never forgotten about Mordred. In truth, he was warier of the banished Prince of Valor than he was of the immortal saints, no matter how powerful and dreadful they were. The full force of a great clan had failed to contain the Prince of Nothing. So what hope did Sonny have? Of course, he was not sure that Mordred would end up as their adversary in this nightmare. They were allies during this hellish trial after all, at least in theory. But he could not discount the possibility. The advice Master Jet had given Sonny before he ventured into the Seed stuck with him. Most of the hard-won wisdom she had shared in the past ended up being instrumental to his survival, so he made sure to remember her words. For that reason, Sonny and Kai agreed on a very simple plan. One of them took the obsidian knife, and the other took the glass knife. Depending on which of the immortals fell, one man was going to finish the job, while the other was going to prevent the Prince of Nothing from intervening, in case the need to do so arose. As the saying went, it was unwise to put all your eggs in one basket. The type of egg Sonny had the most experience with had belonged to a great devil, so he was not quite sure why exactly keeping eggs in a basket was so detrimental. But he did agree with the general idea. And so, from the moment the frail old man appeared in his view, Sonny had pursued a single goal. He had to keep the attention of Mordred and all 5 of his reflections on himself. Even though there was a small possibility that he could emerge victorious if the 2 of them clashed in earnest, Sonny did not consider his chances of defeating the banished prince in battle high, especially not while being exhausted after the furious assault on the flying fleet and devoid of the support of his shadows. He had never intended to actually fight the Mordred. All he wanted to do was to stall him. For that reason, Sonny engaged Mordred in a lengthy conversation, created the false perception that he was still in possession of the glass knife by asking a few misleading questions, and provoked his opponent into revealing the 5 reflections. Perhaps the Prince of Nothing was poisoned by hope enough to lose a small part of his cunning, or perhaps he fell for the trap that awaited most habitual liars and failed to account for how warped his impression of people was. Perhaps he underestimated how proficient Sonny grew in utilizing his flaw for his own benefit. In any case, for once, Mordred ended up as the one being manipulated instead of the one pulling the strings. Sunny might have not been stronger than him, but he did manage to outwit the banished prince. Today, he turned out to be the more devious of the two, even if just barely. He won the fight without lifting a finger, using only a wooden chair and his devilish tongue. Well, to be precise, he did not even use his tongue. He used a rock instead. As soon as all reflections revealed themselves, Kai started to move. And by the time he reached the Ivory Island, it was already too late to stop him. Almost. The Prince of Nothing still could have used his aspect to move through the reflections and invade the archer's soul. However, Kai was wearing the anvil amulet that Sunny had given him. This talisman had been forged by the Sovereign of Valor himself and made the wearer immune to Mordred's soul possession. Even if the banished prince jumped through the reflections into Kai's eyes, he was not going to be able to possess him. That left only the reflections, which were currently turned into copies of Sunny and wielded his divine aspect. Each had access to the memories he wore and his aspect abilities, including Shadow Step. They could still reach the island in time to prevent Kai from delivering the killing blow to Severax. Sunny had to stop them at all costs and buy his friend a few precious seconds. But that was easier said than done. As a small human figure streaked from the darkness of the sky below toward the slumped silhouette of the ivory dragon, Mordred swiftly turned and narrowed his eyes, instantly realizing that he had been played. Before he could react, however, a tide of shadows suddenly exploded from the small lantern hanging on Sunny's waist, enveloping everything around them in impenetrable darkness. The light of the sun was swiftly destroying the shadows, but at the same time, it was being devoured by the lantern, creating a strange equilibrium. The shadows themselves were ancient, deep, and resilient. Sunny had collected them from the dark sides of the island surrounding the sanctuary before departing for the war. With no light remaining around them, there were also no reflections. With no reflections, Mordred was robbed of a large part of his power for a moment. That did not help at all against the 5 reflections, though, since each of them was as comfortable in the shadows as Sunny himself was. They were his perfect copies, after all. Knowing that, Sunny decided to try a desperate gamble. The mantle of the underworld was still augmented by 4 shadows, its underworld armament enchantment, empowering the dying wishes effect manifold. Sunny himself was strongly affected by the compelling aura of the charm, feeling an almost irresistible urge to throw himself at the reflections and tear them apart. However, this sensation was swiftly disappearing, since he had already dismissed the iron statuette. Instead, he summoned the broken oath into the onyx armor, and since the 5 reflections were mirroring him, each of them reflected that change too. Only the demon turned out to be smart enough to stop himself and consider the consequences. The beasts and monsters failed to realize the result of their actions in time. Mordred moved, and so did the shadow devils. But just as they did, the vile charm fully weaved itself into existence. Augmented by the enchantment of the mantle of the underworld, its soul-eroding aura was strengthened and flowed outward like invisible poison. The armor, however, was itself augmented 4 times over by Sunny's shadows, making the empowering effect tremendously more pronounced. And on top of that, 4 out of the 5 reflections suddenly emanated the same ferocious aura. The 5 overcharged fields of soul erosion merged together, turning into something far more vicious and destructive than the sum of its parts, into something truly horrid. Even though the mantle of the underworld provided Sunny with a substantial degree of resistance against soul attacks, he couldn't help but let out a scream. The reflections opened their mouths in agony too, although no sound came out of them. Mordred did not enjoy the same protection that Sunny and the reflections received from the onyx armor. Chapter 738. The Underworld Armament allowed the mantle to accommodate and augment a charm memory, channeling its enchantment as if it was inherent to the armor itself. That alone made the mantle of the underworld incredibly flexible. What was more, this quality truly shined when wielded by Sunny. He could have augmented the broken oath with his four shadows, but chose to wrap them around his armor instead, achieving an even better result. Not only was the effect of the augmentation shared and enhanced, but all the other enchantments of the mantle of the underworld were augmented as well. Among them was Stalwart, which granted him extremely high protection against physical attacks, high protection against elemental attacks, and, most importantly, a moderate amount of protection against mind and soul attacks. Currently, the mantle was simultaneously radiating a tremendously damaging soul annihilation aura and providing him with vastly increased resistance to soul damage. Even then, when 5 of these auras clashed and combined together, he let out a scream and collapsed to the ground, consumed by harrowing agony. His already wounded soul was being frayed and eroded at a terrible rate, and all he could do was writhe on the ground, barely clinging to any resemblance of consciousness. The 5 reflections were not doing much better. Even though their ascended souls, or whatever it was they had instead of souls, possessed a far better quality due to a superior rank, they had fewer cores. While that was not enough to make them succumb to soul annihilation faster than Sunny by itself, that also meant that they had fewer shadows, and therefore their reflected versions of the mantle enjoyed less augmentation, providing them with less resistance to soul damage. What it all meant, Sunny had no idea. He could not guess who was going to be destroyed first, the reflections or him. As far as he could tell, their chances were about equal. However, things were very different when it came to Mordred. Unlike Sunny and the reflections, he did not enjoy the protection of the mantle of the underworld. He was also only able to steal the aspect of the body he possessed, while his own strange and terrible ability to mirror someone's powers only worked inside the victim's soul. He could not simply copy the onyx armor onto himself, nor could he augment it. For the moment, Mordred was defenseless. With a startled yelp, the old man awkwardly fell to his knees and then rolled down the steps, ending up on the ground not too far away from Sunny. A stifled howl escaped from his lips, and his eyes opened wide, full of shock and terrible pain. The suffering Sunny and the reflections experienced affected him so much worse. Any other awakened would have been swiftly destroyed, but the Prince of Nothing persisted somehow. Several swirls of sparks instantly appeared around his body, heralding the appearance of protective memories. Who knew how vast and powerful his soul arsenal was? Mordred could have possessed a memory capable of turning the tide of events completely. But very few memories were capable of manifesting themselves instantly. Most took several precious seconds to appear, and usually the more powerful ones took the longest. By the time the sparks of light turned into tangible objects, he could have been either already dead or too severely damaged to be able to act. Writhing in agony, Sunny threw a burning look at the old man and gritted his teeth so hard that his fangs pierced his lip, sending drops of blood rolling down. "Die, die, you bastard! Just hurry up and die!" A desperate hope that Mordred would fail to survive the soul annihilation filled his hearts, despite the fact that Sunny did not really think that getting rid of the prince would be so easy. He seriously doubted that Mordred would allow himself to be killed in this fashion, not to mention that as far as he knew, the Prince of Nothing was as immortal as the cursed transcendence of the Kingdom of Hope. Both his physical and spirit bodies had been destroyed in the past, but that did not stop Mordred from continuing to exist, somehow. The great clan Valor certainly did not lack means of dealing soul damage, but they had failed to get rid of his reflection. "I don't care. Just die." Sunny would have been satisfied with just destroying Mordred's mortal shell anyway. His true task was to buy Kai enough time to kill the ivory dragon, and forcing the prince to search for another body would do just that. Sadly, Mordred had the same idea. If he had lost all reason because of the pain, things could have turned differently, but the Prince of Nothing was nothing if not cool-headed and calculating. Despite the terrible suffering of having his soul slowly torn to pieces, he kept some of his composure and ability to think intact. Twisting, Mordred struggled to raise his head and looked in the direction of one of the reflections. The shadow spawn was on his knees, his bestial face contorted by a grimace of agony. The Prince of Nothing paled, and then whispered something. A moment later, the figure of the kneeling devil rippled and shattered like a piece of glass. Something swift and intangible moved through the air and entered Mordred's body. Then, another reflection shattered, and then another, and then another. In an instant, 4 of the 5, both beasts and both monsters, were gone, leaving a lone demon behind. As they disappeared, the components of the soul-annihilating field disappeared as well. Only Sunny's own augmented aura was left to spread the invisible poison. He let out a trembling sigh of relief, and then dismissed the broken oath entirely. Almost at the same time, a silver bracelet, a necklace made of strange black pearls, and a bone scepter appeared on Mordred's body and in his hand. Each of the memories, without a doubt, provided him with a degree of soul protection. But by now, they were of no use. With his soul in shambles and barely keeping itself together, Sunny remained laying on the ground. He groaned, and then threw a tired glance at his enemy. The flood of soul essence he was sending into the shadow lantern had run dry, and the sunlight finally prevailed, dismantling the dome of shadows that surrounded them. Mordred looked different, somehow. The old man's body remained the same, but now, a subtle sensation of immense turbulent power emanated from it, as if Sunny was facing a titan instead of a man. No way could it be. 2 monsters and 2 beasts. Between the 4 of them, they had shared 6 soul cores. Had Mordred not dismissed the reflections, but actually absorbed them in order to strengthen his soul and survive the powerful attack? How did it even work? How could an awakened absorb ascended cores? Would they weaken, or would all that excess power rip his soul to shreds from the inside? Sunny did not know. All he knew was that he was utterly beaten and spent, and there was an ascended demon and an awakened titan in the guise of an old man in front of him, wrath burning in their eyes. But that did not matter, because at that moment, an inhuman, pained cry rolled across the empty expanse of the empty void and reached their ears. It was the voice of the ivory dragon, Severa, his dying breath, while Sunny and Mordred struggled to survive as their souls were being destroyed. A human figure emerged from the darkness of the sky below and shot into the sunlight, flying with incredible speed. It was a man with skin that looked like polished bark and a burned, disfigured face. His armor was battered and painted dull by dried blood, and the quiver attached to his belt was long empty. The man had been an officer of the Sun Legion once, but now he returned to kill its commander. His eyes were full of resolve. Months had passed since the terrible day when Kai and his most brave soldiers were chained to the white cliff on the Sacrifice Island and left there to be devoured by the ivory dragon. Who could have thought that he would be back to this cursed place so soon? Leaving the heat of the burning city behind, Kai had hidden himself under the island where his comrades were turned to ash by the dragon's flame, waited for Sunny to get the full attention of the Prince of Valor, and then dashed forward without looking back. He did not wish to see the white cliff and the soot-covered chains hanging from its surface ever again. Flying under the last bridge connecting the rest of the city to the Ivory Island, he avoided being noticed too soon and then ascended into the sunlight. Behind him, a dome of shadows suddenly appeared at the entrance to the bridge, hiding his friend from sight. With his heart growing heavy, Kai soared above the emerald grass of the Ivory City and finally saw his goal. A magnificent dragon was laying on the ground, blood streaming from his mangled neck. His white scales were painted crimson, and one of his wings was broken. But the great beast was still alive. He was still breathing. He was immortal, after all. But not for long. In his hand, Kai held a knife made of ghostly glass. Inside the knife, the dragon's fate was sealed, placed there by a ruthless god. Was Kai breaking the will of the gods by delivering it back to its owner, or completing their design? He did not know, and he did not care. All he cared about was killing the dragon. Kai had never been very strong or very brave or very smart. It took him a long time to grow a little. He was not a person of great conviction either. But if there was one thing he believed, it was that Severax had to die and that his ghastly reign had to end. The beautiful city he ruled was just too vile. Gritting his teeth, Kai ignored the pain that had tormented him for months and lunged at the gargantuan form of the dragon. The glass knife glistened in his hand. But even terribly wounded, the immortal transcendent was still immensely powerful and deadly. How could a mere awakened ever hope to wound him? Before Kai could thrust the ghostly blade into the exposed flesh on the great beast's neck, Severax suddenly stirred. His eyelids flew up, revealing inhuman amber eyes. His maw opened slightly, wisps of smoke escaping it. The dragon moved his healthy wing, and a torrent of wind crashed into Kai, sending him spinning. The glass knife scratched uselessly against impenetrable scales, and he was thrown away. A moment later, a giant claw brushed across his chest. The young man dashed away in time to avoid being killed, but just this light touch was enough to rip his breastplate open and shatter a few of his ribs. With a groan, Kai fell on the soft grass. His speed was so great that his body slid for a few dozen meters, and by the time he rose shakily to his knees, the dragon was already looking at him, ready to attack. A hint of confusion surfaced from the ocean of madness hidden in his eyes. Severax lingered for a moment, and then a low, tired, sonorous voice resounded from all around them. "You. I know you." Kai gritted his teeth. His surprise attack had failed. He failed. Now that the Transcendent was aware of him, there was little chance of delivering the fateful strike. No matter how wounded and exhausted the Ivory Lord was, he would still be immeasurably faster, stronger, and more powerful than an awakened with a weak aspect. He would crush Kai in an instant. The immortal was not going to die. Hope was not going to escape. The nightmare was not going to end. His friends would not be saved. Kai might have been able to fly through the sky and see far and wide. But he was no dragon. The man with a disfigured face looked at the immortal beast towering in front of him. He shook slightly and then lowered his head. And then he lunged forward, sending bits of torn grass into the air. He was fast, incredibly fast. But Severax was faster. The great beast twisted his neck, protecting the wound left on it by the fangs of the beast of twilight, and then opened his maw to crush the small human between his jaws. Perhaps Kai could have dodged, but he didn't. Instead, he accelerated even more and flew straight into the dragon's maw, which instantly closed, giant fangs striking against each over with a deafening sound. Just like that, the crippled man was gone. The dragon froze for a moment, stunned by the little human's unflinching bravery. Then, he suddenly shuddered and let out a tortured cry. Kai, who had plunged the glass knife into the soft flesh of the great beast's tongue, was thrown back and crashed heavily onto the ground. His bark-like skin was smoldering, scorched once again by the heat of the dragon's flame. His armor was disintegrating, and the Ivory Lord, meanwhile, was becoming mortal again. Now that his fate had been returned to him, the terrible wound on his neck was sapping him of life. A few seconds more, and it was going to kill him. But no, not yet. As a long, sorrowful cry of the great beast echoed across the burning city, Severax stubbornly refused to die. Straining his battered body, he slowly crawled forward, desperately trying to reach the ivory tower, which he had sworn to protect. Leaving a trail of blood behind, the beautiful white dragon tortuously wrapped his body around the great pagoda and tiredly lowered his head to the ground in front of its gates. His eyes slowly closed. It was his duty, to protect it. He was going to it, even in death. he promised. Laying on the soft grass in the middle of a burning inferno, the dragon let out a soft breath. He imagined a different picture. A picture of a beautiful white city, its streets bathing in gentle sunlight, full of happy and kind people, thriving, peaceful, and safe. A few moments later, Sevras, the blessed of the sun, was dead. As the ivory dragon died, an invisible ripple spread through the world. The whole city trembled slightly, and then one of the two remaining chains that bound the ivory island to the rest of Hope's shattered kingdom broke with a deafening ring. The broken chain fell into the darkness of the sky below, leaving only a single tether holding the island in place. The island's position shifted, not by much, but enough to cause the arching stone bridge to crack, shudder, and then slowly crumble. A cloud of stone dust rose into the air as the massive structure collapsed, enveloping the patch of grass where Sunny and Mordred lay, still reeling from the deadly soul attack. Sunny coughed and waved his hand in front of his face, weakly trying to chase the dust away. Damnation! The Prince of Nothing, meanwhile, was slowly rising to his feet. With a stagger, he regained his footing and looked in the direction of the ivory tower, his old face growing dim. Mordred remained silent for a while and then said evenly, "Well, that is a bit unfortunate." Sunny let out a hoarse laugh, causing the old man to turn around and glance at him darkly. Then he tried to sit up, but failed. The Prince of Nothing scoffed. "Drop the act, Sunless. I know you are not that weakened." Sunny cursed, then stopped pretending and sat up with a groan. He was indeed in a very bad shape, drained of essence and barely alive because of how severely damaged his soul was. However, he was indeed not as weak as he had wanted to mislead Mordred into believing. The old man shook his head, then smiled. "Using my own reflections against me. How clever. I expected something like that from you." Then his face abruptly grew dark, and he gazed in the direction of the ivory tower once again. His voice sounded quiet and uncertain. "That, however, that I did not expect at all. It should not have been possible. I don't understand. Giving one of the knives away is not in your nature. With how cynical and distrustful you are, you should have clung to them to the end. How did I make this mistake?" Sunny grinned. "I guess I've changed." Mordred frowned, then slowly shook his head. "People don't change that easily." The grin on Sunny's face became a little brittle. It wasn't easy. The old man remained motionless for a while, then sighed heavily and turned around to face him. At the same time, his remaining reflection did the same. The Prince of Nothing stared at the battered shadow devil for a few moments, then said amiably, "Sunless, my friend, please give me one reason why I shouldn't kill you." Sunny blinked a couple of times, then answered with a dark smile. "In case you didn't notice, people who try to kill me tend to end up dead instead." Mordred grinned dangerously. "I'm sure I can manage." "Well, crap. I'm a bit sure myself." He tilted his head, then said doubtfully, "Because I still have the divine memory you wanted to get your hands on." The old man took a step forward, causing the reflection to do the same. "Normally, that would have been a good reason. But right now, to be honest, Sunless, I am starting to wonder if it's worth the effort." Sunny lingered for a bit, then raised an eyebrow. "Pretty please?" The Prince of Nothing laughed. "Not good enough." Sunny stared at him, slowly circulating what little essence he had left through his body. His shadows were damaged and restoring themselves in the nurturing black flames of his soul. His strength was depleted. His allies were far away and in even worse shape than him. Things were looking bleak. He sighed and then said in a neutral tone, "Look, sure, you can probably kill me. But make no mistake, I won't make it easy for you. More importantly, I'll make sure to resist for a long, long time." Mordred smiled politely. "So far, I am liking everything that I am hearing." Sunny grinned. "Aren't you forgetting something?" The Prince of Nothing lingered for a moment, then frowned. And what might that be? Climbing back onto his chair, Sonny leaned on the backrest and let out a relieved sigh. Then he pointed at the ivory tower. This nightmare is coming to the end. There's not much time left until we are returned to the real world. Precious time that you are going to waste trying to get rid of me. Mordred looked at him with a dark expression. That is all right. My schedule is suddenly free anyway. What else is there to do? Sonny shook his head. You might have lost the opportunity to kill the demon of desire, but have you forgotten about the demon of destiny? There is a whole ebony tower beneath us, free for the plunder. The old man's frown deepened. The divine flames are much more intense and plentiful during this time. The rift in them can't be traversed by the likes of us. Not that there's enough time to, anyway. Unless... His expression suddenly changed. Sonny nodded. Indeed, the sky below cannot be traversed, but we just happen to be near the Ivory Island and the portal that stands behind the tower. Now, you can waste time trying to kill me, or you can try to pour enough divine flame into it and get your hands on all the toys left behind by Nether. Just don't be an idiot like me and let the time catch up to them after the seal is broken. Mordred stared at him for a few moments, and then grinned. You are just hoping that the strange rot inside the ebony tower is going to devour me, aren't you? After all, it is not as starved yet in this time. Sonny coughed. Guilty as charged. Still, are you planning to kill a sovereign without taking a risk from time to time? Hurry up and decide. The clock is ticking. The old man studied him for a while, not saying anything. Gradually, Sonny grew extremely uncomfortable under that gaze. Damned bastard! Your desire to kill me can't be stronger than your desire to take revenge on Clan Valor. Hope, do your thing. Come on. Eventually, Mordred chuckled, shook his head, and said, 2 sovereigns. Sonny raised an eyebrow. What? The old man turned around and headed to the edge of the island, followed by his reflection. 2 sovereigns. I plan to kill Asterion, too, although that will probably be much, much harder than dealing with my father. Still, I am as good at remembering grudges as you are, Sunless. So pray that we never meet again. He stopped near the very edge of the empty abyss of the sky below, lingered at it for a few moments, and then said somberly, Although who will hear your prayers? The gods are dead. With that, the Prince of Nothing stepped into the darkness and disappeared, taking his reflection with him. Sonny was left alone on the empty island, struggling to believe that he actually survived. He looked down at his exquisite wooden chair, then at the rock in his hand. Then, he let out a shaky breath. Damn, I can't believe that worked. For a few moments, Sonny remained motionless, staring at the beautiful ivory walls of the great pagoda that towered above the world. Although the whole city was being consumed by immolating flame, here at its precipice, everything was calm and quiet. He couldn't quite believe it. Solvain, the Saint of War, was dead. The immortal prince encased in the mountain of moving steel was dead. The noble dragon that had dutifully guarded the tower was dead as well. They won. The nightmare was conquered. More or less. From the blood-soaked arena of the Red Colosseum, to the never-ending prison of nightmares, to the numinous temple of the chalice, to the furious battle for the sky above the ivory city, to confronting the Prince of Nothing. Somehow, he had lived through all of it, and triumphed. What were the chances of that? Just 5 months, but it felt like a lifetime. Of course, there were a few issues left. Most of the army of the perished chain lords was still intact and on its way to the city. The cohort had dealt a terrible blow to the small part of it, but hundreds upon hundreds of flying ships still remained, carrying thousands upon thousands of soldiers. Now that their commanders were dead, he was not sure what would happen to them and how they would react. Noctis was nowhere to be found, and hope was still chained, even if not for long now. With a sigh, Sunny stood up and grimaced as a feeling of sickening weakness overwhelmed him. His soul was terribly damaged. He had never abused it to this degree before, not even during the siege of the Crimson Spire. His body was not doing too great either. Sunny had given his all to come this far, and now he was at the end of his rope. But he was also so close to becoming a master. Slowly walking to the edge of the island, he looked into the darkness of the sky below for a few moments, summoned the dark wing, and then glided down to the last remaining chain holding the ivory island in place. There was not enough essence left in his soul to turn into a swift shadow, and he was too tired to run, so Sunny simply walked forward using his enchanted cloak to scale the uneven links of the heavenly chain from time to time. It took him a while to traverse the wide chasm of emptiness and climb to the surface of the familiar, tranquil island. The emerald meadow, the calm surface of a clear lake, the peaceful grove of ancient trees. He had been here before, in the distant future. Of course now, the island did not look exactly the same. There were pools of dragon blood sizzling in the green grass, and wisps of smoke floating in the air, brought over from the burning city by the wind. He looked at the ivory tower and saw the body of a beautiful white dragon wrapped around it, not yet reduced to weathered bones. Sunny remained motionless for a bit, and then went to find Kai. The young man was laying on the grass not too far away, unconscious. His armor had melted and disintegrated, and his bark-like skin seemed damaged and scorched. Many of his bones were broken, and his disfigured face was contorted by a grimace of pain. But he was alive. After checking on his friend, Sunny came to the conclusion that Kai's life was not in danger. His wounds, while serious, were not enough to kill an awakened, at least not in a short time. Not knowing what else to do, Sunny summoned the puppeteer's shroud, rolled it, and placed the soft fabric under the archer's head as a pillow. Then, he lingered for a few moments, patted Kai on the shoulder, and stood up. Then, he slowly walked forward and stood in front of the dead dragon's head, looking at the closed gates behind it. This was it, the prison of hope. As he studied the gates, something suddenly rustled behind him. Sunny remained motionless for a few moments, and then slowly turned around. His eyes were dark and hollow. Noctis did not look as bad as he had after the battle with Solvain, but he also did not look good. The sorcerer was battered and beaten, his body covered by terrible burns. His elegant garments had turned into rags, and his raven-black hair was singed and uneven. He also looked different. It was as though the burden of madness that had clouded his beautiful gray eyes finally disappeared, leaving them sparkling and clear. The sorcerer looked radiant and at ease, emanating a cool and calming aura. His friendly presence enveloped Sunny like an embrace. Perhaps this was how he had been centuries ago, before the duty of being a shackle to desire turned him twisted and weighed down by the curse of eternal servitude. Noctis glanced up at the ivory expanse of the great pagoda, and then looked at Sunny with a smile. "Ah, Sunless, please excuse my disheveled appearance. Looks like we've won, doesn't it?" Sunny lingered for a few moments, then offered him a silent nod. After that, he faced the sorcerer and asked, "So, what now? This is it? We are done?" Noctis remained silent for a bit, then lightly shook his head. "Well, actually, there is one small thing left to do." A crooked smile appeared on Sunny's face, and he looked away, hiding his eyes from the sorcerer. His voice resounded from the extraordinary rock, tinged with a bitter emotion. "I thought you said that she can break one chain on her own." Noctis smiled. "Oh, I think that she can. However," the immortal's smile paled and then disappeared, leaving his face strangely bare. "That doesn't mean that she should." He sighed, and then looked away, at the pillars of smoke rising above the dying city. His gaze was distant and solemn. Have you ever seen a wolf gnaw its paw off to escape a trap, Sunless? Ah, it's a terrible thing to behold. I wouldn't wish such a fate on anyone. Noctis remained silent for a while, and then added in a wistful tone, "Wolves are meant to be free." Then, a carefree smile appeared on his beautiful face once again, and the sorcerer turned to Sunny with sparks dancing in his gray eyes. "So, my friend, the time has finally come for me to request something of you." He reached out with his hand and opened his palm. Sunny remained silent, refusing to look in the sorcerer's direction. "Will you give me the obsidian knife?" God damn it! Sunny wanted to say so much. He wanted to do so much. He felt so much. But he knew that it would have been a wrong and cruel thing to do. A betrayal. He sighed heavily and then faced Noctis. A swirl of sparks appeared around his hand. "I have never seen a real wolf, you know. And yes, I will, since you asked nicely." He opened the lid of the covetous coffer, rummaged inside, and then placed the knife cut from a single piece of obsidian in the sorcerer's hand. Noctis received it and then calmly looked at the black blade. His fingers slowly closed around the handle. A sad smile appeared on his face. "Well then, I guess this is a goodbye. Farewell, Sunless. You have been a great friend to me, and I hope that I have been a good friend to you too." He sighed, lingered for a few moments, and then added, "Before we part, however, I must tell you something." Sunny looked at him darkly and asked in a hoarse voice, "What?" Noctis silently shook his head. You really should stop wearing all black. What a terribly drab color. Ah, Sunless, you are better than this." With that, the sorcerer laughed and took a step forward. He hesitated for a second, then locked Sunny in a hug. Because of the difference in their heights, Sunny had to bend down a little. Noctis chuckled, then grew silent for a moment. Then he sighed and whispered, his voice suddenly low and somber. Just 4 words, each carrying immeasurable weight. "Never trust the gods." Then the sorcerer let go of Sunny, smiled one last time, and walked away. Soon, he disappeared from sight. And not too long after that, the ivory island trembled slightly as the last chain holding it in place broke apart. Sunny gritted his teeth, then looked away and wiped his eyes. His shoulders fell. "Damn scoundrel. You tricked me again." Sunny stood motionless for a while, feeling the ground move beneath him. Now that all 7 of the chains were broken and the ivory tower became completely untethered from the rest of the Kingdom of Hope, it started to ascend. Slowly at first, and then faster and faster, the island it stood upon soared into the sky, leaving the shattered land behind. And as it did, Sunny felt the nightmare coming to the end. Slowly, he walked to the edge and looked down at the burning city below. The beautiful buildings of white stone were melting. The aerial bridges and elegant aqueducts were collapsing, unable to withstand the terrible heat. The streams of clear water were turning into scalding steam. All around, he could see nothing but an ocean of flame. The wind brought with it the distant sound of human cries, smoke, and the smell of burning flesh. Thousands of people, those who still lived, were drowning in the fiery ocean, turning into piles of blackened bones and ash. The ivory city was dying. Was this what salvation looked like? In the thousands of years to come, the scorched islands were going to crumble into the sky below, one after another, forming the tear. The twisted rock would eventually be the last one to fall. As the ivory tower rose higher and higher, the sight of the dying city did not encompass all of Sunny's vision anymore. Now, he saw further and wider. The landscape of the Kingdom of Hope was laid bare in front of him. He saw the shape of a giant steel corpse swinging below a faraway island on a broken chain, and a shape of a shattered ship laying on the ground. Effie and Cassie were somewhere there as well, but the distance was too great for Sunny to see them. He saw countless islands, some of them verdant and green, some of them gray and desolate. There were forests and lakes, rivers and hills, human settlements, small and large. He saw people, cattle, beasts, and nightmare creatures. He saw the chains stretching into the distance as they connected the islands together. Looking up from the ground, Sunny saw numerous flying ships rushing toward the burning city. There were hundreds and hundreds of them, some with white sails, some with red. The army of the fallen chain lords had arrived. As the ivory island rose even higher, the sky around it started to change. The change was subtle at the beginning, but as the ivory tower continued to ascend, it became more and more pronounced. The invisible power that held the flying islands above the abyss of the sky below was shifting. As its heart climbed higher and higher, it was slowly becoming more and more overbearing. The giant enchantment was losing its balance. Sunny shivered as he realized what was happening. The crushing was coming to the chained isles for the first time. As he watched, it descended upon the shattered remains of the kingdom of hope in all its vicious might. Across numerous islands, dust suddenly rose into the air. Ancient forests were flattened in an instant. Tall hills broke apart. Rivers boiled and changed their course. Settlements were turned into ruins. Countless humans, beasts, and nightmare creatures were cruelly killed, not knowing what had killed them. The flying ships were hit the hardest, every one of them instantly turning into a cloud of splinters, debris, and broken bodies. The mighty army was gone in a second. The scale of the destruction was too large to comprehend. Sunny watched as the kingdom of hope was turned into the chained isles, paralyzed by the inconceivable horror of that sight. For a while, all thoughts disappeared from his head. Then, suddenly, his eyes widened. Cassie! Effie! For a moment he was consumed by fear, but then his heart slowly calmed. No, they were all right. Cassie had always been good at predicting when the islands would enter the crushing, back in the future. She would have warned Effie if they were in danger and taken them both to safety. Sunny sighed with relief. Now that his paralysis was broken, however, another thought suddenly entered his mind. He took an uncertain step back from the edge, then turned around and ran to the center of the island. Approaching the dead dragon, he hurriedly climbed over the beast's massive head and jumped down, landing near the gates of the ivory tower. The ancient doors were closed shut, as if no one had opened them in 1,000 years. Sunny gritted his teeth and pulled, putting the strength of all his shadows into it. Hope. He had to see hope. Succumbing to the pressure, the gates slowly moved. Torturously slowly, one side of them slid forward, creating an opening. Not wasting any more time, he pushed himself into the narrow gap and entered the ivory tower. Soon, he saw the familiar Great Hall, its vast expanse bathed in light that streamed through tall windows. 7 chains sprawled from the pristine white floor, as if growing out of it, each ending in a broken shackle. The shackles were bleak and marred, their metal torn. There was fresh blood on the broken shackles, suffused with a radiant golden glow. And between them, Sunny staggered and involuntarily fell to his knees. Every passion, every desire, every emotion dwelling in his heart suddenly surged forward and ignited, breaking out of control. In the center of the great hall, surrounded by a swirling hurricane of light and darkness, a vague and graceful silhouette towered above the broken chains. He couldn't quite tell where the light ended and where her numinous body began. Perhaps Hope had no body at all, and was instead made of pure radiance, pure darkness. He felt as if her nebulous visage was almost human-like, but also inexplicably alien. The shapes and contours were both correct and wrong, both familiar and strange, both pleasing and revolting, and beautiful, so beautiful. She was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. She was the most terrifying thing he had ever seen. She was divine, unholy, unknown, unknowable. A demon. And she was leaving. Sonny couldn't see much, but he clearly understood that Hope was ready to disappear. Maybe she was already half gone, and all he saw was an afterimage. And yet he had to. He had to. His mind was scattered and empty, and he didn't quite remember what he wanted to do, what he desired. Sonny gritted his teeth and then screamed, letting his desire dictate the question. "Wait! Don't go! Tell me! Tell me why the Lord of Light did this. Why did the gods imprison you? Why couldn't they just kill you? Why?" The demon of desire paid him no attention. For a moment, Sonny thought that he would not receive an answer. But then, something changed. Hope moved, and was suddenly beside him. Her face, which was weaved of light and darkness, encompassed the whole world. Her radiant eyes peered into the deepest, most hidden parts of his soul. And then, a voice that sounded like the rustle of countless leaves, like a myriad of prayers, like the wind that blew between the stars, whispered into his ear. "Because we are their flaw." Sonny's eyes grew wide, and then everything became dark. The nightmare was over. Your nightmare is over. Prepare for appraisal. Once again, Sonny found himself in the space between dream and reality. The boundless black void was illuminated by a myriad of stars, with countless strings of silver light connecting them together to form an infinite, beautiful pattern. Now that he had a nascent understanding of sorcery, Sonny saw the pattern differently. His old suspicions grew stronger, slowly turning into a certainty. This was the inner sanctum of the spell, and if the spell had been created by Weaver, then what he was looking at was its weave. The myriad of stars were the nexuses. The strings of light, however, were not the same as the threads of essence he could create himself. Instead, the spell was weaved from the strings of fate itself. As that realization took root in his heart, Sonny shuddered. The scale of the cosmic weave of silver light and numerous stars that surrounded him had already been too vast to comprehend. Now that he glimpsed its true nature, it suddenly seemed even more inconceivable. Yes, Weaver was called the Demon of Fate, but harvesting its very fabric to create a titanic enchantment was too incredible, even for the firstborn of the unknown. For a daemon, Sonny shivered once again. We are their flaw. What did she mean? Hope's answer had shaken him to the very core. The implications were too unthinkable. He did not truly understand what she had meant, but felt as though he was at the precipice of a vast and terrible truth. Sonny was still far away from grasping that truth, however. Were the daemons personifications of the flaws that the gods had shed? Is that how the gods had become flawless? Or had the gods been flawless before the demons appeared? Instead, none of it made any sense. How did the unknown, from whom the demons had come, fit into this? Was there a hint at who or what the unknown had been, or was? As always, there were too many questions, and almost no answers. If there was one thing that became clear, however, it was that the relationship between the gods and the daemons was even more complicated than he had thought. How infuriating. Sonny had learned a remarkable secret, but had no way to understand it. He stared into the distance for some time, then sighed. Well, whatever. I am too small and weak to concern myself with the secrets of the divine anyway. Although he was not as small and weak as he had been before, he was a master, or rather, was about to become one. As if answering his thoughts, the spell finally spoke. Awakened, your trial is over. Its voice continued to resonate in the black void. A lonesome shadow came to a land of shattered dreams. It was captured and thrown into a cage, but escaped by weaving sorceries from its own soul. The shadow beheaded itself to take the slave collar off its neck and lost its heart to win its freedom. Leaving the Colosseum behind, the shadow traveled far and got ensnared. It lived 100 lives and died 100 deaths within a dreadful nightmare, forgetting what it was and where it came from. The shadow did not break, and so the nightmare broke instead. Free once again, the shadow befriended a mad sorcerer, a feral child, a crippled archer, and a blind prophet. Together they collected the deaths of the immortal lords and waged a war against the holy city. The lords were killed. The city was destroyed. The shadow broke the chains of hope and set desire free. You have slain and awakened. The spell went on to list everyone and everything he had killed inside the nightmare. Sunny felt that something strange was happening to time inside the black void, because it did not take too long for the spell to finish with that part of the appraisal, and there was a lot for it to list. Sunny had been busy in these past 5 months after all. He had lost count at some point, but the number of his victims had to be somewhere between 1,000 and 2,000. He had slain 1,000 enemies at the Red Colosseum alone. A few of them stood out from the litany of names: the Red Priest, Nightmare, the 3 War Maidens, a few high-ranking officers of the Flying Fleet, Solvain herself. That was the tally of his deeds. The spell was not shy about showering him with praise, too. Of course, his most dangerous battle had been the battle of wits against Mordred. After a while, the spell was ready to pass a verdict. You have set free a demoness chained by a god. Your achievements are remarkable. Final appraisal. Excellent. With that, it grew silent. Sunny remained motionless for a few moments, then frowned. Wait. What? Excellent? Just excellent? What the hell, spell? It did not even bother to add a remark after the appraisal. He had killed hundreds upon hundreds of awakened humans and nightmare creatures, including plenty of fallen abominations and masters. He had even killed a saint. He had learned true sorcery, won a battle against a whole army, caused the deaths of several immortals, and set free a demon against a god's will. He had his head cut off and his heart ripped out, and still lived to tell the tale. Was it not enough to earn a better mark? Not that it mattered anyway. Unlike the first nightmare, the second did not come with an additional boon. Sunny already had a true name and an aspect legacy. All he was going to receive was the ascension, which was the only reward he truly cared about. But still, why was his performance in the first nightmare appraised as glorious, but his performance in the second nightmare as just excellent? Both achievements seemed equally improbable, but this one was without a doubt much more impressive. Suddenly an idea entered his mind. Sunny's eyes widened. Can this be true? If it was, his heart suddenly skipped a bit. What was the difference between what he had done in his 2 nightmares? Yes, his deeds in the Kingdom of Hope were astonishing and bordering on impossible, but almost all of them repeated the events of the original past. They had followed the current of fate. The Temple of the Chalice had been destroyed. Sun Prince had lost his arm and ended up with his chest torn open, hanging from the shipwreck island with his leg tangled in a broken chain. Lord Severus died wrapping his dragon body around the ivory tower. The only substantial change he had achieved was killing Solvain instead of letting her suffer for an eternity in the grasp of Wormvine. In the first nightmare, however, Sunny was not sure how the true temple slave fared, but he suspected that their paths diverged quite a lot. In other words, he had carved his own path through the Black Mountain, overcoming the current of fate to a much larger degree. But what did all of this mean? Sunny forgot to breathe. Was that what the spell truly valued? What its true purpose was? Had Weaver created it? To change fate? Sunny reeled from all the information he was receiving. He had already been exhausted after the battle against the Flying Armada, the race across the burning city, the confrontation with Mordred, and the rest. Witnessing Hope in her true form and hearing her inhuman, beautiful voice had almost overloaded his mind. Looking at the spell through the prism of his new knowledge of sorcery had been another shock. And this latest revelation, Sunny groaned. What does it all mean? Of course, he could not be certain of the validity of his guess, but his intuition told him that he was at least partially right. The appraisal of the challengers' performance did not depend on the greatness of the feats they had achieved, but instead on how far they had strayed from the predestined outcome. How well they had resisted the current of fate. The spell wanted humans to strain against the chains of fate, maybe even break them. But why? Why would the demon of fate want fate to be subjugated? By mere mortals, no less. And what was the point of manipulating fate inside illusory nightmares? No matter how much was changed, it was never going to affect the dream realm and the waking world. It was never going to reach reality. Whatever changes had been made, they were going to disappear forever as soon as the nightmare ended. As far as Sunny knew, no echo of the events that transpired in the first, second, and third nightmares had ever affected change in the real world. The only thing that returned from the nightmares were the awakened. He frowned, feeling a vague hint of suspicion appearing in his mind. However, before he could grasp it, the spell spoke again. Its voice resounded in the darkness, enveloping him from all directions. The third seal is broken, awakening dormant powers. Sunny was about to ascend. Just as before, he felt as though something was waking up inside him. His 4 shadow cores ignited with intense heat, the power within them surging. The heat spread through his soul and his body, rejuvenating and changing them. The feeling was familiar and euphoric. He felt his body being reforged into a stronger, better, more perfect version of itself. His soul was going through the same sublime transformation. This process was already familiar to Sunny, since more or less the same thing had happened to him twice before. However, this time, something was different. Instead of stopping after reaching the threshold of qualitative change and immense fortification, the transformation continued. His body and soul, both turned incandescent and malleable by the furious heat flowing through them, started to melt into each other. They were slowly merging. But they were not simply joining into a single whole. Instead, the 2 parts of his being resonated with each other, reinforcing one another. The power of that resonance grew stronger and stronger, and then exploded once it reached his 4 cores. Under the influence of the resonance, the threshold was demolished, pushing him even further on the path of evolution. And as his body and soul became one, a profound change took place. Suddenly, Sunny felt the shadow essence coursing through every fiber of his being with stark clarity. The difference was so staggering that he almost yelped. The measure of control he could exert on his essence became incredibly precise and fine. Additionally, since his body and soul were now deeply interconnected, the effect of one on another also went through a fundamental change. He could do much more, and with much less. This was the true boon of the ascension. And there was something else. A deep and vast shift in his very being that he could feel, but not understand or express with words yet. All Sunny knew was that it had to do with his relation to the waking world, the dream realm, and his connection to both. Slowly, the heat suffusing his newly reforged self subsided and turned into a pleasant coldness. The coldness then disappeared, absorbed into his spirit, his flesh, and his bones. Sunny looked at the black void with new eyes. He felt powerful. He felt as though there was furious might boiling under his skin. He also felt calm and confident, balanced. As he listened to his body, the spell spoke from the darkness. Awakening aspect ability. Aspect ability acquired. Sunny held his breath. Aspect ability. Name, shadow manifestation. He clenched his fists. Is this what I think it is? However, to his surprise, the spell was not done speaking. Stunning Sunny, its voice resounded once again. Your attribute has evolved. Your aspect ability has evolved. The spell paused for a moment, and then added solemnly, "Your ascension is complete." Sunny opened his eyes wide. What? What has evolved? He hurriedly summoned the runes and read them. Name, Sunless. True name, lost from light. Rank, ascended. Class, devil. Shadow cores, 4/7. Shadow fragments, 744/4,000. Sunny stared at the number of his fragments for a moment, then shook his head and skipped ahead to his attributes. Attributes. Fated. Flame of divinity. He had expected the flame of divinity to transform once again, but it was the same. Neither did bloodweave and boneweave change. Instead, Child of Shadows was gone. A new attribute had replaced it. Sunny stared at the runes. They read, Master of Shadows. What? He sucked in a deep breath, waited for a moment, and then concentrated on the shimmering symbols. Master of Shadows. Attribute description. Shadows recognize you as one of their champions. The first part was the same, but the second was new. Wait, does this mean that I command wild shadows now? He quickly concentrated on his abilities, looking for the one that had evolved. It was shadow control. Now its description read, Shadow control. Ability description. Your shadows are more independent than most, and are invaluable helpers. All shadows respect your authority. It does. The possibilities. If he could command natural shadows to move and change shapes according to his will, so many things would become easier. So many things would become possible. And that new and unexpected gift was going to, without a doubt, synergize not only with his familiar aspect abilities, but with his new one as well. Finally, Sunny moved his gaze and concentrated on his ascended ability. The runes shimmered in the darkness. Aspect ability. Shadow manifestation. Ability description. You can manifest shadows as tangible objects. Sunny read the description several times over, then froze for a few moments. The visage of the Mountain King being torn apart by tentacles made of pure shadows appeared in his mind. After some time, Sunny threw his head back and let out a loud, triumphant laugh. As his laughter echoed in the darkness, the spell whispered into his ear. Wake up, Sunless, your nightmare is over. In a dark underground chamber, a metal sarcophagus stood shrouded in silence. Nothing had disturbed the silence, and no light had penetrated the darkness in a long, long time. Until now. Suddenly, the sarcophagus came to life, and a scattering of lights ignited on its surface. A crack appeared on the smooth alloy surface, revealing where the edges of a heavy lid were. The lid smoothly slid away, and a flood of radiant light chased away the darkness of the underground chamber. Cold vapor shined as it rose from inside the sarcophagus. Then, a pale hand rose from within it and forcefully grabbed the metal lip, easily bending its armored alloy. Sunny struggled to climb out of the sleeping pod for a few moments, then lowered his feet to the cool plates of the dojo's floor. A moment later, he swayed and fell down with a yelp. Damnation! Sunny remained sprawled on the floor for a few seconds, trying to understand what had happened and why he suddenly lost balance. Then, his eyes gleamed. Wait, I can speak again? I can speak again. A happy smile slowly appeared on his lips. Of course, he was back to being a human. He had returned to his own body. Trying to move like a towering demon was not going to do his sense of balance any good. With a mad grin, Sunny nimbly jumped to his feet and looked down, enjoying the sight of his slender, pale body. Then he suddenly spun and performed several lightning-fast strikes and kicks. Ah, it is good to be home. He felt so light, so swift, so agile, but most of all, so himself. It was as though a giant weight fell from his shoulders, quite literally. The shadow spawn must have weighed 3 times what Sunny weighed. Being a tall, powerful devil had its own advantages, but he much preferred his true compact self. Not only was Sunny much lighter, but he also presented a much smaller target for the enemies to stick their blades in. And although having only 2 hands seemed rather inconvenient and silly, shedding the cumbersome shell of the inhuman creature felt nothing short of exhilarating. Besides, now that Sunny was a master, his slender body packed more punch than the shadow spawn could ever hope to muster. Not to mention how in tune it was with shadow essence now, and how explosive the result could be. At the moment, Sunny was incredibly happy with his natural stature and height. Only after being forcefully turned into a lumbering monstrosity did he learn to appreciate all the benefits of being light, nimble, and swift. Inhaling the flawlessly filtered air of the underground dojo, he let out a satisfied sigh and glanced at the crumpled metal of the lip of the sleeping pod. He had inadvertently damaged the armored alloy by simply grabbing it too hard. Getting used to his new strength was going to take some time. For a moment, Sunny felt very disheartened about the damage he had done to the expensive machine. Replacing the bent panel was not going to be cheap. It was well within his means, of course, but still. However, then, he tilted his head slightly. Wait, why do I even care? Why would he worry about the luxurious sleeping pod? He didn't need it anymore. He was a master now, a true ascended. If Sunny wished to enter the dream realm, he would travel there physically. His body would not be left empty and defenseless in the waking world. More than that, he could leave the dream realm behind. Forever, if he wanted to. He could never go back to that hell. He could just remain in the comfort and safety of the real world, enjoying all that it offered thanks to his wealth, citizenship, and social status. For the first time after becoming infected by the nightmare spell, Sunny was free to refuse it. He had won his right to have a choice. He was not a slave to the whims of the world anymore. For now, he could concentrate on his business and open a true memory shop, just like he had wanted. With his accumulated arsenal and knowledge of sorcery, creating a thriving enterprise would not be a problem. Sunny would be able to grow filthy rich and enjoy a lavish or even decadent lifestyle without having to risk his life or think about how to sustain it even again. He could even sleep in an actual bed and see actual dreams. Would it not be a beautifully happy ending for a homeless street rat from the outskirts? Sunny froze, staring into the distance. Slowly, a pale smile appeared on his face. Yeah. As if that would ever happen. Somehow he doubted that extricating himself from the spell would be that easy. Even if he learned how to manage the unpredictable nature of his fated attribute, there were other factors to consider. As a master with a special strategic asset designation, he was bound to attract the utmost attention of the forces that governed humanity. Neither the government nor the great clans would leave him be. Especially the latter. Sunny suspected that he was going to receive a friendly visit from a representative of one of the ruling clans in the near future. Thanks to subtle assistance from Master Jet, they had largely let him be when Sunny had been simply a promising awakened. Now that he proved his mettle and elevated himself to the venerated status of an ascended, the clans would not remain idle. At the very least, they had to pass on a message that trying to become a saint without pledging allegiance to one of them would not be tolerated. And then there was the whole mess with the Night Temple. Saint Tyrus had said that she would smooth things out with clan valor, but Sunny did not know how successful her attempts to shield him from the consequences of Mordred's escape had ended up being, even though there were no witnesses left to tell the tale of what had transpired in the destroyed citadel. He was hesitant to assume that a great clan had no means of finding out the truth. And finally, there was Nephis. Even though Sunny was inclined to believe that Changing Star would not abuse her power over him, he could not be absolutely sure. Worse still, whatever certainty he had was based on Nephi's he knew. Who could tell what years of solitude in the harrowing hell of the dream realm had done to her mind? Sunny looked down and then sighed. No, I'll still be rich and lazy one day, no matter what. You will all see. His train of thought was interrupted, however, because in the next moment, the whole home suddenly shook, and a strangely exhilarated howl resounded from somewhere above. Sunny flinched, then looked up with wide eyes. What the hell was that? Summoning the undying chain and the cruel sight, Sunny bypassed using either the elevator or the stairs and stepped through the shadows to leave the underground dojo behind. No matter what kind of an abomination had found its way into his home, the creature was going to regret it dearly. For a moment, however, Sunny felt a hint of hesitation. He did not know what had transpired in the waking world during his absence, after all. He had left for the Night Temple 7 months ago and had not been back since. For all Sunny knew, humanity might have fallen in that time. The whole city could have been destroyed, with endless hordes of nightmare creatures stalking the desolate ruins. Any kind of horror could have been hiding in his living room. Well, so what? It is still my living room. No matter what state the waking world was in, anyone and anything thinking that they could simply make themselves at home in a home that belonged to Sunny would have to reconsider their life choices. Ready for battle, he appeared from the shadows and froze. The exhilarated howl grew much louder above ground, but it was not produced by a nightmare creature. Instead, it was produced by Effie. With beads of condensation still glistening on her olive skin, the huntress was standing in the center of the room and howling like a maniac. Behind her, the door of the guest bedroom was taken off the hinges, complete with a large piece of the wall and a chunk of the ceiling. That wall was reinforced with armored alloy, damn it. Sunny stared at his friend in shock, then slowly blinked. Wait, Effie is standing? Indeed, the young woman was standing tall, her long legs appearing healthy and strong. There was no wheelchair in sight. In fact, her whole appearance had changed. The weak, unhealthy girl with pale skin stretching over brittle bones and a twisted spine was gone. Instead, Effie looked almost like she did in the dream realm. Tall, attractive, with sparkling hazel eyes and perfectly defined, lean muscles rolling under the dewy olive skin. She was radiating an infectious feeling of vitality and vigor. Everything about her was screaming of strength, potency, and power. The only thing that changed was the length and cut of her hair, as well as the degree of her tan. Before Sunny could realize it, a joyous smile crept up on his face. Of course, the ascension was a miraculous process. It merged the physical and the spirit bodies together, taking the best parts and perfecting both. Even the lost could return from the dream realm and live in the real world once more after conquering the second nightmare. Effie's disability was no exception to this magical rule. That was the reason why she had always strived to become a master, to begin with. A moment later, Effie ended her triumphant howl on a high note and turned around, finally noticing him. Her eyes shined. She took a step forward and grinned brightly. Doofus, I'm walking. Sunny wanted to say something, but then forced himself to look away. He cleared his throat. Congratulations. I am very happy for you. I am. But please, can you put something on? Effie blinked a couple of times, then looked down. In all the excitement, she had completely forgotten to dress after climbing out of the sleeping pod. Her grin turned a little sheepish. Ah, well, pretend you didn't see anything. Hearing the young woman hurriedly stomp away, Sunny let out a heavy sigh. I will try. Effie's voice resounded from the guest bedroom. Sunny! He turned his head slightly. What? For a moment, there was silence. Sorry about the doors. And the walls. Sunny grimaced. It's not a big... Wait, walls? As in multiple walls? What the hell did you do? While Effie was clothing herself, Sunny looked around his house. It didn't change much. In the 7 months that passed since his departure, the cleaning systems had done a good job of keeping everything presentable. If not for the broken door of the guest bedroom and the debris of the collapsed wall laying on the floor, he could have thought that he had left only yesterday. It was a strange feeling. So much had happened. So much had changed. He had changed most of all. He was a master now, and that was perhaps not the greatest transformation Sunny had gone through after living through the Night Temple and the Nightmare. And yet here in the waking world everything was the same. Everything was unchanged. He did not know how to feel about it. The permanence and safety of his home were very comforting. But they also filled him with a deep sense of resentment for some reason. The contradiction persisted, making him feel confused. Shaking his head, Sunny retrieved his communicator from where he had left it and turned it online. There was a backlog of unanswered messages he was going to have to go through, but right now that did not matter. Only the last message caught his attention. It was from Cassie, containing only a couple of words. "I'm fine." He quickly sent a response and then dialed Kai. His friend answered the call immediately, as if he was waiting for it. The charming young man was already dressed, although his gorgeous hair was wet and messy. In the background, multiple people in stylish business suits were feverishly running around with slightly shell-shocked looks on their faces. They were probably the representatives of his agency and PR team. Kai smiled. "Sunny, what happened? How did the nightmare end? Is everyone all right?" Sunny lingered for a moment. "I am all right. Effie and Cassie are alive and well, too. After you dealt with Severax, everything went smoothly." The young man sighed with relief. "Thank the gods. But what about—" He grew silent, not wishing to say Mordred's name aloud. Then Kai shook his head. "Actually, don't answer. I'll be there in 10 minutes. The image on the screen of the communicator shifted, and then cut off. The last thing Sunny heard was someone's voice yelping, "Mr. Knight, what do you mean, step away from the window?" Sunny lowered the communicator and smiled. A piece of the broken wall caught his eye, laying on the kitchen table. Everything else was perfectly clean and spotless. As Sunny stared at the piece of debris with displeasure, a dark tentacle rose from below and easily swatted it to the floor. Usually it would have taken Kai a lot longer to fly across the city to reach the tranquil terrace district. Not that he would have. But today, the famous idol neglected his habit of staying low and out of sight. It seemed that his speed increased tremendously as well, because 10 minutes later he was already at Sunny's door. Maybe because of that there was no crowd of paparazzi following him. As they waited for Cassie, Effie rummaged through the empty refrigerator, then walked away from it with a disappointed sigh. "There's no food." Sunny, who was evaluating the damage the boisterous huntress had done to the guest bedroom, glanced at her darkly. "We've been gone for months. What did you expect?" Effie made a sad face, then shrugged. "But I'm hungry." Sunny let out an exasperated breath. "I have some synth paste if you want." She shuddered and opened her mouth to retort, but at that moment there was a knock on the door, if not for the haughty shadow standing guard outside. Reluctantly, of course, since mundane tasks such as this were grossly beneath it, Sunny would have tensed up. However, he already knew that it was Cassie. The blind girl walked inside, froze for a moment, then raised a deliciously smelling package. "I brought food." Effie threw a quick glance at Kai and grinned. "See? Someone has some sense." She did not stare at the archer for long, though. Kai had always been ridiculously charming, but after becoming a master, his looks assumed an almost hypnotizing quality. It was easy to get distracted if one stared at him for too long. In fact, every one of them became much better looking, albeit to a different degree. After studying Kai and Cassie for a bit, Sunny couldn't help but shake his head ruefully, a stunned expression on his face. He finally understood why Master Jet had called herself average when they first met, at least as far as Ascended went. Still, it felt wrong to put the word average in one sentence with someone like her. Jet possessed an intangible quality that no one he had ever met was able to match. The four of them were masters too now, but they were far away from matching her arresting presence. And Sunny himself? He wasn't sure that he qualified to be considered a flower boy, as Soul Reaper had once predicted, but even he couldn't call himself unassuming anymore. The scrawny kid from the outskirts was gone. Instead, a young man with porcelain skin and striking black eyes took his place. Deep in their darkness, visible only to Sunny himself, golden threads of Weaver's forbidden legacy glowed with the flame of divinity. The four of them settled around the table and shared a silent meal. Despite the fact that they should have been exhilarated by their triumph over the nightmare, none of the four seemed too joyous. Well, except for Effie, who couldn't stop grinning and stealing glances at her pristine, vigorous body. The huntress was overflowing with giddiness. The other three, however, just felt hurt, tired, and empty. And why wouldn't they be? Inside the nightmare, there was no time for weakness. They had to carry on no matter how deep the wounds dealt to their souls cut. Now that the danger had passed and the members of the cohort were back in the real world, all those invisible scars were starting to make their presence known. The slaughterhouse of the Red Colosseum, the nightmares, the assault on the Ivory City. All of it was slowly coming back to haunt Sunny. The others had their share of demons to quell, no doubt. After a while, Kai poured himself a cup of tea, looked at Sunny, and asked with uncertainty, "So, what happened?" "I don't remember much after being swallowed by Severax." Effie dropped her fork and stared at the archer with a stunned expression. "Swallowed? What? You were swallowed by the dragon?" Kai smiled with embarrassment. "Oh, not really. I just, sort of, jumped into his mouth, because I didn't know how else to kill him." The Effie blinked a few times but didn't say anything. She even forgot about her food for a moment. Sunny looked down, then sighed. "Nothing really happened. I managed to stall the fifth challenger for a while. He fell for my deception because he had assumed that I would not trust anyone with the knives, I think. After you killed the dragon, there was no real reason for him to stay. He left to salvage at least some rewards before the nightmare ended, and I crossed to the Ivory Island." He grew quiet for a few moments and then added, "When Sevras died, one of the two remaining chains that held it in place broke. Then the other one did too. The tower rose into the sky, and as it did, the force holding the islands afloat shifted, creating the crushing. That is how Chained Isles came to be. Hope escaped, and the nightmare ended." A somber silence settled over the table. After a while, Cassie asked, So Lord Noctis fell too?" Sunny slowly nodded. "Yes, he asked me to give him the obsidian knife and broke the last chain himself." Effie sighed, then glanced at the cup of tea in front of her. "Damn it. I wish we had something stronger to drink in his honor. Some wine, maybe." Noctis, he was a devious, wicked, two-faced lunatic, but he was also great, in more than one sense, you know? She smiled wistfully, and then shook her head. "Isn't it strange? Mourning a figment of the spell. They weren't real after all." Sunny looked down, knowing that Effie was not only talking about Noctis. Then, the corners of his mouth curled upward. He raised his cup of tea and smiled. "Actually, I think that enjoying some tea is what he would have wanted us to do. That was his plan, you know. Win a war against the immortal saints, defy the gods, release the demon of desire from her prison, and then have a cup of tea." Sunny took a sip, and then let out a satisfied sigh. "So let's relax and do exactly that. We deserved this much, at least. Don't you think?" Sometime later, Sunny left the house and sat on the porch by himself. His thoughts were in disarray. So much had changed. So much had happened. So much was going to happen in the next few days as well. His life was inevitably going to transform. Hopefully, for the best. However, there were many obstacles he was going to have to overcome, and many decisions he was going to have to make in order to avoid being destroyed by the changes instead. Although Sunny had grown considerably stronger, and obliterating him was not as easy anymore, there were still threats out there that he did not dare to face. He sighed and looked down. I am a master. The knowledge rested in his mind, but he was yet to truly comprehend it. Ascended had seemed so distant and glorious to him once. Not quite demigods, but also not mere mortals anymore. But now, he was one of these venerated beings himself. He could feel inhuman power coursing through his veins. That was something he couldn't process that fast, and yet time waited for no one. Sunny knew that there would be no opportunity to properly get used to his swiftly shifting circumstances. He had a lot to do, and he had to do it now. Just take it one step at a time. What did he have to do immediately? Call Aiko for one. He had to let his business partner know that he was back and get an update on how Rain was doing. Then, discover a way to contact the White Feather clan and find out about the fallout of the destruction of the Night Temple. Although Cassie could handle that. Finally, get in touch with Master Jet. For better or worse, she was his handler and his point of contact with the government. If things turned from bad to worse with the great clans, the authorities were the only force influential enough to shield him. For a price, no doubt. Sunny grimaced. Not yet. I need to collect my thoughts first. He leaned back and studied the familiar, peaceful landscape of the Terrace district. Despite the fact that the great clans possessed incredible powers, it was not too easy to deal with Sunny and the other members of the cohort anymore. All four of them were masters now, and exceptional ones at that. Not only had they conquered the second nightmare, but they had also done it at an abnormally young age, and after entering the seed, 1 measly year after awakening. The survivors of the Forgotten Shore were already famous, and this latest accomplishment was bound to stir up a real storm, both in the media and behind closed doors. Sunny would not be able to remain fully under the radar anymore, not to mention that each of them received extremely powerful abilities. Effie's was perhaps the most remarkable in how useful it was. Sunny had expected the Huntress to receive another combat ability, but instead, her new power appeared to bolster her allies as long as they could see her. It was as though they were receiving a part of her phenomenal, comprehensive physical augmentation. Sunny had experienced that enhancement himself when Effie enthusiastically activated her new ability, and had to admit that it was powerful. Not comparable to what the young woman herself could accomplish, but still significant. What was even more amazing, it could be effortlessly shared with any number of people as long as they maintained the line of sight with the Huntress, without an additional cost in essence. That basically meant that any cohort, any force, and even any army could benefit tremendously from having Effie fight in their ranks. Of course, masters usually acted alone. There were simply not enough masters and too much for them to do to form full cohorts of Ascended. However, that did not mean that one could not build supporting teams of awakened or even mundane soldiers around them. Sunny had seen exactly that when Master Jet arrived to contain the gate ahead of the government forces. So, Effie was about to get very, very popular among the great powers of humanity. Kai was in a similar situation, although for different reasons. His Ascended ability was strange and a little bit frightening. None of them, not even Kai himself, had the chance to explore the full range of its capabilities. However, the potential of what it could achieve was vast. Basically, Kai's voice acquired a supernatural quality that compelled people who heard it to follow his commands. The result and the consequence depended on how much essence he poured into the compulsion and the target's resistance, as well as some other factors that no one understood. Direct commands were hard to force on people with strong willpower or high resistance to mind attacks. For example, if Kai commanded another Ascended to drop their weapon, they would be able to refuse the compulsion. However, their grip might grow weaker and their attacks might grow slower. The same principle worked the other way around too. The compulsion did not have to be aimed at an enemy. Kai could call upon his allies to fight with more fervor or to hold their ground no matter what. He could invoke any feeling he wanted in large groups of people, or lure them to their deaths like a siren. That ability made him incredibly valuable for those who held power as well. The government propaganda machine especially was going to lose its collective mind over Nightingale and his enchanting voice. And there was more. Kai's aspect had evolved after he had faced and slain the ivory dragon. Instances like that were known to happen, but were also incredibly rare. His awakened aspect was now ascended, which made his previous abilities more potent, and maybe even introduced new facets to them. The archer had no time to explore these changes yet, so his friends had no idea what the evolution entailed. They only knew that their friend had grown stronger, although perhaps in a way that few would notice. And then there was Cassie. Her new ability was perhaps the most obscure and esoteric. The blind girl herself described it as being able to perceive the world from a different perspective. In other words, she could now use someone else, or something else, to substitute her senses. She could smell through someone's nose, feel through someone's touch, and see through someone's eyes. While Cassie herself was still blind, she was able to look upon the world again and see what the recipient of the connection saw. The connection could be established with several mediums at the same time, as long as she had the mental capacity to withstand the flood of input. What was more disturbing was the fact that the medium did not necessarily have to acquiesce to the connection or even be aware of it, although it took much less essence to sustain a connection with a willing recipient. Despite not being too flashy at first glance, that was an insidiously formidable ability. After all, knowledge was the origin of power, and Cassie could potentially become a vortex of it. There were a lot of uses for such an ability, from becoming the connective tissue between the commanders and the soldiers during a large-scale battle to establishing an invisible and undetectable spy network. Additionally, Cassie's first ability expanded, once again, now allowing her to perceive not only attributes and aspect names, but also aspect abilities of other awakened. In short, she would be a boon to any clan, great clan, or branch of the government. However, Sunny knew that the blind girl was dead set on remaining independent and continuing to lead the firekeepers. Perhaps she would even get a chance. In light of all these revelations, his own ascended ability, shadow manifestation, seemed to have paled in comparison. But that was just if one did not look closer. Sunny suspected that his new ability was much more versatile, insidious, and powerful than that of the other three. And speaking of that, wasn't it time to get to know it better? For a while, Sunny silently experimented with his new power. Shadow manifestation was an interesting ability, especially when combined with the evolved shadow control. It was deceptively straightforward but held so much depth that Sunny wasn't sure that he would be able to figure out all of its potential uses in a short span of time. The fundamental function of shadow manifestation was rather simple. It allowed him to turn shadows tangible. But the devil hid in the details. Now that Sunny enjoyed authority over all shadows, and not only his own, he could manipulate their shape and even make them move according to his will. However, that facet of his aspect had its caveats. Not all shadows were the same. Some were young and some were ancient. Some were deep and some were shallow. Most importantly, some belonged to inanimate objects, and some belonged to living beings. Although Sunny enjoyed their respect and reverence, that did not mean that all shadows were going to submit to him implicitly. They simply chose to follow his commands due to his status as the master of shadows, as opposed to being forced to do it. That was not new to Sunny. He had already noticed this pattern of behavior when inviting wild shadows to enter the shadow lantern. Most did it of their own free will, but some obstinate ones refused his invitation. Now that the child of shadows attribute had evolved, only the most ancient and deep of the wild shadows seemed reluctant to answer his call. However, not all shadows were wild. That was a term he decided to use when speaking about those of them that were cast by inanimate objects. If a shadow was cast by a living being and connected to a living soul, no amount of authority Sunny had could compel it to abandon or betray their source. So, shadow control only allowed him to manipulate wild shadows. The deeper and older a shadow was, the more concentration it took to command it. He also experienced more strain when commanding distant shadows. Now that Sunny became an ascended devil, the reach of his control extended to almost 10 kilometers. His shadow sense, however, did not usually extend quite that far. His human mind would have been overloaded if it did. So while Sunny could potentially control shadows that were very far away, he simply had no way of sensing them. Unless they were his own shadows, of course, or those he perceived through them. And then came the actual shadow manifestation. Unlike shadow control, manifestation required him to expend essence. The shadows would remain tangible as long as he continued to sustain them with essence, and return to their natural state if he stopped. This was both a blessing and a curse. For obvious reasons, Sunny would have preferred to keep his essence. However, there was an unexpected and incredible boon to this ability. Due to the fact that the manifested shadows were suffused with his essence, they assumed its property. In other words, all of them were akin to memories of the ascended rank in terms of durability and resilience. In other words, if Sunny shaped a shadow into a blade and manifested it, the blade would be comparable to an ascended memory in terms of both sturdiness and the damage it could do. But he was not only limited to creating weapons. Shadow manifestation offered him an incredible measure of utility. Since shadows were formless by nature, he could shape them into anything he wanted. He could create barriers, bridges, ropes, suits of armor. The only limitations were his imagination and his reservoir of essence. Hell, he could even create a saddle for Nightmare, or an entire house. Of course, nothing came without a cost. The more complex and condensed a shape was, the more essence it took to sustain it. Creating a simple shadow tentacle was not too hard, but imbuing it with enough solidity to cut through an enemy like a sword was much more taxing. Manifesting deep and ancient shadows also took a toll, although they were more powerful. And lastly, all the things he made tangible were able to move on their own, as long as their shape allowed it. A sword was not going to fly on its own, but a manifested shadow could move around and grab his enemies. That was not a very efficient form of attack in most cases, however. Each shadow possessed its own level of strength, which was usually not too high. Sunny was far away from being able to rip an awakened tyrant to shreds, for now. And unless he really wanted to. By experimenting a little, he found out that he could enhance the might of the manifested shadows by pouring more essence into them. The more force he wanted to exert above their natural threshold, the more essence he had to burn. That would not have been too powerful in the hands of an average master. But Sunny was a devil. He had vastly more essence than almost any other master had at their disposal. If he really wanted to, he could exert truly monstrous strength through his manifested shadows. Even though that would be grossly inefficient in terms of essence expenditure, he felt very happy to have such an option. Who wouldn't want to rip enemies apart without having to lift a finger? Even if there were many easier and smarter ways to kill something, very few were as cool and as devious. Apart from the wild shadows, Sunny could also manifest his own. In fact, doing so was much easier, allowed him much better control, and demanded much less essence to be used. For a few moments, he imagined summoning Gloomy, Happy, Creepy, and Haughty, arming them with shadow blades, and making them fight in his stead. What a sight that would be! However, after thinking for a bit, he decided that this was not a very good idea. There was a very simple reason for that. While tangible shadows could affect the real world, they could be affected in turn. Manifested shadows could damage his enemies, but could also be damaged instead. Since his shadows were deeply connected to his soul, making them vulnerable to physical attacks was a very stupid thing to do. Sunny did not even want to think about what would happen if one of them was destroyed. At most, they would be able to perform simple tasks that did not pose any risk. Overall, Sunny was very happy with his new aspect ability. It was powerful and versatile, providing him with potent means of both attack and defense, as well as incredible utility. What made him especially happy, though, was how perfectly it synergized with the shadow lantern. Shadow manifestation had only one apparent weakness: the fact that he would not always be surrounded by shadows. Without anything to manifest, its worth was almost non-existent, unless he wanted to risk his own shadows, of course. However, that weakness was made moot by the shadow lantern. With its help, Sunny could carry an infinite amount of shadows with him at all times. No matter where he went, he would never be without their assistance. He would never be a master without servants. Wherever Sunny went, a swarm of shadows would follow. Sunny remained on the porch for a while longer, thinking about nothing in particular. He wondered about the future and about the past. What had happened to the real Noctis? What had happened to the real Hope? What had really happened to her cursed kingdom? He had seen the corpses and Sevras and Sun Prince in the dream realm. However, Solvain had still been alive. The obsidian and the ivory knives had never been used, hinting that the real events of the liberation of Hope had been both similar and vastly different from how they had transpired in the nightmare. Had Noctis succeeded in his ambition to make a deal with Weaver? Had the demon of fate helped him find a way to break the eternal shackles of Hope without using the knives? If so, had the sorcerer perhaps survived his mad rebellion? What price had he paid? Of course, Sunny knew that there were no answers to his questions. He was never going to learn the truth. The events he had lived through in the nightmare were too distant and shrouded in too much mystery for him to discover it. As he thought about all these things, a familiar figure suddenly appeared on the crosswalk. A teenage girl with pale skin and black hair was walking back from school, a somber expression on her face. Noticing Sunny, she froze for a second, and then suddenly sprinted over. Halfway to the porch, Rain remembered herself and slowed down, awkwardly trying to hide her excitement. She stopped near Sunny, hesitated for a moment, and then hit him on the shoulder with her little fist. Where the hell have you been? Are you back? You were gone for so long." Sunny leaned back and grinned. "Hey, Rain, of course I am back, can't you see? As for where I was, I just visited a temple. Then I went on a little cruise. Then I visited a couple of towers, spent some time in a theater, befriended a horse, lived in another temple for a while. Finally, I visited a very pretty city and got to know its rulers. Why? Did you miss me?" Rain stared at him for a few moments, then scoffed. "Me? Ha! Why would I miss you, of all people?" She grew silent, looked down, and then added shyly, "Well, maybe I did miss you, a tiny bit. My new tutor is a very respectable awakened, but he is not at all as fun as you." Sunny looked at her for a few moments and then smiled. "An awakened, huh? What a pity. I am a master now." Rain froze and threw a shocked glance at him. "You are a master? As in, an ascended? Wait, what?" His smile slowly grew smug. "Indeed I am. Do you know what that means?" She hesitated. "What?" Sunny leaned forward and said in a friendly tone, "Why, it means that my lessons will be much more expensive, of course." He laughed, then grew silent, and added after a short pause, "Oh, also, I might have missed you a tiny bit, too." A dark river flowed through a cavernous expanse of black stone. Fog nestled on the water, stifling its quiet murmurs and veiling everything in white. A lone source of light was traveling through the fog, tearing a path through it. It was a slender gondola cut from onyx, with a glass lantern hanging on its bow. A pristine white flame burned within the lantern, straining against the confines of its crystal prison. The fog opened up before the gondola, and then silently closed behind. A young woman with silver hair and ivory skin was curled into a ball, sleeping on the bottom of the onyx boat. In the stark light of the lantern, her face seemed deathly pale and vulnerable. On the stern of the gondola stood a skeleton dressed in rags. He was working the oar, staring into the fog or at the young woman. Despite the fact that the skeleton had no lungs, no lips, and no tongue, he was humming a song. One day the gods will fall and reveal their lie. The one who sleeps will awaken to devour his children. Oh, and us all that which was forgotten will be remembered and consume the world. Oh, all of us will dream the nightmare of the forgotten god. As he sang, the young woman stirred, and then slowly opened her eyes. The skeleton grew silent, glanced at her, then said, "Good morning, creature. How have you slept?" She sat up straight and did not answer, staring at the skeleton with tired gray eyes. The boatman waited for a bit, then shrugged. "Are you feeling well? You have not been speaking much these past few weeks, creature. Has your mind finally gone?" The young woman remained silent, making the skeleton uncomfortable. He shook his head. "Huh. Something about you feels different today. Your shadow. It seems to have grown deeper. How peculiar." There was no answer. They continued to sail in silence for a while. Slowly the fog receded, revealing a black shore. The skeleton changed the course of the boat and let it drift until its bottom scraped against the rock. There, he let go of the oar and sighed. "This is it, creature. That is as far as I go." The young woman remained motionless for a while, then stood up and touched the lantern, letting the white flame travel from it to her palm. After that, she jumped onto the shore, staggered, and slowly straightened herself, looking into the darkness. Finally, she spoke. "How close are we to that place?" The skeleton shrugged. "Close enough, I'd wager. Sorry for lying to you, by the way. In my defense, you only have yourself to blame, creature. Who would be foolish enough to believe that anyone can cross the underworld? This place is not the likes of us to traverse. Getting this close to its inner border is already a miracle." He hesitated for a while, then added, "Are you sure that you want to go on? There are worse fates than death, creature. Trust me. I should know." The young woman glanced at him, then asked, "What about you? What will you do?" The skeleton laughed. "Me? Oh, I don't know. Now that I've been taken off that damn tree, there's not much time left for me to exist. Maybe I'll try to find what remains of the Shadow Realm to have a proper death. Maybe I'll just go back and tease Azarax for a while, one last time. That fellow was really insufferable, you know. Spending an eternity in his company was the greatest punishment of all. A piece of advice. Choose your eternal companions carefully, creature." The young woman lingered for a few moments, then nodded and walked into the darkness. Her steps were steady. Then, without turning her head, she said, "Thank you, Eurus. Farewell." The skeleton watched her go, and then sighed. "What a foolish abomination. Still, I wish her luck. Even though I don't know what she seeks, I hope she finds it." As the young woman walked further and further away, the light of her flame grew distant and dim. The darkness surrounded the skeleton, and the white fog flowed slowly in his direction, as if wishing to consume him. Eurus watched the fog draw closer, and then sighed again. "She is not as foolish as me, at least." Then the white mist swallowed him, and his voice abruptly fell quiet. Soon, impenetrable darkness reigned the cold river once again, and far in the distance, a lonely spark of light continued to climb higher and higher, soon disappearing from view. End of Volume 4, Chainbreaker.